Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
A very good morning, everyone. I hope you are well. The sun is shining. What a beautiful day it's going to be. And it's lovely to have your company here at the craft store. Now, go and grab yourself a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, sit down and be prepared to be inspired. We have got some incredible demonstrations coming up from an incredible guest. Be prepared to get your breath taken away from you. It's our Sharon Hurst, everyone.
That's a lot to live up to.
It certainly is.
7 o'clock in the morning.
Well, Sharon,
No
you know,
pressure.
I thought I'd big you up as much as I could.
Pressure.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
Yeah, I'm very good,
Yes.
very good. I'm really excited about this show because I know that every time you're here in the studio, you absolutely blow us away. You amaze us with your artistry.
Oh, thank you. I just love it. I live for it. This is my life. It's everything I do. It's all I want to do.
Well, for anyone at home that's not seen you before, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Oh, my goodness. Right, Sharon Hurst. I've arted from a child. Had problems as a child because my art teacher didn't understand the type of artwork
Yes.
at all. Didn't comprehend it. And I didn't pick it up, I don't suppose, until my lad was about 5 years old.
Yes.
And I just decided I wasn't going to mess about. This was going to be the thing that I was going to do.
Wow, I like that.
Just make a decision.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
And that's what I do. I'm a demonstrator, so I travel around the countryside and I take painting holidays and all sorts of things.
How lovely. Now, you know your onions, as it were, when it comes to anything to do with watercolouring, pencils and pastels. So why Derwent?
Derwent, if people go back, if people think about their youth, and when you used to open, now I'm showing my age here, when you used to open your desk at school,
Yeah.
and that smell used to come up from the desk.
I'm right back there with you.
That
Yes.
was A, ink,
Yes.
and B, the smell of the cedar wood from the pencils that you used to have at school.
Wow.
Because they used to supply the schools, and at that stage they were the Cumberland Pencil Company.
Wow.
And that was that smell. So even now, today, we can open a box of pencils.
Yes.
And if we put our nose in there,
You
there
take
it
them
is.
back.
It's the
Yeah.
cedar.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
Amazing.
It really, really is. And we have got some fantastic deals for you. When it comes to watercolouring, when it comes to using pastels or maybe some of the charcoal pens we've got available for you, you want the right tools for the trade because it can make a difference in your confidence. But it's not just the pencils, it's also the paper as well that we've got. So we've got some great combinations for you. Our first item, 350033, you've got this fabulous watercolour paper pad alongside the pencils as well. You're saving £3, it's only £32.98. Now we're just going across the colours there, Sharon. We do have larger tins of pencils available to us, but tell us about this particular one and why we'd want to go for this with the paper today.
This particular set would be for the beginner. basic colours. You've got your primary colours there that you might want to use. But if you enjoy painting outside, and I think that I'm really going to hark on this, you know, go on about this today. If you like to paint outside with these colours, you can make anything that you want to make. If you want to go out with a minimal amount on, you know, on your person or in your handbag or in your satchel, these are the, you know, this is the tin for you, really.
Now, using pencils, am I right in saying if you want to, in your home, maybe add a little bit of colour with the pencils, then take that outside with some water, you can reactivate them?
Yes, yes, you can these, yes. So unlike ink tints, these will move and keep moving, yes.
So what I'm holding in my hand here is the palette of the colours, but it could also be a palette that I now take with me with some water, with a brush, and this will be my palette to work from.
Clever bunny.
Yes. Yes, it's a good idea, isn't it? And also, of course, if you've got younger members of the family, you want to get them into watercolouring, then this is something you can use. You don't have to give them the pencils if you don't want to, if you know what I mean. Sometimes they can go wandering. But what you can do is create a palette for them. And also for your friends as well. So if you've got your friends coming round to your garden, maybe for a cup of tea in the afternoon, you could do several of these. You could all sit down and do some painting together.
Good idea.
Yeah, it'd be lovely. It's a great price, £32.98. Can I show you some artwork? Can I? This is produced using the watercolours that we've got. This is Sharon. This is what I mean. Be prepared to be amazed.
Well,
isn't this wonderful?
I think the people out there know that I love my furry purries.
Yes.
I have 2 cats, and they are constant subjects. I just love them.
Now you wait for the next one. Are you ready? Sharon, this really is amazing. This is created using watercolours.
It's watercolour, and there's a bit of pen in there as well. A bit of, you know, don't be afraid, everybody, to use mixed media. The white in the eye is a little bit of gouache. So just use whatever you need to use, and this is what I want to prove today, that you don't have to just stick to one medium.
Excellent, I love that. Clearly this is advanced as far as artwork is concerned. If you've never tried watercolouring before, give it a go. Even if you just put a bit of colour onto the paper and then maybe even get a pen and just turn it into a flower, you've started to create artwork. It's a fabulous deal. 350033 is your item number. In the paper pad, you've got 12 sheets, and it's really important to get the right watercolour paper. I know myself, starting my journey, if you don't get the right paper, your confidence can go downhill very, very quickly. So here we've got the right paper for you, and it's 300 GSM as well to create your artwork and cut it up and put it into frames, and then maybe give it as gifts. What a wonderful idea.
Christmas cards.
Yeah, Christmas cards would be fabulous. Now, we've got 24 pencils in a tin for you here, so we're extending that colour palette. £38.80, saving £9 on this deal. Now, in this one, Sharon, we've got more colours, and we're extending the palettes of the greens and the browns and the blues and the purples and the pinks. So why would we go for this?
Well, look at the greens. So if you really enjoy your nature and you like painting out in the garden, maybe you enjoy botanical work, I think this is a very good set, because you've got the pinks and the red that will do you for roses and flowers.
Yes.
And all that variety of greens is the English countryside, isn't it?
Yeah, do you know what? It certainly is. And it saves you mixing and trying to dilute colours.
Speed.
Exactly.
Speed.
Yeah, you've got the speed here. 24 pencils in the tin, £38.80. And pencils, well, they last a long time, don't they, Sharon?
Yes, they do. Yes, yes, and lots of different ways to use them. I'll demonstrate later.
Excellent. Again, another piece of artwork. How beautiful is this? And something that you can create as well. You can see there on that watercolour paper how well they have taken. 222439 is your item number, £38.80. Give us a call on 01733 62000, or head to the website, thecraftstore.com. It's the easiest way to buy, and you can go and have a look at the other items that we've got coming up as well. Now, if you want even more, we've got 36. Now, why would I go for 36? Because 24 is a good number, of pens to have.
It's a good number. Now, listen here. It's like most women, you can have as many handbags as you have in the cupboards, but you never have the right handbag, the right size, in the right colour at the right time. And this is where we go with pencils. And for me, I'm the kind of idiot that buys the small tin to see if I like it, and I always land up having to put more money out, because I then decide that I invariably do and I want more.
That's a good way of putting it. I love that. Handbags. Well, let's take a look at the price first of all. We can divide this price over 2 months. So as Sharon said, if you go for the smaller tin, you're more than welcome to do that. And if that's where your budget is, absolutely fine. But if you're thinking, do you know what, I just want to jump into this, or maybe you've been watercolouring for some time and now you really want to get into it professionally or do it more often as a hobby, then £28.85 today. We will send all of the colours in that tin, 36 to you. You don't have to wait. We're not sending you 18 and then another 18 in a month's time. We're sending you the whole tin. You're saving £14, so it's a great saving. And then there's another payment of £28.85 in a month's time. 909,948. Now, your first flexi buy is less than the set of 12 with the paper pad, and that's what we mean. If you're thinking, I really want to get into this, if you go for the first set of 12, you're more than likely, and that's £32.98 with the paper pad, you're more than likely going to want to buy more colours. So we're dividing the cost for you, we're making it affordable and easy for you to buy. Can I show you some artwork? Oh my days, are you ready for this? Isn't that amazing? That really is amazing. And again, this has been used with the pencils.
Yes, I used the pencils for her hair. Now, the rest of it was fairly easy to paint with paint and a paintbrush. But then when you get to all the fiddly bits and you're thinking, oh, getting in there, maybe got a bit of a shaky hand, you're not as sure as you could be, use a pencil. Why not?
Yeah, and of course, you can sharpen pencils so you can get a fine detail.
Yes, right in there, yes.
Love that. Isn't that incredible? Something else to show you as well. Maybe that's a little bit too advanced for you. How about something like this? And this could be a card topper.
Yes. Who likes to Zentangle? Lots of people.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Colour it in, why not?
Isn't that beautiful?
Colour it in.
And don't worry, everyone, I did scan it quickly because I saw that included in the artwork, but I scanned it before I picked it up in case there was any creepy crawlies in there, Sharon. Otherwise it would have gone flying over the other side of the studio. 909,948 is your item number. Again, £28.85 today and another payment in a month's time. That is a fabulous deal, and the tins are gorgeous as well. Right, now let's talk about the SAA. This is something that you can join, and it's going to give you a whole world of inspiration, but also invite you into the loving arms of the SAA. And this is something you're passionate about, isn't it, Sharon?
I am actually. I've been a member for so many years, I don't actually remember how many years, 20 plus.
Wow, really?
And I've found them to be the most incredible kind of safety blanket. That's a good way to describe it. They support all artists. This is what it's about. They're the largest membership group of art anywhere. They cover the world. And we have everything. For a gift, you'll get your watercolour book from Jeremy Ford, the wonderful Jeremy Ford. There's a paint magazine full of articles and how-tos.
Yes.
And that will arrive every other month. They sell products, so you've got lots and lots of bits and pieces in the catalogue. It's amazing. I want everything in there. And they will cover you for insurance if you want that kind of membership. So who needs insurance, people say? Well, if you exhibit.
True.
You know,
yes.
I've had stuff stolen from the walls before now. So if you exhibit and somebody knocks something down, they will cover you.
Yes.
And that's easy. You just fill in the sheet online and it's all done. And you've got hundreds and hundreds of hours of video on demand. So people like me, my videos are there. They're online. You can just go to them and you can watch them. And they're all for free if you're a member.
I love that. You've also got some lovely gifts as well. You've got a £5 voucher, you've got postcards to paint on, and you've also got some paint to get you started, some watercolour paint. That's the palette that will be sent directly to you. It's a wonderful deal, and you can find details on our website and how to purchase. So you head to the website, you don't buy through us, you just click on the link and then you'll see the link there to become an SAA member. And it will redirect you to the SAA website, and that's where you can go and join up. So that's entirely up to you. Might be worth going and having a look after the show or during the show if you've got access to a computer or smartphone or tablet whilst you watch the wonderful demonstrations that are coming up. So that is the SAA and how you become a member if you want to, holding your hand every step of the way and introducing you to that worldwide community. Right, let's get into a demo. Oh, I can't wait. Sharon, what we're going to have a look at first?
Well, I think we're going to have a look at watercolours first, actually, because we've been whittering on, haven't we, about watercolour, so let's have a little look and see what we can see. This is my little I call this my weirdos book, because in here I've got all these strange little drawings.
Is that you?
This is me.
Amazing.
So here I am, in my orange. I usually love orange, as you all know I do. And my cats, here we go, these are my moglets.
Have you got 3?
I did have 3. I lost one recently, so that's, yes, sadly. Glass of wine, that's very necessary, very necessary. And in my favourite chair with my cat slippers. Now, everybody, watercolour, if you like watercolour and you like arty colour, it's soft and it's gentle and it's only as vibrant as you want it to be by adding extra colour. But this is the kind of thing that you can achieve with it. Gentle colours.
Isn't that lovely? I love the way as well. There's no bleeding out from the image.
No. So here we have. See how soft and gentle those pinks are?
Look at
so if you like something a little subtle, and they are transparent so you can see through most of them, beautiful colours. Let's see what we can do with something. Derwent tins. Now, a lot of people say, what are these 2 kind of knobbly nubbly bits there?
Yes.
What's all that about? Well, I didn't know this for years and years and years, and then I watched somebody do it. Thumbs on there, everybody, and press. And it will pop the tin.
There you go.
It'll pop the tin for you. So that's what that's about. And we're going to use this lovely collection here because I wanted you to see all of the colours. Now, 2 weeks ago, I joined the International Nature Journaling. This is something that you can find online, and every day they give you prompts. And I used my watercolours for this. Can you see this down here? This I did the rose briar in the garden.
Yeah.
Little things like that with a paintbrush are a real fiddle. And this teeny tiny house, because I was talking about the house.
Is that with watercolours?
Yes, just use your pencils, colour it in, and then just take a paintbrush and gently run it through, and you can achieve this easy peasy.
And that's by putting the pencils onto the paper rather than picking them up from a palette.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes. So what I want to do this morning for you, this has been done here with mirror foils. And I've just used a little bit of colour here to see how we'd go with it. And I want to show you what you can do with these. If I take the red, I'm going to have to put my glasses on here. This is the thing I hate about getting older.
Glasses.
I hate it, I hate it, I hate it.
But you've got the right colour glasses there.
Oh,
nice
indeed
orange
I
on
have.
the side.
Indeed I have. You know me. We're going to take 3 colours, and it's always a really good idea to go with 3, a dark, a medium and a light.
And I guess that's an
Always good.
advantage of going for the larger tin.
Yes, exactly.
Because you've got those colours right there.
You've got the opportunity.
Yeah.
Yes, you have. And what I want to do here is just come in and add some colour. Now, you don't have to be terribly, terribly careful, everybody. That's the joy of working with this kind of pencil. You don't have to be terribly neurotic about being precious.
And what kind of pressure do we need to use?
I'm putting quite a bit on there, purely and simply because I want to lay down quite a bit of colour.
Okay.
If you want it to be lighter, come in gently. So you know I say to you this baby bird idea,
Yes.
gently, gently. If we want more colour, come in and really press hard. All right.
Now, seeing you do that, if I'm watercolouring for the first time, I've done this at home, so I know the kind of effects that are going to appear. But if someone's sitting at home and they're watching this and they're thinking, pencil to the paper first? Well, surely, Sharon, that's going to leave lines.
No.
Okay.
No. I'll show you how to leave lines, though, if you want to.
Oh, really?
No, we can do that as well. So that's the light. Now go down to the next tonal value, which for me is orange. And I know you're saying orange on a poppy. Yes, because the orange will bleed into the yellow and it will bleed into the red and it will give us this beautiful tonal value. So again, medium pressure here, and I'm just scumbling the pencil on. And when I say scumble, I mean I'm coming in and it's circular, look.
I love that word, scumble.
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 We have big debates over whether it's scumble or scrumbling, but to me it's a scumble. So
I thought you'd made that up. Is that a proper?
No, yes it is, yeah, proper term, just for putting it on any old how, really.
Yeah.
And then I want to go into, this is my lovely red, see this gorgeous red colour here? And I want to come into that, and I want to put dark in against the light. Dark against light, light against dark, always. Bring it up to the red, infill like this. I'm going to fade it out into that green. So here, come off the pressure, come off, come off, come off, so that there's little bits of pigment there, not too mega. This is going to be very dark under here because we've got shadow from this piece here. So come in, heavy, hard, dark, like that. This is the same, this is on top of this. So down there, I want dark shadow. So pull it in, bring it up to the colours, lift off as you come into the green, so that that will fade out. And this petal is curving down and under, so again fairly light up here, fade it to the green, fade it, fade it. And there's no reason for that, I'm just being arty, that's all. And into here, dark. Now the only other thing I could do is take a purple, so this is a purpley red, and with that I might come in here and just add a little bit of extra dark, and I think in there. So we're just tweaking now, and the key to this little devil is take a nice brush. I'm going to go for something this kind of size, everyone, and a drop of water, not too much, and we start off in the lighter colour. Start with the light and bring it down into the dark. If we go the other way, we're just going to dirty the light colour. So now you can see why it doesn't matter a hoot whether you've got brush marks, pencil marks there or not. Keep it clean, keep the brush clean, come in, down into the dark.
Now, is this the advantage of going for watercolour pencils to work with rather than squeezable watercolour paints or blocks of paints?
Oh, they've all got their own unique signature. And, do you know, I would struggle to say to you that one has an advantage over the other.
Yeah.
Because I do like to use everything and anything with everything.
Yes.
And I mean, the shoes I have on at the moment are painted with watercolour blocks.
Are they?
These are painted with ink tints. And so do you know something, Janice? I can't answer that question.
It's a tricky one, isn't it?
I just like all of it.
Yeah. I think if we're talking to people at home maybe starting their journey on watercolouring, this is a really good way, because I think for me, and I've done this, it's almost like a safety net.
Yes.
Because you're colouring with the pencil first, you're used to that, you maybe done that at school or you've been colouring. This is something you feel comfortable with. Rather than taking the paint to the picture, you've already got, like we've done just there, Sharon, an idea of how it's going to look.
Yes. It's true. And if you want even more control, there's another way to do that, everybody. Talking about taking paint to the picture. If I come in here and I choose one of these lovely greens, I can, if I'm not sure, and I'm used to working with a watercolour brush and with watercolours, I can lift off and then I can come in here and I can paint.
So it's just taking it from the tip of the pencil.
Yes.
With a bit of water. And that doesn't damage the pencil, does it?
No, not in this instance. You wouldn't ever want to do that with something like ink tints.
No.
But here, there's absolutely no reason whatsoever. And look at the depth. It gives you the opportunity to come in there and lay in some really hefty colour.
And you can see there, just by taking it off the pencil, you can see just how juicy that is. Of course, that's with the addition of water, but it flows, it's juicy, and it's very satisfying. Very, very satisfying.
Yes.
There are other pencils out there. I've tried them. You know, when you go into a shop and you think, oh, I'd love to get into watercolouring, I'll try those. And you don't really look, you don't do your research, and you take them because they're the cheapest alternative for you because you're not sure whether you're going to like it or not. Well, you've already made that decision consciously that you want to do watercolouring, so you kind of are going to like it. So it is worth investing. These prices are sensational because we've got professional pencils for you to use. We've got 3 options. Your first option is the set of 12. That gets you your primary colours, but it also gets you your watercolour paper as well. So this is a nice little starter kit. If you want to go for the primary colours, if you're happy with those, £32.98, saving £3 on that deal with us here today, 350033. Remember, Freedom member, there's no P&P to pay. There's 12 sheets and they're 300 GSM in the watercolour. Now, if you want to go for 24 colours, if you love painting your nature scenes, maybe your seascapes, then we've got a set of 24, which extends the green, the browns, the blacks, the blues, the greys. £38.80. So you're saving £9 on that deal. That's a great deal. 222439 is your item number. But I think the set of 36, my days, this is an incredible deal. Now look at that price, £57.69. You're probably thinking, well, I haven't got that money today and it's not something I really want to jump into. We've got FlexiBuy, which means only pay half today, so maybe this is how your budget goes. Rather than buying 2 sets of, let's say, a 12 and a 24, we're dividing the cost rather than the pencils themselves. So we'll send you the whole 36, but we only want £28.85 today, and then another payment of £28.85 in a month's time. Remember, Freedom members, no P&P to pay. So that means your artwork, with all of those different blues and browns and purples and reds and yellows and greys that are in there, if you want to create something like this, it'll be absolutely incredible with all of those different tones in there for you. 909948 is your item number. Now, if you want to go for the watercolour pad on its own, we do have that available for you. So again, you can buy with confidence, knowing that it's going to be the right paper. £11.99. Again, it's all about confidence. When you first put that watercolour down on the right paper, your confidence will just exuberate, and that you'll want to do it more and more and more, and that's really, really important, isn't it? Because when you're in the flow, when you've got your mojo, you want to continue. So get the right tools for the trade and do that here with the paper. £11.99, 546459 is your item number. Now, you have been shopping ahead for the water solubles that we've got on the show today. I really like these, really, really like these. There's something, Sharon, about drawing with charcoal pencils that takes me back to when I was a kid.
Yes.
Even just going back to the actual tracing on the old graves that we used to do. Something about using charcoal to build up a picture. It's like taking a black and white photo for me. It's just intriguing.
There's something about black and white, isn't there? A monotone. You look at a black and white photograph and immediately it brings out all that kind of nostalgic, doesn't it? And you almost see the history more when you see it in black and white, because you have to add your own detail yourself. Yes.
And use your imagination.
Yes.
But I think with your toning that you can do with this particular set, you'll be able to make some incredible pictures. Now, in this, you have 2 of the HB, you've got 2 of the 4B, and then 2 of the 8B. To be or not to be? That is the question. £9.99, terrific price. So maybe this is going to be the very first time that you've used your water solubles. 382380 is your item number. Can we talk through the different HB, the HB, the 4B and the 8B?
Yes,
because there's
indeed.
no 2B in there, is there?
No, 2B or not 2B?
That's the question.
No, which is, I mean, 2B actually, it's quite strange that it's not in the set, because 2B is the pencil for sketching and drawing.
Yeah, it is.
So it's quite interesting that Derwent are forcing your hand
Yes.
into trying something different. Yeah.
But for a good reason.
Oh,
for
totally,
good reason.
yes.
So these will go in. Are they different shades or different
They're
strengths?
hardnesses.
Okay.
So you'll find the HB is sitting nicely in the middle,
Yeah.
and then as you go up the H's, 1H, 2H, 3H, they're
Yeah.
harder, 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 harder. And then of course when you're coming through the B's and you're working to 4B is kind of medium softness, and 8B is very soft.
Wow. And do you know what I like about these? We can add water, Sharon. Can we have a look at this?
You can add water, yes. You can add water to most things, funnily enough. Right, let's have a look.
Yes.
I've got a tin here, and I'm going to use the, look at this, this is the watercolour paper. And it's super, super stuff. It's 140 pounds, which is just very beautiful. 300 GSM, and these come in a nice little set. Now I've got these in the car. I like these in the car, and you have a little sharpener, which is very handy Harry, and all the different depths of colour. Now I like to use something like the HB for drawing and sketching, and then go into it with the softer colours, to the softer, what do you call it? Oh, come on.
Softer
Words have gone.
tones, softer
Yes.
pencil.
Yes.
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 All of the above.
Oh, I'm so glad I've got you with me.
Do you know what I like about them as well? I've just picked one. They're ergonomically designed. They go, you know how some pencils have got the flat sides to them?
Yes.
These are beautiful because they're just a solid round.
Yes.
It makes a
yes.
difference, doesn't it?
Yes, yes, yes. Again, reasons for that, and I can get into that later too.
Ooh,
yes.
lovely.
So with this particular little darling here, this is the HB, and we might be thinking about using this just to sketch, soft and gentle. Now, those of you who know me will know that I absolutely love and adore, this is Glastonbury Tor. So up here we've got the St Michael's Tower like this, and in front of us we've got all the floodplains and the flats in Somerset. So I'm just going to put in where I think I might like some hedgerows, and of course as they come towards us we're thinking about our perspective, so we would do a bit of this, and then we might want to be having a tree here in this corner to make that look interesting. And that's all I want to do with that just for a minute. Think about where we're going next. If I come to the 4B now, and with this one, just, excuse me, we don't need you at the moment, just stay there, be good. And this one, I want to come in here and lay in a few clouds in my sky. So just come across and gently, gently, gently. Grey day in England, look, we're used to that.
A shadowless day, I call it.
Goodness sake.
I love the
hasn't it?
confidence that you've got, Sharon. Just taking the pencil and just going for it.
I'm just using this on the very edge of the pencil, so I'm not coming in here scrubbing at it. Use the flat of the pencil like this, not a lot of pressure, and we'll land up hopefully with some pencil lines and some cloudy marks. So you get all the technical terms with me, cloudy marks. Sounds like somebody's name, doesn't it?
Cloudy Marks.
Cloudy
Do you know what?
Marks.
That'd be a great brand name.
What kind of job does he do you think?
Cloudy Mark. I think Cloudy Marks might make lemonade. It's a lemonade, a cloudy lemonade company.
Oh, you're in the zone, girl.
Yeah, that's what I'd like.
That's lovely. So just a few clouds, and then we're going to think about where the light might come from. And actually, it's quite traditional to bring your light in from the right-hand side. Therefore, I might think about bringing some shadow down the Tor. So I'm just going to lay that down. Don't worry about coming over the edges, because you can smarten all of that up in a minute using the paintbrush. And if you've got water brushes, they'll be fabulous too. I need a dark edge against the light sky. So we have to just run some darkness down this edge here. Like that. And the hill has a kind of couple of dents in it like this. All right. So we've done that. It's a very good idea to bring darkness around the corners of the edges of your picture, just because you frame it. So if we can get some dark up here and some in the corners here. So again, this is the 6B. Now we can see how much softer this is.
Do you know what I like about using charcoal pencils and pencil drawing? It's almost quite instant. When you put it down, you instant.
That's true.
Does that make sense, Sharon?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Because it's your outline and your colour all in one go.
Yes, yes. And you've got tonal value straight away, immediately. I want to throw some of this dark into the sky in the corners. Let's get that out of the way because we've got shadow on the paper. So a little bit of darkness in the corner, and you can see now what I mean about framing your picture.
Like a vignette.
Yes. So there we go, we've got the darkness around. Now, next thing we want to do now is come in with a paintbrush. I need a larger brush this time. And let's just throw some water at it and see where we can go with it. And it softens it. Look at that. So you see what I mean? You didn't need to worry about pencil marks, because now we're just moving it around. And
again, it moves so well.
Doesn't it?
Because normally, if I was to use a pencil, just a regular pencil, pick it up and, oh, I need to do a bit of sketching, I try and smudge it.
Yes.
And yeah, it looks all right, but unless you've got the right pencils, the right charcoal pencils, you're never going to recreate that effect. But to use water, it takes it to a different level, doesn't it?
And if you see when I put the water on that, it does actually bleed. So just like watercolour, look how that softens. This is what I was saying to you. You don't need to worry about pencil lines because we're now moving in it and manipulating it. So I'll pull that across there. Don't like these dodgy edges. So just come in with water, get hold of it and just pull it gently like that. This foreground, I'm going to just nudge, budge and smudge it. The famous Hurstism, that is. Nudge, budge and smudge it. That famous group of solicitors. And one day I'm going to have somebody turn around and say to me, oh, I know them. If we want to soften this edge, if I keep pulling at it like this, I'm just going to spread it. So come in from this side, come in from the side that you want to blend and do it that way.
It's a nice soft brush you're using.
Yes, these are the SAA brushes and the imitation sable. They're really rather lovely.
Now, we've had an email in, Sharon, if I may just interrupt for a moment. Mrs Gray has emailed in. Good morning, Mrs Gray. I hope you're well.
Morning.
Mrs Gray says, so happy to have you on her TV.
Oh, bless you.
This lovely sunny morning, and it is, isn't it? And Mrs Gray said, Sharon, do you have any DVDs of inspiring tutorials? If not, why not? Keep up the great work. Come back soon.
Oh, bless you. I do actually, Mrs Gray. Thank you so much for asking. I've got 2 DVDs. You can either buy them through my Etsy shop, and that's called Touching Magic. You can go and join the SAA, and they have them on the video on demand. But
I think we've got some available on the craft store.
Yes, yes, I do, from the past. Yes, please go and find them on the craft store. I'd forgotten that.
We've got them here on the screen, just to let you know, Mrs Gray.
Oh, lovely.
And if anyone else wants to get hold of them, 5-star reviews. And you've got the great prices, absolutely incredible. In fact, it'd be a good idea if you want to add one of these to your basket as you're going for the different pencils. We've got pastel pencils on here as well. We've got the charcoal pencils, and the ones we're using at the moment are the water-soluble ones, which I've not seen before and I think are absolutely fascinating. So thank you for your email. If anyone else has got any pictures, if they want to send them in, I'm sure Sharon would love to have a look.
Yes.
And Sharon's back again at 11, is it?
Yes, please.
10 o'clock today.
10 o'clock
I might send one of
today.
my pencil drawings in on the 10 o'clock show.
Sorry. Oh, yes. Incidentally, talking about DVDs and what have you, come find me on YouTube, everybody. There are lots and lots and lots of video tutorials. The cats that are here, they're there on my YouTube channel. Just look for Sharon Hurst and you'll find them all on there. Yeah, I mean, the cats... is this one of your puddy tuddies? No, no, this was painted, it's an in memoriam picture for
absolutely stunning.
Someone.
I mean, just take a moment to look at that.
Beautiful putty. Now, this is pastel. everybody. This is what you can do with pastel and with pencil, and I've used both on this particular cat.
I just sit there agog looking at this, and I try and figure out why it's not a photograph, because it really is absolutely perfect. Look at the texture in the fur.
The thing that I find so strange about that particular picture, however, is the fact that the back of his, on his back, the pastel is so soft that it looks blurred almost, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it does. It's just
But
stunning.
this is the kind of detail that you can get with good pencils and good pastels.
Yeah, and doesn't it make a difference,
And
Sharon?
patience.
Yes.
Lots and lots of patience.
Yes. Do you know what? That's something I don't have, unfortunately. I'm like, I'll pick the pencils up. You probably see it if I send in the picture. And I'm like, "Wah, wah." But it's about patience. It's about having a cup of tea, glass of wine, some lemonade from, who was it? Cloudy Marks.
Oh, yes.
Sitting in the garden, just taking your time. But it's also about having the right tools for the trade. It really, really is. I've tried cheaper pencils because I thought, oh, I just want to have a go. No, you can't just have a go with cheaper pencils because your confidence will just go straight down. You need the right tools for the trade. It's very, very important. We're busy for the water-soluble sketching pencils. Now we're seeing them in demonstration. In this, you've got 2 of the HB, you've got 2 of the 4B, and then you've got 2 of the 8B. Look at that, using water to just flush out that beautiful charcoal detail. Absolutely incredible. Probably take you back to when you were younger, using all of the charcoals at school. 380 is your item number, brand new today. And the tin itself, I'm just going to pick this up to show you. I mean, it's beautiful in this design, but also you get your pencil sharpener. Very, very important. Beautiful pencils, lovely design to them as well, and they just look fantastic in that tin, and they look professional. And the 2 little areas at the side of the tin, we've still got them there, those 2 little inserts. That's the area where you push down when it's on a hard surface to take to take the lid off. Absolutely incredible. 380 is your item number. Love those. Now we've got some tinted charcoal pencils next. Let me put those back very, very carefully. Now, tinted charcoal. Those 2 words, Sharon, I'm thinking, should they really be going... Sorry. Here. Should they really be going together? Tinted charcoal.
Well, it's something completely different, isn't it?
Yeah,
now,
it is.
You've got 2 choices here today to make, and quite important choices, because these are the tinted charcoal, and it is just what it says on the tin. It's charcoal which has pigment added to it, and you use that, and this is something else that you nudge, you budge, and you smudge. Okay, now if you want an extra option, you want water, then you go to the Graphitint, because the Graphitint is to use with water. It doesn't smudge, and it is graphite with colour in it. So it's charcoal with colour in it, graphite with colour in it.
Wow.
And these are the choices. One's water, one's a smudge. And it's up to you to decide what you want to do.
So at the moment, the details are for the smudgy charcoal.
Yes.
That might be your preference. I mean, you might want to go for everything. It's entirely up to you. But if you like to smudge, maybe this is something that you've been used to, and this is the artist work that you're doing, then this is a great deal for you. 2 payments of £20. Buy these from the professionals. 711308 is your item number. I've never seen anything like this before. I've used charcoal, I've smudged, but I've not seen tinted charcoal before. So if this is your first time as well, we've got a demonstration coming up, but pop these into your basket. You're saving £10. It's a great deal, and if you're a Freedom member, there's no P&P to pay. Right, Sharon, shall we have a look at these?
Okay. Smudgy charcoal is great fun, and again, super duper for working with outside if you are going to be sketching and enjoying yourself. I would use maybe a different paper for this. I'm going to use the sketching paper, and this is 165 GSM, £110. Lovely big book, look at this. And the paper is really a decent quality for what we need for this. And these colours are subtle, earthy colours. They're all here, look. They're beautiful, earthy colours. No yellows. I was explaining earlier on to everyone here that yellow and charcoal and yellow and graphite go green. So they don't do it, they don't make it, but you've got some lovely colours like this. So yellow ochre, you know, these ochre colours, and we can use this to smudge them. So thinking about these, what will we use them for? My choice is here as I stand looking at them and thinking about it. It's so hard to work out where to go with it. So I'm going to come in here and you're going to tell me what you think it is.
Right, okay, I think it's going to be a bridge over a canal. I think it's going to be, oh, it's changed now. An Aardvark. An eye. It's going to be. It's going to be an eye.
It's going to be an eye.
An
Why don't we
eye.
do an eye?
We thought lemon for a moment.
No, not lemons. No, no lemons. Oh no! If we're using lemons, we want a gin to go with it, don't we?
Yeah, we certainly do. Drink
Gin and
responsibly, but
tonic.
just enjoy yourself.
Oh yes, I do drink very responsibly. I take it seriously. Now, I'm a real girly. I do not like getting my hands dirty, and I know that's pathetic, but I really
No,
don't.
it's not.
So I'm using a stump here, and you can come in and use that on this brown just to soften that and gentle that through.
Now, when you're drawing eyes, are there any rules as to where the eyebrow goes and the eye stops?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes. As a general rule, that's your eyebrow. It will be the length of the eye. I'm a teeny bit long there, to be honest with you, so don't go mad with it. Okay, that's your eyebrow.
Okay.
On a face, you'll have 3 eyes across the face. So we're actually
3 eyes?
Yes.
Who are you
Widths,
drawing?
widths.
Oh, okay. Oh, dear me.
So if you were drawing a face, that's one eye.
Yeah.
That would be the gap in the middle.
Ah, okay.
And then there's the second eye.
Okay.
All right, so that's as simple as that to deal with that. The important thing when we're drawing something like this is we need to think the tear duct is there and that sits on its own. Nothing is above it and nothing's below it. No eyelashes, nothing. And then here you have this little lip, and this is a shelf on the bottom of your eye. There it goes, look. And that curves up and around up to the top lid. It doesn't come out here, it curves up. And then we're thinking about the iris and the pupil. We want that through here. I'm going to draw this just a little bit larger than it would be normally, purely and simply because I want to show you how I would work it. And I know that the pupil sits smack bang in the middle of that. There's no deviation. You cannot fiddle with it and twiddle with it. It's in the middle, and all of those distances are equal. And that's it. That's the end of it. No argument. Not having it. So I would like to introduce a light colour somewhere down here. And all these lines will radiate outwards. All right. Now, charcoal is fun to use. It's gentle to use. It's very tactile to use.
And we don't use water with these, we smudge.
We smudge. Now, I do want to give you a little bit of a clue with that, actually, because talking about water, I have discovered that if I go into work afterwards and I just dampen it, it sets it.
The charcoal?
Yes. Yes.
Does
so,
it?
yes.
And that means you can't try and smudge it anymore?
It does. I was on holiday and I was scribbling and fiddling, and I was concerned about closing my book and what was going to happen with the charcoal, and in sheer desperation and wanting to do something, anything, I took water, I'll do it in a little bit, and I put water on it and smudged it, and it worked. It worked, and it set it, and then I found that when I touched it,
It didn't move.
so actually, let's
Wow.
just, if I do that, it'll dry by the time I've finished.
I'm just trying to
If
think
I
of the
come into
science
that-
behind that.
Don't know. Well, it's like pencil, isn't it? Because you notice if you wet pencil, if you've got it under a watercolour, it sets it. It doesn't move anymore. You can't rub it away.
No, you
So
can't.
working on that same theory, I thought to myself, well, give it a go, girl. And yeah, came up with some nice answers there, to be honest.
That's interesting.
So, who knows, everybody? I don't know what the science is.
I don't know everybody. Do you know everybody? It'd
No,
be a
I wish,
lovely world if we
I did somebody. Wish I did sometimes, yeah.
I love the way that you're putting the eye down there with just all of those lines, because it's bringing it to life rather than just a flat colour. You're using all of those little lines and then building it out and building it up.
Yeah.
If you want more techniques, there are videos on demand with the SAA, and you can join the SAA, and you can do that through our website following the link. And then you click on the link and it will take you to the SAA website, and that's where you can get your free gift, and you can also start your membership with the SAA. Go and have a look at all the different advantages of being a member, and being a member being a part of a wider family of artists with all of that information and tutorials and demonstrations that you can watch, and advice, and people like-minded like you. And that's how you join the SAA.
Regret it, actually. They've got a fantastic online presence as well with regards to Facebook and Instagram. So you have all that safety there as well. And if you have questions and you're not sure about you know, something that you're doing and you want a bit of legalese help, they'll help you with that as well. I've just found them to be marvellous to work with, so I would really recommend it.
Look how
Really
you've
would.
brought that eyeball as well with the shadowing on the side.
Well, all you do for your shading, everybody, is if you don't want to put more colour on, take something like your stump or your finger, pick up the colour,
Yeah. Oh.
and then just pull it. And you can use the side of the stump like this so that you get a broader sweep. This part of the eye would be quite shaded in there. So you
Okay.
see that's not moving, look.
No. Because you
Not
put the water on
moving, because I
there.
put water on it. And if you want more subtle shading, go into the pencil, just like we've done before,
Yep.
and lift it off.
And what is a stump made out of?
It's just paper.
Okay.
It's just paper. They're as cheap as chips. You can find them on good old shopping. Am I allowed
Places.
to say it?
You can find them on websites.
You can find them on websites
Yes.
online. And one of these, this is just sheets of, you can get somebody to make you one of these at home. Look, just sheets of sandpaper, and all you need to do to clean it, I don't want to do it over the work, and there it's clean.
Perfect.
So just literally pick up the colour and smudge it.
Wow. And all of that using charcoal pencils and
Yes.
smudging it. Thanks, Sharon, for that. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. I bet at home now, if you've got any charcoal pencils, if you've got any watercolour pencils, bet you're racing for them to have a go, because it's so inspiring working alongside Sharon. It really is. Sharon's going to be back at 10 o'clock with Adam today. Right, we are moving on. We've got some more items for you. If you did want to go for your tinted charcoal, those were your details. But if you fancy using pastels, maybe that is your choice of art, then we've got a sensational deal for you here from Derwent again. 36 pastel pencils. You've got a reduction of £14 on the show today, so a discount of £14, already a great deal. But what we'll do is divide the cost into two payments. Two payments of £28.85. 120293 is your item number. Maybe maybe pastels. Where am I going with that? Pastels are your tool of choice, or maybe you want to get into pastel colouring and artwork. Here's a wonderful example example of that cat. Isn't that incredible? Isn't that amazing? 120293 is your item number, and we're going to take a look at these towards the end of the show right now with Sharon. But we do have a smaller set. We've got a set of 24 if you want to go for those. A set of 24 with all of those pastel colours in there. And again, I've got 2 more pieces of artwork to show you if I can before we head to Sharon. It's so inspiring to see. And you can see all the different colours in your pastels right there, so your different tones. But let me show you, oh my days, Sharon, this, I can't take my eyes off this one. Isn't it amazing?
This is Socks, and he's a real little character at home. He's just, well, apple of my eye, really. I love him to bits.
He's beautiful, and you've captured him so well. And that's just using the pastels?
Yes.
Wow. Now,
Yeah.
I notice you've got a protective sheet
Yes.
on here. Is
Yes.
that just for travelling, or is that a good idea if you've got these at home?
It's a good idea, everybody, to keep it at home if you can, because it means that, you know, inadvertently in a drawer, it's still going to smudge. And a lot of people don't like to set their pastels.
Yes.
And I don't. So, you know, just be aware that you need to keep them protected and keep your fingers off them.
Absolutely beautiful. 383526 is your item number. What a wonderful, wonderful piece of artwork, something that you could aspire to. 383526. Now remember, if you want to become a member of the SAA, you can do by heading to our website and following the link. Maybe we've inspired you this morning, so click here and then it will take you to the SAA membership site, and all you have to do is join. You'll get your free gift with them, and then you can enjoy all of the benefits of being a member. Sharon, we've got about 2 minutes left on the show. I don't know where the time has gone, but let's take a look at those pastels.
Pastels are brilliant. These are lovely. You can use them for all sorts of wonderful things. Do not use them in a normal pencil sharpener. Derwent do a cheap as chips pastel sharpener, or just buy one and use it, or use a knife to cut them sharp, because they will blunt anything you go near, so just please be careful. And pastel pencils, again, use them for anything. This is watercolour paper, it's Bockingford. I've painted him in watercolour, and now I want to go into him and I want to work, because I'd like to get some really soft, subtle blends. So for instance, with this lovely dark brown, if I come in through here, this is a photograph I took.
Oh, look at that.
I took this in the New Forest.
Oh.
And
he's a big chap.
he was sitting at the side of the road, just taking in the sunshine. But look what you can do. You can add that to anything you're working with, and it gives you this beautiful, subtle shading.
Oh, that's blending in.
Look at that. You can rub it out, don't forget. If you want highlights, you can go back in and you can add the highlights with the rubber, so that's absolutely fine. It just lifts very, very easily. Now, incidentally, talking about pastels, there are a couple of things that you can do. Now, if you want to set it and you don't want to go to the expense of buying a proper fixative, it's not for sale, so it's just for you and you're just looking after it for yourself. I use a very, very soft and gentle hairspray, so I use something like Elnet.
Interesting.
Because it's got a very fine spray, and just hold it well away and spray over the top of it, and that works very, very well.
Now, we've only got 30 seconds left of the show. I just don't know where the time goes. It's absolutely fascinating watching your pieces of artwork come together, Sharon. You're back at 10 o'clock today with Adam with more demonstrations?
Yes, absolutely.
And if anyone wants to send in their artwork for Sharon to have a look at, or to show off, to inspire others, then please send it in to studio@thecraftstore.com. Thank you, Sharon. So inspiring, so inspiring. Right, if you are watercolouring, stay where you are, because we've got another fantastic show lined up for you after the break. Right, Tilda Garden Life One Day Special is coming up next with Jenny and Adam. Embroidery with chameleon threads after that with myself. And then we're back with Sharon and Derwent pencils.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. I hope you can join me on my Let Leonie Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
A very good morning to you. I hope this day finds you well. The day is Wednesday. I couldn't remember then for it all merges into one. I hope you are. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, which means this is, in theory, your final live hour. I know, doesn't time fly? Your final live hour for the one-day special. It'll still be ticking through till 6 o'clock this evening, but we've got a different show at 12 o'clock and we've got a different show at 4 o'clock as well. But this is absolutely stunning. We are talking the big name of Tilda is what we're talking about. So it's up there with your Moders. It's up there with all the big names, all the desirable fabric names at a cracking little price as well. And talking about desirable, yes, she's here again. She makes me go weak at the knees. I come over all a quiver when she's standing next to me, when I'm in her little bubble. It is the queen of the seam. It's the one and only, it's Jenny Raymond, everyone. Yes!
Oh, I so wish he wouldn't do that. Because it's awful, because he puts me up on this pedestal and then I have my little legs behind the counter going, now trying to keep up with this image. Hey, I'm not that brilliant, I can assure you. Oh, no.
You can keep up with it.
Lovely to be with you, Adam.
Know
it
you
is
can.
absolutely cracking to be here.
Just before we come now, we were talking about the fabrics.
Yep.
They are beautiful, and as I said in my opener, Tilda are the big name. If you've
Tilda
never heard of
yes.
Tilda or Moda,
yes.
we are talking the creme de la creme of
we
fabric
are
now, aren't
indeed.
we?
It's a big name. It's been around for a long time. They do superbly designed, desirable fabrics. They are very different to many of the other ranges of materials. And the ones we've got here, the Country Garden range, are just superb. This is the garden. If you haven't got a garden, you need these fabrics because you could just hang them on the wall and imagine you were in a garden. And if you have got a garden, you can take them outside and think, why don't my flowers look as beautiful as these?
It is true, because when you look at them, now you get them in sets of 5 is what you're seeing, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so it's your first set, there's your second set, there's 4 options for you to choose from. They are absolutely stunning, and the minute you lay hands on them, you can feel the quality.
Very much so. Yes, they're 100% cotton, although why we should ever need to say that with some with a quality like that. They iron beautifully, they sew beautifully, they don't fray very much, they are printed accurately.
Really are.
The weave is accurate, you know, when you cut across it, you are cutting with the weft or you're cutting down the warp. And the designs are just to die for. And not only that have we got the fabrics, but if you want to add the negative part, because in the design you need the positive, the wow factor, and then you need the negative bit, for which we've got the various blenders and the solids at the back that will tone in with them. So to give that feature fabric, that added emphasis. So you have got there 5 fabulous different designs which you could mix them all together or use them in 5 different projects or put them in sort of sets of 2 or use 2 or 3 of them, maybe with a solid or maybe with something else from, dare I suggest, your stash, because I bet you've got one.
Well, this is the thing, and they all work together. Now, I've got something for budgets for everyone during this hour, so if you're thinking, that doesn't really my budget, bear with me, I will get to your budget shortly, because we've also got pick and mixes on the show. So, our first one, this is our mustard and pink that we're looking at here. Now, as you can see, the pink and the mustard run through every single piece that you are looking, so you know that 5 is going to work together. Whatever else you throw in it, whether you use a calico backing, whether you use your own stash, you know whatever you put with this, if it's mustard, if it's got that light tone of pink in there, it will work because you've got your different shades of pink running through as well. £34.50. It's the same item number for the lot. 800861 is your item number. The next option that we're going to look at is your lilac and coral. I think, I don't know, I think this is my favourite. Out of all them, we're not allowed favourites, but I like it. For the sheer fact, I like the blue that runs through here, because it's not an in-your-face blue. It's a subtle, watered-down blue that you're going to get through there. But then through that, you've got these beautiful lilacs that run through with the lily pads that you've got on there, if they are lily pads. Then you've got the flowers, once again, it looks like a poppy, but in pink. They are stunning. And then you have these. This is the most beautiful piece of fabric, because it's the same in all of them, just different colourways is what you're looking at. It's just the scene that it paints.
Yes, it is. This is an English country garden, and you know, for those of you who were watching the previous show with the watercolours, there are your soft, subtle, gently brushed in tones that you could actually recreate with the watercolours. You could do a painting of this and hang it on the wall. So you've got the bird, the bunch of flowers with a whole selection of different flowers that are there gathered together. You could fussy cut this, you could use a template and cut out perhaps part of the birds, as I've done on one of the quilts behind me. It's a really, or just use a square of it as a cushion front.
It is. So you've got your coral that runs all the way through, so you've got stunning coral colours. Once again, we'll work with your stash, it will work with any of your purples or your lilacs, or any of your terracottas would run through this
sort
of set as well. From there, remember, we've got the blenders that work with them. Then when you've got your green and sage, I'm sort of tempted with this one as well. I really do like the green that runs through. It just speaks summer. It speaks outdoors. It speaks... It's sort of like proms, concerts, that sort of thing.
You're so right.
It's just, it's them sort of colourways that you've got popping through there. It just brings a smile to your face.
And in fact, Derek last night was talking about ice cream, and the green one with the petunias on, we just felt was sort of ice creamy. It's the one, get further along, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Right, there you are, stop with those pink and white flowers on it. Because those are those trumpeters, they're those harbingers of summer. No, that's a must-have, and I'd love to have a frock in that. I could just see myself floating down the garden, deadheading the occasional rose, wearing my petunia frock.
With a little basket on your arm, I feel, just popping them in gently, singing to the birds as you saw them pass.
As the traffic thundered past and the rain came down. This will chase that all away for you.
Our very own Maria von Trapp. There you are, Jenny von Trapp, pouncing around the little water feature that you've got there. Children following you.
No, Adam, it'll be children. Get a move on. Walk faster. Keep up.
I can see it now. There's a movie waiting to happen. So that is your green and sage. And you see, and we got all of that from green and sage. It's amazing what colours can do when you look in the materials. But the one that's in the lead is the blues that you've got here. There is, once again, there's something about these blues that I really do enjoy. Now, I have one back here to show you what the size that you're actually getting. If I get the right way around, you'll be able to see. You're getting 5.5 metres is what you're getting, which is 2.5 metres of absolutely to die for fabric. Look at that. That, just cut down and framed, would be stunning. It really, really would. But then if you're thinking, well, why am I going to frame it? Make something for me. Make your cushions, make your quilts, make your bed cover, make your desk tidies out of these as well. There is so much that you can do when you put your mind to it and just use the fabric that you've got there. Now, I know what you're like. You're thinking, well, this is all well and good. I'm going to have one of those, but I won't be cutting into it because it's too nice to cut into. Well, I've also got a pick and mix as well. Let me give you the details for this, and then I'll give you the details for the pick and mix so you can buy your extra favourites. £34.50 is what you're looking at. 800 861 is your item number. They are the details for your one-day special, but if you want individuals, so say you want one from this collection and you want one from the green collection, you can now also do that as well. £15.80 is what you're looking at. 465008 is your item number. Now I'm going to give you the names. Now you've got your striped petunia first of all in the blue. So you've got striped petunia in the blue. Then we've got nasturtium blue.
No, nasturtium.
Nasturtium blue. Here we go. Then we've got so this one. Oh, it's sold out on the pick and mix. So it's sold out on the pick and mix. The only way of getting this one now is in the blue collection. Then the one I showed you, Garden Life in blue. So that is your Garden Life in blue that you're looking at there. Love the Garden Life. Then you've got the Bold Peony up next, that in blue. So they're your blue collections. Now I'm guessing it's the same name, but it's just with greens. Following on again. So then you've got your same colours in your green, which I love this colourway. There's something about the pink colourway that I absolutely adore. There's the striped petunia in green that we're looking at there. Then you've got this green nasturtium. Nicholas Sturgeon. There she is, £15.80, the green Nicholas Sturgeon. From there, we move on. Sold out individually now, this one. You like that design, but it's sold out individually. Then we've got the Garden Life in green. And then you've got the Bold Peony in grey green. Okay. Striped Petunia in coral. Then you've got your Nicholas Sturgeon in lavender. That you've got there, your nasturtium in lavender. From there, Jenny's like, bring back Derek. Then you've got sold out in that design. Once again, you are loving those designs. Then you've got the Garden Life in plum. Love this. Then you've got the peony in coral, because you've got that beautiful coral background that runs all the way through. Last but no means least, you've got the striped petunia in pink. Love the pink. Mustard Nicholas Sturgeon this time that we've got in there. She's back. Pink poppies. Now we've got this. We've actually got this in the pink. So if you like the pink, we have got it in the pink. Then you've got your Garden Life in mustard. Garden Life in mustard. And then your peony in the pink. That's what they're called individually. You can choose any two of those. Pink poppies now just sold out. See, this is how quick things are going. If you like it and you want to put it in a pick and mix, £15.80, 465008 is your item number for 2.5 metres. Now, everything will be dispatched to you on the 9th of July is what you're looking at. But, as I always tell you, as my nana always said, good things are worth waiting for. And these really, really are. You are in for a treat when these come in. Now, if you want blender fabrics to mix with these, we've also got the blenders as well along the back. So, you've got your iris, which is this deep purple colour. I absolutely love this purple, Jenny.
Yes,
it's a stunning colour that we've got. From there, we've got pesto. Love the pesto colours there.
One of my favourites.
I feel like a pistachio, that sort of green that you've got running through. Then you've got your popsicle. So you've got your popsicle in pink. Love the popsicle. Well, it's sort of not a pink, it's sort of like a
it's a sort of corally, yes, it's a deep corally, it's an orange pink as opposed to being a blue pink. So this is going to blend with your yellows, your oranges, and all those things that you've got perhaps in your stash, or again with the fabrics that are in the yellowy, orangey ranges.
That is true. Then we've got coastal, loving this blue. Loving this coastal blue that we've got. From your coastal, we then move on to your cyclamen? Purple. Sort of a lighter purple than the first purple, though, that you've got there. Sort of a watered-down purple is what you're looking at. From there, you've got cantaloupe. I like this. It's a nice peach sort of colour that you've got running through. There, you've also then got your peony. From your peony, we move to your afternoon yellow. Well, it's not yet. It's like a buttercup.
It is like a buttercup. I think afternoon's the wrong name for it. I would have said this was sort of... Oh, I'm just a buttercup. I think it's much better.
It is a buttercup. I don't want you to be disappointed, that's all. That's why I give them my own names. We call it afternoon, but it is like a buttercup that you've got through. Then you've got your ivory, which is what it says on the tin. And then, after, you've got pool, which sort of makes sense. You know when you see your holiday brochures,
yes.
You've got that nice blue
and
swimming pool.
just want to dive into it.
Them ones, that's the colour that you've got. The colours that you're seeing behind me will work with your one-day special, but for £12.99, you can choose any two of these. You can choose, doing it again, you can choose any two and just have them in your stash. £12.99, 929316 is your item number right then. The peony I'm now hearing, the peony, pink next to the mustard, this one, is now limited stock. Is now limited stock is what we're looking at, so getting quick if you want to go for two of those, because you can pick more of the same one. Right, should we go for a little demo? Right, Jenny, what are we up to first?
Right, what I'm going to do is a very quick bag using that wonderful country garden.
Oh, okay.
It's not called country garden, it's called country... Come on.
Garden Life.
Garden Life. So I've got the Garden Life, and this in front of me is the blue version. Here was the yellowy version that came with the first set that you were shown, the yellow and pinky ones. All I did to make this very quick bag was to cut 2 squares of fabric. Now, because I was feeling particularly lazy this morning, I used the template we've got on the show. This is the 15.5-inch square template. I just plonked it on my ½ metre of fabric and cut 2 pieces. Now, I'm going to show you a way of making a bag with a flat bottom, because that's really important, because then you can put your shopping down and the bag just sits. The method for making this bag you will actually find in Foldy-Roldy Patchwork Pizzazz. It's in there. It's a subtly different bag because it's got a design on the front, but it will show you how to make the flat bottom bag. So you could do this with one complete piece of fabric, but because I wanted the design to go this way in my bag and have the handles here, I've taken my 2 squares and joined them together with a narrow seam. Now, when it comes to making a bag with a flat bottom, you have a choice as to how big a bottom you have, and oh, for that to be true, because it will depend as to how much you tuck in. Having joined the fabrics and pressed the seam there, I equally opened it out and pressed the seam flat on the right side, so I ironed it this side as well. You'll see why in a moment. To make a bag with a flat bottom, this is a Raymond technique, all you do is lift that seam up and tuck the seam in. The more you tuck that seam in will determine the size of your bottom. So if you tuck it in a long way and have a great distance from one side to the other, you're going to have a big bottom. If you're only going to tuck it in a little way, you're only going to have a little bottom. I'm going to tuck mine in by about 1 inch. So taking the seam, tuck it in, and it would be really rather nice if both folds on either side of that centre seam were the same. If you were fussed about doing this, you could always take either the big square that I'm using and perhaps draw, say, 1 inch line all the way along there, and then fold it on the inch line, or you could just do it by eye. It matters not. But what would be really rather nice is to have that seam tucked up flush inside. So I'm just going to jiggle mine a bit. There we go. I've gone for about 1 inch. When you've done that, just line all the various bits up. Don't fuss about the middle. It's the sides that need to be held together. Pin them. So stick a pin in there to hold those folds, and just check you've got the same folds on one side as you've got on the other, or else you'll have a bottom at a slight angle. Well, there's nothing like an angled bottom. Right. Having put a pin in them, seriously difficult this next piece, and don't let your grandchildren get at the pins because they bend them for some strange reason. Well, why do they have to bend them? The youngest one spent a long time sticking pins into the carpet. Oh, Granny, I had made a forest of pins. Oh, thank you, Harry. Just what I wanted was a whole load of pins stuck upright in a carpet. OK, having tucked my pleat in down the bottom, you just sew down the sides. Seam allowance can be what you like. I'm going to just use needle in the middle of my foot and proceed down in orderly fashion Removing the pin as I go, because we don't sew over pins, you all know that by now. Get the death stare if you do. To the bottom, whip the pin out, straight across, panic not. I'd go backwards here, and then find your little donkey. Hello donkey, where have you gone to? There we are. If you don't know about donkeys, you're not watching my shows enough. Right, turn it round. I'm going to go this end, it's just easier because it's here. And sometimes you have to raise your presser foot to get over the bulk. Remove the bent pin. Incidentally, if those of you wish to know, the child got firmly ticked off. You can't quite see why, but...
Is this in one of your books? I know you did say. Is this
Yes, it's in the foldy-roldy book.
Foldy-roldy.
Foldy-roldy, patchwork
on the
puzzles.
screen.
Right.
I just didn't want to get the wrong book.
No, you didn't. Right, OK, that is how you do it. Now, if you want to know how the flat bottom appears, watch. If you turn it right side out, it actually forms a triangle, and there is your flat bottom. Oh, yeah. So to make a very quick bag, I've done the same with the lining. And I've used the fabric, I'm afraid, I think is now sold out. So tough. But you could use one of the other solids to go with it. The cantaloupe one would go very well with that particular bag. So yet again, I have tucked in the same amount. I did make the lining a fraction smaller, and the top tip when making a bag is always make your lining a little bit smaller. Right, I'm going to turn this back this way again. I'll take it right side out, I think.
Do you know, Jenny?
Yes.
Do you know, we've had a question in.
Yes.
And we've been scouring for the answer ourselves, but no one's in the office yet to ask. If we buy on the Pick and Mix the same fabric, do you know if it comes on the continuous?
I understood it did.
Okay, good to know.
I think we need to find this out for definite, but I understood it did come. Yes, because it would be daft to cut 2.5 meters for a customer when the roll is in front of you, the bolt's in front of you, you cut 1 meter.
There you go, Jane. That answers your question. We did try and find out for you.
Briefly, how I would make my handles, and again this is in the book, is I iron up about 1/4 of an inch down one edge, I iron the other side over about 1/3, I repress it so that fold is in the middle. Quite frequently I'll put wadding in the centre. Then I'll do a fancy stitch up the middle and tram lines either side, so 2 handles. Right, handles go on bag. And let's put one handle on here. It's quite a good idea to get the handles so the right side of the handle is to the right side of the bag. Put it in there, find yet another Harry pin. There we go. Now I would sew the handles on with a few stitches going backwards and forwards just to hold them in place. But so that it is speed, I think I can do that.
Oh, it's only 20 past.
It's only 20 past, I have time. It's a very good idea if the handle on the other side of the bag is in the same place. It just makes life easier when you're actually carrying the bag. The other top tip is make them the same length, otherwise it feels a bit peculiar when you've got one handle longer than the other. You know, so just check these things, and if you're laughing thinking, who on earth does stupid things like that, I've done exactly that, and I put a twist in the handle when I've attached a handle. In full public view on some American programme I was doing. Here is the bag, with a twisted handle. Well, what you do now is unpick the entire thing. So I'm going to literally put a couple of stitches along the top there. So back to the sewing machine, a couple of stitches, take the pin out, take the pin out. I'm just going to keep going until I get the next one, just for speed. Take the pin out, take the pin out, keep going, lift the presser foot, jump to the next one, lower the presser foot, pins.
You would take the time at home. You wouldn't be up against the clock like we are here. You would take the time. You would measure. But Jenny, she's known worldwide. Do this with her eyes closed.
Not quite. Okay, so handles now attached. Now again, another top tip is put a pin in a bit further down to hold that handle at that direction. Otherwise, they have a nasty habit of getting caught in the lining when you put the lining in. So the lining was made in exactly the same way, but is fractionally smaller in length because the lining's going inside the bag and it fits better if it's a little bit shorter than the depth of the bag. The other top tip to do with the lining is leave a hole in one side of the lining seam so you can turn it through. Right, I'm now going to drop the bag into the lining, shove it in there. It's quite a good idea to line the seams up, always useful. And when you've done that, again, let's put a pin in it. I'm partly having problems with everything, Alan, because as I said to you, I'm homeless.
You are blessed.
I know.
You've got the workmen in, as it were.
I've got the workmen in. And do you know, yesterday on the motorway coming up here, I got rung by the electrician. How high are the upstands in your kitchen? I didn't know my kitchen had upstands. I thought I just ordered a wall cabinet and...
I wouldn't know what an upstand was. I don't know.
So eventually it was worked out, and this is, again, information for everybody. You learn everything. Every day is a school day. Is that the upstand is the bit that runs along the back of the units, that covers the back of the unit. Well, my upstand is apparently 75 millimetres, which, of course, I don't do millimetres, do I? I only do feet and inches. So I said, do you mean 3.5 inches? Oh, I don't know about that. Anyway, complicated. Don't try and sort out electrics when driving.
Jenny's having another wing built, by the way, on Jenny Towers. This will be the 4th wing she's got now.
What's that?
You're having another wing built.
Yes.
Onto the manor, onto Jenny Manor.
I've had my kitchen squared off because it was very small. There wasn't room to swing a cat, even a kitten. Let alone a sprat or a mackerel or something like that.
With the pick and mix, obviously with the one day special, we've got more than enough fabric. With the pick and mix, would we still have enough fabric to make one a bag this size?
Sorry?
In the pick and mix of the one day special. So if I picked any 2 at the half metre, so I'd have a metre worth of fabric.
Yes, absolutely.
Would I have enough to make a bag?
Yes, because I had a half metre of the pinky one and a half metre of the Country Life one. Except I've still got the name wrong. Listen, I just don't do names. It's too early in the morning. Right, proceed round in orderly fashion, taking a reasonable size seam, come back to where you started, finish off, and we're going to turn it through. And now all we've got to do is find the hole. Where's the hole? There it is. Hello, hole. Now, turn the bag through the hole, and you will have a lined bag with a flat bottom, which is so important. And as I said, it comes from foldy-roldy patchwork pizzazz. And again, the pink will have the same little funny corners on it. If they don't look right, just give them a gentle poke. Pop the lining into the bag. And I would give it a really good press round the top. This is obviously shoved in fast. Rip those pins out. Take my little donkey away, which seems to go attached somewhere. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. And there is, just about done, a bag with a flat bottom done in your fabric. There you go. And that will sit beautifully flat. You could have made it bigger by using the full depth of the half metre. I just happened to use the 15.5 inch square. But simple way to do it, and it came from good old foldy-roldy patchwork pizzazz.
See, you can't go wrong. If we break all that down, now we know the lining was already sewed, but it was only sewed around the edge with the hole left in, and the handles were made, but we saw how to quickly make the handles. 12.5 minutes to make a bag. To make a bag that looks like, obviously it will need a press, but it looks expensive is one. It looks like everyone would go, oh, where'd you get that bag from? Oh, I made this. What, this little old thing, I run it up at home last night. It's one of those projects that you can do, and once you've got your head round it once, it's like anything. Once you've got your head round and, oh yeah, I can do that. It's having the right tools for the job and also the right guidance for the job as well. £9.99 is what we're looking at for the book today. £9.99, 707-951 is your item number for this one. You've got a £4.47 saving on this, because I can show you that, because it actually is £14.75. But you're waiting for £9.99 today. Full of projects, with Jenny's help and guidance every step of the way. It's full of pictures, full of images, so you can really see what's going on as well. Worth having a little look at your book if I was you. Right then. One day special. Very, very busy for your one day special. Now, there are 4 options to choose from. You get 5 colourways in each option, which gives you half a metre of each, which is well worth having a little look in it. So you're getting 2.5 metres is what you're looking at. So your first option that we've got here is your mustard and pink. Your mustard and pink, you can see all the mustard tones and the pink tones that run all the way through. Now, every option is the same, it's just the colourways that change. Okay, so you know if you like this pattern, it's going to be, if you like the poppies, you're getting the poppies in each. You're getting the flowers in each of them. Just the colourway changes. So if you're going for design, you think, I love that design, that would really work around the home. This is the one for you, this set, because you can go for any of the sets and they will all work together. So that is your first one. Your second option, lilac and coral that you've got to there. But it's also lilac and terracotta that you could run through there as well. This would be stunning for outdoor cushions. Little bolster cushions, small little cushions that you're going to use that you've got, or maybe to line a tray or something like that, just to give you that pop of colour outdoors. Table little placemats would be nice as well, little coasters. Those little bowls that you can make for like little nibbles. You can have little nibbles in them. Would be beautiful, because once again it adds that pop of colour to any room. Even plant pot covers, you know, indoors for your dining table and things like that. That's all I do, because it just brings that colour in, and when I get bored of them I can change the colour scheme quite quickly with these. Absolutely stunning. From there we move to the green and the sage. 50% of the stock now has already gone, and remember, this is your last live hour for your one-day special. It's not back at 4, is it? It's not back at, it's a different show at 4. So this is your last live hour for your one-day special. 2 different shows at 12 and at 4 o'clock. So it's the last time you're going to be able to look at it. Love, 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 love. I think this is my favourite now. I love the greens. It reminds me, and I say that, it reminds me of a country walk when, you know, you see a pond or a lake. You've got that colours to it. It reminds me walking around Sandringham, those sorts of colours, round the woods of Sandringham. It's nature, it's outdoors, it is beautiful. It really, really is well worth having a little look. Then last but no means least, your blue option that we've got, and 50% of your blue option now has already gone. 50% of the stock. Let me show you the length that you are getting so you can see. Yeah, there. So you are getting 1/2 metre pieces is what you're getting. Big old pieces for your projects that you're looking at. You can get a lot of projects out of these. All of them will be dispatched from the 9th of July. Now, if you are, I'm going to say the word, a lazy crafter, a bit like myself, and you're thinking, I just want some cushions. I want quick cushions. There is a way, Jenny, you could just use the 1/2 metre and make a 1/2 metre cushion.
Yes. And this
by
is
just
again,
folding.
just by folding it. And indeed, you could just do that, or you just cut 2 squares out using this great big square board we've got.
And we'll give you the details for that as well. So it's quick and easy. You could have 5 cushions that you know are all going to match beautifully and be done quite quickly. If you're thinking, Adam, this is all well and good, and I love what you're saying, but my budget at the moment won't stretch to your one-day special price. Well, I've got it on a pick and mix. You can choose any 2 this time, so you've not got to keep to your colour families. You can choose any 2 from what you see in front of me. Your item numbers for this are 465008 is your item number, £15.80. I know what's coming, that's why I'm lying. I've got to go through the names again. So, you've got your striped petunia in blue, first of all. These remind me of sweets, and I cannot for the life of me remember the name of the sweets they remind me of. Sort of the blue, the pink and the white that you've got running there.
Oh, were they rhubarb and custard?
It could be rhubarb and custard.
I mean, that's,
like
that's dating me, isn't it?
They're little hard-boiled sweets, they are. They're these colours.
Strawberries and cream.
Strawberries and cream.
Of
That's
course.
the one, Matt, you
Yes.
see? He's on fire now, he's leaving. Now, from there, you've got your blue nasturtium.
You should have remembered to clean your teeth after eating sweets.
That is true. Clean teeth, eat sweets responsibly. I think children should be at school at this time of the morning. So there's your Nicholas Sturgeon in your blue. From there, I love poppies, sold out, so we won't linger on those. Then you've got your Garden Life in blue, 65% now of your Garden Life in blue. I love this one, love that, and cushions for the garden. Then you've got your blue peony. 65% of your blue peony now has already gone. From our blue collection, we move into the greens. Remember, you can pick and mix these. Green petunia is up next. Love the green petunia. I love this colourway. I'd like a shirt in that. From there, nasturtium in green. That you've got there. Poppies, sold out. Then you've got your scenes. Love your scenes that you're getting in. Your Green Garden Life in there. 65% of your Green Garden Life now has already gone. Then you've got your green peony that we're talking about there as well. 60% of your green peony now has already gone. See, individually, they're slowly dwindling. Some of them, all the poppies, the only way of getting the poppies now is by going for that complete collection of your one-day special. Right then, we move on to the coral petunia is up next. Love this colourway. I like the way it mixes in the blue and the pinks. This is the only one with the blue, and then you move on to sort of the yellow colour as well. Absolutely stunning. Then you've got your lavender nasturtium that you've got in there. Love these. Poppies, gone. We won't mention it. Then you've got your scenes in there. Your Plum Garden Life. And then this terracotta. Love the terracotta that you've got rushing through this as well. This is stunning. This is your coral peony. Make a beautiful pelmet. Or, I don't know if people still have tie backs. Do we still have tie backs?
I think so.
I
Yes.
think so.
Why not?
I think so. I don't close the curtains anymore. You see, I have blinds on. But that would make beautiful tie backs if you just wanted to add a bit of colour. Absolutely stunning. Then you've got the pink petunia. With this beautiful mustard, very on-trend colour. I know I've said it all year, but it is mustard and grey, very on-trend for this year. Beautiful, beautiful colours that you've got rushing through. Then this one, but you see how well they work together. They really do work. As I said, you can pick whichever ones you want to go for. Your poppy, sold out. Your Senior Garden Life in mustard as well. Very, very busy. And then you've got your peony in pink. Jenny, if I was going to put my hand in my pocket and buy you two, which two would you pick?
I go for the greens. I go for the green petunia and the green peony.
Oh, would you?
Yes, because I'm a green person. I like those. In fact, we look at the things at the back that I've made with those fabrics. Starting over here.
We're with you. We're coming.
Come,
We're coming.
camera. Right, are we here? Okay, so we've got the petal pattern, which will be appearing on the 12 o'clock show, where I've used with the blue, come on, peony, thank you.
Yes.
This one here, we've got the pink and mustard petunia there using the blue blender on the back. Again, the peony there with two of the blenders. Moving on to this one, this was a double disappearing 9-patch. You won't see that. That was on the 6 o'clock show last night. This is cornerstones. Sorry,
nice.
It's not cornerstones. This is, I've totally forgotten the name of it. This is a log cabin design, which I'll be showing you how to use a slide-along log cabin ruler at 12. It's called Courthouse Steps. It's all right, my brain is going. Coming on to this one, this is actually another version of log cabin, but I've used the Country Life feature fabric in the middle there.
That's nice.
Carefully fussy cut it, and there all the birds are for once going in the right direction. There's the little bag you saw me make, and then finally on the end here, yet another log cabin using the slide-along log cabin ruler on the 12 o'clock and 4 o'clock show, where I've mixed a variety of the greens and the purple flowers together to do barn-raising log cabin design. So there you go. That's what you can do with the fabrics. They mix and match, or add them to a blender, or mix them with what you've got in your stash. You know, the world is yours. This is your garden come to life. Indoors, but you could take it outdoors as well and put it on the patio if you're lucky enough to have a patio.
As Meg just said it, man, it's just true, and it made me think of something else. It would make a beautiful picnic blanket. A beautiful, but it would also make a stunning little baby changing set. If you're making a baby changing set, like a little travel mat and a bag and a little bottle warmer, things like that, it would make a stunning little baby set. It really would, with the colourways that you've got running through there. And it looks modern. Well, it is modern. You've got the modern design. It's never going to date. It's never going to go out of fashion. Flowers will never go out of fashion. The colours will never go out of fashion. It will wash well as well, which we always like to hear. From there, because it's 100% cotton, remember. From there, we've got these, and we saw them in some of the quilts behind. There's some of the solids that work really, really well. We've got the solids on the website as well. They're all there for you. You can choose any two of the solids that we've got. The peony, though, is hanging on. It is super limited stock. Your peony is super limited stock in your blend fabrics. And it's always good to have a set of, even if you're not going for the one-day special, it's still good to have a set of blender fabrics in your stash.
And it's a reasonable price, that, and it is good quality motor fabric. So you're not buying fabric that's going to warp in the wash or anything like that. It is good quality. It sews well, it handles nicely, it irons nicely. It is good.
It really, and go for the colours. Go for the colours that you like, because you may think, oh, I don't know what colours to go for. I don't know what projects I'm doing. Just go for 2 colours and then keep them in your stash. There's always that time that you're going to go, oh, I wish I had that colour fabric. And now you've got it. And for these sorts of prices, you really can't go wrong. Double up if you so wish. Right then, Jenny, what are we up to?
Right, what I'm going to do now is to add a border to the design I started last night. And this was an idea that came from the Creative Tucks and Textures book, that book with a terrible mouthful as a title. And it's working with the bias, and you'll find it's actually in the book. You're just flicking through the pages, so you can see the wonderful things that are in the book. There we are. All your bias things, which can be used as stashing, are all on those pages. So this is the panel I've just rapidly finished off, but I want to talk to you this morning about adding a border using 4 strips the same length. The delight about this is the seam will appear in the same place on each of the 4 sides. Now, I'm going to go through the maths with it. Now, I have a student called Lynn Quine who's probably going to cover her ears up and think, oh, goodness me, I can't cope. I reckon she can probably cope with this. The way you work out the length of the strips is you take the finished size of the centre block. Remember, we are working in 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Do not ask me what that is in millimetres. I don't do millimetres. So this happens to measure, and just let me double check it for you, happens to measure 11 inches from one side to the other. That is 10.5 when finished, remembering we're removing 1/4 from either side. I've decided to add a 1.5 inch finished border. So you take the 10.5 inches finished size of block and you add 10.5 to 1.5 finished width of border, which sum I'm going to ask Adam to do in his head. 10.5 and 1.5 is, he's using his toes as well.
10.5, 11, 12.
12, right. 12 will be the length of the strips, but you've forgotten something. You have to add on a seam allowance. So we're going to add on that all-important seam allowance of 1/4 for either end. So the length of the strips is 12.5 by 2, because the width, finished width, is 1.5. Remember to add your seams on. So the maths is the finished size of the block plus the finished width of the border, add on seam allowances. How do you do it? First strip goes on right side down, and you just do a bit at the bottom. 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, and it would be a good idea if it was 1/4 of an inch. I'm going to sew this with big stitches simply to get round there fast. Please will you sew it on with regular size stitches. When you get to the bottom, raise the presser foot, pull the work slightly out, lift that first strip, remember to lift the first strip, take the second strip. I cut 4 strips all exactly the same length. This strip will amazingly now fit right from one end to t'other. So lower the presser foot again and set off. Once it gets caught on that, no it hasn't. Right, it will fit. Look, amazingly, it fits. Camera, it fits. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
You could pin it at the end if you were feeling fussy and you had some straight pins. Right to the end, raise your presser foot. Come on, please. Thank you. Open it. Where people go wrong is they forget to open it. And then they say, I had 146 in a hand workshop once, and one table had its heads gathered together, and obviously what they'd done is they'd forgotten to open the strip. So everyone said, oh dear, she's cut them a bit wrong. Let's just hack a bit off the bottom. Don't do it. Open that strip at this end. Right. The third strip will fit amazingly right from one end to t'other. Remember, we cut 4 strips the same length. Underneath the presser foot.
This is a clever way.
This is a clever way. It works very well. And your seams will go automatically towards the outside edge. Right, proceed along in orderly fashion. Please feel free to pin it. I'm just whacking it on there just to show you how to do it. I don't usually sew quite like this. Pull it out. Open it out again. You should have got the hang of it by now. Finger press it well. Seams going towards the outside edge. 4th strip goes on. It should fit right the way from one end to t'other. Stuff it underneath the presser foot. It's going to get caught around the presser foot. Some presser feet on machines are easier than others. This one's always a bit of a jiggle because of the way the thread inlet is. Right, to the bottom. Now you'll be wondering what I'm going to do with that floppy bit. What was sticking out? Where's my donkey gone to? Lost my donkey. Never mind.
It's there. It's by the large ruler.
By the large ruler. Oh, there's a donkey.
To the left.
Hello,
to the
donkey.
left.
Thank you. Round a bit, up a bit. Right. So what are we going to do with the original end, the floppy end? I'm going to take that floppy end and extend it, and it will fit. Now, why did I only sew that bottom bit? The reason for that is, had I started further up, sometimes this travels, and I can't stretch it to get to there. But if it's a little bit wonky, you've got stretchability in these strips. And the last thing I'm going to say to you about strips is all strips of borders, in my opinion, should be cut across the fabric, side to side, from weft to white, selvage to selvage, across the fabric. Please do not cut them down the fabric. Right, proceeding on with the last seam.
What happens if we do put them down the fabric?
They're too tight and they're too taut, Adam, and sometimes the work buckles.
Okay.
Because there isn't the give. Warp cut strips just don't have sufficient give in them. It's much tighter weave down the warp than it is across the weft, because the weft is woven in from side to side. There's sort of a clue in the weft and woven. Right, when you've done that, give it a good press, and there is actually no top or bottom. There's a seam there, there's a seam there, there's a seam there, there's a seam there. And the great thing about this technique is it's accurate. And again, I'm afraid I hate to bang on about these things, but you will find this technique in foldy-roldy. Actually, it's done with stripes. Is it done with stripes? It's in the bit at the beginning that nobody reads because it's, you know, the tips and instructions. So there it is, done with stripes. It's a jolly good way, actually, of dealing with stripes because the stripes just go roundy, 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 roundy. So that's it. How to add a border using 4 strips the same length.
How quick and simple is that? But it adds to your project, it makes your project, it makes your pattern fabric go that little bit further.
Yes. And then you can pipe it, and then you could, as I've done with these cushions, is use one of the fabrics on the back. So let's take this one. You can see I use the poppies on the back of that one, and I got Country Life on the back of the purple cushion, just a solid piece. And I just didn't even want to put a zip in it or anything like that. I just cut a solid piece. There's a hole in the bottom. I push the pad in. Now, if you use not acrylic, but a polyester-filled pad, then when it comes to washing, don't undo it. Just chuck the whole thing in the washing machine, take it out and tumble dry it, and it'll be as good as new. And in fact, whenever I'm washing a cushion, I will wash the cushion. If it's one that I'm particularly fond of, I'll hand wash it. Take the pad out. I like feather pads best. When it's wet and damp, push the pad back into it again because that will keep its shape. Then if you're lucky enough to have a tumble dryer, tumble it for a bit and then sort of, you know, airing cover to air it, or if you've only got a washing line, hang it on the washing line and then sling it somewhere just to air it. But putting the pad back into a wet cushion cover will keep its shape. And don't panic. If you've got a feather pad, the feathers, it doesn't matter if the feathers get wet. Somebody asked me on one occasion, oh, if the feathers get wet, will they shrink and will the colours run? Well, you think about chickens on wet days. Can you see, oh, look, all my feathers have gone.
That is true. You never see a duck with an umbrella, do you?
Nothing happens to the feathers, I can assure you.
See, more hints and tips. You don't get this on other craft channels. I can tell you now. We're even telling you how to do your laundry, so everything stays plump. But this is the thing. People get scared about using their fabrics for the sheer fact you go, well, I can't use it for a cushion because I don't know how to wash. I wouldn't know how to wash it, and then I'm going to have to unpick it. So I've done all that hard work, and I'm going to keep unpicking it, and then I have to keep sewing it again. No, you don't need to. You're just putting boundaries where boundaries don't need to be put. If you just enjoy it for what it is, create whatever you want to create out of them. And then really, really, you are going to have a beautiful piece of fabric. You are going to have a beautiful piece of work that you will be able to pass down from generation to generation. You really, really will. It's absolutely beautiful. Remember, there are 5 different options. This is your last live hour that we're looking at. So your first one, we're going to go quickly down the countdown. This is your mustard and pink that we're looking at now. Mustard and pink, you're getting the half metres, 5 half metres is what you're getting for £34.50. 800 861 is your item number. Your next set of colours is your lilac and coral that we have here. So you've got your lilac and coral. Once again, half-metre pieces on each one is what you are looking at for your lilac and for your coral that you've got. Love the lilac and coral. My favourite is the green and sage that we've got running through there. There is something quite country park-esque about this that I absolutely adore. It's still in the lead. I think it's the poppy one that really stands out to me. It's like poppies at night, like glow in the dark. I absolutely love them. I really, really do. Then you could also embroider around some of the flowers as well if you wanted to, or hand stitch them. £34.50. And last but no means least, you've got your blues as well. So you've got your stunning blues that are running through. £34.50. 800 861 is your item number. Last live hour for your one-day special. We have a different show and a different focus at midday, and a different show and a different focus at 4 o'clock as well. If you wanted a pick and mix though, jump to the website. You'll find all your options there for you. So there are all your options for your pick and mix that you are looking at. You can choose any 2 of these for £15 and 80 pence. And remember, if you're a Freedom member, that is a delivered price to your door. From there, we've also got blender fabrics as well. You will also find those on the website. Throw them in. They're also on a pick and mix. And to our knowledge, they will be cut on the continuous if you're going for the same one twice. Right then, let's see if we can fit in another little demonstration, shall we? Where are we up to this time?
Right, what I'm going to do quickly is to show joining the ends together on the binding that I started doing last night. Briefly, this is how I would join straight cut binding that I've joined with straight seams. On the 12 o'clock show, I will show you how to cut binding that you've joined with bias, that means on the diagonal seam, because there's a neat gadget to do that with. But if you have doing like I am, you've got something square or rectangular and you've used straight cut pieces of fabric which you cut across the material and you've joined with straight seams, then my join also, where the two ends of the binding go, should be with a straight seam. Now, I tend to do all the machining on my bindings, literally because it's speed. But if ever you're going to put a binding on, put it on the front, turn it over to the back, tuck it under, and then slip stitch it in place by hand using thread that matched your binding, and also make sure your stitches are good and tight and that you come up on the edge of the binding and you go straight down and under and up again. Because what a judge will do is the judge comes along with her nice sharp fingernail, as I will do, and you scratch at the binding, and if it parts from the back of the quilt, it ain't stitched on there properly enough and you will lose marks. But coming to join the ends together, this is where I started and I left a little tail. This was the end bit. And if you wish to know how to mitre the corners, you will have to watch. I think it was the 4 o'clock show yesterday. Sorry, it was 6 o'clock show yesterday.
Do you want to do some numbers? Are you okay?
No, I'm fine, thank you. It's just the dust is catching up with me. So take the beginning end and just crease your seam allowance. Take the finishing end, butt it up to it and just crease the same seam. So match the two seams up and crease them. Okay. Take your scissors and just cut the same seam allowance off. So I have got the two pieces of fabric with a seam allowance butted up together, and all I need to do now is sew along that seam allowance. Just before I come to that though, you might have noticed I was using this particular rotary cutter, which we do have on the show. The advantage that this new Alpha cutter has is it's very easy to change the blade. You slide this back and the blade just drops out. It's also extremely comfortable and equally easy to cover the blade for safety's sake. So these are on the show. We've got the 3 sizes. Right, having got those little creases there.
Which size, sorry, Chipping, which size are you currently
I've got
using?
the 45 here. 45. We've got the 60 and, in fact, I've got them under the
28
counter.
as well.
60 and the 28. When you do get your cutters, keep the instructions on the back because it shows how easy it is to change the blades. We're all jolly good at taking the packaging and throwing it away. If you don't want to keep the packaging, take a picture of it and it'll be there on your whatever device you are using to take a picture of. That's of course if you've got a device that takes pictures. Okay, I've lined my 2 creases up and I'm going to sew along the crease. So make sure your needle's in the middle, not offset as mine is, because otherwise you won't sew along the middle. There we go. And just literally sew along the middle. Take seam allowance down, stitch length down 2. I do this with a fairly tight small stitch because it sort of melds the fabrics together properly. Rescue donkey, stuff donkey on bottom. That's it. And all I can do now is I just sew straight past. So I butted the 2 ends up, lined up the seam nice and flush, and I'm just going to proceed keeping that seam open and flat and come back to where I first started. It's a really simple way of joining the ends together, just like all the other joins there are on this particular piece of work. And then I can just fold it back, turn it to the other side. When I do come to the binding, I'll now press it from this side. So here's a little iron. Don't press it on your cutting mat. I am fortunate I have another cutting mat. And give it a good press here. I'll then turn it over, and because we did those mitered corners, when you turn the corner over, it miters an absolute treat on the front there. Turn it to the back, and again, I will just go round here, pull it firmly over there to give me a decent crease line. On the corners here, just iron it into that neat little triangle, and you will see it perfectly folds into a mitre on the back. All ready for you just literally to turn the raw edge under and slip stitch it in place. Don't machine it in place, please, because it really does look awful. The only time I would machine it is I will put the binding on the back and bring this to the front, and then I will machine it, but that's for a class sample. Or indeed if I'm making a quick quilt for perhaps a friend or for a child. If you're entering something into an exhibition, you should hand stitch your binding in place on the back. Alrighty, there you go.
There you go. Well, look at that. See? Masterclass this is. They are masterclasses. You can watch all these back as well on the website for the next 60 days. If there's something like, oh, what did Jenny say? How did she do that? You can watch these all back. It is an educational lesson when Jenny's in. We are very, very busy, but before I go through the options, Jenny makes all these samples for us, and we never get to see them in all their glory. So let's spend a few minutes having a look, shall we, at some of the samples that we've got back here, because they are absolutely stunning. You've got things like the cushions, Jenny, that you've got here.
So let's go through the cushions. So this is the petal pattern template, which I fussy cut out of the peony blue version and stitched the 8 sections together. Then you come on to this one, which was done with squares. They were 4.5-inch squares and smaller 3-inch squares folded in half and laid onto it. Because this was a square that was folded in half, you can roll back that folded edge, because anything that's folded on the bias, on the diagonal, rolls like this, which is why it has similar attributes to Cathedral Window. Moving on to this one, the bias effect, these are giant strips of bias binding laid onto a backing fabric. I used one of the solids, but I could equally easily have used one of the other Tilda fabrics in this range. Coming to this piece, we have here the double disappearing 9 patch, which is a disappearing 9 patch cut up the once, and then you repeat the idea again and cut it up again. You can indeed do a triple disappearing 9 patch if you wish. Moving on to this one, which is Courthouse Steps. It's a log cabin design. You have a centre square there where I used the green Nicola sturgeon and indeed added the pink petunias either side, and then used, awfully sorry, the poppies are sold out in the pick and mix, but you can still get them in the bundles, to create the Courthouse Steps design. And this was done with the slide along log cabin, which is coming back into the show at 12 o'clock. You'll see it then. Moving to this one, this is yet another version of log cabin. It's log cabin with cornerstones, and here I fussy cut the country life section in the middle there, added the petunias round the edge, and again put in one of the solids just for that bit of contrast, because you need the negative to set off the positive. You need those areas of rest. Coming on a little bit more, we have the bag that I created using the Country Life, the blue version, which is such a pretty, and I lined it with that lovely, lovely pink. But if you can't get hold of it, use one of the other solids, because that will work equally well. And then finally moving on to this one, which is a cacophony, there's a big word for this time in the morning, of a variety of the fabrics. We've got the poppies, we've got the petunias, we've got the peonies, we've got good old Nicola sturgeon here in her purpley colours, all mixed up, again using the slide along log cabin ruler, which I will be demonstrating later. So there you are. That's a little bit about the joy that I have had creating these things with these fabulous fabrics.
Cacophony of sturgeons is what you've got there. I love that word. Don't know what it means, but I love it. Let's Jenny, why I've got you.
Yes.
You use so many fabrics. You've used so many things to make samples for so many shows that we've worked together since we've been here.
Yes.
What is it about these that you've been attracted to, that you said, yes, I'll do? Because in theory, you won't say yes to anything, as it were. You only put your names to the stuff that you like to use.
Yes.
So what was it about these that drawed you?
I love the colours and I like the design. And I like the fact that you just didn't have to be fussy with it. You could just use the fabric as it was. I'm seriously glad that if you do from the pick and mix and you buy 2 pieces, you'll probably get the entire metre. I think it's a wonderful idea, because I can see those being skirts, I can see it being shirts, I can see it being waistcoats, I can see it being small children's dresses, although you could probably get a small children's dress out of a half metre. Or certainly 2 of the same sort. So I thought there was a tremendous lot of different ways you could use these fabrics. It wasn't just for patchwork, it isn't just for quilting, it's for anybody who does crafting. It's for covering your books, it's for making a cover for the sewing machine, the toaster in the kitchen. Why not have a cover for the various things in the kitchen? Cover them up with some lovely, pretty fabric. Use it as a feature.
It would be stunning. It would be stunning for children's clothes. Remember, you're getting if you're going for the pick and mix, you're getting a metre of fabric. Doing little romper suits and stuff like that would be amazing in this sort of stuff, because it will go for boys and for girls. I feel that you've got there for the little ones. Or you could go for the full 5 sets, which is you're getting half a metre, which is 2.5 metres worth of fabric, is what you're going to be getting for £34 and £50. This is the green and sage that we're looking at the moment, one of the most popular in the range so far, along with the blue. You're loving the blue and you're loving the green and sage. 800 861 is your item number for this one. We are very, very busy. We also have lilac and coral on the show. So you've got your lilac and coral, which is down here, and then from your lilac and coral, you've also got your mustard and pink as well. All this back to you on the 9th of July is what we're looking at now. Remember, 12 o'clock, we'll be back together. It's a totally different show. I've got brand new templates for you. If you like the petal templates on the cushion, that is coming in a superb little bundle at a ridiculous price as well, I noticed this morning.
Absolutely, and I'll still be working with these fabrics. So remember, this is the ODS, does go on till 6 o'clock tonight, so these special prices, if you want it, grab it now.
So we will be talking about the fabrics, but not in as much detail as we have now, because I've got a cracking little bundles for you, trust me. Thank you, Jenny, always a pleasure. Thank you to you as well. We'll reconvene at 12 o'clock and we'll do it all over again. Go on then. Yes, coming up next, we're going all embroidery. It looks beautiful over there. Then our Sharon's back with Derwent pencils. I can't wait for that. And then we're going to let Leonie loose.
Here at the Craft Store, we pride ourselves on our ethos towards the family-run boutique companies that offer the variety that we know you love and appreciate. Following such a positive response over the past few years, we are proud to introduce you to even more of your family favourites. Tune in from Thursday the 24th of June at 6 p.m. to Monday the 28th of June at 6 p.m. to support loads of your favourite family-run businesses. Plus, this year we also have a very exciting prize draw. If you place an order for any item featured within any live show during this event, you will automatically be entered into our amazing Family Favourites Mega Prize Draw. Prizes will be added within each live show, with the final prize totaling a minimum value of £1,500. So join us from 6 p.m. on the 24th of June for your Family Favourites event.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sharon, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are well. What a beautiful day it is for doing a little bit of embroidery, maybe getting your stitching projects out. But when you get your bag out, your tin out, you need some more threads. Well, don't go anywhere. We've got a fantastic show lined up, and we're talking threads. We're going to take you through all of the different threads that we've got on the show, why you should go for one thread above and beyond another thread, and all of the different techniques to go alongside it. But I'm not alone. I have Lorna Bateman joining us now live on Skype. Good morning, Lorna.
Hi, good morning, Janet.
How are you?
Yeah, very well. As you said, it's a lovely, sunny day.
Oh, now, Lorna, what we're going to do is just going to ask you if you could turn your television off or any device where you're watching us. We're just getting a little bit of interference and feedback, so we'll just get that sorted and we'll make sure that that's okay. But the show today is going to deliver you information of and introduce you to chameleon threads. Now, we have got lots of different items for you on the show, including a pick and mix as well. We've got beautiful sheen to our embroidery threads available for you, and we've got some great colours as well. Of course, lots of benefits of using chameleon threads. They're not going to fluff, they're not going to kink when you're developing and creating those beautiful designs. One could say with the threads, it's almost like using paint. It's almost like creating those pictures of those beautiful fine threads. Let's head back to Lorna to see if we have ironed out those little gremlins. Lorna, hello, back to you. Sorry about that. We just had a little bit of interference on the line. How are you this morning?
Yes, I'm good, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Lorna, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and where you're Skyping from this morning?
Well, first, I'm Skyping from sunny Hampshire. At last, the sunshine's come through, as you said. It's a glorious day. I'm in my studio. You can see all the threads behind me, so it's a good backdrop.
I can, yes.
Yeah, I've been embroidering for 30 plus years now, and started using chameleon threads initially back in the 1990s when Via Laurie, who hand dyed them herself, when she created a small range, I started using them back then.
And I think they're a wonderful thread to use, and I know that you're very familiar with them. But can you tell people at home why we would choose chameleon threads? There are lots on the market, and for some people it can be quite a conundrum when they're starting off in the world of embroidery. But why chameleon?
Right. I think it's easiest if I say when I first started embroidering, I used DMC thread. Now that's there are lots of ranges: DMC, Anchor, etc., Madeira. But for me, what was available in South Africa was DMC, which is a very, very high quality embroidery thread, traditional, going back many years, and it's manufactured in France. When Via started working with the thread, she only wanted to use the top quality thread. So she imported the actual raw product from DMC in France, and she hand dyed over that. As she developed the range, she worked through stranded cottons, perlé threads, pure silk in 2 different types. She's worked on rayon as well. And so it was the choice of a quality base product that was important for her. And for me, that absolutely, it has stood the test of time. It's a fabulous thread to work with. You've got a selection of colors. Some are more plain than the others. So those, for example, that you are showing now are what we call solids. It's a fine perlé 12. We used to do it on a 16, but we tried a different range of threads for a very short while, but preferred the DMC because it was just strictly unavailability in South Africa at the time. And so we're back now to all perlé 12, fine perlé 12, which comes in a solid range as well as in a variegated range. We've included both on the show today. Then we have so you can see there, for example, the 2 greens and the 3 pinks. They come as a pack called greens and pinks.
And why did you choose those
allow
to go
you
together,
to create
Lorna?
a few flowers.
And why did you choose those to go together? Was it because of the nature and to put together flowers, or are those 2 colours very, very look fantastic together?
They look fantastic together, absolutely. I create flowers, as you no doubt know, with the book Embroidered Country Gardens under my belt. So I tend to work with, why I love working with the space-dyed or variegated threads as well, is that there's no guarantee that each and every supply that you get in is going to be the same as the previous time. So, for example, we're unpacking an order today, and those will not necessarily be 100% because of the dyeing process. They're hand dyed. So things like the weather, water, all affect seasons of the year. They all affect the actual hand dyeing process.
And that's really interesting because it makes it very organic. And I think when you're embroidering and when you're putting together those wonderful elements of pictures and flowers and scenery, I think that's something to keep in mind as you're stitching. I must say we are very, very busy for this collection you've put together for us, for the greens and the pinks. Is it a third of the stock has gone already? This is proving to be very, very popular. So I'm so pleased that you've put these two together for everybody. Half the stock actually is now gone. Can I ask another question, Lorna, if I can do? Some threads I know you can actually split. I've seen that with certain threads, and then you split them up so you have smaller threads. Can you do that with these chameleon ones?
Yes, you can, depending on which thread you use. So the threads that we have on show today are perlé threads, which you cannot split. So you would work with a single thread of it as you take it off the skein.
Lorna, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, and it's so difficult when we've got our guests on Skype, and I do apologise. Yes. But we've actually just gone and sold out of the green and the pink. I'll have to let people know that at home. So wow. I'm going to take, yes, I'm going to take that away to avert to your, oh no, take the right one, Janice. I'll take that one away because I don't want anybody being tempted by that. So if we'll carry on with our conversation, but we'll now concentrate on the next colour. Oh my days, half the stock has gone of your typical tropical. Lorna, again, you know, thank you for explaining about splitting of the threads, but what another wonderful colour collection that you've put here. What was your theory and thought process behind this one? Because they're beautiful.
Well, I actually had the lovely Alice from your office help. She suggested these colours. We do a typically tropical range in both the bigger pack and in the small pack, as you can see the 5 in front of you. And it's just so that you can create a little scene with bright, vivid colours. It doesn't have to be a landscape. They can be used for your flowers. If you look at the one on the extreme left, the very variegated one, or second from left, I should say.
Yes.
You can use that for what we call ground cover. So if I'm stitching and I want to give the illusion or the effect of flowers, I can just use a single strand of that, and the variegation works for me so that the yellow and the orange going into a red will give the hint of flowers, and then you've got a bit of green.
Lorna, I'm so sorry. You are going to say Janice is so rude, and I do beg your pardon, Lorna, but you're doing your job too well. I'm going to now put the onus back onto you. You're doing your job too well because we're going to sold out of that option as well. Oh wow. My days. Oh, wow.
Great. That's lovely.
That's incredible. So the first 2 bundles in the show have now gone and sold out. And when they've gone, just to let you know. So again, apologies. This is live television. It is a shopping channel. We do need to let you know when things have sold out. So if I am interrupting Lorna and I'm trying to get the information, Janice, I do beg your pardon, apologies, but we're very, very busy. If I miss anything out, if we go back to Lorna and I've missed anything out, just email in and get me to ask it again. When we've got a busy show like this, oh my days, very, very busy. And again, we've got lovely Lorna on Skype as well. Right, Lorna, we're going to move on. I'm going to avert everyone's eyes away from those because they've now gone and sold out. So we're going to talk about the next collection we've got. £22.49. 019829 is your item number. I feel I need to get you that information out. We've got lavender and lilac. I'll take you through the colour options and then we'll head back to Lorna. So the lavender colours are absolutely beautiful. They really are. And these lavender and lilac, so you've got your different tones in there. We'll head back to Lorna and we'll talk through the colours as we go. So Lorna, the lavender colours here are absolutely beautiful. And you've got those different tones in there again, which I think is important when you're doing any kind of embroidery work. Do you?
Oh, absolutely. That's probably one of our very best sellers, the lavender and lilac range. Lavender being a very popular flower to embroider. One of the projects this morning is actually the lavender scissor keeper pattern and print, and any of those colours can be used in that design. Again, you've got a variegated, multicoloured green and well, there's a slight variegation in the middle of that range, which is the wisteria colour, so you could use it for wisteria as well. Any of those colours can be used for lavender though. Then you see we move over again and you can see the pale green and pale lilac, as well as the more vivid on the right, the variegated threads. Those you will work again as ground cover or as flowers, as you wish. We're talking about flowers, but these threads can be carried across to canvas work and to many other forms of textured embroidery, stump work, cross stitch even. This is a fine thread. The range that you're looking there, it's got all the pink headers with a pale sort of apricot color. That's the entire range is in pink. The way Aldo, the chap who owns the company now and hand dyes it for us, he set up a system whereby each and every thread type had a different header, which makes it a lot easier for people to, at a glance, to see which thread it is.
It really is absolutely beautiful, especially that second set that we saw. But a third of the stock of the lavender and lilac has gone. Do you know what? That is a very, very popular colour, and I think lots of our ladies and gentlemen that like to embroider, and younger members actually, love to embroider. And lilac is such a beautiful, beautiful flower to actually embroider because of the colours that you can put together. But we do have other colour forms for you. And let's move on. We'll move past the greens. We've spoken about that. And shall we move along and go for My Cottage Garden? Again, Lorna, in this you've got some lovely colours. That yellow is like a golden yellow. It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it?
Yes, it is. We put this together especially for the show. My Cottage Garden was going to be what I hoped was going to be the title of my book. But the Search Press changed that. So what I suggested for the show was that we put together a selection that we don't normally offer. These in particular are brighter colours, so you can mix your brighter and your pastels together for a little cottage garden. So we've put in the red and I've actually got a pack here with me. The red, we put in a raspberry, watermelon, egg yolk. Even the names are all delicious sounding.
They are.
And then we've got a few of the blues and the purples and a selection of greens.
Yeah, again, superb colours put together by yourself. And 60% of the stock of My Cottage Garden has gone, and that's the one with that egg yolk in, and that's captured that colour perfectly. I was trying to think how I could describe it, and I said like a golden colour, but you're right, it is that egg yolk. It's absolutely stunning, and you can see as we get close up on the threads as well the quality that you're getting. You've got 25 metres on there, and that's an incredible amount. And because you've got them twirled around, it just keeps them nice and neat as well. Stock-wise, on your country garden, 70% of the stock has gone. When they've gone, they've gone. So make sure you get what you want, and I would suggest you shop ahead as well. We've got plenty more available for you, so this might be a way of restocking or stocking up or getting a gift for somebody. Right, next along, we had a look at the cottage garden. We saw a sneaky peek of the next one along, which includes more lavenders and purples. But we'll head down to the bottom row and we'll go to the pastel, is it Perfections? Again, some beautiful, soft, delicate tones in here, Lorna.
Yes, what I try to do there was I always try and put in a couple of greens, pinks, corals or reds. In this case, I kept it completely pastel. So you've got the 2 shades of pink, and then 2 shades of green, and then we come on to the mauve soft color, and then the yellow in this case is a different one. It is off the top of my head. A buttercup, possibly, or clotted cream.
Yes.
And then a soft blue at the end.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Can I just, where are we down the bottom? I just want to go back to that one there, Lorna. If you can see, we're looking at the one next to the pink. It's like a green colour. Has that got 2 tones of green in there?
It's got about 3 tones, actually.
Wow.
That colour is called Sage, and it's just such a soft, pretty, colour, so you could create herbs with it. You could work, if you were working a seascape, for example, the colours would blend in as sea colours. So it's a very versatile, it's called sage, and it's just a very versatile colour.
Yeah, it's lovely. That caught my eye as we were perusing across those. We're very busy. 80% of the Pastel Perfections has gone. We're having a very, very busy show. But they are lovely, and I think you summed it up with that one word, pretty. And they're very pretty, and I think that is just such a lovely word to describe these threads. We're limited stock though now on our Pastel Perfection, limited stock. And then the final option we've got for you is landscape, and this is very intriguing. I love this, very, very interesting, because with a landscape, because you've got the different browns in there and greens, but you've got some variations of colours within those threads. I think this is a very clever collection that you've put together here, Lorna.
Yeah, again, this is one of our absolute best sellers. I think the English, or the British, tend to thoroughly enjoy working on landscapes. So we sell an enormous amount of this range of colours. They're not always the same. Not every single pack would be the same. If we feel a colour comes in, for example, that is pretty much the same as another colour, or there's not enough distinction between the two, then we'll substitute and put something similar. But you will always have colours that pertain to a landscape.
Absolutely gorgeous. And I also think these would be very good if you are, maybe you love mixed media, maybe you love the vintage era. I think these colours, not only for landscape, but those grungy style, landscape style, vintage images. I think these colours would be absolutely fantastic for that.
Yes, indeed. I mean, the vintage, we do vintage colours as well, but these, as you said, rightly say, the colours included in here would absolutely work if you were working on a project that involved using vintage colours.
Now, oh, right, OK, we've got some news, Lorna. We have sold out of all of the ranges of 10, apart from lavender and lilac. We still have just a few of those. They are limited stock. My counter is disappearing before my eyes. Things are just gone, and when they've gone, and that's why we're moving them away, because we're not bringing them back on extended delivery. So we're having a very busy show, Lorna, so thank you so much for all of your expertise and your advice so far. If you want the lavender and lilac, 019829 is your last chance to get that. Now, if you do have any questions, we've got Lorna with us, the expert. Please do email in. It is studio@thecraftstore.com, and we will get your questions over to Lorna. And if you've got anything maybe you've created with chameleon threads already and you want to show off and inspire everyone else, then please email your pictures in. I'm sure Lorna would love to see them as well. Right, so everything now has technically sold out in this section, so we won't have this area. This is going. Let's move on to our next collection. Right, it's just a good job we do have some more items, and we've got some stitchy projects as well coming up as well. Right, Lorna, both of our collections now are limited stock, so let's take a look at both of these and explain to us why you've put these particular collections together. We'll start with the top one, and this one I believe is the Magic, and oh my word, oh, sorry, right.
It is a bit of magic.
It is a bit of magic. They've gone and sold out, Lorna. They've gone and sold out. We're going to have to move on. Well done for putting that collection together. I'd love to talk to you about it, but we do need to move on. We do need to move on. They were absolutely gorgeous. Right, I best move on to the next set before we sell out. Right, take a breath. We have got 4 options for you here, and they come in sets of 2. So we're starting with this one here. Right, let's start with the top one. This is your tropical. Right, Lorna, I'll let you have a chat now about why you put this particular collection together. And we've got 10 threads in here. These are beautiful colours, Lorna.
Yeah, these are your brights, obviously. You'll notice now that the header has changed, and it's a green. So that indicates it's a Perle 8. So it's a slightly thicker thread than the Perle 12. So if you can combine them quite happily across the board, all the different thread types. The more texture you want to create, the more I suggest you change your thread type as well as thread color.
Okay.
And you will create, a lovely textured look to your embroidered piece. Again, we've got some that are more plain than others. All of them have got a slight hint of variegation in them. So they'll never, ever be, this particular range is not a solid range. There's always a hint of variation in them.
I think they're absolutely gorgeous. Can I ask you a question about these threads? Sometimes when we are doing embroidery and we're pulling the thread through, maybe we've used the wrong needle or something like that, or we're creating and we're stitching away. Do we get any kink or do we get any fluff appearing with this particular thread?
No, these threads, as I said, are hand-dyed on a DMC base and they don't fluff. I store mine on bobbins. You can store them on reels. There are many ways of storing them. Some people like to just put them on a ring so that they go through the hole in the top and pull pieces off. There's so many ways of storing threads. That's another whole topic in itself.
I bet it is.
But whatever's convenient for you. I have to store mine on bobbins simply because I travel a lot to teach. These threads won't kink as such unless you really had to pull them very hard and distort them over a card. So I always wrap mine relatively loosely.
Yes.
If you want to prevent kinks, you take your bobbin and you wrap a tiny bit of wadding around it prior to putting your thread over it, and that prevents any kinks as well. It works for silk ribbon embroidery as well.
What a great tip, what a great tip. And you're buying with confidence. That's why we are so extremely busy. So people that know their embroidery are buying and we're selling out. So if you're new to embroidery, then you've joined us on the right show. You can buy with confidence. Our next set that we've got available for you, this particular one is your blues. As you can see, we've got the different tones of blues in here. So again, a lovely collection. We've got lots and lots of tones of blues, and I can also see some purple in there as well, or some lilac-y colours, Lorna.
Yeah, so it's a collection that goes from a very, very dark one that you've focused on now. It's called Midnight. And then we go through to colours like cobalt, cornflower, a cascade, various, again, the names are just lovely.
Yes.
Some of them are more variegated, as you can see those on the right. I've got a combination of turquoise, a little bit of green, shades of pink. And as the colours blend, the dyes blend, so they form, the variations that you see.
They really are beautiful. I think for any kind of seascapes, or if you want to do any blue work, for example, which has been popular, red work and blue work with your embroidery, develop any pictures or just do your tones, this is the right collection for you. 233107 is your item number. If you want to go for those beautiful blues collection, you're saving on there. It's £24.95, and your P&P is included if you are a Freedom member. You can call us on 01733 62000, or you can head to the website thecraftstore.com to buy. Now, another collection that we've not got to, your cottage garden. We'll give you a sneaky peek of that because it's gone and sold out. So I'm afraid we won't be talking about that particular one, which is a shame, Lorna, because I know you've put a lot of work into putting these collections together for people. But let's go on to the greens. Again, another popular colour to use in flowers and landscapes. And again, you've got great tones of green in here, haven't you, Lorna?
Yes, well, you've hung them well so that you can actually see the gradation going, from one side to the other. The deeper tones are on the right and the very variegated one on the left. I always say you can never, ever have too many greens. It's probably the thread that I use, most definitely is the thread that I use the most of. And my box has 30, 40 greens. As they come in, if the dye lots aren't the same, I will take a new color. So in that way, I'm actually shading my greens as well. So, for example, let's take moss that comes in, and the following batch comes in at slightly lighter, or slightly darker. Because they've used the same dyes, the proportions, the color tones will be the same, even if it is lighter or darker. So even in that way, you build up more of a palette.
They're absolutely stunning. They're so beautiful. Just by looking at the colours that you've put together, Lorna, I'm already thinking of perhaps projects to work on. I think trees would be lovely with all the different greens. You know, if you've got the time, you've got the patience, and you're putting together those lovely leaves on trees, or maybe there are leaves underneath the flowers that you're putting together. You've got all of those beautiful greens to do that. Absolutely sensational. Get them before they sell out. We've already had huge amounts of sellouts. 233107 is your item number, and I think the next to go is the greens, proving to be tremendously popular, and the tropicals as well. So those two sets extremely busy. If you're deciding whether to go for them or not, I recommend you do, because we've had a vast amount of sellouts. Right, we've got a pick and mix available to you now, and you choose any 3 of our next set of chameleon threads for you. So, where should we start with these, Lorna? With the pick and mix, you've got a whole variety. So, I guess it's more advice on what to go for, because we've got the different colours. What 3 would you go for, if that's an open question, but what 3 would you go for, Lorna?
Okay, Janice, if I just start off by saying that the threads that we are showing now are stranded silk thread.
Yes.
Previously, we were working with Perlé 8s and Perlé 12s, which are cottons. This is a stranded, what we call au vera soie, and it's de Paris in this case. It has the high sheen. So I love using them in my work, combining them with other threads like the Perlé 12s or stranded cottons. And what it does is it gives your work just that little bit of pizzazz and sheen. You work with them the same way as you would with the stranded cottons. So you would take out 2 strands, if they're 6 strands, so the same as I say, as a stranded cotton, remove 2 strands and work with that, or even 1 if you want to. But the colors are very vivid and clear and just delicious to work with.
Yeah, they really are. Now, with silk, we think of silk in clothing, for example. We need to take special care of that when we make, when we, say we've got a silk scarf, for example. We wouldn't wash it the same way as we would a wool scarf, for example. So when we're talking about threads, when we've moved away from the DMC style threads and moved over to silk threads, are there any type of fabrics that we need to use, any type of needles that we need to use, any special care and attention we need to give them?
I wouldn't recommend silk to a beginner who's never ever worked with thread at all. It is slightly more jumpy and slightly more slippery.
Yes.
I always make sure that my hands, I use a hand lotion always before working with any type of silk, because it's, otherwise you can snag the silk. It is a more delicate thread. Having said that, you can wash it. It's tough. It lasts for many years. The colours that we've chosen are just literally a pick and mix, so that you can add an accent colour. So if you want very variegated, or which a lot of them are, or you can, there are a few that are more solid in colour, not completely solid, but not as, for example, the mahogany, I think we put up there, was a more solid colour.
I think they're absolutely gorgeous, and you know what, we're so busy already. We are extremely busy. So the first 2 at the top, the Summer Garden and the Tropical Punch, have they sold? Right, I'm going to have to take those away. I think this is going to start going. I do believe people are starting to multi-buy as well. It's only £12.95. I know it's an unbelievable price for silk thread, chameleon silk thread as well. £12.95. You get to choose any 3. The best way to buy these would be the website. Of course, you can give us a call. Our call centre will talk you through, but you can head to the website. You can have a look at all the different options that we've got available for you on there. So that's really, really important. 331925 is your item number. It is a great price, and we've already sold out of 2 options, so very, very busy, and more are starting to sell out as well. Oh my goodness, I didn't realise. I knew we'd be busy, but I didn't realise we would be this busy. You're absolutely loving the thread. And of course, with all the advice that we're getting from Lorna as well, isn't that special? Lorna, of course, joining us live on Skype from South Africa. Right, let's move on. We've got some more threads for you. So that was your pick and mix. Best way to get that is the website. Now we've got collections for you that have been put together and chosen by Lorna. So we'll take you through these. These are your stranded silks, and we've got these in different colours. We've got your gold nugget, your tropical green, your... Is that your parrot? I'm going to have a look at that. Sorry, I'm just going to lift that up and turn that around. I think it's pronounced... I'm going to ask Lorna in a moment. Finboss? Lorna, how would you pronounce that?
Fynbos.
Fynbos.
Is it?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And then our final one that you've got here is your High Veld Storm. Your High Veld Storm. So again, we've got 4 different options for people here. £20.95. You get 4 in a pack. Can you tell us, Lorna, about the threads that we've got here looking at the moment?
Okay, Janice, I'm not in South Africa. I'm actually in Hampshire.
You are not indeed. I knew it's. I don't know why I said that. I was thinking of the threads. I know. As soon as I said that.
Yes, the threads come from South Africa.
Yes, that's right. But yes, you're not. No, of course you're not. Of course you're not. It's because we're having such a busy show, Lorna. I'm all of a tiz. Can we talk about the threads that we've got here? Because these are also proving to be very popular.
Yes, okay. So you've got 2 different silk types there. You've got the de Paris and you've got the d'Alger. One is got the one we dealt with earlier for the pick and mix was the de Paris, and it's got more sheen. The d'Alger is slightly more matte, so you don't have. It still has a sheen, but not anywhere near as high as the de Paris. What is the point, or the point behind these colours is that it's a range of colours going from a darker shade through to a paler shade. So you could use them for actual silk shading. So that the 2 that you've just shown are the d'Alger. You can see the tropical green has a very vivid green on the right, going down to a very pastel on the left.
They're absolute. They're stunning in the colours. We're just looking at the Fynbos at the moment, the pinks, and there's such a delicate difference in between them. But I think, you know, if we're putting these onto any kind of fabric, we would notice instantly the difference between them. And again, albeit subtle as you're seeing here, they would make a great impact. I guess I may be acquainted if you are shading, for example, and in the rules of shading, we use a darker, a mid, and a lighter to develop that whole picture. And I guess we're doing that with the threads that we've got here.
Quite correct. So the shading's been done for you. In other words, you've got the colour range to work with, as opposed to choosing your own from a DMC chart and working with those.
And again, they are such a superb price, and that's why we're so very, very busy. 597528, that's your item number. All you have to do is choose which colour you want, but I do need to tell you that the tropical green, we're limited stock on that one, so when that's gone, that's gone. So that's all the threads that we've got on the show. We don't have a lot left. I am quite literally losing my thread on the show, and also putting Lorna into a completely different country to the one we're Skyping from, so apologies for that. So that's all your thread. We're going to move on to some stitch and patterns now, and these are absolutely beautiful. You can see the whole range on the website, but we will talk you through them. And are we going to have some demonstrations as well, Lorna?
Yes, I've it's hints and tips, as well as short demonstrations of the 4 pattern and prints that you have.
Fantastic. Right. Let's have a look through them, and then we'll have a demonstration. So, we've got 2 options with 1 item number, so that's 964093 is your item number, but you've got a choice of these 2 lovely designs. So you've got branching out and you've got herbaceous borders, and these are both on linen. Can you tell us about your designs, because they're absolutely beautiful, Lorna?
Okay, so the one you're handling now, the one that's called herbaceous borders, is a little pin cushion, or it could be framed in a little hoop and used as hoop art, or framed and stuck in a picture on the wall. It's one of the projects in my book, and even though it looks very full and busy and possibly difficult to some people, I've tried to limit the number of stitches in the design. So I've used, for example, French knots, pinwheels, detached chain, or lazy daisy as we commonly know it, and lots of repetition and in the different flowers. So there's not a huge variety of stitches. I've used the Perle 12 in this design, so you can see immediately, for example, the cottage garden could have been used in this one, the cottage garden collection. Yeah, so the threads carry across the range too, so across the board, I should say, in all my designs. So I've used 30 to 40 colors plus, possibly, as well as my regular DMCs, and combined them all.
It's extraordinary. I'm just looking at this. It's taking my breath away. I'm looking at the bees on there and how tiny they are, but the detail and the flowers is absolutely incredible, but achievable, Lorna. What would you say if someone was a beginner? Would you think this would be a good project for them, or is it more of an intermediate project?
I would say you could aim this, definitely you could aim it at a beginner. 3 weeks ago, when I was previously on the program, I explained about a doodle cloth or a practice cloth, and I work with one. I can show you one just to hand here. That's my doodle cloth from the book.
Oh, that's lovely. Oh,
yeah,
lovely
so it's got all the
idea.
different stitches on it. You know, usually when I'm experimenting and trying out a new flower, then I will work on my doodle cloth. So what I always recommend is that people have, students have a doodle cloth, and they practice the stitches first. Once you've got the stitch, then you can go on to your work. So you can work on both of them simultaneously, your practice cloth and your actual embroidery piece. That is a great idea. Now, the instructions are comprehensive. You've got all the details in there to start your project. You've got that lovely linen cloth as well. It's absolutely, how proud are you going to be of yourself when you've done that? And you could turn that into an heirloom as a gift for somebody. But you know what? If I've done that, I would not want to give that away. That is absolutely beautiful. That's your first option. The second option is branching out. This is absolutely delightful. We've got one in a frame here, and this is absolutely gorgeous. We've got a really nice 3D element to this, Lorna. Is this something that is in the instructions, or is this like an added bonus to the project? No, my instructions are comprehensive. So you will have, this is a stump work piece, so it's raised, textured, embroidery, perhaps a little bit more advanced. When I say more advanced, if you've got a knowledge of embroidery stitches, you're good to go. This piece is designed for a beginner to stump work. So if you have a knowledge of stitches, you should be able to master it. I include colour photographs in my instructions, step by step. The strawberries that you were indicating are actually appliqued on.
Oh, wow.
And if we have time, I'll show you the process, so I'll just talk about the process. And last time I did the covered beads as well on the show, so if you want to go back and refer to that, it's the same sort of method. But this is a good piece. I called it branching out for a number of reasons. As you can see, the branches all spread out, but also branching out into a new hobby, into a new form of embroidery was my reasoning behind it. And it's been a popular design ever since I created it.
It's absolutely gorgeous. I've just noticed a little caterpillar right there. I've just been looking at that. It's a joy. It really, really is. And you can see there when we come close, not only is it your design, of course, Lorna, but the threads. The threads are so precise, and that shows they don't kink, they don't fluff, they're very precise as you stitch that project together. Wow, that's all we'll say to that one. Wow, £13.49. What a price for you. 964093 is your item number. Now we've got 2 more options with this. And what we'll do, Lorna, we'll let you get your camera ready for a demonstration, if that's okay, whilst I take everyone through the next 2 items for you.
Okay, thank you. Look forward.
Perfect. Right, our next option for you, and again, you've got the kit to put this together. This is your Lavender and Bee scissor keeper. So you get your little wadding in there. You get the linen and the fabrics to put together this. The scissors aren't included. Get your own scissors. We might have some on the website. I don't know why I'm saying that all crafty to you. Isn't this lovely? And again, you get everything in there to make and create that little scissor holders. Little scissor holders with a big heart if you're going to give this to somebody. Isn't that lovely? With the lavender, and then you've got the bees again, and the detail is just quite remarkable, isn't it? Quite remarkable. So that will house your scissors in. Full instructions again. They come comprehensive. You've got pictures in there, as you can see. You've got all the information about the stitches as well, which is absolutely incredible. And it's only £21.95, and that's because you get the fabric, the wadding and everything to create that lovely little scissor holders. But half the stock has gone, proving to be popular. You need somewhere to put your scissors, don't you? And here it is. Right, our final option for you, which is beautiful. This is your garden bees, and this is going to create a tape measure cover for you, which is brilliant, isn't it? And that is such a lovely idea, because if you've got a special tape measure that you like to use all the time, you know, it's a posh one that works beautifully, then you've got the button on the front there, and you can place your cover on that, and it just keeps it nice and safe, doesn't it? And the button is just under there. I love that. And then you've got that design on the back, which I'll just let go so you can see that. And that's the design on the back. £20.95. I think there's a snail in there. Let me move that out the way. There you go. There's a little snail there for you with bees and worms. 254917 is your item number, and it's £20.95. We're telling you that you're not saving anything there, but that doesn't matter. It's a great price. We will get that changed though. Branching out, oh, we're sold out. Oh, that is lovely. Oh, well done for getting that. That really is a great project to have. Right, I know we've taken some time to get to a demonstration, but we wanted to talk you through the threads because we believe that's important, so you know what you're getting, whether you're new or you've been stitching and embroidering for quite some time. But let's head back to Lorna now for a demonstration. What are we going to have a look at, Lorna?
I thought I'd start off with the lavender. It's ever a favourite. It doesn't matter what you stitch, always come back to a lavender design. So I've got a little pin cushion here, which you can also see with the lavender on it, a little needle minder, and I've got a spray of lavender there so that people can see close up what it looks like. Okay, but what I wanted to show you here is just the different colour I've taken. So the colour I'm using here is the magenta from that pinks and greens selection we had. I think it's just, if I could say quickly, Janice, that what we're selling now is just what we call a pattern and print. So there are no threads or notions included at all.
Yes.
That's because you've had the opportunity to buy the threads.
Excellent.
So, right, so what I'm going to demonstrate here now is the bullion knot, which is many people's nemesis, and it shouldn't be. Once you've mastered it, it's just one of my absolute favorite stitches. I'm using if you can see there,
yes,
straw needle or a milliner's needle, and it's long and narrow all the way to the top, so it gets no broader at the eye. So when you're pulling the needle through the thread, it makes it far easier than using a regular embroidery or crewel needle. So I'm already threaded up because I've done this lavender there at the tip of the spray. I initially would do all my stems, and then I would start working down the lavender. I'm going to take this to the side.
Now, Lorna, I've got a question already to ask you, and I'm just looking at what you're doing there, and I'm looking at the pattern of the lavender here. Have you put those dots onto the fabric yourself?
Yes, we screen print all our designs. So you have, I'll show you one that's perhaps possibly a bit clearer to see the branching out. But you can see there, because it's on cream fabric.
Yes.
It's quite easy to see. Yeah. The lines are there. The lavender spray, likewise, it's permanent, so it doesn't wash out. So I tend to try and, when I draw these, before I send them off to be made into a screen, I make sure that the lines are all very fine. I have someone help me with that, and we get it down to, you know, a very fine line, visible, but one that you'll cover as you're stitching. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and the not the dots on there, but the lines, have you drawn those on yourself to get your embroidery into the right places? That not that, like, it almost looks like little dashes. Dashes is the word I'm looking for.
Yes, so instead of drawing an actual shape of the little lavender head, I have just put little straight lines in so that you can see where they fit on the stem. Okay. These are not drawn on by hand, so I draw a pattern, which is then I send to a printers, and they make a screen for me, okay, which they then send back, and we ink through that, and it's actually fabric paint that goes through onto the background fabric.
Lovely, brilliant. And it looks so delicate as you're stitching away there. And again, the colours that people have chosen will make a slight difference to how it appears when they've put it together. We have had another sellout. The herbaceous borders have now gone, just to let you know that. I'll let Lorna carry on now. I'll let you carry on. We're selling out of everything, Lorna.
Well, that's good. Right, Janice, so I'm going to proceed with the bullion. So I've come up through the fabric. And it becomes like a little mantra you can say to yourself, come up through the fabric, go away from where you came up, back to the same hole, or as close as you possibly can, without piercing the thread. Get your needle about 3/4 of the way through. And as you can see, I'm relaxed on a tabletop. And I'm going to lift the needle up and pop my left forefinger underneath the needle. There are various ways of doing it, but this is what works for me. So my fingers at the back and my thumb and forefinger at the front. I'm now going to wrap the thread around the needle. Because I'm right-handed, I'm going to wrap clockwise. So I wrap around the needle, and you can see I'm using my left forefinger to push them down. So they're right up against the fabric. Don't wrap up the needle like that, because when you push it down, you have what we call a baggy bullion. So you want to keep that firm. Carry on wrapping. You can see I'm in a rhythm. And I'm going to do a few more than the actual length of the bar. That is what we call the bar. These are the wraps, so about 1/3 longer, and I always add 1 or 2 for good luck. Take the thread across, trap it, pull it through gently. Just ease it through, she says. I put hand cream on my hand, so the needle is sticking a little bit.
That's okay.
There we go. Yeah. So you land up sometimes with what looks like a twisted mess, but it's not. So you've got that sort of V shape. What you want to be doing now is just gently take your thumb and push it down, your thumbnail. Push down, push, 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 until you have a little sausage and the thread has disappeared. You can see if I turn that sideways.
Yeah, you can.
The thread has disappeared. And then you reinsert into the same hole, pull it through to the back. And you now have this little sausage. And that's what we're doing all the way down the lavender.
That is so intricate, but so beautiful when you see the finished art. Isn't it interesting? I would have just taken that, Lorna, and probably just put a stitch in there. But now to recreate, it shows you the beauty of embroidery as well, and what you can create when you know the right stitches. And with your comprehensive guide as well that you get, like you say, Lorna, once you know, you can always go back to the guide and use it as a reference. But once you've learnt that stitch, you could then add that to a whole host of different designs, can't you?
Absolutely. The Bullion stitch there's actually a book called The Bullion Stitch, the A to Z of bullions. Because you can do so many things with it, from flowers to teddy bears to frogs, you name it. You can use this stitch to create lovely, lovely effects. And you can raise them. In other words, the shorter the bar and you put on more cast-ons, you can form little ones that stand up and make it very 3D. So there's a lot of things that you can play with for effect.
Yeah, and the effect is absolutely amazing. It really, really is. And if you're new to embroidery, wow, what a brilliant way of jumping onto that journey. We are limited stock on the lavender and leaves. It doesn't surprise me. It's absolutely beautiful. I think now you've seen that technique of how to start putting that together. It really is. It's extraordinary, isn't it? It's something very, very special. And again, it's an heirloom. This is something you could have, you could pass on to your children, pass on to your grandchildren. It's absolutely gorgeous. So limited stock, 961931. It's now gone and sold out. Oh my days. Right, what have we got left? We've got the tape measure cover. I think this is a really nice idea, Lorna, and with the tape measure cover, would you make... I'm going to ask the question, how do you get your tape measure in there? Would you put it in and then stitch it inside?
Eventually, yes, you are stitching it inside. You're trapping it inside. So you would embroider first.
Yes.
The back and the front, which you've got it in your hand. So you've got the two sides. So you would have those embroidered first. Then you've got your long strip, which goes around the tape measure. So you've got to make sure we include in our kits a tape measure, but it's your regular bog standard white plastic tape measure.
Yes.
If you use a bigger one or a smaller one, you just adapt the pattern accordingly. And I've given you full instructions for that. It is stitched together, the back and the front, with that edging stitch, which is called palestrina stitch. And if you go back to my lavender and bees, the little needle, the scissor keeper that you had in your hand previously, that's also edged in the same stitch. So very much an edging stitch gives a lovely lacy effect, and that holds it together.
I'll just grab that finished sample actually just to show everyone at home. Yeah, we've got that stitch on there as well. Isn't that absolutely beautiful? I think if you're going for the scissors, if you've gone for that already, because we have sold out of the scissor case, well, the two just go, where are we? Sorry. The two go perfectly together. So it's a good idea to grab that whilst we've still got it. The tape measure isn't included, but I'm sure you can grab your own. So that's the tape measure. We have sold out of the scissors, sorry. Busy show this morning. Thanks for joining us here at the craft store. We've got Lorna with us live on Skype as well, and we've been talking through all the different threads that we've got available for you, most of which we have sold out. So we're going to head back to those threads. I'm going to live walk. I love a good live walk. Busy on the threads. Where would we like to start? In the packs of 4. No, we'd move up. Okay, in the sets of 10s, the tropical has now sold out. Where's the tropical? Is that one? I can take that one out. Yep. So now we have got left the blues, and then we have got below the greens. Lorna, when we started the show, I had a counter full of threads. We had a whole variety, but we've dwindled them down because we've sold out. But we do still have just these for you and available. So if people didn't see these at the start of the show, can we just talk them through the 2 collections that we've now got available? Starting off, we'll stay there with the greens, and again the different shades of greens that we've got in here. What would we use these for, Lorna?
Well, as I said earlier in the program, you can just simply never have too many greens. You're stitching foliage, as your suggestion was trees, leaves. Basically, once I finish stitching a floral design, I do all my flowers first, trellises, watering cans, whatever I'm adding to the design, all of that's completed. And then I fill my design with foliage. And you will use the darker shades towards the back, and then coming forward where the sunlight is on the leaves, and your lighter shades to the front. So hence you need a variety of greens, all colours, but in this particular case, greens, to give you the depth to your piece that you've created.
That's a lovely way of putting it. Of course, sunlight changes the colour of nature, so it's wonderful to have all of the different shades there of green. It's a really good point, actually. So it could be Wellington boots, it could be a watering can, it could be trees and leaves, it could be foliage, it could be moss, but you've got each and every shade of green there. Absolutely fantastic. I'm going to ask Laura rather to change her camera around if you can, Lorna, because we've only got a minute or so to go, so we'd like to say goodbye to you in a moment's time. The other option that we've got for you is the blues, and again, think about the different shades of sunlight on water, the different shades. You know, some people use blue in the wintertime for the snow. I know, shades of blue to emulate the snow, especially in the midnight sky as well. So those are your blues. £24.95, 233107. Lorna, my, what a whirlwind of a show, but lots of information, inspiration and advice from you as well. Thank you so much for joining us on the show today. I hope it's not been too fraught for you.
Pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Hopefully we'll see Lorna sometime very, very soon, because we've had an extremely busy show. You can still buy what we've got left on the show by heading to the website, but please don't miss out, because when it's gone, it has gone, and a lot of it has gone. But you stay where you are, don't go anywhere, we've got more to come. Right, a revisit to Derwent Pencils is coming up next with some wonderful demonstrations, and we've got Let Leonie Loose after that. Yes, we're letting her out of a cupboard, and then we're back to easy quilting.
Hi, I'm Abs from Holland Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. Holland Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the Holland Create shows.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
Hi, I'm Emma. I work with Cricut to help you get the best out of your machines. Cricut is a range of tools, machines and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. I love Cricut because it allows me to take craft projects I have in my head and make them a reality. On the shows, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows.
Hi, I'm Sharon from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows and have some fun.
A very good morning to you. I hope you're well. Time has just struck 10 o'clock. Maybe your bongs are still bonging at the top of the stairs as Chimes on the clock, Meg. Chimes on the clock. Bong, bong. Probably they're still going because we're not even into the 10 o'clock hour yet. What am I talking about this hour, though? We are talking about Derwent. Now, if you've never heard of the name Derwent, where have you been? Living under a rock? But it is one of those things that... And now I say it quite blasé, so you might think, well, I've never heard of Derwent. They are a pencil form. So they are your watercolour pencils, they are your pastel pencils, they are your normal pencils that do the job to give you the professional look. Now, I say this time and time again, and I'm not telling you how to suck eggs, but you know what I mean when I say this. If you want a professional job, it's down to the tools that you use, okay? We can all do colouring. You can get a pack of crayons, you can get a set of kids' crayons, you can get them from the pub when you go for a meal, a little set of colours, but they're not the best. They're made for a job in hand. They're made for children to colour on the back of a menu. If you want to colour big pictures, but you're thinking, Adam, I'm not a colourist. Yeah, you're not at the moment, but once you've got the right tools for the job, and this is where you start. And I sort of speak from the heart when I say this, because this is how I started. When I started here nearly 2 years ago, I thought, it's a bit of craft, innit? I won't get sucked into this bug. Molly, bit of glue, bit of paper, bit of stuck. Now, the weekend, I bought a trolley to put my stuff in. A trolley. And it all started with watercolours. Because we can all use a pencil. We've all been taught how to use a pencil. So we can all colour. But the only difference is now is we're adding water to get smooth, professional looks. And talking about smooth and professional, yes, she's here as well. My Gary Barlow friend. She's an avid fan. Avid fan. She has the calendar. She's off there in November, I think. So I do remember. It's that Sharon. Morning, love.
I'll see you there.
I'm there. I bought my tickets the other day. I cannot wait.
Oh, it's so exciting, is it? Thank you. I liked the bit about sort of suave and smooth.
Well, you are. You are suave and smooth. What we're going to do is we're just going to turn your microphone on because we can't hear you. I know. Our Matt's going to run in now. But while we've got all this, and let me talk about what we're talking about. We are talking about water-soluble pencils. Now, these are your sketching pencils. These have been so busy. £9.99. Over a third of the stock has already gone. We've only had 1 hour with them, and this is our last and final hour with them as well. We didn't spend that long with them as well. You are getting in here 2 of your 8Bs, 2 of your 4Bs, and 2 of your HBs as well. That's what they look like, but they all look the same, don't they? But if I show you this is what you can do with them. So now, a pencil's not just a pencil. A pencil will give you gradient. A pencil will give you shading. A pencil can be the only thing you actually need to start. Now, for £9.99, you're getting so many in there. Now, I think our Sharon is now all on and ready to go. We've popped the batteries in the right way. Budget cuts, you know, we share batteries. She's, I'll introduce you again. Here she is, smooth, suave, sophisticated, big Gary Barlow fan. #1 fan, Gary, if you're watching. Morning. It's our Sharon.
Good morning.
There we go.
Take 2. I'm wired for sound. I'm wired for
Cliff
sound.
Richard, I like all these music references. Let's go back to the introduction that we said, like, it is all down to the tools that you use to get the professional quality that you're after.
Yes, and if I may talk to you, can I talk to you?
Of course you can.
Let
Go on.
me talk to you.
It's your show.
I want to talk to you. It's very important what you use, and you might think that that's just nonsense, but to be honest with you, they say a bad workman always blames his tools, and that is not always true. Trust me, it's not always true. Because you will find that the tools make a heck of a difference. If you're working with paint that doesn't have a lot of pigment in it, you're not going to get a lot of colour on the paper. And if you're working with paper that isn't the good quality paper, it's going to buckle, it's going to do all sorts of strange things, and you will be the one that's disappointed. So trust us when we tell you that. It is the honest truth, you know, Scout's honour. So use good equipment.
It is, and as my Nana says, she doesn't say a lot of things, but some stuff does remind me. My Nana says, if you buy inferior, you will buy twice.
It's true.
And we all do. We all go, oh, I'll have a little go with them watercolour. But we're walking around Wilko's. I know they sell them because I bought my first set from there. Other stores are available. You'll buy them, you'll get them. You'll think, oh, yeah, watercolouring's not for me. I can't do watercolouring. I can't use those because it's not you. It's the products that you're using. Now, once again, £9.99 for a beautiful set of pencils, for our water-soluble pencils, is amazing. Now, I've never used water-soluble pencils, so I'm going to throw this all over the show. Why do I need a set of water-soluble pencils in my life?
Well, it's just different because a lot of us will say, oh, it was fine, my picture was fine until I added colour.
Okay.
Is that not true?
Yes.
And if we can blend and we can mix and we can use that just grayscale to move it around the page instead of having to smudge the dry pencil, how much easier is that going to be? It takes it into painting as well as drawing.
So, first of all, don't be scared of them.
No.
Just use, are they easy to use? Where would we start? Because you're getting your 8Bs, your 4Bs and your HBs. So where do we start in the pack?
In the pack, here they are, everybody. We've got 2 of each, and the numbers on them mean that the HB is the hard one. Okay. So that's the one that you would use for drawing. And then the 4B is softer and 8B is softer than that.
Okay.
Pencils run from HB in the middle, and then as you go up the H's, H1, H2, H3, H4, it gets harder, 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 harder. And from HB, you then go into the Bs, and as it goes up to 6B, 7B, 8B, they get softer, softer, softer. Bigger, bigger lead. That's what you're talking about, really.
Okay, let's see them in action then. How do we use them?
Well, I'm going to use the watercolour paper here. We could use the sketching book if we wanted to. You're going to use the sketching book, aren't you? So it'd be quite interesting.
Yes. I've got the sketching book
to see how we compare with our notes.
Okay.
And what we need to do is put our glasses on. That's the first thing.
Oh.
Hate all this nonsense. Hate all this nonsense. And then I want to go for that's the 8B, I want my HB to start with, all right? Because it says light wash, and this is the good one for drawing with. And you and I are going to have a go at some toadstools. So we're going to grow one stalk, just grow it out of the ground. It's fine, don't panic. Don't panic,
I got Leonie
Mr. Mannering, it's fine. All right, and then we're going to do this ellipse around here like that.
Oh.
All right, and we're not going to do one of these kind of half-moon toadstools. We're going to do something Sharon-esque, so we're going to do this kind of thing. All right?
Oh.
Okay. And then down here, let's just do a little baby. So now we'll just do this sort of flattened oval shape, and let's make the stalk a little bit. It's hugging mummy, look. It's hugging mummy. And we will put some grasses down here and we will start to colour in. But that's our basic starting point. Now if I go up to a 4B now, I want to use this for a bit of shading. That's the HB, Sharon. So I'm getting muddled up, 2 and 2 and 2. So here we are, look, this is the 4B. And I'm imagining my lights coming from over there. And that means everything this side of my toadstool is going to have some shading. Don't worry too much about pencil marks because we're going to turn this into watercolour. And the brush, believe it or not, will soften and smooth all of that out there.
So do we do circles or do we do
I'm just doing straight lines.
Straight lines,
scribbly lines, backwards and forwards. So lots of Zs all close together. And then I want to do exactly the same thing down the stalk. Now we've got to bear in mind that the cap casts a shadow. So I want darkness on that area there. And then I'm going to come down here with all these little Zs and squiggles like that to introduce the shadow down there. Same applies here. I want darkness under this cap. Shadow down on the left hand side, and then I need shadow on this particular circular oval cap here, and the same applies. Half of it we're going to shade. So that all looks pretty scruffy at the moment, but don't stress it. We're going to work into that. When we've done that with our 4B, I now want to move into the 8B, and just for a few little areas here I want to make this corner darker, and you'll feel that this is softer.
Oh, yeah,
it feels softer.
You really can feel the difference with that, and I'm not just saying that, you really can. Just so you wondered why I've gone all quiet, I'm actually drawing along as well.
Yes, we've got Adam helping us today, so it's not just me on my own. So if mine's rubbish,
My colleague down the other end of the counter is going to produce a masterpiece.
Yours will not be rubbish, I can tell you now.
Oh, there you go. Now, next thing we want to do is this under here, the underneath of the cap, we're going to make it dark on this side. So here around this rim, we want it dark. But conversely to what you would expect, everybody, I'm going to leave this light in here and imagine you're getting reflected light up from the ground. This is coming down, bouncing and reflecting back up. So there is method to our madness. Now if we take a brush at this point and just a little bit of water, you don't need an awful lot, so don't go mad with it. And I just want to come in and soften all of that. And then we can use the brush to give ourselves this beautiful edge. We don't need to worry about the pencil marks because suddenly the brush is doing the work. And look at that. I love it.
Oh my word.
Come in here and you can move it around and you can soften it and you can make it smooth. If you don't want to make it smooth, you can add some dots. So if you want it to be a spotty mushroom. But the point is that you can let it dry, you can put more on, you can reactivate it. Just go in when it's dry again and you can move it all over again. So if you've decided you've made some mistakes with it, you can go back. Let's do this side. I like to start with the lighter side first rather than going straight into the dark. It keeps the work clean, and the same applies with watercolour actually. So do that. Then rinse the pigment off, dab off the extra drips, and then come into the clean side.
I've got to do my job. Nearly 40%, I've been told off, nearly 45%. They told me ages ago and they're just like, I've lost you now. And I was like, yeah, you are. Nearly 45% of the pencils now, I should show you, of the pencils now have already gone. £9.99. You don't get the paintbrush, that's mine. 382380 is your item number. Back you go, cool. Right, we're back with you, Sharon, my love.
We're back with me. Lovely. So you see how beautifully smooth and interesting that is. I'm coming into underneath the cap now, the inside. So we soften that. We nudge it, budge it and smudge it. Quite well known for that particular saying.
Ooh, sounds like a night out with Dad Janice, to be honest. She nudges, budges and shoves just to get to the bar.
Oh, lovely. You got to, haven't you? I mean, it's very important. Get to that gin and tonic.
Oh, now we're talking.
There you go. Oh, I've been growing my own oranges at home for gin and tonic. It's been such fun.
Oh, nice.
Now, everybody, the point is when that's wet, if we go back into it quickly whilst it's still damp, it gives us a different kind of brush mark, not brush mark, but a pencil mark. It's darker now. It's more dramatic. It's more exciting. So we can add these little lines, the gills that you find underneath. And because it's still damp, if I come back down some areas now, it will really lay the graphite down. Look at that.
Who is? Debbie is, sorry, that was really very unprofessional of me. Debbie's really enjoying the inspirational demonstrations.
Thank you, Debbie.
I'm guessing it's more you than me, to be honest. But she said, I love Derwent. She says, anything else is false economy. Debbie's words,
oh,
not
bless
mine.
you. They're very good, aren't they? I mean, for goodness sake, they've been going for a long time. And the point is, you know, these were the pencils that most of us were using at school. When we were using school pencils, we were using the Cumberland Pencil Company pencils, and these were Derwent. That's who they were in those days. And they're just lovely.
A toadstool is sort of the easiest place to start. My smaller toadstool's better than my bigger one. I'm not going to lie. But it's a shape that we're all familiar with. It's a shape that we all know.
Yes. And it carries dreams, doesn't it? Because toadstools, when I was a child, my grandmother used to take me for walks in the woods, and she would say that that's where the fairies live, and we would be careful of them, we would be quiet around them. I mean, I know now why she did it. She did this to keep me quiet when we were out walking. But the point is, you know, she's the one that brought the magic to my life when I was a child. She was an amazing woman. And we looked for Snow White's house in the woods whilst we were, you know, out for walks. It was fabulous.
That's what we do with Derek when he's not on a show. We send him to the car park. Go and look for Snow White, Derek. And he does.
Oh,
we've had a question in from Sarah.
Hello, Sarah.
She said, once activated with water and the drawing is finished,
yep,
will the pencil marks smudge when touched?
No, it shouldn't do. If you've put water on it, that won't move. So having, you know, rubbing that now, nothing's coming off on my finger. You will find that pencil will be set with water as a general rule. If you paint watercolours and you draw something underneath, your original sketch is still there, you'll find that once you've put water on it, it will indeed be set and you won't be able to rub it away. So the same applies.
Look at that. £9.99. I'm not halfway near, but this is where I got to. I'm sort of there.
Oh,
Never
fabulous.
used pencils before.
Look at the light underneath that toadstool coming back up into the cap.
To this one. That was the one I did first, and I learned from my mistakes. But it's having a go. It's having a go. We are so busy for these pencils now. Over 2/3 of the stock has already gone £9.99. Even if you sat and drew toadstools all day, you could do them anywhere. Because you could do them on the train, you could do them on the boats, you could do them wherever you wanted to go. Sitting on a plane where you eventually can do them. You can do that as well. You get 2 HBs in there, you get 2 4Bs in there, and 2 8Bs. The higher the number, the harder the pencil is going to be. So you can really get some light and dark. And if it's the only thing your budget will stretch to, I would definitely be getting a set of these if I were you. We're now approaching 70% of the stock has already gone. Right then, we are going to crack on with watercolour pencils. So this is where my journey started. I could wax lyrical about these for hours, for the sheer fact when I started I told myself I'm not going to get caught by the crafting bug. I said I haven't got the time for this, I can't do it. Luckily I was given a set of watercolour pencils, and they were Derwent, and oh my word, how my life has now changed. I look forward to going home so I can sit and just colour. Just sit and colour. Now, I've only got the set of 12. I've seen the other sets that we've got on here, and oh my word, they are phenomenal. But with the set of 12 that you're getting, you're also getting the paper pad as well, and it's down to the paper pad. You're getting 12 sheets in there. It's also down to the paper pad to give you that professional look. For the sheer fact you can use... the word inferior is the wrong word, but you know what I mean, what I'm getting to. You can use other cardstocks, but if it's not made for the right job, it's going to make your work look sloppy. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. When I first started, and all I do is, you know, I stamp, I colour, I move on. I don't do anything with them, I just put them in a box. But I stamp and I colour. I was stamping on the wrong cardstock. So I stamped, I coloured, it smudged, it didn't dry. I thought, oh, it must be me. Obviously, I'm not watching properly at work and stuff like that. But it's a testament to the paper that you use to get the quality results.
Yes, it is. And that's absolutely 100% true. It's not blurb, it's true.
No,
it's true.
If it was me, for this, I would be going for this little set, because you get one. Yes, you get 12 sheets of the watercolour paper that's in here. Remember, it's Derwent paper, it's built with a purpose, it's made with the purpose in mind. I would be cutting them down to make smaller paper, so I would go small. A4 is quite daunting, I find. Especially the big book that I'm working at mine, I find that quite daunting because it's how to fill blank space. But once you've got these pencils...
This is a good case in point, actually, because the piece of paper that you've just offered up with all the swatches on,
yes,
that is the lesser paper. This is the sketching paper that you've been using, all right? Now, look at the difference. If you turn it backwards, people can see that that paper has warped. Can you see?
Yeah, look.
So because I've put water on that and it wasn't designed for water, it's warped. The paper isn't thick enough. It's not good enough for watercolour. And this is why it's important that you have the right type of paper.
And once you've got the right type of paper, though, you're also going to get the pencils included. Now, you get 12 of your colours in there. It's the colours, they are going to be your go-to colours. There's no real colour in there you think, I ain't going to use that. Everything is in there because you can go from the darkest to the lightest. To make them lighter, you add more water. And you've got your colours. So £32.98. You have a full swatch of colours. A nice little giftable for someone if you don't want to break the bank and you think, oh, I'd like to get someone something special. A nice little giftable. You can go for the pad on its own. You can go for the pencils on their own. But it comes nice as a little set. But if you're thinking, I'd like them for myself, maybe a set of 24. Now, you're looking at £38.80 on this with a £9 saving. Obviously, the more pencils, the more savings that we've added on for you. 222439 is your item number. But this time, it is the blends that you can get. You have got that forest with every green that's in there. You can go sepia with your blacks, whites and your monochromes, can't you, with these sets?
Yes, beautiful. This is a very nice set for out and about and painting outside because, of course, you've got, it's just earthy colours, isn't it? Nature.
I love them.
It's nature.
£38.80. All the colourways in there from the most intense. And we all know how to use a pencil. This is what I must stress. We all know how to colour. So literally, obviously, none of us are this good, but well, maybe you are. Well, some of you are. I know you are. I've seen your work. This is what you can achieve just by using those pencils. So those colourways that are there, you can get this. And already, everyone's jumping next door. Everyone is jumping to the 36. I think the penny is slowly dropping. The 12, nice giftable. Nice if you're starting off. 24, you've dipped your toe in the water a little bit, but now you think, actually, I've got a taste for this. The 36, this is sort of the pièce de résistance. This gives you everything more or less that you need.
Yes, I've got very bad habit of buying the smaller sets and then thinking, oh, I do like this, but I don't have the right colour in the right shape, in the right size. You know what it's like, don't you? And I always land up having to buy the extra set, and I'm doubling up. I'm always doing it.
It is worth going for it. If your budget will stretch to double up, you'll look at, obviously, we'll give you flexible payments on this as well. 2 flexible payments, £28.85. Now this is less than the set, your first flexi is less than the set of 12 on their own. Okay, details for the 12 on their own are here, £32.98. For the 36, £28.85. Now, before you jump on the social medias and say, oh, we know this, but we have to put another flexible payment in. Yes, you do in a month's time. It's another flexible payment in a month's time, but but you're not getting half the pencils. You're going to get a full set. And maybe in a month's time, depending on how much you colour, you've only got 12 in there. So where you buy 12 and you think, oh, I could do with them other colours, I'll go and buy another 12 that's a totally different palette. How do you know you're not doubling up? With this, there are no doubles. You are getting every colour singly time. Made no sense. And you're getting every colour on its own. Let me move the bottom of the board so you can see those beautiful array of colours, that rainbow, the kaleidoscope of colours that you're getting in watercolour pencils. We'll be demoing these shortly as well, so do not fear. If you've never used them before, worth to have a go. Something else to have a look at, though. Water solubles. Now, limited stock. Limited stock, and we don't know if we can. We've sent the email. We don't know if we can get any more. It's 10:20. They're in meetings about another meeting probably now. It's what we do here. We like doing that. Or well, no. Oh no, it's coffee time. So they won't get back to us. So if you want them, get to us quick. If you want the pencils, it's worth having a little look. Something else though. If you are into your sort of painting and you're into your sort of media world of painting, not just pencils, we're talking everything, is the SAA that we talk about. This is something that anyone can join. You haven't got to be all in, all gun-ho, as it were, my new phrase. You haven't got to have all the gear and no idea. This will guide you, won't it, Sharon?
Yes, absolutely. They are there to support all artists. Largest kind of community of artists, I think, across the world. It's worldwide. They have in excess of 45,000 members, and they're there to support you, basically. You'll get the magazine every other month. They sell products, so you have a fantastic catalogue. You'll get a free gift. You've got the Jeremy Ford, How to Paint Watercolours. Fabulous artist. Love Jeremy Ford. One of my heroes. Little pack of postcards to paint. Set of 3 colours. 3 nice SAA colours there, paint colours. And you've got lots and lots in addition. Insurance for your artwork if you exhibit. You know, I've had stuff stolen from the walls before now, so, you know, they would cover you for that. And they also have hundreds and hundreds of hours of video on demand.
This is the thing. This is like...
Free.
And there's also a free gift. This is like the Netflix for painters.
It is, actually.
Or for anyone, for drawers, for anyone who likes all the primes. or your Now TV. I have to say 3. This is like this. This is like your little box set in a box. Now, what I'm going to say is don't buy it from me. Okay? Jump to the website, go to the website and scroll all the way down. Where it says description, it will say click here, click. You need to click there because then you get a little free gift. You get your free gift, you get your black pads, and you also get your metallic pencils in there as well. And that's a freebie. Now, I know our Catherine signed up to, well, hasn't our Catherine signed up to, but I know our Catherine signed up to this as well. She used the shop, she now has an easel. She bought a fantastic easel from there, and it's all through the SAA. There's Sharon's on there, Matthew Palmer's on there as well. Everyone is on the SAA that needs to be on there, as it were. But you'll only get the free gift if you buy through the SAA website, not from me. It's very rare I say this, do not buy this from me. Use the link on my website and go to the SAA website for all of your deals. Right then, let's colour back with watercolour pencils. Happy dance. Here we go then, right then. Pencils, limited stock, don't know if I can get them back. The 36 colourway are flying out the door. Details on the screen, it's also on 2 flexible payments. Don't let this put you off. First flexible payment is less than you would pay for a set of 12 across 2 flexible payments. Right then, Sharon, I'm coming back to you. What are you up to?
Coming back to me, right. I want to tell everybody, can I tell everybody while I've got you here?
Of course you can.
If you think about ink tents, we've done ink tents before, haven't we? We've played with those. Now, they are the brash cousin. They're me. They have bling, they have bright colours, and, you know, they're the noisy ones. If you are arty and you like to be a little bit more subtle with your watercolours, these are the ones I think that will appeal to you. There is a difference. They are not permanent. Once they're on here, you can reactivate them. But let me show you. Come down and have a look at the box and see what we're going to do. If you've seen the Derwent boxes before and you haven't realised, you'll find the tins have this little dimple. And that's there simply because if you press the dimple, that will open the box for you. It's just a little tip to enable you to get to that box easily. And what we're going to do here today is just have a little draw of a dragon. I want a little dragon coming out of an egg. I'll use a pale grey so that I can draw it for you. That's half of the shell, everybody. And now we want to do the other half that's broken like this. So we've got a rather strange shaped egg, but inside the egg I want to paint. There's his eyelid. That will be his eye. And a little bit of a grin there, all right? And then we're going to put the top of his head in like this. And somewhere from here, we're going to put in this wing. And then we're going to have the other wing through there. And coming from the back of the egg round here, this is going to be his little tail. And we'll do this lovely kind of arrow shape up there on that tail like that. And because we've used the watercolour pencil, that will now smudge and move as well with what we're going to be painting. I just want to put some spines in the wings to the points like that, down to the middle. And let's have a little go at painting him. Choices here. Let's start with, I'm going to go with lovely blues and greens. I think I'm going to go with these turquoisey greens. And generally, it's a very good idea to have a dark, a medium, and a light colour. So that will do me. I'm going to throw the green in, that pale green. Light from there. Let's move that so you don't have the shadow. And again, don't stress it about getting the colour in there beautifully because our brush is going to do the work for us. So the shell is going to be all these lovely greens and blues. There's the light shining on the top of this. So just throw that in. Literally, just throw it on. Then I've got this gorgeous bluey green here, this teal colour. I'm using, again, the watercolour pad because I want to have this solidity of the paper so that it's not going to warp and crease and give me a problem. And then bring that down halfway. Let's go halfway with that, like that. And then we'll use the darker colour on the bottom edge.
if you're not happy with any of this, you can always come back in later, and once it's dry you can add more colour, you can work over it again. So don't worry about getting everything right the first time. You know, you can work in layers, just like you can with watercolour.
So these are beautiful to work with. They really, really are, and you can tell the difference from, and I'm not knocking any pencil set that I've used in the past, you can really tell the difference with the way the colour moves on the paper. Now you're thinking, I know you're sitting at home going, well, what does he know about it? I only do it for fun. I only do it to doodle. I only do it for colour. I only do it for pleasure. I only do it to pass the time, and it puts me in a happy place, as it were.
Yes.
But using the right paper, using the right pencils, they feel amazing. And as you said earlier, that we can all colour in. And all you're doing is colour in, and what the brushes enables us to do is just makes it smooth.
That's right. It's true. And so, you're right about the feel of it. Something you will never, ever have from a Derwent pencil is that, I don't know how to describe it, that scratch, scratch, scratch as you put it on the paper. It will never, ever, ever happen. Your paint will, if you're using paint like this, or if you're using a normal pencil, wax or an oil pencil, they glide, and that is so important. So important.
It is. They are beautiful, beautiful pencils. They are really, really are stunning pencils to use. Once again, maybe though, let's cross another bridge, because I'm quite happy sitting here at the moment doing this, but I don't normally use a paintbrush. I'm scared of a paintbrush, and I'm only using one now because I'm on the telly and I'm told I have to. Normally I use a water brush because I know the flow of the water. I find it scary dipping my paintbrush into the water because I normally flood my page. If people are scared of using a paintbrush, what tips would you give them about a paintbrush?
One really, really important tip. Next to me I have a piece of tissue, and I don't ever, ever, ever dip my paper, my brush, into the water without doing that. Never. So dip, and on the side, dab, dab, and then come into the artwork. And that will always stop you from that rush of water that comes into your art. So clean, dab, dab, and then offer up to the work. I don't ever, ever put my brush straight on the paper without doing that. And it's just a tap tap. It's not for minutes, it's just a quick tap, but you need to get rid of it.
Look at that.
Now the next thing we're going to do, everybody, is choose a light, a medium and a dark, and we're going to have a little play with this little creature's wings. So here I want all of them to be initially the same colour. I want it contrasting to the shell. I don't want him to be green as well, because it could give us issues with shading and reading it properly. We might get confused with what we're looking at. I'm not going right up to the edges. I'm going to leave that because I shall pull the colour up with the water.
And pencils are, sorry to keep chipping in, I am so sorry. I know
No,
people
that's
don't like
what
me
you're
chipping in
here
all the
for.
time. But they're also forgiving because you haven't got a colour, have you? Because you can just scribble a bit of colour down.
Yes, yes.
Is there a golden rule about going back in? Can we go back in with watercolour pencils, or do we have to wait for everything to dry?
I think that it's easier to wait for it to dry, but having said that, I'll just demonstrate that here actually, because a very good point. I've put the light in. We'll go in a minute, and we'll double up like that. I think that's too dark, so I'm going to come in with this kind of colour next, and I'm painting this on top because now I'll get the two colours showing through each other and mixing. So there is method in my madness. I'm not pressing very hard because I don't want too much of this colour down here. There we go. And then I'm moving ever so quickly. I'm going over the edge of my egg, which is a bit of a nuisance. So apologies for that. But what I wanted to show you, water, dab, dab, and then come in to the paper area first. Always start where it's lightest and then bring it down. Look at that colour change. And now we're seeing both colours blend together. Clean it,
dab, dab. And then we do this. And I think every artist you'll come across on any video will also be dabbing. It's quite a little habit that all of us have with our water and our brushes. There you go, look at that. And then I want to come down through here. So you see how it keeps the tips of the wings light?
Yeah.
That's what I want to do. And if you go into the dark first and pull it up, you'll obliterate that light area. It'll pull the pigment through. So that's wet. Right, what we're going to do now to prove a point to ourselves is come back into the dark, and again, unlike ink tints, you can go in wet. And you get more of a lay down, look at that. So we can pull lines through the wings. And if we go now to the brush and we try and move it, it doesn't move as much, look. It just doesn't move.
Oh, yeah.
So when you want the firm lines, the strong lines, this is the way to do it. Go in when it's wet. And another reason for having good paper, if you tried this on cheaper paper, it would rip the paper to shreds.
Or you get like you get
Yes.
like little bits on your paper, don't you?
It
Like
rolls.
when you keep running it.
Yes. It rips it to shreds.
We are very busy. I have to work. I'm having a lovely little time. Just using something I doodled quickly. You know, something I threw together. This little pen. I had a little pen. I thought I'm going to go for a little scene that you've got there. But this is a case of just watercolour and just doodling.
Oh, that's brilliant. I love that
Obviously,
kind of thing.
I had a little help from Leonie because this is on Let Loose next. The stamps are, but I didn't draw it. I got Leonie to stamp it, and I'm colouring it in. But I love it. I really do enjoy it. The 36 palettes now that I have here are phenomenally neat. Nearly 40% of the stock now has already gone. This is the option everyone is going for on the watercolour way. You are loving the 36 set. £28.85 is what you're going to look at. I daren't tip it anymore because I think they're all going to fall out. 909948 is your item number. Would you like to see a picture, Sharon, from a viewer?
Yes, please.
Claire has sent us this in.
Hello,
this
Claire.
is inspired by Sharon.
Oh, I love it.
She's such a fabulous inspiration and teacher,
I love
she says.
That is
thank
beautiful.
You. Who was that from again? I remember Steve. Claire.
Claire.
That's from our Claire. Beautiful Claire.
That is lovely. I love those colours. They're not my colours at all, are they? I love orange and red. That's beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gavin. You're an inspiration.
That's
So you're an
so
inspiration to
kind of you.
that. Just before I do move on, because you are an inspiration, for those people that may want to get in touch with you, because you are on the old socials.
I am on the
follow
socials,
you.
yes.
Where would people find you if they wanted help and advice?
Come and find me on Facebook and come and find me on YouTube, because if you want lots and lots of videos, I've got a whole station just for me, lots of channels, so lots and lots of tutorials, and I also have a funny little kind of magazine vlog called Sharon Talks Art.
You did very good. Yanis was on it. I watched
He
it.
was, yes, he was, yes.
Yeah, Yanis was on it. He gets everywhere.
That and the travelling brush dippers with Denise, Alan and myself, and we go out and we paint and we talk while we paint,
So
like the two fishermen on TV.
What are we searching for?
Just look up Sharon Hurst on YouTube and you'll find all of that. You'll find the brush dippers too.
There you go. Worth having a little look. So you're not on your own. When you get these home, you are never on your own. Right then, I've been brought to the pastel pencils this time. New for me as well. You're shopping ahead of me, which I absolutely adore. And I want to show you this finished sample in a minute that I knocked up in the break. 383526 is your item number. This is something I quickly drew. I just threw together. You know, I had 10 minutes. I thought I'll quickly do a sample for the show. Look at that. This is beautiful. And just in case, it's not by me, it's all by Sharon. It is stunning. But this is using the pastel pencils. Now, pastel pencils, Sharon, let's go back to basics. So we've used watercolour pencils. We know normal colouring pencils. Pastel pencils, where would we go? Why do I need them?
You want them for softness and for detail. So if you look at one of those cats that is underneath you.
This one?
Yeah. It gives you this lovely, soft, gentle look. So this is my socks at home. Christmas with his bow tie on. And you can see the clarity of the white I use pencils for the little whiskers, but look at the white under his chin and on his muzzle. He's got a white moustache. And, you know, you can't really beat it. It's best to use, if you want this kind of effect, use a coloured paper, but you can use it on any kind of paper and you get some fabulous effects.
It is worth having a look. So I've got 24, if you want 24, £38, 79 pence is what you're looking at with a £9 saving. 383526 is your item number. If that's not enough though, I've got 36. Once again, no colour is repeated in the 36 that you're looking at. Let me move the bottom of the tin just so you can see all those beautiful colourways. You go from white, which is very rare we get a white, but in this one you've got the beautiful snowy white. So if you want to do your snow-capped mountains, if you want to do Christmas scenes, yes, I said it. If you want to do your Christmas scenes, you can do them because you go through the whites, the blacks, the charcoal greys, the smoky greys, through to your autumnal scenes in there, then through to your foresty greens, then into your sea blues and your seaside themes, through to your reds, your oranges, and then all the way up to your pinks as well. Every single tone using your pastels, you're going to get something that looks a little bit like this. Are they water soluble? Can you move them with water?
No, having said that, I have done, and I do find that, again, once you've put a bit of water on them, it does kind of set them a bit.
Oh, so it's worth having. It's worth having a little play with your pencils. You can't really go wrong. The only thing you're going to ruin is a little bit of card. £28 and 85 pence. 120293 is your item number. Now, something I need to tell you back. We've managed to get them back. Oh, we sold out. Oh, we sold them. No, I don't think we did. I think we took them limited. Sold out. There you go. That's what they look like. They've now gone. We don't know if we can do any more. What's the time? They're still in a meeting about a meeting. They've got a meeting later. So that'll be out about 3:15. Right then, just before home time. It's funny that, isn't it? The SAA though. SAA, we're busy on this. Do not buy it from my website. Go on to the scroll down where it says description. Click here for the SAA membership because you are going to get your freebies that's in there. Freebies worth over £20. You're getting your black ink, you're getting your black pad, paper pad that's in there, which would be perfect for your pastel pencils.
Wouldn't it just?
It's like we throw this show together. It's like it's planned. It would work really, really well. Have a look and buy from there because then you get all the little freebies as well. Worth having a little look. Right then, pastel pencils. I'm going to go back to watercolouring down my end. How do we use a pastel pencil?
We use pastel pencils in a fun, different kind of way. And I want to show you, we're going to paint a cat, and we call it painting. Why do we do that? But we do. And I want to do a cat. I want to show you how to sort of blur it all and smudge it. So come with me and let's have a look at this.
Come with me and you'll be in a world of your imagination. Oh, we went all Willy Wonka then.
Don't you be careful, because you and I are going out together, aren't we, in November when we go to see Gary? So, you know, hey-ho.
Gary Barlow.
Now then, pastel pencils are lovely and easy to use, and the only thing that's going to limit you is your imagination. And with this particular one here, I think, do you know, I really fancy doing something a bit off the wall. Am I allowed to do that?
Do whatever you want, it's your show.
I'm going to do this. Right, okay, so here we have an eye, and there is another eye, hopefully the same sort of size. I'm going to put... That is going to be our highlight. We're not going to do anything with that and mess that up. And I want to make that a bit dark down there underneath where his eyebrows would be. So that's a lovely green. And then to give us a bit of light in our pussycat's eyes, I'm coming down with a paler green round here, like that. And then I want to take this little thing. This is a stump, it's a paper stump, and I'm coming in here and I'm going to smudge and blend my colours like that. And see how easy that is? Anybody could do that. Now you can do that with your finger, you can do it with a bit of tissue paper, anything you want to use. I'm just being a real girly because I don't like getting dirty fingers. It's no good, I don't.
I think we've got stumps on the website as well. Check out the website for your paper stumps.
Brilliant. But I don't like, I'm just such a girl over that, I don't like it. So there we go.
That's a girly thing, I'm the same. Well,
are you?
People have said.
My husband is, funnily enough, yes. A friend of mine recently, friend of all of yours, Denise Allen, you all know Denise.
Oh.
She had a professional photo shoot, and the lady who was doing that made her get acrylic ink all up her arms and over her hands to show people what she does for a job.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I would have run a mile.
I think the artist was just having a bit of
I
personal
don't
fun.
run a mile. I don't think I could have stood it. So look, here we go. We're doing a weirdo pussycat, all right, everybody? So the lighter colour on the outside, like this. He's going to be a real fluff ball. This is my socks when he comes in out of the rain, and everything's standing on end. And we have to towel him off. And the joy of these beautiful pencils is, look, we can get these super, super fine lines. And if you're going to do this, keep them beautifully sharp. And we can either do that with lots of artists use a knife, and we'll do it with a scalpel and sharpen them that way. You can buy these dirt cheap. It's a Derwent pastel pencil sharpener. But do not categorically, or I will smack your legs, do not use a good pencil sharpener because it will kill it.
Oh.
So just use something that is like this, designed for it. It's a bit bigger in the barrel, but don't use a good pencil sharpener. If you do inadvertently and it all goes terribly wrong, you need to put a normal graphite pencil through the pencil sharpener, because you'll find that that will sharpen it up again.
We've had more emails.
Oh, go on.
Pauline's emailed in.
Hello, Pauline.
She says, what a fabulous, in capitals, show. Sharon, you're amazing.
Oh, I love you. Thank you.
Please. Totally mesmerising.
Thank you.
Sharon's word this morning were, can we cancel the entire day and just have Sharon on? Sharon's words, not mine.
I've got so much to show you.
There was so much we wanted to show with these pencils and pastels, and we're back with you. I'll be quiet.
There's just so much, and you know, I could stand here and I could demonstrate all day, because it's just wonderful to be with you.
If you want more of Sharon, look up YouTube. You can have her whenever you want, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days of the year. Or you can have Sharon's DVDs, which I've also got on the website as well. Go and check them out. They are there. They're beautiful little DVDs as well. It guides you through projects and scenes.
Absolutely. Got a bit of everything on there. Don't be afraid, everybody, of using different techniques. And by that I mean, if you've got, somebody emailed me this morning and said that they had these sketching pencils in their cupboard, something they'd bought. It was Liz Allen, wasn't it? I remember. And she said she bought them and put them in the cupboard and, you know, hadn't used them. She needed to get them out again. If that's the case, pull out what you have and play with it, because you might get some lovely surprises, having been enthused, I hope, with what we're doing here. And don't be afraid to mix it all up. And as I said, with something like pastels, I discovered on holiday, because I was desperate and I didn't want them to smudge, I added some water, and lo and behold, they suddenly became a little more permanent. Hairspray, girls. I'm sorry, your fellas out there might be using hairspray, but hairspray will set it, as long as you're not going to sell it and you're not sort of thinking you want it to last 100 years. But, you know, you can use just a quick blitz of hairspray, hold it over the bath, and that will hold the pastel. Oh, look, we've got the it's all in the eyes, everybody. It's all in the eyes. Get those eyes right, and you'll find that, you know, you will be able to look into this little face. Look, we've got the ears is going in. Look,
I have an update. Oh, look, it looks like a blue bag puss. But what am I saying? What am I doing? Sorry, I got carried away with this again. If you want pastels is what I'm doing. If you want pastels are on the screen now. £28, 85 pence. Busy for your pastels. 120293 is your item number. Right, I'm back in the room. Watercolor pencils, 36 is what we're looking at now. Very, very busy. 50% of the stock now has already gone. I am in my element. Luckily, Leonie stamped them out for me before the hour, but look at this now. Going in with a little bit of water, but that is using your watercolor pencils. If you like the stamps, Leonie's got them next hour. We are busy. Now, I mean, if your budget won't stretch, I totally understand if your budget won't stretch to this. 2 flexible payments of £28.85. I understand we're coming towards the end of the month, maybe, but it is only £28.85. I know, I use the word only. But if your budget won't stretch, I've got so many more ranges, all the way down to 12. Other sizes are on the website. Check out the website. You'll find all my sizes on there. You've got things like a pack of 12. You've got your Derwent paper, which is in there, which is always handy to have, a good style of your paper. Then you've got your tinted charcoals that we're going to talk about now as well. I didn't realise you could get tinted charcoals. So that is what we're going to look at. Then that's what we'll look at now. I just tried to find out where I am on the counter. So these are your Derwent tinted charcoals. You're getting 24 is what you're getting in the pack itself. These are brand new. I've not seen these before as well. Brand new today. These look a little chunky monkeys. What do I do with surely charcoal's just black?
No, it's not. Not now. Not since Derwent have been at it.
Oh.
All this later, we are so lucky at the moment because we've got so much innovation with our art materials. You know, there are new things coming through all of the time. Basically, I think the answer to this is if people like the pastels and you enjoy using pastel, how about ringing the changes? And if you're not quite that excitable with the colour, once again, you like to work with things that are more naturalistic, this is the one for you, all right? Look at the colours, because these are, again, the colours that you would use if you were out and about and you were painting and you were drawing outside. And again, it gives you this gorgeous ability to be able to smudge it. So choices here, you can smudge if you're using this tinted charcoal, but if you want to use water, then you would be using the Graphitint because it's the same but different.
So now, because when you think charcoal, you think, oh, here we go, messy fingers, everything I touch, the door, the window, the dog, the wall, is going to be covered
the dog.
with charcoal little footprints, isn't it? Because it's all that bad. But now it's in pencil form. You can have a go and sketch if you want in charcoal, because we know how to hold it, and otherwise you're holding it away because they come in them really thin little strips and you're scared of snapping it. Now you have it in pencil form and you've got all colourways to go. 2 flexible payments of £20. Have a go. Do not be scared. Now, I'm just hearing in my ears, someone, I know who you are, I will be round, is trying to get the SAA through us. You've got it in your basket on our website. Now, what I'm going to tell you to do is take it out your basket. If you've got the SAA in your basket now, yes, I'm talking to you, missus. Oh, you've took it out. Well done. Let me show you what you need to do, though. So go back onto the same page you were on, scroll all the way to the bottom where it says description, and click here for SAA membership. Then purchase through the SAA. Do not buy it through my do not put it in your basket. This is the only thing you do not buy through the craft store. Otherwise, you won't get your free gift. And I want you to get your money's worth. I want you to get that over £20 worth of free gift. Well done for taking it out your basket. I won't be round anymore. Unless you've got a cream horn or a bit of Battenberg. Then I'm there. Right, we've got 4 minutes. What do you want to show me?
Oh my goodness, 4 minutes. This is the charcoal. So beautiful. Look at that. Beautiful sweeps. So you're able to use the side of the pencil to get that gorgeous sweep, but you can also come in for the finesse of the fine line, and this is the joy of it. So it's a mixture between charcoal and pencil and pastel pencil. I mean, it's just, the colours are gorgeous. Again, we can come in here with something like our stump or our finger, and you see that blends even easier than the pastel. Look at that. So for all sorts of gorgeous ways of using this, and as I say, you can set this in the same way. You can come in that with a spray, you can use hairspray, but we can also, I've discovered that if I just paint over my charcoal, discovered this on holiday in a bar in Spain.
Oh, sounds good to me.
Yes, lovely cocktail. But if we paint
pina colada.
over it, no, it was something horrendous like sex on the beach, I think. Sorry, but you asked.
No, I did. I did indeed. Well, there you go. That was a cocktail we were talking about, not what she did on holiday.
Oh, no, I don't do that on holiday, thank you.
What? So it's 11.
Oh dear, we apologise to our clientele at this point. Now, bear in mind, peoples, he's still giggling. If I go into this paper, there it is. You know, Adam was talking about the pilling that we can get here, look, because I've hurt the paper. The paper is not up to it. So if I'm doing this, I would need to do it with the proper watercolour pad. All right?
We've got about 2 minutes left. Where's this hour gone?
I don't know. Somebody's stolen it.
I have had a lovely hour.
So have I.
It's been absolutely beautiful. I think my one viewer has also enjoyed it as well.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Remember,
Yes,
if you want more of our Sharon, you can look her up on the YouTube. She's on the Facebook as well. It's definitely worth a little look. It really is worth definitely have a little catch-up with that one. If I was you, I'm going to stop playing at this point because I've got to round up the show. But we are very, very busy. Shall I show you what I did? We're using tinted charcoals. This is what I've created with the watercolour pencils that we've got just there. So
That is lovely. Isn't that lovely? It's subtle and it's gentle and it's fun.
But you can do this. And all it was is a bit of scribble and going over with a paintbrush. But you can do it as well. It's worth having a little go if I was you. Let's go back to your tinted charcoals that we've got them on the screen. We've only got a minute left of this. £39 and 99 pence. 711308 is your item number for this one. It's worth having a go if you've never used charcoal before. You're thinking, I'd like to go, but it's messy. There's no mess. And we're talking quality. We're talking the big name of Derwent is what we're talking when we're talking these. Saving of £10 on this one is what we're looking at. Right then, you've seen everything. I've got from watercolour pencils, I've got your pastel pencils, I've got your tinted charcoals, and I've also got your graphic tints as well on the show that we didn't even manage to get to. I've got 30 seconds left, Sharon. Thank you ever so much.
Oh, thank you.
It's been an absolute blast, and thank you for getting me to colour, because I said no in the meeting.
You got there, though,
and
didn't
we did
you?
it in the end. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, from mushrooms to a seascape. This could be you. And it does, if you haven't even got to do it professionally. Maybe it's just an hour that you've got, 30 minutes, 15 minutes while you're sitting outside in the sun, or while you're at that pub garden. Go on, you know you want to. You can take them anywhere. It's a craft that you can do on the go, and you can pick up and put down whenever you want to pick it up and put it down. You won't be disappointed. You really, really won't. Only go to where your budget will go to, and I'll see you in an hour's time. Check out Sharon on the YouTubes and on the Facebooks as well, and I'll see you very, very shortly. See you later. Yes, indeed. Let Leona loose. If you like the stamps that I was colouring in, they're on Let Loose next. They are going to be busy. Then we're easy quilting with the Queen of the Sea, Miss Jenny Raymond. Then it's Make It Joe is in the building.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Good morning to you. That was like all the hairstyles of Leonie all in one go. It's great to have your company. Yes, we are letting Leonie loose, and we've got a marvellous show lined up for you with some excellent stamps to build and create your own scenes. But there's something missing from this scene, and it's our Leonie, yes. Hey. So, she can really craft.
Oh, you can really craft.
Oh, I go craft, craft, craft.
And I go craft, craft, craft.
You can craft, I can craft. What a coincidence. Craft.
I wonder if I think we're allowed to sing, aren't we?
I've got no idea.
Well,
we've just done our own.
It doesn't sound like we were singing anyway. It's safe.
No.
We're safe. Now, hello and welcome. I know, what was that? I've got a TikTok tune stuck in my head and it's on repeat, so me and Janice did our own version. Anyway, it is lovely to have your company. Very excited about this hour. We are talking about art inspirations. And if you haven't seen Art Inspirations yet, Art Inspirations work with incredible artists to bring us original artwork that we can use in all our crafting, whether it be card making, whether it be our beautiful art journals, our memory books, our planners. This artist, our Parisian art, I mean, he is amazing. Brian, he actually he's such an incredible artist. Now, I think this is the third release now, but I'm going to warn you, every time they have been super, super busy. And already 10% of the big collection has gone. They're phenomenal. I mean, you have got so many designs and they are, as usual, they're so, so cool. I love that one. I will show you in more detail in a few seconds' time, but they are just amazing. In fact, as we have a little look down this one, there's so many details on this. Now, you can see at the top, so you've got, hold on. Now, that was the one we've just looked at, so that was the island, which was the previous stamps list, not the one you're going to see. So on this stamp, you've got, there's sort of little elements with this, so you can build up your own phenomenal little town. And this is the thing with Brian's art stamps. You can do so much with them. I love that one. Now, that is actually the pub. So with this collection, what you've got all the different boats, you've got your different islands. I love the next one, which is these wonderful little huts on the stilts. I mean, that is such a beautiful stamp plate. But then you can see you've got your houses that are all separate, and that means obviously you can build up your own scene completely. And it's got beautiful sentiments on that as well. The next one, I adore this one. I just think this is quite serene. Obviously at the top you've got the sort of broken down elements, so you've got the stilts on there again, so you can create your own houses however you want to. And I love this. The little boat, isn't that beautiful? So if you've seen Brian's artwork before, you'll recognise. Can we go back to the ones I didn't talk through as well? Because I know you've seen them, but because I didn't talk through them, where were they? I don't know which way we started. Was it that side we started? Yeah, the ones that when I were talking, we were looking at so I didn't get to talk through them. So with this one, what you've actually got, this is the first of the houseboat, but this is a houseboat by Brian. So obviously it's utterly different. You know, it's got that quirkiness. You've got all the separate stamps as well, so you can build up that collection. I'm going to have to spin it around because I can't read the sentiments. Oh, this is lovely by Rumi. You are not a drop in the ocean, you are the entire ocean in a drop. How fabulous is that? And then, head in a shed. Love that.
Oh gosh, I've got my head in a shed. So that's your first set of stamps, which is amazing. And can I just say to Alison and Rizwana, you are amazing. I think Rizwana's done that one. Isn't that just so cool? Just phenomenal, phenomenal. So the next stamp set that we've got here, and again, absolutely beautiful. So you'll see, I'm going to spin this one actually, because otherwise you can't actually see it properly. So that's the island one. So with this one, you've got that beautiful, beautiful, I love that. Look at the detail on that. You've got all them lovely little boats. Now, when you look at that properly, those boats, they look like they've been shipwrecked, but actually a lot of them look like they've been turned into little houses. So I don't know if it's actually an island that has been repurposed, and they've actually got those beautiful little boats and repurposed them into little houses and things. That's what I think they've done with this. And you'll be able to see from the sample. I mean, it is absolutely sensational. The detail is beautiful. Look at the pier. And you've got the little seagulls there, and you can see the little boats that look like they've been repurposed. I love that stamp. That is seriously cool, and that is beautiful, beautiful card from Rizwana. And then, of course, we have got the big pub as well, and the A4 one. Now, with the A4 one, you can get that on its own, and it's got a £5 saving. So, if I talk to you about money, because that is going to zoom in at the bottom. Now, you do get a £5 saving on that, so you can get it for £24.99. It should be more than that, £5 more, obviously. The A4 ones always fly out. Now, that £5 saving has been carried forward into your bundle. Okay, if you're a Freedom member, you're saving £16.49 plus that £5. So it's actually £21.49 for a Freedom member. No postage. I mean, that is a massive, massive saving. Basically, you're almost getting that big one for free for Freedom members, especially if you had your posting. You are, aren't you? When you had your posting. It's such a good value for money, kitties. And you can spread the cost over 3 months. £25.49, which is, yeah, the first payment is your well, that should have been your A4, but actually you're getting all the sets, all 5 sets. Let me show you more finished samples. I love this. Look at this, because this is so cool. I'm just going to drop a couple of these so I can actually see you for now, because have a little look at this. This is so cool. It's from Rizwana, and she's done, look. Isn't that amazing? When I saw that, it was like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. She's used tea and coffee to dye the papers, distress oxides around the edge. Honestly, I love it. She's taken the island, she's taken the extra island that you get in the to extender island. She's put the little boat in the front there. Honestly, that is fantastic, Rizwana. Thank you. It's just so cool and clever. I'll show you more. I love it. Absolutely love it. And this is what you can do. This is why with these stamps they allow you to be super creative. Have a look at this one from Alison. Now, I love this stamp. There's something so calm about that, isn't it? It's just one of those images that's just idyllic, you know. It's just beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I love the way she's done it there, because she hasn't used that many colours. On this one by Rizwana, just more colours, but again, that real dreaminess. I love that. I think that is absolutely exquisite. Take a look at this one by Alison. And that is just lovely, you know, creating that beautiful scene. That boat, I love that boat. It's almost like, because it's got a bit of bunting, that's your party boat, isn't it? I love it. It's just, again, I say this is the lovely thing about art inspirations. They bring original artwork. Please look up, and you'll see Brijan on Instagram. Please look up Brijan's art, because honestly, his work is just phenomenal. It brings so many incredible designs to us, but oh my gosh, he creates even more. So please look him up. I mean, this is amazing. The detail of that is a proper little old pub, isn't it? Can you imagine that floating around? I mean, it's hardly floating, to be fair, is it? It's super cool, absolutely amazing. And this one, you see, Rizwana has taken the stamps, and again, this is what you can do. You can build your own. So she's taken that one, And that's the way the stamps are. In fact, it's the other one, isn't it? It's the separate little stamps, and she's built her own little scene there, which, again, I just think is magnificent. There's so much you can do. Right, I'll show you one more, and then we better get demoing, haven't we? Now, if you do want to get hold of this, as usual, it is busy. In fact, the big bundle, the brand new big bundle, 20% of the stock has gone. If you do want this, you need to be checking out your baskets. If you don't check your baskets out, you might miss out. We have had sellouts of Brian's stuff in the past. If you want to get yours, make sure you're checking those baskets out. Oh, honestly, they are so cool. 092 474, that's your item number. Now, we are going to, we've also got on the show today, I think this was the first collection from Brian, and this is a Magic and Wonder collection. Oh, and I tell you what, if you haven't got this one, if you did miss out on this one, it's amazing. Back in stock, it absolutely flew. So if you do want to get hold of that, just 84.95. And the thing is with these, when you look at that, I mean, you're gorgeous. You know, you can create an island and you can put those on your island. Do you know what I mean? You can actually use these in conjunction with the brand new stamps. There's so many things you can do to mix and match these. It's one of those that... seriously, you just need to experiment. It's just so fun. It's a gift that keeps on giving, quite frankly. If you do want that collection, please have a look at that on the website so you can see it in more detail. But it's absolutely stunning. 3 payments, 28.32 for that one, and it is back in stock. We did sell out previously on that one. 878198. Okay, let's get crafting. So I'm going to take, first of all, this one. I love this. I just think it's exquisite. It's one of those stamp sets that's got so many different options. And I'm going to run through. I'm not going to spend ages colouring in. I just wanted to show you some options of what you can do with it. Okay, because it's such an incredible stamp. And this is the thing with these stamps. They are the good quality stamps. They are made in the UK. But they're not just it's not like I'm only going to be doing that one thing with these. They give you so many beautiful options. Now, I'll put this on my block. I'll pick this block out, but I might be... Yes, it fits. Okay, now, what you definitely want to do is make sure you've got a nice juicy ink pad. So, just move that, Leonie. Now, you can see, as I start to ink that up, you can see the detail come through. I love this one. I love those lines of in the sky. I think that looks really, really interesting. I do adore all the detail here. It's just... oh, it's so cool. And again, I think if you're already familiar with Brian's artwork, you will immediately fall in love with this. It's one of those that just... it just adds to the collections that you've already got. If you're brand new to this artwork, you will love it. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. I adore the fact we are able to work with proper artwork. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to stamp on that. I was going to stamp on that and then realised I was making a rod for my own back. So I'm not going to do that because that's daft, isn't it? Get a piece of card instead. Now, I've been faffing, and because I've been faffing, I am going to make sure that's nice and juicy, like so. Okay, so let's stamp. So I'm going onto my cardstock. I was going to go onto my art journal, but I knew if I went onto my art journal, because of it's ring bound, I know I'd hit the rings, and I didn't want to do that. So just inking and stamping. So now with this stamp, I'm making sure I'm getting all that detail, so I'm letting the ink sit into the card, and then I know I'm going to get that beautiful, pristine image. And I mean, the image is just dreamy. There is something really quite gorgeous about that. Isn't that such a gorgeous image? It's just so relaxing and serene and beautiful. Now, obviously with something like that, you can colour it in so many different ways. I do like the fact that you have got it within the frame. I think that looks beautiful. You could make the quickest card with that, quite frankly, you know, and then start colouring it in. What I wanted to show you, though, on this one stamp set, so you've got that stamp, which is absolutely exquisite, but on the same stamp set, And this is what I wanted to show you, because I find this really cool, because on the same stamp set you've got all your other little stamps. So what I'm going to do, and I should have dug out my ink first, but I went and forgot. I'll tell you why I didn't dig out my ink first, because I were faffing about. I were colouring in, and I got all carried away colouring in and faffing. That's why I didn't dig my ink out first. So I'm just going to dig my ink out, and I'm going to get, oh, in fact, because I'm using these, sorry folks, I am really faffing, aren't I? I'm going to get my elements from, oh, do you know what? It's funny, because I feel very chilled out today, because I think because I'm working with these stamps, very chilled out. But actually, it's really, really, really busy. In fact, a quarter of the stock has gone. So if you do want these are absolutely brand new. Please do not hesitate. But honestly, Art Inspirations, we have sellout shows time and time again. If you do not want to miss out on this, if you want to get these stamps delivered to your door and make the most out of these, you do need to join. Well, you don't need to join Freedom, but that's where you're going to get your better deal. It is absolutely worth it. In fact, if you're not joining Freedom, I mean, you're paying way more for your collection. So why wouldn't you join Freedom today and make that amazing saving? But don't miss out on them. They're gorgeous. I cannot wait to see what you do with yours. I mean, seeing what Rizwana and Alison have created is just amazing. And I know that when you get these home, you will love them. Do not miss this collection. And oh yeah, it's seeing what people do. And you know what? If you are creating anything and put it on Instagram, if you put hashtag Let Leonie Loose, it means that I'll be able to see stuff that you've made. And I like that, because it means I can be very nosy. If you would, that'd be nice. Thank you very much. Okay, so just a little background. And then, now, in this stamp set, you've got these words, and your sentiments in here. So it says calm, serene, peace, tranquil, rest, dream, meditate, still, relax. Because when you look at these stamps, that's absolutely what it evokes. You know, it evokes that calmness. It evokes that sort of chilled out nature. And that's exactly what I want to do. But I want to use that stamp as a background. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stamp on here. So this is obviously my first generation. This is second generation. And my second generation is the one I'm after, because I want this to be my background. But I'm creating two backgrounds, obviously. So that one is my first generation background. This, my second generation background. Like that. And I like that because it'll be nice and chilled. So move that out my way, pop that there, like that, and that one there, like that. So I've got that really nice sort of, I might do it all over actually. Oh, here she goes. Here she goes, she's getting carried away. 5 minutes in. There we go. Do it a bit quicker, Leonie. Told you, it's the stamps. It's because it's seaside, isn't it? And it just makes you feel calm. But it's not really seaside-y, is this collection. This collection's more, it is more, oh, I'm going to do it the other way. Oh, I could have done that with this, actually. I quite like that. Is it too late? It's never too late. Do it the other way, too. Yeah, it's more kind of Castaway, isn't it, this collection? It's not seaside-y. It's proper. Yeah, it is. It is sort of Swiss Family Robinson, absolutely. And it's more that kind of, yeah, out to sea. Okay, right there. That's okay. I'm happy with that. So, a lovely background with that stamp. It's a really nice stamp, is that? It's another one of those that you can do tons with. It's and that's obviously my extra background, if you will. So pop that to one side, pop that to one side. Now let's start building. So we've got on this stamp set, you've got your main image, but then you've got all these little images, and this is what I love about these, because this will allow me to build up my own little town and my own little, you know, my own little space. And I just think that is, yeah, well cool. This is my own little village. So where have I put my stamping blocks? Oh, I drive myself mad, folks. I did have them right next to me, but there it is, right next to me still. If I don't put it literally right next to me, we've got issues. I'm going to stamp these in black, but actually I think on this background they would actually look quite nice in a grey, you know, something not quite as intense. And now I haven't created any masks for this, but they would also look beautiful masked. And then you could do, you know, oh, now I haven't got the pristine, can you see that isn't pristine? I'm not worried about that. Please don't beat yourself up. If it's not 100%, it's fine. Because what we can do is obviously just do, get our little pen in and finish that off in a few seconds time. It's not a big deal at all. So take my other little one, like that, just a few short taps. That one's going to be about there, like this. Boom. So that one's sat just behind that one. Oh, I love these. And then let's take, there's a teeny tiny one here as well. This is well cute. Imagine living in this village. There we go. And this one is going to sit just about here, like that. So mine aren't connected. Love it. Absolutely love this. And then let's take, let us take the little, I might have some steps. Where shall I put my steps? No, I'm not going to put my steps in yet. I'm going to have one more little one, and I'm going to pop him. So this is my little nester houses, but this one, I think this one is going to be more over here, like this. So that one's a little bit on his own. This one is owned by someone grumpy that they don't speak to often. This is the doghouse in it. When you've been dead naughty or a bit too grumpy, oh, off to doghouse you go. And let's have a see if I'm doing the ladders the right way around, because I'm probably not. So little ladders are going down there like that. So you've even got your little ladders. So your little ladders can come from the main one down like that. Which, isn't that cool? Look at the ladders. I've put my own ladders in. The grumpy one hasn't got any ladders. I mean, you have got another pair of ladders, so you could effectively put that one up, but you're not doing. I tell you what I'm going to add, though, because let me just have a see where I saw it. Right, so you've got all your other elements. Like in this one, because this is really cute, right? This is my little village, but I could have in this one, look, you've got a little light. So if I wanted to, I mean, really, this village, it shouldn't have, but it's not electricity. This is it's a candle. But look, I can put a little lamp on there as well. I mean, realistically, the one who's grumpy. The reason he's grumpy and the reason nobody likes him is because he's got an aerial and he actually watches television. Yeah, it's like they don't speak to him because he's sat there watching telly really late at night. Everyone else is really serene, and he's but what I do love, yeah, he's watching us. What I do love, look, you could actually have bunting up. I'm not going to put bunting because I'm getting a bit carried away with that. I'm getting carried away with putting all my little extras. Then what I do, just get my lovely little pens. Now, anywhere where I've missed, because I have missed a little bit here, but this isn't a problem because this is where you come in. And the way I love this about Brian's artwork, because it does leave it quite open to interpretation for you. So if you want to, you can just put a little bit of scribbly line in there, and Bob's your uncle. And there's quite a lot of shadows in it, which means for colouring in, it's nice and easy as well. Because look, you just fill that space in, and you never know it went a bit dodgy with your stamping. And I do think that is one of the massive benefits, because if your stamping does go a little bit skew-whiffy, don't worry at all. So I love that. And then when you look on Brian's original artwork, what if I just put my stamp? You can see there, you know, there's some underneath, there's some wobbly lines. So they look like the stilts are in the water, or it looks like, you know, the reflection. So, and it's funny actually, because this is where I'm rubbish. I don't know how to sort of make things look like they're not just floating. You know what I mean? But that's the thing that you need to do. So put your little squibbly line in, so that, like Brian's done for you on the other one, so that looks like there's actually water in there. And they're not just sort of floating in the middle of the sky. I mean, you could obviously put other little wibbly bits of water. So again, it looks like you've got a horizon going on there if you want to. And of course you can add more colour into it. I kind of like that background though. I kind of like that. If you did want to, and I'm not going to get heavy with the colour because I don't want to spend ages colouring in, but a tiny bit of colour would look quite fabulous. So if I just take my watercolour pencils, like so. And did you see what our Adam did in the last hour? Because he used a Brian stamp. And he was using watercolour pencils with our Sharon. It looked really good as well. So, just doing that. And you could use watercolour pencils. I've also got my fine liner pens. This is honestly, for my fine liners, these are incredible images. Good grief. Right, it is really busy. I know I'm super chilled out at the minute, but actually over a third of the stock has gone. So if you do want to get hold of this, you absolutely have to check your baskets out. Apparently Art Inspirations were more, this time they were like, okay, it sells out every time we have Brian. So they did try and think about this and get extra stock in, but it's still flying. So please do not miss out on this. I tell you what, if you've got any of Brian's releases, any past releases with the Art Inspirations, we would love to see pictures, because I know you must have, because they've been so busy in the past. So we know you've invested in Brian's artwork before. What have you done? Why do you love it? Is this just going to add to the collection? You know, tell me why you're going for this today. So I'm just, and I do like this, so I've already put in my colour with my pencil, but then take my pen. And I like working with the pen and the pencil, because then the pen it's stronger, but you can just get all those extra, you know, that extra detail going on there. See? So just coming round like this, and then just coming round the top as well. Oh yeah, that's very close. Thanks, love. As long as you're looking at me, not my face that close, I'm all right. If you look at my face that close, I'll never speak to you again. How to fall out with a presenter. It's like, oh my gosh. It's funny when folk at home, when they're getting camera ready, sometimes they do come really close to us just to make sure it's all, you know, focused. Oh my gosh, it's awful, because you can see yourself in the monitor, what we've got in front of us, and it's like, oh, that's my face. But you know, when you can see like every pin, oh, it's vile. Anyway, there you go. There's worse things in life than that, isn't there? That's what they say to us. That's it for. It's for that. I think they just do it because they know it winds us up. Is that the truth? It's the truth. Right, I'm playing now. I'll stop playing and let Janice do a reminder. But all I'm doing, I'm just playing. I'm just having a lovely time now, because I'm just colouring in. And this is exactly what you'll do. You'll start just having a lovely time, because the detail is there. And you can be scribbly. You know, his artwork is quite free. There's a lot of detail, but it's quite free. So don't look at this and think, I'm not going to be able to colour that in. Look at all the detail. Look at this and go, okay, that's a really loose line. That's okay. It's okay if it is a little bit scribbly, if it's not detailed. And that gives you a whole amount of freedom. I will finish this off. I'll put ink round there. In fact, let me just show you, because actually, if I put that ink round the edge, it'll make it a really pop then. I might pop a little bit of hickory smoke. Oh, yes, cheeky bit of hickory smoke. And I'm going to, oh, do you know what? You see, I've tidied up. Tidying up is rubbish. Yeah, I'm not going to do it because I've tidied up and I don't know where I've put everything. So what I'll tell you is I'm going to put grey around the outside. That'll frame it beautifully, and then I will put a sentiment there as well. That's what I'll do. I'll finish it off while Janice is giving you a little reminder.
Oh, I
Over
love
to you.
that. I love that. Isn't that
I love
lovely?
it.
With
I
all those
love
words
that,
in the background.
You know, you've got on that stamp set, you've got your main image,
Yes.
but then you've got the one so you can build it and it's whatever you want it to be.
I think that's terrific because you can keep going, you can elongate it, you can make it full if you want to. And how about using these with fabric as well to make some fabulous patterns? I want to show you some samples to give you inspiration because this really is incredible when you see the artist's work that's been done here. But this is something you can do at home. Because you're stamping the main image, all you need to do then is take your colour to that image and bring it to life. Even if you're just toning it down and using the vintage style brown tones on here, almost like tea stain. You know, when you were a kid, you used to make your treasure maps. Talking of treasure maps, I've got one to show you in a moment's time. But also adding your colours. Maybe do your background first and then stamp over that if you feel confident in that manner. You can make them quite whimsical as well, so they don't have to be vintage or piratey or anything like that. You can make them quite whimsical. I mean, this is a lovely card with bright colour in there, bringing that green element into the two huts that are connected via that bridge. And again, using the beautiful balloons there just to give that background, and then you've got the text in the background as well. You might have some stamps at home that you can use these with to really bring out those beautiful details. Isn't this incredible? And again, a stencil maybe in the background, and then using a lighter colour on the roofs if they've been made of straw or grass, for example. It doesn't always have to be stilts in the sea. This could be stilts in the forest. Maybe put some trees in the background because these could become tree houses if you wanted them to be like so. But if you are into your boats and your treasure hunts and your shipwrecks, look at that, Paradise Island. Absolutely, again, incredible to add the details to the background. Just use the black of the stamps to bring those images forward. Not always colour though, just two samples to show you. I wanted to show you that one because you've got the simple element there. Could look like a pencil drawing. In fact, you could use some of your charcoal penciling or maybe your pastels to bring out the detail in that. And then, no colouring whatsoever, but using your embossing powders. Changes it completely, doesn't it? Almost, actually, you could use these at Halloween time because that's quite Halloween-y, quite haunted house, yeah. 092474 is your item number. It's a fantastic collection, and you've got the opportunity to split the cost over 3 months. Rather than splitting the collection over 3 months, we'll send everything out at the same time and we'll divide the cost over 3 months. It's a great way to buy from us. But there is a Freedom price on there as well. Freedom members pay no P&P, or you don't pay any P&P, should I say, and you get great discounts as well. Now, you can buy the stamps individually. Let's run through them for you. And the bottom details at the screen, I'll start again. Details at the bottom of the screen, too many words. Some would say it's my job. At the bottom of the screen, you've got the item number and the details for the individual stamp collections. So the first one is, this one is the head in a shed. I love that saying as well. Head in a shed. I've always got my head in a shed somewhere. I'm either in a shed or I've got my head in a shed or the shed's in my head at some point. I had a man come round to fix my shed yesterday. That was an experience. He was a man in my shed. In my head. And that is a great stamp set for you, and it's only £16.99. Some great images in there, actually, some fabulous images. And you could also break those down. You could just have the boat part of that particular boat house, or you could have the house without the boat. So think about that and building up. Your next set, you've got your little treasure. And the details at the bottom of the screen for that. You can see there, £16.99. This is going to get you that. You could use this as a treasure map. In fact, I've got a sample here to show you to put that into context, because I keep saying treasure map. Imagine doing that with the grandkids or the children, or just being a big kid yourself. I love that. What a great idea. You could also use this on fabric. It'd look good on fabric. Brilliant. £16.99. Yes, the real treasure are the memories you're going to make. Oh, that's from Ross, our producer. Oh, he's a big softie, isn't he? He really is. Oh, right. The next one we've got for you, separately again, details at the bottom of the screen, along with the item number, is your A4 set. So you've got a substantial set of stamps here for really building and bringing together that village element, that townscape. And again, you can start adding onto this and breaking it up as well with your masking techniques. £24.99, and you've got all of those added extra elements in there as well. And you've got a piece of artwork showing that off beautifully. The Ramshackle Inn. I'd like to go there. I like a little bit of ramshackle. I really do. I really do. So there's your details again at the bottom of the screen, £24.99. But you'll see at the side of the screen, you've got that wonderful price of Freedom members. Remember, you get bigger discounts, £76.46, but we will divide the cost over 3 months for you. It's a great way to buy. And finally, we've got one more for you. We've got two more for you. We've got your Serene. I really like this. This is quite intriguing because you've got the stripes at the top which emulate the sky. Again, you could leave them just as they are or just as it is. I've got a couple of samples here to show you what I mean. Because if you stamp in colour, and I think this has had some kind of glitter paint onto it or glitter watercolour, that looks fabulous, doesn't it? So you can see the stripes in there from that stamp set. £16.99. The birds are fabulous. I was going to say that. Yeah, the birds are lovely. Just within those lines, so clear. You could colour those in if you want to, but just leaving them with that white background is very, very effective, isn't it? £16.99. Really like that because that is a card topper instantly, isn't it? That is absolutely fantastic. I do like that. I do like that. And then finally, we've got a Sail Away for you. And Sail Away, you've got the houses in there. And you've also got the boat as well. Again, use your masking techniques, take the houses away that are on the boat currently and interchange it if you want to. £16.99, 014142 is your item number there individually, but I'm sure you'll agree the best value for money is when we bring them all together and divide the cost over 3 months. Now, back in stock, what have we got back in stock for you? Magic and Wonder back in stock for you, the Magic and Wonder. And this was a previous collection that had previously sold out. And we'll bring up a picture of that. There you go. There it is. It's previously sold out, but it's back. And this incorporates some really cool trees, some really good shapes in this particular collection. And I think they both would work together if you use your imagination and bring them together. So we'll bring up the details for that and we'll show you that particular collection live. It's a flexi buy, so we can divide the cost of this as well. So you can divide this into 3 payments. 878193 is your item number. I'm sure you'll agree with the samples that you can see around here and the stamps that you've got, 54 in total. Again, you can start to build some beautiful scenes, some whimsical scenes. You can make it as dark or as wintry as you like, as whimsical as you like, a fantasy style as you like. All you need to do, and that's the beauty of this stamp set, is just add the colours. But if you wanted to get a fine liner pen as well and add a little bit of detail, extend that detail, it could also set you off on your journey of your own drawings and discovery as well. 3 payments of £28.32, 878193 is your item number. I just want to put a face on that cloud. I think that cloud with the lines behind it gives it a little bit of movement. We can see there. It's almost like it's blowing along. And I just feel I need to put a little face on there. It's brilliant. I love that. Right, let's head back to Leonie. Before we go back to Leonie, let's have a look at the website. And this is where you can see everything on the website. You can see the complete collections. You can see them individually as well. You can have a good peruse as Leonie is taking us through the stamp sets. There's another show with Leonie today at 2 o'clock. We're letting her loose again at 2 o'clock. I know. Right, Leonie?
Thanking you. I was just colouring this in, but it's not moving proper and it's irritating me. Okay, so I mean, I've not finished this one yet, but I'm getting there with that one. I just love it. And I wanted to not colour that image, I wanted to colour the outside, because I think that'll just make it look so, I don't know, it just has such a relaxing look about it. That's the other one as well that I've finished off. So I've put the grey round the outside there, and it just, again, oh, isn't that just fabulous? And using that wonderful, wonderful stamp for your background. So I wanted to finish that off and show you. Okay, so next we're going to go for, and I love these stamps because there's so many images, there's so much you can do with it. I mean, this one, this is amazing. Just look at the detail of this stamp. You've got, first of all, that incredible pub. It's what you want it to be. It doesn't have to be a pub. The detail is extraordinary, and I'll stamp that out for you so you can see that incredible image. But as ever with Brian's stamps, or Hobbies and Arts stamps, as ever, you can see the detail. And actually, I've just realised this is something we didn't do on the stamps, isn't it? I don't think we put white card behind the stamps, did we? I think we've left the packaging like that, haven't we? Yeah, we should have put white card behind. Why I've only just realised, I don't know, because then you can see the stamps properly. Because because otherwise you can't see the stamps properly. I do apologise, I didn't do that, and I should have done. Right, if you can look at this, so what we've got here, you've got the actual detail of that stamp. I mean, it's incredible. You've then got all the little, you can see all these little extras. So you've got the barrel, you've got the incredible ladders there, you've got the wonderful little steering wheel, but then look, all these extras, which are just beautiful. And with white card behind the stamps, it makes them look a lot crisper, because you can see the detail. I love these as well, because that is this. Can you see? So it means if you are building up your own scene, this allows you to build on top of it. So it allows you to create your own scene completely. Now, let me show you exactly what this stamps out like. I mean, look at the size of this stamp. It's incredible. It's such a beautiful, beautiful stamp. So I'm just going to take that off my carrier sheet like so. And then, spilling that over. Yeah, I did. Normally we do put the white card behind each and every stamp when we're actually showing you, because then you can see the stamps properly. But for some reason, it were me and my brain utterly forgetting. Okay, so what I'm doing is now just inking this up, and make sure it's a nice juicy ink pad, like so. And just look at the detail. As you ink it up, I love how this detail just pops. You can see absolutely everything. You can see all the beautiful detail in the stamp. Isn't that phenomenal? I mean, you've got the, you know, the wonderful little, can you see at the top there, the lovely little balcony, the barrel, and I love how you've got the, like the little, what's that called? You know, it's a thingy on your roof, aerial. So you've got your lovely little aerial on there. It's just one of those that you have so much when you look at it. And if you are a huge fan of Brian's art already, you are going to adore these. Now, I've just realised that needs to be flat, so let's pop that down and pop it on here like so. Now, again, with these, you're creating your own scenes. I mean, this could be floating along with the, so where the boats are all floating, it could be floating along. Or, of course, with something like this, this could be where they all, you know, this could be at the harbour. So when the boats come into harbour, then this is where everyone nips to have a cheeky pint. So you can, obviously, you can do whatever you want with this. It doesn't have to be a pub. This might might just be one of the houses along the harbour. It doesn't even need to be the harbour, to be fair. It's what you want it to be. But when you look at that, just such a gorgeous, gorgeous image. The detail is phenomenal. Again, I haven't inked up properly. I think I need to re-ink my stamp, to be honest, my ink pad. But it is absolutely sensational. Now, let's start building this up. So, we've got the main image, okay? But then you've got all these other little extra elements. What I love about this as well, look, the actual pub, and this is why I think this has to be on like a little island or something, because the actual beer is delivered. Or maybe they do this they send this out to ships, because look, the beer is delivered by an airship. Look. And then they drop the barrels in. So maybe they send that out to the little ships that are moored off, you know, that are just sort of swimming around, and they send them out and just drop the little barrels of beer to them. Do you reckon? That's how I reckon. That's how I reckon they deliver the beer. You've got loads of little elements on here as well. So if you want to extend this, you can absolutely extend it. So if I wanted to bring something on this side, I'm actually going to take my page out my book, because I want to extend it, but I don't want the edge of my spine to get into in the way. So let's just move that along the side. So we've got our lovely little piece here, and then let's bring some of the other stamps in. And this is again the wonderful thing about these. You've got so many extras, but I reckon, because if you've already got Brian's other set, I reckon these will work so well with some of the other sets that you've got in there, that you could easily bring the dragons in here, for instance. I love what Janice said about if you wanted to, the houses on stilts doesn't have to be in the seaside. That could absolutely be something that's in the forest, which would look phenomenal. And I love that. I love that you're going to be creating something completely and utterly different and unique. Yeah, you're creating your own story with these. And this is a little, see, this is well cool, because I'm having that sitting on this, like so. So this little bit of housing is actually sat on the platform, which I love. And I'm not planning this, but if you're planning it, you can obviously create so many different looks. But I'm having this so it's falling off the page, but that is going to be there like that. So this little bit, and that's why I wanted to take my page out. This is cool, that little bit in its own right. Let me just get a scrap of card, because I want to stamp that on in its own right. Because look at this. Oh, Leone, that's not good. Look, look, look. Just in its own right. Look at all the detail in that. So this one is in there, but you've got it as the full house. So when you look at it like that, can you see how cool that is? And that, look, you've got the, like the little, oh, that looks like an air conditioning unit, doesn't it? There's so many little elements. It's just so cool. When you do really look into these, you see all that little detail. It is phenomenal. I mean, these, you can spend hours colouring these in. You can get proper carried away because there's so much going on. It's one of those that it just keeps giving. And I quite like this coming off the edge like this. I think that looks kind of cool. I think it looks quite different. But I tell you what you could do. You could easily then bring in your other stamp sets, couldn't you? Because in your other stamp sets, you have got, like with this one, you've got that little shelter, that little stand as well. Now this little stand, have I only got 10 minutes? Oh, it just flies. How much? 40. Right, we're 40% of the stock gone. We have literally only had 1 hour. If you do want to go for this, oh, I've done that wrong way around. If you do want to go for this, you need to check your baskets out. That looks way better, thank you. See, why didn't I think of that? it does look amazing. And I think the thing is with something like this, when you get them home and start working with them and start playing with them, then it'll be like, oh yeah, these are fabulous. I would still love to see your photos, though, what you've been creating with Brian's other stuff, because there's that many stamps now that we've had in, that you've obviously invested in. I know that you've loved these. Look, 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 the little birds. I like that there's the little birds as well, because I think that just gives it more realism. Oh, I'm loving this. And it's one of those things, it's because you're creating your very own scene. And this, now I'm going to be really naughty and I'm going to chop that up into 2 stamps. Okay? You don't need to, but I want it as 2 stamps. I don't want it as 1 stamp, because this is my bunting. So that bunting, I'm going to have this bunting. Let's have a little think where it's going to go. It's going to go off here like this. And then I've been really annoying myself because I've got ink splodged here and there. I'm going to have that coming over like this. And then it's going to go over like that. Now, the lovely thing is with this, because again, Brian's artwork is quite free and quite, you know, it's not too precise. So, or, no, that's the wrong word. It's a free sketch. So it means that when your bunting or something looks sketchy, that's perfect. And I love this. I love the bunting just sort of swooshing over from the other side. I think that looks really cool. And it's just a case of building up your own scenes, which is so satisfying. Now let me pop that there like that, because I want a little bit of bunting. You will end up faffing, and I know I'm really faffing, but I'm having a lovely time. Look, isn't that bunting cool? So, because this is the one that is definitely in the water. So this is in the water, and that is, I think this is going to be floating. That's my floating pub. In my mind, that's a floating pub. It's on a raft, which is probably quite dodgy. They do need to do some serious repairs to this. Or I could actually put it on stilts. You know, if you wanted to, because you've got your stilts in your other one, you could actually have your pub on stilts if you wanted to. You could have loads of balloons. You could have it floating, your pub floating around. Oh, see. And look, you've got extra ladders on this one, which are really cool. What else have I got? I've got the lights. I love the lights. You've also got your little fence there, which are, again, fabulous, absolutely fabulous. But it is just building up your own scene. How much time have I got? Have I time to play with another? Yes. I'm not colouring these in because I'm just building up scenes, because I really like doing that. It's just quite satisfying. But also, it really shows the variation of stamps, and it shows the different stuff that you can do with them. And I think that's the important bit. Rather than me colouring in, it's just nice to show you the different types of stamps that you are going to get. Now, what I did pick up and immediately put down and lose was a mask from, it doesn't matter, I've lost that as well. Oh, do you know what? This week I've not been firing on all my cylinders. Right, let me just take this one. I love this one as well. This is such a beautiful stamp. Again, this is really, really dreamy. It's just gorgeous. And actually, I might use my stamping platform for this one. So let's quickly grab my stamping platform, because this one will fit on my stamping platform. I wanted to put my moon behind this one. But as I say, because I've gone and I've tidied up, you see, and tidying up is one of the worst things I can do to myself, because then I can never find anything again. Okay, just trim this down quickly. I've got 5 minutes, I can do it. And let's pop that down like so. There we go. Pop him there. This is another one that I just think is dreamy. It's one of those stamps that it's just so, it just looks like it's calmly just floating through the seas. I love the design. I mean, oh yeah, I really need to ink this ink pad, don't I? You can see, look at the detail pop. Just when you ink the stamps up and they come to life, that in itself is just so satisfying when you see the detail of this. And there's a little birds at the top there, which is just gorgeous. The soft clouds. And this is definitely Brian's take on a houseboat, you know, and you can see when you look at the other designs that we've got from him, that obviously you can get hold of today, you can see all that wonderful imagination he's brought into the boats as well. And I think, you know, when you've got your castles and you've got your wonderful tree houses, look at that. To have the boats as part of that collection, it's just a must. That is beautiful in its own right. That just in its own right is absolutely gorgeous. And you see, you get that one, but you're also going to get, if I whip that off, I'll probably run out of time now, but you're also going to get for this one, and this is the other thing, the value for money is phenomenal. Because, yeah, you've got that, but then you get these little houses. And these little houses do not need to be in the sea at all. These are separate little houses. So things like this, you can bring in. So if you've got any of Brian's other stamps where you've got trees, then this you can bring and use with your other stamp sets. And that I just love, because you will mix and match. I mean, look at that cute little hut. See, I'd like to, when I walk the dogs, there's this lovely little place. Oh, I need to create a mask really to put that one on. But there's a lovely little place, and it's got just this little hut essentially, and I just want to live in it. I'm not going to lie, it's just gorgeous. I really do. It's private land, but it's got a hut on it, and it's like, oh, I love that. And then they've moored a canal boat next to it as well. Honestly, I definitely want to live in it, because I could live in my canal boat and then have a hut as well, just for storage, for crafting. My craft hut. Honestly, I should live in it. They haven't invited me over, and I mean, I stand there really looking at them. Probably a reason they haven't invited me over, isn't there? I love this. Now, that one, I'm going to have that one sort of cut it out, because I don't like the way I've stamped that, but I do love that one. But you've got so many elements on this. It's just exquisite. Wow, half of the stock has gone. We've only got a couple of minutes. I'll pass back over to our Janice, shall I, just to wind up the show.
Oh,
So
do you know what,
Janice?
Leonie? It's been an absolute privilege to sit there watching you, and it's fantastic to see that you can use stamps to continue to create your story, your artwork. And there's so many different ways of using these stamps. You've got that quirkiness to them. You could use them as they are. You could turn them into tree houses. You could turn them into little villages as well, using the masking techniques that Leonie was showing you. You can leave them as they are in just black and white or grayscale, or you can choose the colours of stamps that you stamp them in. You can use them also with your embossing powders as well. Let's show you some more samples that I've got here, which are absolutely gorgeous. So it's all about the inspiration, isn't it? We've seen that one before with the balloons, which looks brilliant, because what you can do there is start to build and create your own background. If you love your colouring in as well, I mean, perhaps this is something you could do with the kids. And this is the kids. I was always told not to say that when I worked for the BBC. Kids are baby goats, aren't they? Children, with the children. You could do this with the children, with the kids. And you can add your own funky colours to that. Enter into that world of intrigue. Freedom members, you've got that extra discount, and we will divide the cost into 3 payments, which is a great way to buy from us here at the craft store, because you can divide the cost into 3 payments, but not the stamps. It means you're not waiting for them. We'll send them all out at the same time. Now, Leonie is back. Leonie is back at 2 o'clock when we're letting her loose again. But if you do live in that little shack, Leonie loose, let Leonie in. That's what we say. Who knows what she can do when she goes inside your home. I don't know what I meant by that. Thanks, Leonie. We'll see you at... Oh dear, words, Janice, you're getting paid for it. Easy quilting is coming up next. Then Make It Joe. Joe's in the building. I wonder if Weatherman Joe will be here.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping molds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers which are absolutely stunning.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
A very good afternoon to you. I hope you're well. Time has just gone 12 o'clock, which normally means at this point I'd be saying we're having another look at your one-day special, which we sort of are. You can see it on the back ball, but we've sort of gone a different tack this hour as well. It's all well and good having beautiful fabrics in your life, but what do you do with them once you've got them? You need something to draw around, you need templates, you need guides, you need rulers, you need books, you need patterns. Well, that is what I'm going to bring you this hour. And I'm not alone. She's stuck around, bless her. She's still here. It's our Jenny Raymond. How are you?
I did indeed. How could I not be here with you?
Where?
Viewers, how could I not?
I'm going red like a beetroot, yeah. Flush it up like a beetroot. But it is true, isn't it? It's lovely having all these fabrics, having these bundles and bundles of fabric.
You've got to do something with it. You see, you can't just sit there and lovingly stroke it. I mean, the Tilda fabrics we had this morning and still have on are wonderfully for loving, but you need to do something with them. So we've got the templates, we've got some notions and various other bits and bobs here which will help you take your stash and turn it into something a little bit more useful, maybe.
Well, this is the thing, and everything has sort of double jobs on these. This is what I love about these templates. We sort of tell you they're one thing, and then I look at them and I see something totally different, which is amazing. Well, then let's kick straight off. We're going to be pretty snap. I'm going to get through everything so we can get to demo this hour as well. So I want you to see how we're doing this. These are gently shaped acrylic template bundle that you're looking at here. £9.98 for a gently shaped acrylic template bundle. Jenny, what am I looking at?
Okay, you've got the square. You've got the Easy Square Junior, which does all sides square up to 6.5 inches, and it's got your 45-degree line on it, great for cutting on the bust, etc., etc. That's on the diagonal. Now, the square template is just wonderful. You put it in your craft bag, you've got a small square template. There is a reason for putting it with the petal shapes. Now, the petal shapes, if you are a rank beginner, a really, really newbie, and you want to do something pretty, the petal shape template will do well. 2 petals make a heart, 8 petals make a flower, 4 petals make a crescent-shaped design. You can have multi-sizes on there. You don't have to have it that size. You could have it smaller. So it is a useful bundle, and if you are a quilter of seasoned years and you've got a square, but you haven't got the petal, buy it, and you can give the square to somebody else as a present. You could wrap it up in a piece of fabric, which makes a really, really super present. Forget the wrapping paper, wrap in fabric. And they've got a square, and if they're a new one, they've got something to cut out from the fabric you've given them.
It's worth having it a go, because if you look at the price, in theory, you're getting one for free, is what you're getting here. 691336 is your item number. I like the petal as well, because if you turn it upside down, you've got like one of them wobbly men that you could do for children's quilts and stuff. Or also different shaped bunting.
It's also an ice cream.
Oh, also an ice cream, yes, turn it into an ice cream. £9, see, this is what I love about these shows. We tell you one thing, but it's actually more than one thing. £9.98, 691336 is your item number. Right then, this is a nice little bundle that we are looking at here. You are getting all 3 of these for £21.97. So you are getting Jenny's book, and then you are also getting 2 of the templates as well. Now, we know your books, it's like holding our hand, you take us through stories. So do the templates work with the book, or is this just a bundle that we've put together?
No. The templates work actually with the book. In the book, you will find there is a hexagonal template done as one set size, but you may well want to do the design bigger or smaller than the template you've got in the book. There's also several things in the book that require 2.5-inch strips, from the rather pretty little fussy band to the soft sculptured bags and things that Adam's just flicked through there. So both templates go with the book. It would be daft to, have the templates not working with the book. So there is your large hexagon on the back there, but you might want to do the design a little bit smaller. Now, I've got some things in the book here now. Would you like me to show them now?
Yes, show them now. Should we show now, Baker?
Right.
Yes, let's show now.
Very quickly, in that particular book, this one here, you will find there is things to do with soft sculptured bags. This is not the Camden bag. This is made out of all your scraps. There's also a pretty flower. So she fishing out the pretty flower, which is made from squares. Then where the hexagon comes in, there was an idea for doing a Christmas mat. And the original idea had 12 sections, and forget it, because that required a special template. My idea just requires a square, which is where this square is actually very useful. But if you don't want to do it that size, you could do it a different size. You could do it even smaller if you wanted to. You could then have a curved edge to it, if you should so desire. You could have it with a diamond. These templates are in the book. Or you could use your hexagon template and make it up out of hexagons. In addition to that, there are these rather nice sort of Christmas decorations that you could use and put anywhere, made on the same principle. Plus you've got the daisy, plus you've got the fans, plus you've got a whole load of things, including this very nice little strip, which could be used as an embellishment and makes an absolutely fabulous choker. But while we're with me, we'll do the template cutting out in a minute.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I forgot my template there. Right, hexagons. How do you cut hexagons? Right, I actually had a week off last week, so I took some paper piecing with me, and I cut my hexagons out of paper rather than fabric, and then I wrapped the fabric round the accurate paper templates and I sewed them together. I mean, you know I don't do hand sewing, but look, I'm gradually going to build up a quilt. So these are the fabrics from the one-day special we have today. But how do you actually cut the hexagons? Well, this is a multi-sized ruler. And on it you will find there's a whole series of different sizes. Now, whether you cut paper or whether you cut fabric is irrelevant. I'm using a 2.5-inch wide strip, which is another reason for that 2.5-inch ruler that comes with the book. Cut strips out that size. You haven't even got to measure it, just cut them out. If using the template, and I'm going to show you on the paper because it's easier to see, 2.5 inches, you can actually see on the template it says 2.5 inches cut. They'll end up at 2 inches finished. Layer your paper, layer your fabric. So go on, let's do a fabric one at the same time, just to prove it cuts through fabric, because you might say, oh, I saw it cut through paper. Does it cut through fabric? Right, you can have as many layers as your little heart desireth. Template goes on the top. Slide the template to the end of the strips and cut up one side and cut along the other side. You've now cut one end of the hexagon. It's really difficult, this. Simply turn the fabric round. If you're left-handed, you just reverse the procedure and do it in the opposite direction. Slide the template in from the left and you slide it in until that neatly cut edge aligns with the correct lines on your template. And you cut up here, and you cut up here, and then you repeat the exercise. You flip it round again, helps if you cut through those things properly. If it doesn't cut at first, you can always replace the template and cut it again accurately. So she getting in a muddle. Okay. And then to do it again, you simply flip the paper round, you cut the end off, etc., etc. So very, very simple tool to use. You have multi-sizes. I would not be without the hexagon. You can draw it if you want to with the compass, and you won't get it accurate. I would have one of those.
It's worth having a look. £21.97. Remember, you're getting the book, you're getting the hexagon, and you're also getting the ruler as well. 697636 is your item number. Up next is your perfectly angled. This time, though, you're going to get the ruler in there, but you're also going to be getting your bias ruler as well. So we're going to give you both of these. You're going to get both of the rulers, is what you're going to get for £11.98. So we know what one of the ruler does. What does the bias ruler do?
Right, the bias ruler does exactly what it says on it. It cuts on the bias because for some reason people have grave difficulties in working out which is a 45-degree line on a ruler. And for many different designs, you're going to have to cut bias. For your binding, for your Celtic work, for your stained glass work, you need to cut on the bias. And it's angled, so you can actually cut very simply. Also means that when you want to join strips with a bias junction, you can actually put the tool on it and just cut along the edge of the tool. It's one of those tools that you'll have in your box and you think, oh, where is it? Where is I need it now. It has two sizes of binding on it already printed upon the piece of the acrylic there. It also is 2.5 inches wide, which it fits the ruler. So, you know, one fits t'other, fits the other, and they work well together.
It's worth having a look. For £11.98 is what you're looking at for your ruler, and also your bias ruler in there as well. 680108 is your item number. Right then, up next, this is a nice little bundle as well, because you're getting help and guidance. With this is what you're getting. So you're getting the DVD that's in here as well, help and guidance, the DVD bundle, and you're getting your acrylic template. This is your So Traditional acrylic template and DVD bundle for £15.99. Nice for someone that just wants to start, because it gives you the concepts to make. Does it give you the concepts to make all the blocks that we see in here?
Basically, the DVD works on learning. So it starts off with doing something called rail fence, which is on the bottom left-hand corner. It then looks at doing log cabin, which is on the top right-hand corner, because it's a strip technique. We then look at doing, because it's my DVD. We then look at fitting squares together to check your seam allowance. We then look at doing a bit of applique, and finally we come on to doing half square and quarter square triangles. You actually will find that ruler very useful because it's a slide along log cabin. So once you've learnt the log cabin technique, you can use that ruler to make a bigger log cabin and as many log cabins as you like. Very simple to use. It's a good bundle, and if you like visual learning and you don't mind me prattling at you for the best part of 2 and a bit hours, this will take you through every single basic technique and really does give you that setting off, that starting kick into your new hobby that will grab you, I'm afraid, of patchwork and quilting.
It's a workshop on a disc, is what we're looking here. It is literally a workshop on a disc. 2 hours and 15 minutes you get to spend with our Jenny. Oh, what a beautiful time that would be. Beautiful
One
time.
thing, Adam, apparently if you pause it at any point in time, my mouth is always open.
Well, £15.99, you can't go wrong, can you? 281429 is your item number. Nice little giftable as well for someone. If you went for this and maybe a pick and mix on some of the fabric that I've got, be a nice little giftable that you've got there. Right then, up next, we're going bigger this time. This time we're going shapes and circles. Now, I love this template, and it sounds like normally time and time again every time I have it on the show, because you only need a half a circle to make a full circle. You don't need the big old templates of a full circle because you've got them all here. And then you've also got your right angled triangle as well, which is always handy, I'm guessing, Jenny, to have in your stash.
This is your half square triangle, sometimes known as HST, and this will do all sizes from 2.5 inches up to 10.5 inches. Seam allowance is included in the template, and It's one of the ones that I've used. In fact, when I demonstrate it, you'll see mine is a bit better because it's used all the time. So that will do your large half square triangles. So if you're, again, a raw beginner and you want to make a quick quilt, half square triangles, easy way to put together an interesting quilt. The circle design is just so useful. We need circles many, many times. And not on this show, but on the 4 o'clock show, I will show you how you can make up half square triangles and then cut a circle out of it and switch it round. You'll be amazed. So that circle, there's a couple of things underneath your counter, or one thing underneath your counter, the purple thing. That's using the circle template on one piece of fabric and cutting out a series of circles and bonding them down. You need your circles for the centres of things, you need your circles for applique, you need your circles for Suffolk puffs, you need your circles for table mats. Circles are one of the things you have to have, and if it ain't round, it looks awful. It will also do half circles and indeed quarter circles.
I love it, absolutely love it. It really is. Now, on its own, I've just been told the circle, a half circle on its own, is £21.99. £21.99 for this on its own. So you just want that, it's 21 quid. But you might as well go for your half square triangles as well. For £3 more is what we're looking at. Remember, once you've got this, and I say it every single time, I know I do, you can turn it into rainbows and things. You've got kids' rainbows just waiting to happen in this. Going with your fabrics, cascade of pom-poms hanging down so it looks like it's raining. There is so much you can do. And remember, once you've got a decent template, it's not just for your soft crafts. It's not just for your material. It can be for anything. So it could be for your paper crafts that you've got there. If you want straight edges and things like that, you've got everything that you need in here. Something else that we've got, circle block that we're talking about here. Once again, a handy little set to have because it does so much.
It does. And on that piece, I suppose that's more a modern piece of work. I was quite pleased with that.
This is nice.
So that was using randomly the quarter circles and the L shape that goes round it. So it is a sort of drunkard's path, but you will realise you don't have to cut your quarter circle out of one piece of fabric. You can actually split it. And again, you have to wait till the 4 o'clock show for that. So if there are any templates left, you'll be lucky. But it's a jolly good price, that. £9.99?
No, I know, £9.99. And there's not much waste, is what I like, because in theory you're cutting what you're getting out of your full square. You sort of cut your corner off, and you're not getting any waste from your material. So everything will really, really work. At £9.99, come on, you can't go wrong with prices like this, can you? 275228 is your item number. Now, back by popular demand is what we're looking now. Is our William Morris fabric. Now you can pick any 2 of your half meters on this one, and there are loads to choose from in the beautiful cascade of colours. We'll bring up the details for you now. £15.99. It's a pick and mix on any 2. 041561 is your item number. These will be dispatched on the 9th of July is what we're looking at these, and they, oh my word, they are beautiful, and they work so well with your one-day special. And we'll show you as we go through, and we'll have a look which ones. So your greens and your terracottas work really, really well. So here we go. Let's go through some of your names that we've got here. Do you want to go this way? Are we going? Oh, this is not awkward at all. There we go. This. Oh, look at that. This is the Brook Indigo is what we're looking at here. £15.99. Remember, you can choose any 2 of these that you can choose from. From there, oh, this one would work well with some of the terracottas from the one-day special.
Yes, it would do. Yes, very much so.
Bramble Charcoal that you're looking at there. Then you've got another scene. Scenes again, it's the same as sort of the first one we saw, but this time it's more green rather than blue that you go in there. Blackthorn Indigo. From your Blackthorn, then you've got your scenes with the beautiful deers that are on there. Would be lovely with the scenes in the one-day special of the board. This is the Brook in small blush that you've got, of the Brook that we've got there. Oh, where do we go up to? This could take a while. From there, we're going sort of your deep browns that we've got, which we absolutely adore. Rosehip Blush. From Rosehip Blush, we then move on. Once again, apple red, work with your terracottas that you've got in your other kit. Love this, William. This is so William Morris-esque.
It is absolutely, just epitomises William Morris and his wonderful sense of design.
This is your Granada Charcoal. as they said. From there, oh, I'd love this. This reminds me of like posh dining room chairs.
Yes, very much so. That goldy colour, that design. It's a stately design, that.
Bluebell Gold is what we're looking at with this one as we move on down the line. Love the blues. Rosehip Indigo up next. From there, if we swing them back, Honeysuckle Aqua that we're looking at with this would go well with the blues, and I'll show you that later. Remember, these are all William Morris, proper William Morris designs. They are from the William Morris Company themselves. Love this one as well. Granada Blue, Black, Purple. Granada Indigo. Well done, Baker. From there, we're then moving on. Love this one. Your Bluebell Indigo. These would work well with your greens that you've got. Apple tree that you've got there. From there, we're moving on. Like Rosehip. Jasmine Aqua from Jasmine Aqua. Bramble Indigo. From there, you've got your...
Oh, it's honeysuckle, isn't it?
Honeysuckle green,
Beautiful,
honeysuckle green, jasmine blush, and then you've got your brook in the navy, indigo, £15.99. Do you know what the quickest way to do? Jump to the website. They're all up there. All named as well. From these is your William Morris, £15.99. Half metre fabrics is what you're getting. 041561 is your item number. From there, which way am I going? That way? From there, we've then got your 1 day special is what you got. This is 2.5 metres of fabric is what you're looking at. 5 half metres, £34.50. It's also on flexible payments as well. Is it flexible? Yes, it is. Flexi? No flexible payments. I've made that up. It's not flexible payments. I thought it was. £34.50 is what you're looking at, but it's well worth having going for. First up, you've got your mustard and your pink. So almost half the stock of the first 5 have already gone on this one. Love this section that you are looking at. So the first 5 that you got on there. So you remember you're getting 5 half metre pieces is what we're getting. Absolutely beautiful. From there, then you've got your lilac and coral. Look at these. Absolutely beautiful for that lilac and coral. These are our favourite. Well, I had so many favourites this morning. They were absolutely to die for. From there, we move on to the green. These are my favourites. Green and sage. I love the green and sage. And the more I look at it, the more it reminds me of that country walk. 50% of the stock has already gone. And from there, last but no means least, you've got your blue. Over half the stock of your blue now has already gone. Love it, love it, love it. And they're also on a pick and mix as well. Everything will be on to the website. 800 861 is your item number. £34.50 is what you're looking at. 5 half metre bundles. Right then, let's go over to Jenny for our first demonstration.
Okie dokie. Right, I'm going to use the bias ruler. And the bias ruler is actually 2.5 inches wide, which all works extremely well with the mini ruler which comes with it. So these two actually go together. Why do you want a ruler that has an edge on the bias, 45 degrees? And the reason for that is people spend an awful long time turning their big rulers over upside down, then they get the wrong angle. And if you don't cut things at a true 45 degree, it will not be on the bias. Very frequently these days, we are asked when doing any binding to join the ends together on the cross or on the bias. That means on the diagonal. Well, if you haven't got your fabric cut already on the diagonal because you cut them as straight cut strips, you need to make a diagonal seam or a diagonal line to stitch. The easiest way to do that is take your 2 pieces of fabric, put them together, take the bias ruler, place it on top with the pointy end to the edge of the fabric, or you can use the other end, it matters not. Cut up the edge there. When you cut up, if you open it out, these two will fit together a real treat, and that is your bias seam. Now, why do you use bias seams? A lot of people are using them now for when you're binding, and the reason for that is that when you're actually coming to do the binding, and I just opened this, you actually have spread the load of the seam. Rather than, as I was showing you this morning, if your seam is straight across, when you fold it over, you get an awful lot of seam all in the same place. But if you do it on the bias, you've spread the seam, because if I fold this over, I haven't got the double thickness of the seam all matched up together. So it's spread the load. So that's how you could cut an end at the bias very simply. Rather than that As you've all done, you've matched ends up like this, and then you've stitched through, and then you've wondered why. You've opened it out and it's gone a bit squiffy. It's much easier to cut it on the bias. Now, your problem is going to be is how do you join it on the bias? Well, the way to remember how you join it on the bias is think of the word right. I'm going to put my fabric right side up. I'm just watching my seam here because I'm very good at putting it the wrong way up. This is right side up. That is also right side up. Once you've got your two fabrics right side up, and I'm just going to write RS upon them. Please don't do this at home. Right, you do not need to write RS upon them, but RS. RS.
I suppose you could if you've got an erasable pen.
Absolutely fine. But because I'm working with plain fabric, people might get a little bit confused. To join any two layers of fabric together, you put them together on the seam. That is the seam. So I'm going to put the raw edges together on the seam. As soon as you've done that, you actually get a right angle here. Now, this may be on this side or the other side, depending on the angle of the cut. But don't be confused, there is the right angle. The snag is, if I stitch along here now, I haven't allowed for a seam, and when you open it out, you're going to get a step. So what we need to do is create some more rights. So if I slide one fabric up, or slide it down, it matters not, depending on which way the angle goes, you need to create two more corners. All right, corner there, right angle. There's another one there. We've got 1, 2, 3 right angles. As soon as you've got 3 right angles, you will be right. And the idea is you sew from that corner to that corner. You don't do a seam allowance, you do corner to corner. Had you slid it up more, it would be corner to corner. Had you slid it up to there, which would be a bit daft, because you're going to waste fabric, it's corner to corner. And if you didn't slide it up at all, you ain't got no corners to stitch through. So that's how you join things. Think of the word right. Slide it up. And don't be confused. Sometimes the diagonal will be that way. And sometimes if I just turn these fabrics over, get it around the right way, it'll go in the other direction, this way around. Hang on. Because you get confused and it won't work the other way. If you're doing it this way, then it's the same thing. You'll fold it up and you slide, and it is crack to crack, corner to corner. So that's one good use cut bias ruler. But suppose you want to cut bias strips, open your fabric out, have the fabric completely flat. With the ruler, you've got two edges that are both on the bias. It does tell you what to do to place on the straight edge of your fabric, and it matters not whether you use this one or whether you use that one. It depends whether you're right-handed or left-handed. Once you've got the bias edge on the edge of the fabric, you've now got the ruler on the diagonal at 45 degrees on the bias. You can't go wrong. So all you have to do is cut up the edge, and your fabric will probably be longer, so simply slide the ruler down and cut again. Then if you wish to cut your binding from here, it tells you on it that if you want to cut 1 1/4 inch binding, it's this line. If you want to cut 2 1/2 inch binding, it's that line. Simply take the fabric. Now, rather than wobble your way along a long length, fold the fabric in half, replace the ruler on the top there, and cut your binding. I know I'm only using the corner of the fabric. It's just to show you quickly how it's done, and you now know how to join those ends together. It's think the word right. Right side together on the seam,
to crack.
And slow, crack to crack.
I'm having t-shirts
corner
printed.
to corner. All right, job done.
Oh, well, there we go. Wow, there you go. You see, we were all flabby. We were like, oh, that's it. It's as easy as that. 30% of the stock now has already gone. You see, the minute people say bias binding, you go, oh, I can't be doing that.
No.
Simple rule: crack to crack, you can't go wrong. That is the new rule that we're looking at for bias binding. And people do spend a lot of money trying to buy bias binding because they think it's easier.
Yes, you don't want to, because then you can buy your own bias binder. So when you've got it, and if you want to make bias binding, then you simply compress both sides towards the middle. And the trick to that is iron one side up first. It doesn't have to be in the middle, as long as the other side is ironed to suit, because you won't get shadowing through. If you're using a very dark fabric on a light background, if these two don't line up, you'll get the light background showing through the little gap. So this will do your thin binding, your fatter binding. If you're going to use Celtic, you might want to use the 1 1/4. If you're going to do a quilt, you might want to use double binding. etc., etc. But it will cut your fabrics accurately on that 45 degree.
£11.98 is what we're looking at for this one, a saving over £8. You get your bias ruler in there. You also get your longer ruler as well. This is the Perfect Angles Acrylic Template Bundle 680108 is your item number. Very, very busy is what we are. We've got queues on the phones as well now. So the quickest way is to jump to the websites or tap the app if I was you. A saving of £8 on this little bundle. £11.98 is what you are looking at. Right then, should we go back for another little demo? What set are we using this time?
We're going to use a slide-along log cabin.
Oh, okay.
Because people get awfully worried about cutting full sizes for log cabin. Now, there are ways of doing it, but if you want to be accurate, it does pay to cut all your pieces out beforehand. Now, whether you use up all your scraps or whether you use up, as I'm going to do, 2 distinctly different colours, it matters not. This ruler is also 2.5 inches wide, which strangely enough works very well with your 2.5 inch mini ruler. So you could always cut your strips with your 2.5 inch mini ruler, then use your slide along log cabin to actually cut them to the right dimensions. So this could be literally used with a whole load of scraps, or it could be used with 2 distinct fabrics. Don't waste any material. Use it up. Put together multicolours for log cabin. When it comes to doing log cabin, the mathematics is very simple. You need to cut 2 of each of the sizes. So if you take your 2 fabrics, if you're worried about cutting more than 2 layers at once, just cut 2. If you want to cut multi-cut, you could cut 4. You are going to need, in the beginning, from each of the 2 fabrics, you want 2 of the centre squares. So I'm just going to place my ruler on there and cut. So I need 1 centre square in green and 1 centre square in Nicola Sturgeon's green. That's from the
it's not
show.
So if you missed this morning's show,
it's nasturtiums.
It's nasturtiums, I think.
That's right.
I couldn't pronounce it though. Every time I say it, it sounded like Nicola Sturgeon. So that's what it's now. That's what we've now called it. She has nothing to do with the fabric whatsoever.
All. No, quite. Once you've done 2 2.5s, so that's 2 of those. You want 2 4.5s. So you slide it along 4.5 inches. And when you've done 4.5 inches, you're going to need 2 6.5 inches. So 1 in each colour. Slide it along 6.5 inches.
I see a pattern.
And then we're going to need 2 8.5 inches. Will I get 8.5 inches out of that little one? No, I won't. So you put that one to one side because you can use that for next time. Now I'll use another little bit of the nasturtium fabric. It's not terribly good end, that one. If I miscut it, let me just trim its selvage off. Always trim the selvage off, because otherwise you will end up with a selvage in the wrong place. Right, so we've done 6.5. We're now going to do 8.5. So slide along 8.5.
Why do we get selvage on material?
It's when it's woven, all the way down the edges is where the warp and the weft threads are really packed really tightly. And it's also where they'll put the colours they've used, the manufacturer's name that they've used, and it's a bit of fabric you can't use because it's sort of the tatty end or the edge of the material.
There you go.
And then you want 2 10.5s. Now you don't have to go to 10.5s. It entirely depends as to how big a piece of log cabin you're going to do, but I'm just going to do that quickly. Right, to do log cabin, take the first 2 squares and they get joined together, right sides together, 1/4 inch seam allowance. So let's take the needle out underneath here, and we're going to sew the 2 2.5 inch squares together. You want to do 1/4 inch seam allowance, Jennifer, not what you've got on there.
The log cabin slide along acrylic template on its own. If you just want the template on its own, I can give you that for £10.99. So £10.99 for the ruler on its own. 523886 is your item number, or you can get it part of the bundle if you want to be creating some of the beautiful. Let me turn it that way for you, then you can see the beautiful patterns you can be creating. You'll be creating all these with a 2 hour and 15 minute long DVD that you can use in your DVD players or on your computers, with Jenny guiding you along every step of the way. Right, and let's go back. We've just sewed through our smaller box.
Right, seams will go towards the outer edge. Right, there's my 2 2.5s. I'm going to take a 4.5 inch, and the 4.5 inch is going to go down here. You'll be followed by another 4.5 inch along the bottom there. You're always making L's for log cabins. So he goes together, right sides together. It will fit an absolute treat because I've used the slide along template. So all the way down. onto your little donkey. Now, if you're going to do a whole load of these, I would chain piece. So I would then sew the next set and the next set and the next set. In fact, behind me is in the middle there, is the slide-along ruler used with the one-day special fabrics to make, I think it's called barn raising. It might be. They've all got straight
to your right, Jenny, we'll be able to see it behind you.
Oh.
Other way.
Other way?
There we go.
Should we dance?
So that's what we could create once we get it all once we start.
Yes, you can do. You can just go on and go on and go on, adding strips and working your way around. So I'm now going to put the green one on here. It's L for log cabin. Let's stick this one on there. And again, chain piece. If you wish, cut that off, stick it on there.
Always use a donkey, saves on your thread.
Okie dokie. Right, open it out. This will be my centre square, so I'm now going to go for the 6.5 inch ones, and that's going to go along that side. 6.5 inch one will go along there. An 8.5 inch one will go up here. So think L for log cabin. You have a centre square, and that will become apparent when you add your 5th strip. And then we go green. And what colour will we do there on the other side, Adam?
Green.
Green. And then if I wanted to go on, I could continue. So that's how easy it actually is. 2 of everything will give you a log cabin block, and you can put them together and play with your design because there are so many different designs. I think what is so useful is because these are accurate, you're not spending ages trying to work out what size you need, and everything will fit. So it does also check your seam allowances. So
see, this is the way to go. Because then once you start doing 4 of those, so you've put 4 of your log cabins together, then you start getting that big pattern in the middle of your main elements. Maybe it's one of your William Morris fabrics, maybe it's your one-day special. That's when it's going to come to life. That's what you have to think. Think of the bigger picture. Obviously, break it down to smaller blocks, because otherwise, if you look at a whole quilt, like some of the ones that you're seeing here, you think...
Interrupting you.
Go on.
If you go to this one, you can see here is the block. This has got a border around it, but the block is actually here.
Oh, yeah,
so there was my centre square, and then 1 L, 2 L's, 3 L's, and then the 4th one.
Yes.
You see, and they just all fit together beautifully.
And then that's all you keep doing. You keep doing the same process, and you're going to get this sort of waterfall cascading.
And you get
of the flowers.
these designs, and they've all got various names. There's straight furrow, there's barn raising, there's a whole load of them. They're named after farming terms, because originally log cabin, the centre square would have been the fire would have been red. Then you'd had one side would have been light, which would have been the light coming out from the fire, and one side would have been dark, which would have been the dark from the hearth. The back of the chimney. So that's what I tried to do with this being the light coming out from the fire, and this being the dark of the hearth at the back.
Well, there you go. I just thought it was just a name that we're giving it. There's a story behind it as factual. You get this nowhere else. On no other craft channel do you get this sort of information along with your templates. £10.99. 523886 is your item number. That is for the template on its own. So if you just want the template, I can do you... I did that the wrong way around. I can give you the template for £10.99. Very busy for the template now. 523886 is your item number for this one. Worth having a little look. But if you do want both, if you want the book and the DVD as well, I can give you the book and the DVD. You'll be making these 6 that you see here. So once again, that is a beautiful quilt, all using the same template. And you could go bigger and bigger and bigger, or smaller and smaller and smaller, depending on what you want to do. I can see 6 placemats in that, should you wish. So the possibility that you've got cushions in there. Do one of the fronts, then just use a calico back, something like that, or a hessian back. There's so many things that you can do. 281429 is your item number, £15.99. Should we see what we're looking at next? Jenny, what are we up to now?
Right, what we're going to do is the petal pattern.
Oh.
Right, so the petal pattern. Now, please don't be confused, dear viewers, or even dear viewer, because I gather we've got one viewer.
I have one, yes. Between me and you, I think we have 2.
We've got 2. If you want to email in and ask a question, feel free to.
Oh, yeah, please do.
I have a very old petal pattern one, which happened to be in a colour. They have now updated it and give you a nice clear one, which is much easier for when you come to fussy cut. And you could take your petal pattern and you could fussy cut. And here we have the large peony, the bold peony in the one-day special fabrics, where I very carefully fussy cut each of the shapes and stitch them together. So look what you've got, and look what happens in the middle. It's a bit like that stack and whack thing, for those of you who do a lot of patchwork, is you've got this wonderful sort of kaleidoscope happening because you fussy cut it. But if fussy cutting, you know, is not your thing... Oh, incidentally, before I go on, your slide-along log cabin does have instructions on the back of it. So panic not. If you watch, it was a fairly speedy demo, and I'll do it again at 4 o'clock when I might have made some more blocks. That is how the slide-along cabin actually does work. When it comes to petal pattern, the fastest way to cut the petal pattern out is measure the length of the petal pattern, which obligingly happens to be 7 inches. I have folded my piece of fabric in half, lining up the selvage with the centre of the fabric, and fold it in half again. I'm just going to cut a 7-inch strip off. And this little mini ruler is absolutely ideal for sort of working in small spaces. So cut. When you cut from there, you can keep your fabric double. It's so much faster to cut. Be careful with the selvage. Petal pattern goes on the top, and you simply cut up one side, roundy here, stop, remove the rubbish of the fabric, turn the fabric over, replace the template. Unless you're lucky enough to have one of those cutting mats that swings round, that makes life even easier. Actually, we must have one of those on the show. We haven't had one.
We've not had one of them for a while.
No, I will talk to our special lady upstairs. That's really useful, those. Then the next one will go here, up this way. So you literally go on until you've cut out 8 sets. Now, suppose you want to cut it out smaller, you might argue about how do you cut the arched edge. Well, the way you cut it out smaller is to cut a smaller strip. So randomly, here is a strip. Let's measure it a bit, just in case. What do I want to go to?
If you want your perfect petals,
you want your perfect
you can do
petals,
perfect petals yourself for £9.98. It comes with a square junior as well that you've got in there.
Right, so put your petal pattern template on here. And don't fuss about the fact it hasn't got an arched edge at the moment. Flip it over, replace the petal pattern template. And then all you simply do is slide the template down until you've got your arched edge there. You've got guide marks either side. You put mine the right way up. So you can make sure you balance marks, perhaps is a better word. So you balanced it on the marks either side, and you simply cut the arc. Okay, okay. So you can have a considerably smaller petal pattern template.
It's a mouthful, isn't it?
It is a mouthful. Okay, so when you've cut your pieces out, what are you going to do with them? Well, you sew them together. Now, 2 of these actually make a really nice heart shape. So if you sew 2 of them together, it will pay you to press the seams open and flat. Now, I would have stitched this from the pointy end to this end. There's no need to worry too much about which end you start. So very quickly, let's just stitch this, and then you'll see what happens. And there's something else more exciting. I'll show you what you can do with the petal pattern template, because it comes with a square. And I did say I'd tell you why it comes with the square. Right, let's ask me a little thread saver. Let's have another one.
Once again, the details are on the screen. If you want the perfect pattern template, you can get the perfect pattern templates to make the perfect petals.
Perfect.
Doesn't matter the size. You want to go for petite petals, you can. They're all there, £9.98 for your perfect petals.
If you're feeling particularly picky, you could go for a perfect petal pattern.
Oh,
when you've joined them together, you join them together in sets of 2. You then join sets of 2 together to make sets of 4. Okay. Set of 4. The nice thing about it is that when you join them together, because it's a perfect petal pattern template, is you will find there should be from the top of these seams here to the edge 1/4 of an inch. Yes, there is. And I've done the same thing with this one. Yes, there is. So all you do is put the 2 halves together. Because we've pressed the seam open and flat, you can see the V. You probably can't from where you are, but I can see the V, because that base of that V is the top of the points onto the side. So put them together underneath the sewing machine, and this is where you do 1/4 of an inch unless deviation is required at the centre. So as I approach the centre, I'll squint at it because I refuse to wear varifocals, so I've only got glasses that do single lenses, so I have to squint. Is make sure you go through the pointy bit. And if you have to deviate, you deviate, because in the patchwork world, Mrs. Picky Pants wants to have perfect points.
Mrs. Picky Pants with the perfect petals?
Yes, and the perfect points.
And the perfect points with perfect petals.
In particular.
Mrs. Picky Pants. That's a kid's book if ever I saw one. I'll buy that this afternoon.
Yes. We do get Mrs. Picky Pantses in patchwork. Remember, it's sewing and life is to be lived. You do not spend all your time worrying about that. So there we have our perfectly pointed petal pattern template if you are being particular about it. Your problem is now how to get rid of the raw edge, and that is where the interfacing trick comes in. You take your perfect petal, take the design, put it down right side down on top, and we sew all the way around it, which I have in fact already done, although not in this fabric. You've seen these before, some of you. So having put it down onto the interfacing, if you sew all the way around the outside edge and then trim the interfacing back, make a little hole, you can turn it through the hole, and that will turn your fabrics all over beautifully to the back. And it's at that stage then that you can then apply it to whatever background fabric you're going to do comme ça. But we don't want to do any of this, do we? So she's throwing it all on the floor gaily, because what you want to know is, why did she have the square? Well, the reason for having the square was to actually create a subtly different design. And if the camera can go to the blue and pink thing over there, lovely job. Super duper. You might notice that that's the petal pattern with something subtly different in it. What do you think we show so far? Rubbish.
It's a subtle petal pattern.
It's a subtle petal pattern.
From Mrs. Picky Pants.
That's Mrs. Picky Pants.
Is it the flappable leaves?
Yes, they are squares. You see, because you've got a seam, so you could stuff anything you liked in the seam. So you've got a flower inserted into a petal pattern, which you could have played with.
You can play with your perfect petal pattern with Mrs. Picky Pants. Let's see how to do it, shall we?
So how to do it. OK. So this actually comes from the Creative Tucks and Textures book. It's also made into a circular flower, which I am doing for ICHF on their summertime crafting thing. So you'll find it's this thing here. It's these. Let's get in the middle there. It's these ideas. OK?
OK.
What are they? They're squares, and I've used 5.5-inch squares for this because I'm running out of fabric. The cushion that Adam had probably used 6-inch squares. You can use any size squares you like. Take your square, fold it right sides on the inside, wrong side out, stitch 1/4 inch along one side. You're only sewing one side of the triangle. If you sew both sides of the triangle, you have difficulty in turning it through. Right, having sewn up that side, then literally cut the point off there, open the seam out, finger press it or press it open and flat, and turn it right side out. There we go. Right here. Once you've done that, it would pay you, and please don't press on your cutting mat, but it's just quicker than getting the ironing board out, is to get a triangle. So notice we have a triangle, and all I'm going to do now is to join 2 petal pattern pieces together perfectly with this triangle in the seam. But watch. There is the pointy end of the triangle. It's going to the middle of the design. The seamed edge is towards the outside edge. If you don't get it this way around, you're going to get a very nasty surprise, because your flaps won't go in the right direction. Right, proceed to sew.
You want your webs in the right direction.
Absolutely, totally. And you want to do this in between each of the 4 sets of your petal pattern shapes.
What was Peter Purvis like petal pattern?
It's what?
Peter Purvis. Remember him in Blue Peter?
Oh, yes. OK, so there's one set, there's another set. You then join them together with one of these in the seam. So pop it in there and join it together, as I have done with this one. How are we doing for time? Oh, we've got time to
we've
join
got... How long we got? Oh, we're about 10 minutes.
Right here. So I'll join these together. Right. And I'll again start from the outside edge and sew towards the inner edge, because it's less thick. I find it's much easier to begin on a thinner end rather than on a thick edge, because if you've got a thick edge underneath the presser foot, it tends to, you know, push the fabrics.
Remember remember with these templates as well, you are getting one for free. You are getting one for free on these. So it's well, for nothing, isn't it? You're getting one for nothing. It's your £10 saving. You're getting it's two for. Well, look, the maths does itself. £9.98 is what you're paying for both of them. 691336 is your item number.
Right. So there is my other half. What I have done, and all I need to do is to join them together with. And who's pinched my other petal pattern piece? I'm missing a bit.
It looks like a peacock.
Yes.
Did you throw it? Is it here?
Possibly.
No, I don't think it is.
Might not have done. I'm sure I did 8. Oh well. Never mind. You can visualize it. You could actually have 6. How these shapes work is if you lift the shape up and open it out, it squashes down into a sort of kite shape. And now you can go, what do you think of the show so far? Rubbish.
Oh, good old walkable boy. Oh, it's cannonball.
And these all open out and they flatten into those petal shapes, you see? And so you could have had, if I could have, what happened to the other one? This is ridiculous. I know I cut 8.
Did you?
I don't think I
can't
would. Oh,
see
it's here.
Oh, it's
you
underneath.
threw it underneath there, Adam did.
Oh.
Okay, when it comes to last lot, go on, we'll finish this off. I'm going to put one on one side, one on the other side. And I might actually be really bold and put a pin in.
Go on, trick.
One of the ones my
You
grandchildren...
put your pin in the petal pattern.
I'm pinning the petal pattern.
With Peter Purvis.
Right, they've all been set back at approximately the same distance from the centre because I didn't want to have them too much in the centre because it would have got too wodgy. Wodgy is a really good word. Right, line your points up in the middle and please don't watch because this is going to be absolutely disastrous and my points
Please
won't
don't
line
watch
up
the
in the slightest.
Do you want me to do some numbers?
You can do some numbers.
Right then, the details are on the screen. Only £9.98 for both. The perfect petal pattern is what we're looking at. We are loving the petal pattern and we're also loving the square as well. 2 handy little things that you've got in there. We can go into ice cream. You've got bunting, small little bunting that you're using on this. What would that be? 5 inches. So take off your half seam. It'd be like 4.5 inches bunches that you get in there. 691336 is your item number. Something else that you are absolutely loving this hour as well. And I did tell you 8 o'clock this morning, we wouldn't really be focused on it, but it's still tinkering on in the background, is your one-day special 5 half metres is what you're getting on this one. So that's 2.5 metres worth of fabric. 800-861, that's your mustard and pink that we're looking at there. Lovely colour tones that run all the way through all of these. So that was your mustard and pink. From mustard and pink, we then move on to your lilac and coral that we've got here. Love the lilac and coral as well. Sort of a terracotta that you've got running through the lilac and coral. From your lilac and coral, your green and sage. My favourite, this one is. We're not allowed favourites, but this one is. I love this one. Absolutely adore it. It's like a woodland walk. It is on a summer's day, like you're going to a country house. And then the last one is just blue. But blue's very, very busy. The blue and green are very busy, neck and neck at the moment. £34.50. 800-861 is your item number with a £5 saving. Worth having a little look, worth having a little go, isn't it? Right then, let's go back to Jenny. What are we up to?
Okay, so what I've done now is I have completed my petal pattern with its little florets added in, giving them a quick press, having opened them out. Because of the way the shape goes, this could be anchored on the corners. Let me just give it a quick flatten with the iron. The closer you do it to the centre, the nearer these pieces will become. But the trouble is it does make the centre really, really, really thick. And that's where you might want something called a Suffolk puff going there, which is why that circle design is very useful to have. These shapes could be secured on the corners, and then you'll find that that edge will roll and this edge would roll. And the reason why it rolls is because it's on the bias. Now, if you didn't want it to do that, there's no reason why you can't get rid of these pointy bits and tuck a little bit underneath there. You could, if you wished, fold. You can play with these things because you could fold the edge in and then bring that little bit back. This is potential play. All you have done is taken a square, sewn down one side, inserted it into a seam and played with it. I anchored mine on the corners and then rolled all the edges. Adam is going to model it for you. There we go. You see?
There you go. There's my Rosemary Ford. I love it though, because it's something different. It's something quite tactile with it that I really do know, and it's got movement.
Yep.
Which I also like as well. So it's absolutely stunning. You can be creating, and obviously using the same shape, you can create so many. You've already shown us
Yes.
3 or 4, 5,
Yes.
6 different designs that we could do on the same concept.
There's nothing right, there's nothing wrong. If you don't want the flappy bits, we'll stitch more of it down and just leave the little pointy pieces. Or, as I said, you can shorten it by tucking it under. You know, it's just a way of playing. You know, you can do what you like with it.
I absolutely do. Do you think we can fit another sneaky one in?
I think we fit another
Let's have
sneaky one
I'll
in,
do a
yes.
few numbers then, and we'll see if we can fit a little sneaky one in. Busy for these. The details are on the side of the screen now. £9.98. I think the penny is slowly dropping, is what you're actually getting with these. Because remember, you can go from things that look a little bit like these. How beautiful is that for a table centre? Is absolutely stunning. Is this done the same? Yes. Can I take this?
Oh, yes, and you've got the tablecloth as well.
This as well, absolutely beautiful. Let me show you the tablecloth while we're here, and then we'll go back for a little quick demo. Oh, look at that.
So you've got the two of the petal patterns go together to make a heart.
I like it. Are they sweet? What are they? Oh, no, I think it's ice cream.
With ice creams.
Oh, it's a lot. Oh, this is nice. This would be a nice little pinny.
Yes, it'd be a lovely little pinny.
Beautiful little pinny. Right then, we've got, how long have we got, Baker? We've got 4 minutes.
The other thing to consider is that two petal patterns together would make a heart-shaped pocket.
Oh, 2 petal packings, a heart-shaped pocket on your pinny.
On your
wow.
pinny, absolutely.
So you can make one for Pam and Patricia.
You could
and Paula
indeed.
too.
Yes. I've now run out of names beginning with P.
Paul.
Phillida.
Phillida.
Yes.
Penelope.
Phillida.
Right, let's crack on with this demo because people will know.
Right, I'm just going to show you briefly how the large easy angle uses. This is the one that does any size of half square triangle from 2.5 inches up to 10.5 inches. So you can have really big or really small. To remind you of how it works, decide on the size of your strip or your finished half square triangles. The measurements up here are the sizes that you cut. Your finished half square triangles, when sewn together on all 4 sides, will always be ½ an inch less than these measurements. So if you cut a 3.5 inch strip, when you've done all the stitching and you've sewn around all the sides, you'll end up with a 3 inch square. Or a 3.5 inch raw edge half square triangle. That's the two of them stitched together to make a square. So here are 2 4.5 inch strips. I put them right sides together. I've already trimmed the end off. Template goes on the top. 4.5 inches is lined up with the edge of the fabric. My template has lost its end because I've dropped it so many times and used it so much it's getting a little bit battered. I could have asked for a new one. Cut. Flip the template over.
But I think you've still proved it still works.
Oh, it still works. This will go on working for a very, very, very long time. 4.5 inches there. The black bit's hanging off the bottom. Cut. Now, because we've put ours together with right sides together, they're all ready to stitch. And all I'm going to do now is sew down here, and I will have a square made up out of 2 half square triangles. And the benefit of this template is you could do this with any size of strip you like, up to 10.5 inches.
That's big.
That makes a big, big quilt. And the delight about 10.5 inches is, of course, if you're working with fabric, it will fit along the width of the fabric, because 10.5 goes into 44 quite nicely without any wastage. When you've sewn that seam, open it out, press the seams open and flat. And there's a reason for this, and I'm glad to see that our Hayley is now doing the same. Sometimes the seams go one way and sometimes the seams go to open and flat. And the reason for that is it does make it much less bulky when we put them together in the centre here. So here I have 2 I did earlier. I'm going to put these together like a pinwheel.
Got about 2 minutes, Jen.
I've got 2 minutes to put on one. The easiest way to do a pinwheel is to make one half and then make the other half exactly the same, because this will then fit round there, and there's the pinwheel. When I come to sew these 2 together, put them right sides together, line up the seams, but don't sew from the centre. Start on the outside edge and sew towards the centre, because if you start in the centre, that thick fabric will cause the machine foot to slew. So start on the outside edge, sew towards that thicker fabric, pause when you're nearly there, check that they're all beautifully lined up, so get them all lined up, sew a little bit further. Taking a small pair of scissors, put your small scissors on those points and hold them firmly as they go underneath the presser foot, and remove the scissors. The advantage of doing that is it'll hold those pesky points, and more P's here, together perfectly, so that when you open it out, and I'll look first, well, that's not bad, is you will have your points meeting absolutely accurately at the centre there. And it's at this stage now when I will cut off the remainder of my points. They've already been trimmed off because of the template, so that will give you an accurate seam there. So that's why this template for me is so good.
There you see. It's all been said. There is no more for me to be saying. Jenny is back at 4 o'clock with more demos on something that we haven't touched on this hour as well. We will be looking at the half circle issues with our Catherine. Thank you. It's always a pleasure.
Pleasure too.
Always a pleasure. You learn so much during these shows. They are little craft-alongs. They are little goodness in a little pocket where you get cracking little deals as well. Don't you go anywhere. There is so much more to shop for here in the wonderful world of Craft Store, the shop that never, ever shuts. You can watch all these shows back on Rewind for the next 60 days as well. So we're with you every step of the way. Yes, indeed. Coming up next, Make It Joe. If you want fabric, if you want blenders, if you want your fusible webbing and so much more, is the best place to go. Then we're going to let Leonie loose all over again.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sharon, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
Hi, I'm Abs from Bullion to Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. Bullion to Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the Bullion to Create shows.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, we've crossed over into the afternoon. You're having a good day with us so far here at the craft store. Well, I'm going to make it a little bit more magical for you because we've got material magic and the wizard of material magic is the real magic himself. So, Joe.
I'm going to blush now, aren't I? Janice, it's always a pleasure to see you.
Oh, do you know what, Joe? I love working with you because you have a vast knowledge on fabrics, on materials, and my word, you have bought us some incredible designs.
Yeah, some beautiful fabric. So I went to see my lovely friends at Material Magic, and a lot of people, we've done different fabrics. You might recognise some of them, but in different size variations. So we wanted to bring large pieces of fabric, of all the special ones, a lot of my favourites, a lot of Lily's favourites, and just some really, really great linen pick-a-mix fabric.
Oh. Do you know what? You've been listening to customers as well because they have said they wanted larger pieces of fabric for bigger projects that you're working with. For everyone at home, who's Lily?
Lily, my daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, or the boss, we call her.
How is she fitting
she's
into
good.
that role of
She
boss?
is my little redhead feisty one, so she is good. She is always keeping me on my toes.
Excellent. Excellent. That's maybe one day we'll get to see Lily.
Yeah,
here.
I think
You
so.
never know.
Yeah, she is a character.
Oh, right. Well, I tell you what, I know we're going to be busy, so let's head down the different options that we've got for you. The details at the side of the screen, as always. 678974 is your item number. You can pick and mix and choose any two. If you want two of the same, then you can do. £14.99, and you're saving £5 on that deal. Shall we go through the different designs, Joe? Because these are fabulous. I'm going to move these back so you can see this particular fabric.
Yeah.
Now, the first one, vintage labels. What a corker this is.
Well, I love this. I've used this in demonstration. I think you've got a beautiful cushion near you there as well that I made. But we had it in small pieces, so I wanted to bring it back. I spoke to the guys at Material Magic and said, look, can we do it in a larger piece so you can do big projects with it?
Yes.
So if you obviously order more than one of the same fabric, it will come as a continuous length.
Will it?
3, 4 the same. It will be a big piece. So if you wanted to do a table covering,
do you know what I'd like this? You know, if you've got a seating area with a long cushion under the window, or maybe you've got a bench seat, or maybe an ottoman or something like that, or a box with a soft top that you've turned into a seat. This would be fabulous, especially if it's a continuous piece, because it's a piece of artwork in itself with all the different labels.
No, definitely. There's so much there. I mean, for me, obviously, mixed media, I love it.
Yeah.
But I think for that soft furnishings element as well, and the capability of having such a large piece.
Do you know what? Could we use this for upholstery on a chair? You know, if we find an old
100%.
chair? Wow. Do you know what?
100%.
That
Curtains,
really would look
blinds,
amazing.
all your soft furnishing projects, it is perfect for that.
And then you could match it up. You could have a seat, you could have a cushion, you could have a blind. Really, really like that. Pick a mix. If you want to go for that ×2, it'll be a continuous cut. But if not, you can choose one of the other ones we've got. So that's the vintage label. Next one along. Oh, my. Yes, I think a lot of us will like this one
good.
now.
Yeah, I love these.
Oh, we're back, aren't we? Albeit in the gardens. We can go inside now. But this is a nice one. So we've got some drink. Do drink responsibly. But we've also got some hops on there. Prawns on there as well. You've got your pints and your bottles. So something for everyone like this. What would you use this for, Joe?
That's your last order. So I've used that in previous makes, and I had to bring it back as a bigger piece because I love it. So if you've got your little bar in your garden, you want to jazz it up, whether it's bunting, mats, whether it's cushions, your little bar stools, all sorts of things. Again, it's a great one to have for, you know, just those gifts as well that they're looking for. I know there was Father's Day just gone, but it's a great one for gifts and little makes as well.
Yeah, I'm sure
last orders.
I'm sure there's plenty of birthdays coming up for your dad and your brother, even your sister and your mother. Right, here we go. We've got another one here. So that was last order. Can you guess at home what this one is called? I'll give you a clue. It's what you see right there. It's beer bottles. nice and colourful, Joe.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. They're very... I think the colour palette on there is nice because it does blend with most other fabrics. I know we've got the cotton drill on today as well, so it really does. You can pick out any colour from that and it will complement on a backing.
Cotton drill. I thought you were going to march me up and down the studio.
We can do if you want.
We can do. Do you know what? Whilst we're here, I'm just going to open this one out just so you can see the size before we peruse along, because it's nice to see just how big these are, Joe. They're a really good, decent size, aren't they?
They are a really good size, you know. And when you think about it, if you were buying that one as two of the same, and it was a continuous piece, it's a huge piece of fabric for great value on a printed linen. Again, the weight is so good, whether it's for your soft furnishings, whether it's for a lovely bag.
Yes,
you know, a little tote bag for go shopping to put your beer in.
Do you know what? That would be a really good idea, because if we want to encourage people now not to buy plastic when they go to the shops, and if somebody is going out to buy a refreshment, we want them to take a bag with them. So something like this is a tote bag.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, would definitely be good fun. Right, that's another option for you, but I wanted to show you the size that you were getting. So that's your beer bottle. Let's pop that just down here for a moment. The next one, we've got your countryside fruit. Do you know what I love about this? It's that vintage element again. This is lovely, it really, really is. And you've got all of the different fruits on here, but again, like vintage labels.
They are, yeah. So there's lots of mini makes. I mean, I've actually got it over here on my table, and I've got some PVC, which we've also got on the show, because it just shows you that lovely large piece on a table as a table covering is perfect. It's
Do you know
really,
what?
really nice.
That is a great idea, and we do have that PVC on the show that you can buy. That would be great outdoors, not just for having a picnic on, but for crafting on.
No, definitely, yeah, out in the sunshine.
Yeah, love that. Right, your next option, moving along. We're taking the colour away, but I'm going to get this one out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
This one's good. This is one of my favourites.
Sorry, not sorry. Is this one of your favourites,
This is a
Joe?
brand new one as well.
Yeah,
I just
look
had to put this in the
this.
mix.
Yeah, like that. That's a piece of artwork.
It
right
is,
there.
yeah. So it's the Cadillac one. Obviously, the Cadillac's on there. For me, whether that is a lovely blind in a room, but for me, there's so many makes out of those individual cars there. And if you've got a car lover, then why not make them that special gift?
Oh, do you know what? This is fabulous. You could add some fabric ink to this, or you could do some embroidery as well.
Yes.
You know, you've got some really good, cool subjects on there. Really like that one. You can order this twice because it's a pick and mix, and that will be a continuous cut for you. Let's just pop that to the side there. Music lovers, plenty of musical instruments here on this one, and it's called Name That Tune. What a show that was. Do you remember Name That Tune?
I do, yeah. I love
Name
that.
it in one. Ting!
Yeah. I love this fabric. I think we had a comment from a previous viewer who was saying it's really nice to see something with those natural tones in, but still got so much detail, so the browns and the earthy colours running in there. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, that is really nice. If you know any music lovers, absolutely perfect. I think that would be really good for doing project makes like journal covers, book covers,
100%.
tablet covers and things like that, especially anyone going to university. Right, the next one, bit of fun here. We like this. This is Make Some Noise. Oh my goodness, look at this.
Yeah, it's another new one. This is, I love this. This, for me, I'm a massive comic book fan.
Yeah,
so
me too.
Absolutely love it. And I just think that whole memories as a child, reading a comic, and it's got all those noises on there and all those expressions that you'd expect to see in your comic book.
Isn't that brilliant? Very retro as well,
yeah,
isn't it?
It's good,
yeah,
isn't it?
Like that. A lot of fun. Right, moving on, because I know we've got lots to get through, but it's nice to have a peruse and have a look at the different fabrics. We have got... What's a little... There you go. You've got your comic book next. And again, Joe, with this, I can see coasters, bunting, so many different makes to make with this. Can I turn this the right way? It's kind of ups and non-direct. We'll leave it as it is. I think you can see that. Yeah. So plenty of makes in there, and I like the design of it. So you've got your words, but they're encapsulated into the colours that you've got there.
Yeah, no, it is. And it does complement with the fabric next to it as well.
Yeah,
so it does really bring in that colour range.
Yeah, they'd work.
And leading on to the third one. The third one is...
Yeah.
I have to say, probably is my favourite. I have lots of favourites there.
Can I open this one up?
Yeah, I love this.
Yeah.
I had this on the show recently, slightly smaller pieces, so these are large pieces. People have asked me about it, that they wanted to buy in a continuous length, so the option there of buying two in a continuous length is perfect, whether it's 3 or 4. But I love it because there's so much detail in there, that real pop art running through it.
Oh, there is. Here we go. What a pretty couple. And I get the champion, I'm so happy. I get the trophy, the girl, the triumph of love. Oh, do you know what? This is brilliant. And this is what led me to ask you the question that I asked you at the start of the show that we won't go into now, but this is...
That's on another story.
Yeah, this is another story for another day. OMG, I'm so retro. You've got Ring Ring with the retro phone on there. You could just sit and look at this and keep yourself entertained. Absolutely
There's
superb.
so much, isn't there? And I know full well my mum will be watching and she'll be looking at that fabric going, right, I can cut so many little elements out of there and use it for so many makes. There really is so much involved in that fabric.
Yeah, there really is. It's great colours as well, and you've got that lovely retro look to it. OK, we will move on. I could just sit and look at some of these. That and the Cadillacs would go really well together.
Yeah, they would.
But your choice, you decide. Right, let's get into some of the other designs here. Always a popular one. We've got the unicorns, a blessing of unicorns there with the rainbows. That's a nice fun one.
It's nice because it's on that natural linen, I think, as well, Janice. So really subtle design. So if we've got that little interior that we want to make some little gifts for as well, I think it's a perfect little fabric.
It certainly is. Right, bugs, bugs and more bugs. None of them with 8 legs, so we're fine. Well, none of the ones I don't like with 8 legs, so I'm fine. And this one is called Bugs. And again, with this, lots and lots of makes. Great for kids, you know, who are learning.
I think that sort of, that explorer child,
Yes.
or anybody that's got that sort of interest in there, the detail of the actual print is phenomenal. It really is.
Really
and
is.
It's such a lovely range now. We've got all the animal range coming through, but the bugs one is so special.
If you've got an allotment, like little gloves or a little bag or something like that would look great. Next up, these are returning favourites. I remember these. I love these. I love the colours. This is your sitting birds, your parakeet in there. So again, you've got lots of different colours of the rainbow in here.
Yeah, very subtle on the linen again, but all that brightness coming through on the birds.
Yeah, and lots of makes you can create out of that. You can cut them out individually if you want to. Next up, let's go to our fish. So this is your ocean life.
Love
again,
this one.
Beautiful colours,
Yeah,
Joe.
absolutely love it. Full of all the fish there. All I need is my little yellow submarine in the middle there, and I'll be well away, wouldn't I?
Or your little snorkel going on
just
down.
swimming around,
Oh.
and it's stunning. I mean, I had the pleasure of travelling quite a bit and going to the Great Barrier Reef, and that just reminds me of that. So for me, it's a memory thing as well, and I absolutely love that.
Yeah, me too. I went diving on the Great Barrier Reef. It's
you?
amazing. What an experience.
Yeah, it's surreal, but
what
very
an
amazing.
experience. We've got the chameleons next. Again, a lovely design because you've got the tones of blue and green in here. And that's what I like about the fabrics from Material Magic, is that there's a lot of thought process going into the colours as well as the images.
No, definitely, yeah. And I think that sometimes some fabrics can be a bit overpowering with the background, and being that natural linen, it really shows you then that detail and the colour coming through.
Now, penguins. Who doesn't like a penguin? If you want to pick up a penguin or two, you can go for two of the same if you wish. Again, you look at this. I see the colour first and then I see the images.
Yeah, no,
if that
definitely.
makes sense. And
yeah.
I love that about patterns. You see the blacks and the yellows, and then you look again and you go, wow, it's lots of penguins. If you want two of these, you can do. Remember, it's a pick and mix on any two. Now, dog lovers. If you love your corgis, we have got a beautiful fabric for you here, and this is so super cute. I know our floor manager Molly has a corgi, and it's so sweet, but look at all the different images in here. So you've got your little sitting down corgi, where are we? Just there. And the little standing corgis as well. I wonder if a certain lady might like this.
I think so. I think that would be a nice make to send off, wouldn't it?
I certainly think it would. Absolutely beautiful. So that's the corgis.
Reminds me of a story, actually, that little letter that Lily sent to the Queen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, about her lights being left on in Buckingham Palace, and she was only about 6 or 7.
Oh.
And she said, look, you know, it is daytime, we need to save energy.
Well, she sent that to the Queen.
And she got a letter back.
She didn't.
It was amazing, absolutely amazing.
That
yeah,
is incredible.
Now you can see the boss side of my daughter.
Wow, wow. So, yes, sending a letter to Her Majesty. Wow. Right, let's have a look at the bunny rabbits. Another beautiful collection. If you know anyone that loves nature, loves animals, loves bunny rabbits, you've got all of those cute little images on there. Your next one are your ducks. Your ducks and your geese. So we've got a mallard in there. We've got some Canadian geese, I believe, in there as well. And that's about as far as I'm going to go with my duck analogy. But this is lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice, that one.
Yeah, love that. Next, we've got your pandas, your panda bears. Something a bit different, actually.
Yeah, it is. You don't often see the pandas on fabrics. And again, because of the subtle linen, it really does show the design there. Something a little bit different, which is always nice.
Yeah, I like that. And I like the fact that we have the leaves there, which don't have the bamboo leaves and the tropical leaves that don't have the panda on. So you've got a bit of a choice there, a bit of a rest from the pandas and a bit of a choice as to what you feature the most. Right, who doesn't like a cat? We have got your puddy-duddy cats here. And they're really sweet. So those are your cats, your little kittens. Again, it's a really nice subtle colour on there.
Yeah, it's very cute, isn't it?
Yeah,
that one?
it is.
Yeah, I like the cat one.
Very cute. Oh, talking of cutes, Weatherman Joe with us today.
Well, I have heard through the grapevine, although he's been really busy, when he heard it was you, Janice.
Really?
He's been honing his crafting skills as well, so he said he might try and pop in. Who knows?
Oh, I hope so. I like Weatherman Joe. I mean, I like you, Joe. I
Thanks, Janice.
But I like Weatherman Joe. Right, your dogs and your bones and your homes and your paw prints. Again, a lot of fun. If you know anybody that loves to walk dogs or is a doggy daycare or anything like that, a gift made out of this is beautiful. And if you know somebody that loves pugs, it'll make it extra special. And then you've got your pooches, so you've got a whole combination of different doggies on there. Do you have a dog, Joe?
I don't know. I get a little girl asked me most days for one, but I said we're just too busy. I'd like to have one.
Go on, Joe, get a dog. This is lovely. So you've got all of the different doggies on there. And then, yeah, email in if you want Joe to get a dog. No pressure,
Thanks,
only kidding. Maybe Weatherman Joe could get a dog.
Well, I think he has got a dog, actually.
Oh, has
he has quite a new addition, so...
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'll maybe ask him.
Yeah, we will.
We can go and visit. He's only next door, so we can go and visit. It's fine.
Perfect. And talking of perfect, we've got your cats and your yarn there, which is brilliant. And then we've got your chickens and your roosters. And again, another colourful piece here. I love this one, which is really nice. Quintessential for the English kitchen. Fabulous. Right, 678974 is your item number. Go to the website and see all of the different options we've got available for you. We've got the returning favourites. We've got some that are brand new as well. We've got some funky. We've got some fun. We've got cute in there for you. We've got plenty of detail as well as lots of open space. So you choose, you decide. It's any two, but of course you can have two of the same. It will be a continuous cut. £14.99. Right, let's crack on because I am aware we do need to do some demonstrations, but we do have a lot of fabric for you on the show. Right, we've got two sets for you. We're having a sneaky look at Christmas here.
Yeah,
I like this set, Joe.
I love Christmas, I really do, and I've said it before, but I really love Christmas. The two seasons in my household are Christmas and Halloween. We've got sweet teeth in my house, but had to come on to a show with a bundle, and why not bring a Christmas and a Halloween bundle? Just a little bit of fun with your fat quarters in there, so you get a lot of variety. A little sneaky peek for in July when we will be bringing some more Christmas along.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the end of July I'm bringing some more Christmas.
How
but these
wonderful.
are just a little taster and a lovely little bundle, a great value and lots of great makes in there.
It's a lovely vintage vibe to this.
It has, yeah, and I love
lovely
that.
Traditional vintage vibe. Getting early, £12.99, saving £7 on that deal. 736 is your item number. Right, next we've got Halloween. Halloween. So in this we've got some skulls, we've got some skeletons, and we've got some mummies and some things.
Yeah, some things.
Yeah.
They're friends of the bugs.
They are, well,
Sort of.
Yeah.
We did have a look for you, didn't we, and just double check. And you said it's okay.
I can just about cope with what you're about to see as we're sweeping up. I do like this one, though. I do love the orange that you've got in there, and I love the black and white vibe that you've got.
Yeah, do you know what? It was one of those, I saw the fabrics and thought, well, you don't often get Halloween fabrics.
No, you don't.
Why not? And we celebrate it quite big in our house because we like sweets.
Yes.
But we like to decorate as well and have a bit of fun. I think
Yeah.
when the weather starts turning, why not? And let's
Yeah.
get our crafts involved in that as well.
And I think they'll make great bunting, I really do. Yeah, get the bunting up at Halloween. Now, we've got a happy hour deal for you. If you want to go for that, it's a great deal for this hour and this hour only. Remember, at the top of the shop, the price will be going back up. So your happy hour, Joe, tell us about this.
Well, obviously, where could I be without my Fuse Web and Calico bundle?
Yeah.
It is something that I know a lot of people are running low on stock, so I wanted to bring it back for the hour at the great happy hour price of £9.99. So obviously my Fuse Web and my Calico, but I've also wanted to share a little bit of love.
You did indeed, and along with your happy hour, a little bit of love will be coming your way. Isn't that lovely? That could be your first project.
Definitely.
That could be your first project.
Do you know what? I'd love to see the makes from it as
Oh,
well.
please, yeah. In fact, how do people get in touch with you, Joe, after the show?
Yeah, just go onto Facebook for Make It Joe and you will see me on there. I apologise if silliness on there as well, but we generally put some pictures on there of what's coming up as well. So.
Never apologise for silliness. I'd be apologising all my life if you had to do that. Now we're going to change the price. It's a happy hour price. That's better. $9.99. So you get your Fuser Web and you get your Calico bundle, and you also get that little bit of love from our Joe. 812514 is your item number. You can head to the website to see all the items we've got, including the scissors that are available and always prove to be very, very popular. Treat yourself to some new fabric scissors. You can see everything on the website. And the website is where you can go to see all of the items and make your choices. You can have a look at the 5-star reviews. We've got PVC, we've got Calico on there. We've got some Hessian fabric, which bear in mind, we've got a Christmas event coming up. That would be great to get in your baskets now, so you're ahead of yourself. We've got some books for you as well, so go and have a look at those. And don't forget that happy hour 5-star reviews on that. Well, 4 3/4, but who cares about the quarter that's missing? It's a 5-star review, isn't it? If you are a Freedom member, you don't pay any P&P. And if you are a Freedom member, then there's also some great discounts across our website as well. You can go and have a look at those. Right, Joe, what we're going to have a look at next?
So, well, it couldn't be, I couldn't leave it alone, really. I had to go for the little Christmas bundle. So I've got the little Christmas bundle here. And you were right, I think that vintage vibe, I mean, I'm just going to hold that one up. So it is absolutely stunning. You know, 100% cotton. You've got this beautiful little vintage feel to this Christmas. So I'm going to make something very quickly, hopefully, out of these lovely fabrics by using some of the Hessian in there, some of the green in there, obviously my Fuser Web and my Calico. And what I've done first, I've actually cut some squares out of the fabric, trying to centralise that little cherub or angel there with his little hymn sheet. So we've got a central picture in there. Okay, so I've done those. I've got some of my green that I've cut up here, and what we're going to achieve is a nice little make ready for Christmas that we'll try and do some extra bits to it as we go along through the show. So I've firstly got my green, which is my lovely Christmas green. We're going to call it Christmas green because I think
it is a nice green, and
it's a nice green, isn't it?
It goes really well with the other colours that you've got in the choice of fabrics. My favourite is the yellowy golden mustardy background colour.
Yeah, it's nice, that one.
Yeah,
yeah, really striking.
Yeah.
So I've got some of the Hessian as well, and it's great. It's in the bundle, but we do also have it on a great price today for 2 metres for $9.99. So it is worth having a look at. So I'm going to cut this a little bit shorter than my actual green itself. Okay. So it's nice. I love Hessian because it does give you that Christmas rustic sort of feel to it as well. Yeah. I'm going to get some of my actual Fuser Web. I'm going to cut it the size of my actual Hessian itself. Okay, I'm just going to snip that off. Okay.
Now, as you're using Fuser Web, Joe, will it not leave a sticky residue in between the Hessian?
No, it doesn't. Yeah, surprisingly, you know, I'm always using it, as we all know.
Yes.
But it doesn't. It just bonds it the same it would do a fabric, which is really unusual because you think, okay, but it's quite open, the weave, but it works exactly the same way.
Oh, that's good to know.
It's really, really clever. So we've got that size there. I want to leave a little bit of an edge around, like a frame of green around it, just to give it a bit of detail. There we go. I'm going to go like that. So we're going to go for about 1/4 of an inch all the way round and about 1.5 inches at the top. So we're just going to trim that a little bit there. I love combining Hessian for projects like this as well. Okay.
It's also great for your mixed media projects. If you're popping it onto the front of a card and then building up some faux flowers or something like that.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, it really is.
The beauty of Hessian, you can actually pull it out at the sides as well, can't you?
You can, yeah. Give that sort of look, that vintage look as well.
Total look.
So I'm just going to put my Fuser Web on the top. So obviously I'm ironing the paper side. So the paper side, you will start to see it stick straight away. The key with this is, if it hasn't stuck, there's no problem. We can put it straight back down and we can put some more heat onto it. But what you should be left with, if it has already gone on there, is a crispy piece of paper.
Oh, lovely.
So before we use this onto our fabric, what I did do earlier, I'm just going to grab some, is I had some little squares of card. So with this little make, I want to get a little bit of stiffness to it, and you'll see why at the end. So we're going to pop the square of card in the middle, okay, and we're going to pop the Hessian over the outside of it. Okay, you won't see that card when we've finished, but it just gives a little bit of stiffness to it. And as we iron that on, that will basically stick it all together, and it will combine that card in the inside. So we don't have to use any wet glue. You know, there's none of that going all over the place and sticking our fingers together and getting our tops all mucky. I'm going to pull that edge off there. So straight away you can see that is stuck, the Hessian, with the card between it.
Excellent.
So it's sandwiched between. Now I'm going to get my lovely little, I'm going to call them angels. They might be cherubs, but I think they're little Christmas angels. Okay, and we're going to have a little look at where our square is, and we're going to literally iron to create some hems the size of that square.
I can't wait to see what you're going to make, Joe. I've got
Me
a few.
too.
I've got a few ideas in my head.
A few ideas in your head.
But I'm not quite sure yet.
Okay.
I don't know about you guys at home.
Yeah, it is one of those, and people always ask me, "Oh, what are you going to do?" I said, "I love playing with the fabrics. I see the fabric, and I think sometimes we're all guilty of it. You don't need a project for fabric.
No.
You just have it there and stroke it." There we go. So I'm going to tuck again. I'm going to tuck the sides up a little bit wider there. So I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. So I do want to cover that card.
Yep.
So there we go, like so, and then tuck up the end there.
Is it going to be a pocket?
Maybe.
Oh.
Okay. I may have to use the sewing machine.
Is it going to be part of an advent calendar?
Maybe. I'm liking these guesses.
Yeah.
So you can see there, I'm going to turn that round. Okay, so we can see that there. And I'm going to do the top edge as well. Okay, so just literally tuck that over and iron it down. Just so that it's no raw edges seen on our little square. Okay. And then before we do this, I'm going to get my pinking scissors, my crocodile scissors, and just give a little detail to the edge of our green all the way around. There we go. And bottom as well. So leaving that lovely green still showing through the edge and giving a little bit of frame to our little mini make.
Okay.
I'll do the top as well, just so it finishes it off there. There we go. That way. And then we're going to get our little pouch, our little square, and that's going to go on there. And what we're going to achieve now, just making sure that it is the right size. I've gone a bit over with the ironing there, so I will be able to iron that crease out.
So you're covering the card with
So
the
I'm
fabric
covering
on
the
front.
card.
Okay.
You'll see why shortly, why I've put a bit of card in there, because I've made something similar a long time ago. And what I find, if we don't put the card in there and we want to use this little make, it gets a bit floppy.
Oh, okay.
So it does
We
give
don't
it
want
a
that.
little bit of stiffness, which we do need.
Yes.
So I'm just going to iron that on there. Okay.
Is it going to be a gift tag?
Who knows? Who knows?
I
So
love
what
this
we're going to do
guessing
now,
game.
we're going to attempt to use the sewing machine.
Okay.
It's not always my friend, so I'm going to bring this over here. If we don't worry. We can solve it. Okay, and I'm holding that layer down just to make sure that it's covered the cardboard. Okay, I'm going to pop that in there.
Is it going to be a coaster, Joe?
No.
No, it's
No
not gonna be a
coasters.
coaster.
No coasters.
I hope you're trying to guess at home. I love this game.
This is where we see if my thread stayed in. No, it didn't. So what we've done, luckily, I did do one earlier, so I will change that. So as you can see now, it starts to take shape. So all I've done is stitched along the sides and the bottom, and I'm going to stick my finger in there. And we've got our little pocket.
Ah.
So when we're at Christmas time,
Sweeties. Oh,
got to have a sweetie.
Oh, yeah, that looks.
Do you know what that is?
Yeah, that looks a nice sweet. I might have to have that sweet for
Buttermint.
my journey home.
Buttermint.
Yes.
I've got spares for you.
Have you?
So we could pop them in there, and I will finish them more off when you go through the counter, and you can see straight away there that my little advent, which we're going to add to this shortly,
Yes.
and we're going to add some more detail to it. But the reason why I've put the card behind there, it keeps that stiffness, so when it's against the wall hanging up, it doesn't flop all over the place.
You don't want that
And you
happening.
can put all your little treats in there for your advent as well.
Joe, that is lovely. And I get to have a mint at the end of the show. We've had a question in, Joe, from Alison. Thanks for emailing in. Hope you're well today. Alison would like to know, what is the best way to get fuser web off the iron?
Oh,
Whoops.
yeah. Well, as you can see, I've done it as well.
Have you?
Okay, yeah. So it is one of those that I wouldn't recommend like a scouring pad, because it will rip your wreck your iron a little bit. So you've just got to get a wet cloth on it or something plastic and literally just very
Try and get it
carefully just peel it off as it goes. Okay, making sure obviously it is cool.
Yes.
Don't do it when it's too hot.
Yeah, don't do it when it's too hot.
It is one of those. I've done it so many times, so I
Yeah.
do feel your pain.
Oh, bless you, bless you. Right, let's take you through some other options we've got available for you, because we've got the fabric scissors, always popular. And these are fabulous, aren't they, Joe? And they are sharp, they have to be.
They are indeed.
Because they need to cut through fabric, and they're a good size as well. Good weight to them.
I will say, never forget that you've got them. If you've got a pouch like me, when you get in the chair, sit
Yep.
down, because they will put a hole through there.
Yeah,
they are very sharp,
you do
but
have
they
to be
need to be,
careful.
because they cut right to the edge.
Yeah, and that's important when you're cutting fabric. So you can see there, they'll cut right to the edge. And you've got the little Make It Joe signature on there as well, which is fabulous. Really good quality, excellent quality. And these would make a great gift. Come in a lovely box. £19.99. You're saving £10 on those scissors. 10 inches in size, which is a great size to work with. Right, we have got a happy hour for you. You've been very busy for this. You've got your calico and your fuser web and a little bit of love from our Joe. So that is going to come with each and every happy hour deal. Is it going to be the same fabric, Joe, or is it going to be...
It's going to be the same fabric. You'll get a little bit of love.
Oh, a little bit of love for you all. £9.99. 812-514 is your item number, and that's a little added bonus. So that's your happy hour deal. The price is going back up at the top of the hour, £9.99. It's been very busy, actually, and got a little bit of writing up on the fuser web, which is great. So that's yours if you want it. Now, heat resistant table protector. These are fabulous. I've got an item that Joe made on one of the shows, and I use it all the time whenever I get hot pots out of, not a hot pot as in like the food hot pot, but a pot that's hot. Anyway, whenever I get that, just a pot and it's hot, I place it on the table protector because it just, well, it protects the table. It's important, isn't it? It's heat resistant, and you could place some fabric on the other side so you make it look rather fancy on your tables. $11.99, it's a great price. How much do we get, Joe?
Yeah, so it's a 54-inch piece by half a metre, so it's a large piece. So you can make, like you said, lots of makes from that, or if you buy two pieces, it will be continuous length and it will then fit your table.
And do you know what's nice about it as well? If you are fusing some material to one side to make it look fancy, the underneath, well, this is fancy itself, isn't it, Joe?
It's lovely.
Really lovely pattern.
Yeah, I mean, it's non-slip as well, so don't forget that if we are putting it on our table and we're making some coasters or heat-proof mats, it is a non-slip element to there, and I love the fact that you can follow the line and cut it to whatever shape and not make a mistake.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if it's non-stick, if you wanted to as well, you could use it maybe for something that you're working on with your crafting as well, with it being non-stick. Right, so we've got some PVC for you, and this is great for protecting fabric on your table or protecting your craft space if you want. So the PVC, bring the details up on the screen for this. It's $9.99, 2 metres by 54 inches wide. Brand new today in this configuration, £9.99. Great deal, 990853. Very handy for your pockets inside your makes and even lining like your toiletry bags. Right, we have got some canvas for you next. Really good quality canvas. So for making your tote bags and your other makes, you've got 1 metre by 60 inches, £12.99. It's 100% cotton canvas, and it's 12 ounce. Is that important, Joe, the weight?
Yeah, because it's a really heavy weight. So if you're going to use it for bag making, but also if you're going to stretch it over a canvas, so if you're going to paint on it, if you're going to stitch on it, I love the fact that there's so many uses for it, but it's got that toughness to it as well. So your calico is lovely, super soft, whereas your canvas has got that weight to it that you need a little bit more substantial fabric. That is the key. Yeah,
do you know what? It's a nice colour as it is as well.
It's, yeah,
you know, if you were to
natural.
make just a natural bag, do a little stitching on there, it looks brilliant. £12.99, 277-534 is your item number. We mentioned the Hessian. Yeah, if you want some more Hessian, this just reminds me of the Helter Skelters at Skeggy.
Yeah,
Great
I love
Yarmouth.
That. Yeah, the mats. The mats that we used to get a bit of burn on when we were going down the slide.
Those were the days. You know, none of this big rides anymore. You just used to sit in a sack and go down a slide and get your knickers caught on the...
I did indeed.
Yeah, I did too. I think we all did. I think we all ripped our knickers on the slide when we were younger. Right, if you do want to get hold of your Hessian, it's going to bring back lots of memories, but it's also great for your projects as well, especially Christmas. We do have a Christmas event coming up, so get ahead of yourself. Get the discount today, $9.99. 596904 is your item number. But Hessian, not just for Christmas, of course. And then we've got your calico. Now, why calico, Joe?
Well, I love it. Obviously, I use a lot in makes, but you've got 2 metres of a 63-inch width calico, which is phenomenal. For $9.99, it's great for those mock-up makes as well. So if you've got a really big project that you want to mock it up first, it's perfect to use. It's perfect for printing, which we're going to have a go with shortly.
Oh, lovely.
It's perfect for painting, stitching, embroidering, and just many, many makes. It really is. And the value of it for the amount of fabric is phenomenal. It really is.
Well, $9.99, 2 metres by 160 centimetres. That's 63 inches wide in old money. $9.99. It's a great price. 095876 is your item number. Now, we do have a pick and mix on the drill fabric. These are great blenders or extenders for your project, or, of course, for using in projects as they are. You don't have to blend these with any fabrics, but we've got some great colours here, which I think will go with... Sorry, I'll start that again. I think these will go with the other fabrics that we've got on the show, Joe.
And we wanted to bring them on, and the lovely guys at Material Magic giving a great price today so that you can mix and match in there. If you've got a project in mind, these are the perfect backing for them.
Yeah, these are looks like a test card, doesn't it, as
It
we're going
does,
over the colours.
I love the fact as well that there's no shrinkage in them. So
is that right?
Yeah, they've been pre-shrunk, so
Brilliant.
they're ready to go. It's that cotton drill, so really, really tough fabric. You'll get a lot of wear and tear out of it.
Yeah, it is superb. We've got some lovely colours. We've got some gorgeous greys and yellows and reds in there. You can tell by it's the weave, isn't it, in the cotton?
Yeah, no, definitely, yeah.
You
It's a
can
real
tell.
tight weave.
Yeah, if I grab, which colour shall I grab that's going to show that off? I'll grab the orange. I don't know whether we can get close on this or whether you can see this at home, but it is really important because the weave makes that fabric strong, makes it tough, makes it durable, and that's, there you go, there you can see that. So that's the weave in there that is making this very, very strong indeed. And the colours are wonderful because when you see the red, it's a red all the way through. There's no variation in the fabric.
No, they're really strong, really vibrant there, and what you see is what you get.
Yeah, it certainly does look that way. Now, I just want to avert your attention to this end because we've got the camouflage, but we also have that very, very bright, are we calling it lime or yellow or green?
Flow.
It's flow, I think it's flow. But doesn't that look great with that camouflage?
Yeah, that fluorescent in there as
fluorescent, yeah, it's called the flow. They look brilliant together and would make quite the impact, it really would. But if you do want to go for the camouflage, you've got the green there, you've got the blue, and you've also got the grey colour as well. So great offer, $12.99. It's a pick and mix, so you can choose any two. And then if you want to make some bunting or use them as extenders, then you can do. 414158. Right, Joe, what are we having a look at now?
Well, so I've just actually got the sewing machine working. Which is good. So I finished my other pouch, so I can use it occasionally.
Yeah, you can. You can. You look like a bikini.
So
then,
I'm going to take my little sweetie off first, out of there. So what we're going to do, we're going to finish this off, and obviously you can see the theme of that advent going through there. So we want to add a little bit more detail to that. So what I've done, I've got my fuse web and my calico, and I've cut them to A4, just using an A4 piece of card. I've always got this, so I use it as my template. And I've literally drawn round on the calico and cut it into A4, and exactly the same with the fuser web. Okay, and what we're going to do now is going to bond them together. So using that glue on the fuser web, try and keep them nice and neat, so making sure that all the corners are right. And this will get our trusty little iron, and we're going to literally just put that together. This is where we start to see, and you get used to your iron, because all irons are different. So all the heat on there is slightly different to someone else's iron. So you might take seconds to get yours all stuck down. I might be a little bit longer. So just experiment with it. So I'll put mine to one side, and then I'll just see if it's stuck. Yeah, maybe a little bit more. And you'll start to see what's like the Gore-Tex, the crisscross effect, as you get the heat on there. So I'm going to turn it over, okay, and then iron all the creases out. Okay, and that's also making sure that it has bonded together and that it's good to go for a little bit of printing.
I can't believe you can put fabric through a printer.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. It really is. You know, it's one of those sort of eureka moments that I was experimenting and playing around with.
Yeah.
And it's such a great product for that, that you can not only just get your little fonts and little text in there, but if you want to then put some colour and paint and
How
stitch
about
on
a
it.
photograph?
Photograph, we've done that before.
Now,
Yeah.
I remember the days when I used to go into the Haymarket shopping centre in Leicester, and they had this big machine, and you used to print your face or a picture that you gave them, where they'd take a picture of you and they'd print it on an apron. I never forget that. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. I had a picture of me on an apron.
Perfect.
You know, I don't think anyone else would have wanted it, but it was just amazing that they did that there and then. And I think it was like a calico style fabric.
No, definitely, yeah. I think it's just extended from that, and when I looked at different things and formats of doing it, so it is literally just some font on a piece of paper that I'm going to pop in the top of the scanner element on my printer. It's not a flash printer, it's quite battered now. Always remember which side that we're printing on, so how your printer takes your paper through.
Yes.
Mine takes it from the top, so it prints on the top, and I want to print onto my calico.
Yep.
So I'm going to turn this on. I'm going to literally pop that in like I would do a sheet of paper or card, and this is where we cross our fingers, toes, arms, everything.
This is great for doing bespoke projects for people. Maybe you need to put someone's name, maybe they've just moved home, for example. So that's your artwork. It could be placement mats for the table, and you want to put pictures of everybody on the table, on your table mats, which would be great using the calico. Oh, you've done it.
So straight away, you've got our little fonts on there, and obviously I've got my little numbers here. So I'm going to get my pink and shears, and I'm just going to cut this off. The beauty of it is, it's got the fuse web on there, which takes it through your printer, but then you've got the sticky fuse web behind, ready to use straight away.
Do you know what? Of course you can cut into it.
Cut into it.
Yeah, you don't have to just think of an A4 design. You've done it then. You can start cutting out, and yeah, love that
Perfect.
idea.
So we've got number 1, number 2. There we go. So our first few days of Advent. I'm getting mine ready now, and we're going to use these. And obviously the next stage is peel the back off. So a little bit more off there. Okay. And
I
peel the backing off.
I think we should have Advent calendars every month.
Why not? That'd be
Why
fun.
wait
hey?
until Christmas to pull a chocolate or a sweet out of a pocket?
Or a buttermint.
Oh, buttermint.
So I've got my 2 little Advent calendars there. And it's deciding where we want it. Do we put it central? Do we put it... I think we'll put it on the corner.
Yeah, that looks nice.
I think maybe like that. Like so. Yeah, I like that. What do you reckon? That?
I like that.
We'll go that side. That one.
Yes.
Yeah. So always remember that it is ink on there. So it is worth always having a little bit of calico. Okay, just to pop on there, a spare piece of calico, because you don't want, a bit like we were saying earlier, the fusel web on your iron.
Yep.
You don't want that ink directly onto your iron. Okay, so we're going to iron that on, put a bit of heat over that, and that's going to give that individual detail now, and just jazzing it up. And when you think about it, it's only taken minutes to make one of these.
I think it's a great idea to be able to
I
print.
would say probably an hour
Yeah.
that you could create your whole little Advent on there. And we're going to get some heat on that one. We're going to get some more buttermilk mints.
Please.
And we're going to pop them in there. Okay.
Now, Joe, I've got a question for you.
Yep.
Sending calico through your printers, we've sent it through with the Bonder web on there.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking I don't want that on the back. I want to use it as a fabric. Is there a way that we can send it through and then still continue to use it as a fabric?
You can put the same. What we can do, let me show you. So what you can do as well, if we've got a piece of fabric, so I've got a piece of fabric, the Christmas there, cut an A4. Okay,
Yeah.
I've also got fusel web. So the key with the fusel web is, the fusel web gives it a little bit of stiffness that it will take it through. So if I'm going to iron this on here, here's a great, we probably won't get to finish this project, but it'll give you an idea.
We've had a question come through also from Tom. Thank you for emailing in, Tom. Tom wanted to check whether it's a LazyJet or an inkjet printer. Does it matter?
It doesn't really matter, no. There is so many different printers on the market.
Yep.
Obviously, this is quite an old printer. It's quite big.
Yes.
But the key is that As long as your printer will take a very thin card,
yes,
it'll always go through.
Now, what about making that ink permanent? Because we are using, well, it's not a fabric dye, it's an ink.
Yeah, it is an ink. It is one of those that there are some things on the market that you can then coat it with. So
Right.
I've never really had an issue with the ink coming off, because it's not something,
you
know,
wash.
that I'm going to wash.
Yeah.
So, because it is my calendar on there as well.
So try it at home. Your ink will be the ink that goes along with your printer. So we can't guarantee that it's not going to wash off because we're just putting it through the printer more for decorative reasons than anything we're going to use and wear. But it's interesting, so give it a go, give it a go. Thank you for emailing in.
So what I've done, I've put fuse web on the back of the fabric, so it is actually fabric going through, not calico.
Right.
So exactly the same process we're putting it in. I want to, this time, I'm just going to trim that side there. I don't want text on my fabric, I want it on the back, so we can then use our fabric for a different make. So
Okay.
it just gives you an idea of the different makes that we could do with it. So again, that's going in there. I've put some font in there already. We must have read your mind, because I had to think about this earlier.
You must see, we're there.
So
we're
it's going
there.
to, fingers crossed, it takes it through. Here
Again,
we go.
we can't guarantee results on every printer. It's all down
Thanks
to your
for that,
printer.
Janice.
It's all down to just giving it a go at home.
So what we've done there, I've put some font on the back, so Noel backwards, that then I can cut out with time.
Yep.
And then what you'll have on the other side is you'll have Noel cut out in your fabric, and
Yep.
then we can use it.
Oh, but
So
you will have an L.
We will have an L.
We won't have no L. We'll have an L.
So I will do that, and I'll post a picture of that later so you can see that as well.
Thank you. Isn't that fabulous? You see the things that you can do with a bit of imagination. Right, let's take you through the options again, then we'll head back to Joe. And I do believe that Weatherman Joe might be joining us later. Might do. Right, OK, first option. I really like this one. This is your vintage labels, and this is gorgeous. I've got a cushion here that was made with this fabric. Really easy, just an envelope cushion. And again, how easy is that going to make with no zips and no buttons? But it's very, very effective, and something that normally you'd pay a lot of money for a design like that. That's your vintage labels. You choose any two. And if you want two the same, then it'll be a continuous cut for you. So then you've got your last orders. So you've got your beer and your hops, which is nice. Then you've got your lovely countryside fruits. So the countryside fruits, that is gorgeous. We've also got your beer bottles. I've got that right here just to show you quickly. I was hiding that under the counter. That is your, those are your beer bottles. Those are your beer bottles. So that's brand new. We've also got your musical Name That Tune, which are pretty cool. We like the tones in that. And then we've got Make Some Noise. Ouch, bang, boom. We like that. Very good. Go.
Definitely one of our favourites, that one.
Boo-boo. Like that. Right, next, you've got your comic book, where it's great. You've got Amazing, Dynamite. You've got Incredible. You've got Super. You've got Wow. Isn't that good? Words that I normally hear when I walk through the corridors of the craft store. Not directed at me. There's always Catherine walking behind me. Then you've got your retro pop art. Really like this one. And again, you've got the red background, and then you've got all the images in there. Then you've got your Cadillac. Love this. This is new. I've not seen this before. And you've got your different Cadillacs there with that lovely grey background with the dots. Love that. If you like your unicorns, you've got a blessing of unicorns just there, which is perfect. You've also got your bugs, so don't let that bug you. Get two into your basket if you want to. It would be a continuous cut. Then you've got your sitting birds, which are your parakeets, beautiful rainbow colours. Then you've got your ocean line. Isn't that superb? It's the colours that make that beautiful. Your chameleons, if you like your greens and your turquoise, that is a lovely colour with your chameleons, which is lovely. Then you've got your penguins. Pick up a penguin or two. Remember, you can have this twice. It's a pick and mix for any two. Next, we've got your corgis, if you're a lover of a corgi. What a beautiful, beautiful fabric that is. Then you've got your rabbits, which are lovely. Look at the little bunny rabbits. Aren't they beautiful? Lovely. Then you've got your ducks and your geese. Superb. Love that. But our Hayley Smith would like that as well with her ducks. Then you've got your panda. But don't pander to that too much. You can choose another one to go with that, or you can have 2 of the same. Then you've got your puddy teddies, your kittens, and that's a really nice natural look. You've got your pugs as well, if you like your pugs, with the bones in the dog houses and the dog bowls. And then you've got your pooches, which are a whole combination of different pooches. You've got Yorkshire Terrier, Jack Russell in there. You've got your St Bernard or Newfoundland in there, beautiful. And then you've got your cats and your yarn. They tell a story, don't they? And then you've got your chickens and your roosters. Yeah, very, very colourful. You can choose any 2, and if you want 2 of the same, you're more than welcome to take that. Fabulous. Right. Oh my goodness, he's only snuck in.
Hey.
I didn't hear the door.
Hi,
the
Janice.
helicopter. Hi, Weatherman Joe.
I snuck in there. I know Joe is very shy, so he had to step out.
Oh well, it's probably a good job
you know,
for
he's
now.
a busy guy doing all his craft stuff and that. I've been very busy.
I hear you've been crafting.
Yeah, so he's persuaded me to come on and do some craft. I have watched him a little bit, but obviously with you, Janice, I missed you too much.
Oh, well,
I had to leave the football alone and doing the weather report over in the football there and come and see you.
Do you know what? I'm glad you've come. You've brought the sunshine with you today.
I did
Weatherman
indeed.
Joe.
Yes, we have got some sunshine, but I'm going to give a go of a little middleman.
Go on, I'd like to see
I'm going to give it a
this.
go. So this is something that I've seen a few of you make.
Yeah.
Joe's even left some scissors here for me, so I haven't signed the health and safety forms, so we have to be careful.
Yes.
I know we have to social distance, but if you need to hold my finger, I will give you a shout.
Okay.
Okay. So I saw that beautiful fabric there, the Cadillac fabric. So I'm old school.
Yes.
And when I'm old school doing my weather reports and getting my lovely things ready, okay, I need to use a mouse.
Oh.
On the computer, I need to use a mouse. I can't use that middle thing.
No.
I need a proper mouse, and I like to move
Okey-dokey.
that around. So I've got this lovely bit of table protector, is it called?
Yeah, it is. Table protector. We've got that on the show.
Heat resistant, but the key with this one is that Joe told me it
Yeah.
is non-slip.
Yes. Oh, what a
Non-slip.
good idea for your
So
mouse.
I've got some fuse web. Here we go. Bear with me. I've got my iron.
Do you know
I'm
what,
going to
Joe?
pop that on there.
I think I was channeling you earlier because I did mention that non-stick would be good for computers.
Oh, it's perfect. Absolutely lovely. I mean, this is great, isn't it? I mean, this is the key. This is my crafting style.
Yes.
So I love this. Okay. I've literally put some iron on there. I'm going to pull that fuse web off with a crispy piece of paper, apparently.
Yeah,
Is that
apparently
right?
so.
Okay. And I've got my lovely Cadillac. I love this. Oh,
I can see you in a Cadillac.
Oh,
Weatherman
yes.
Joe.
I mean, I love the Cadillac. Absolutely love it there. So I'm going to pop that on top. Again, get my lovely little iron. And apparently, is it crocodile scissors?
There are some crocodile scissors. They're
scissors.
also called pinking shears as well.
Pinking shears. You
Yeah.
are a knowledge over there,
I
Janice.
thank you, Joe. I was
All
gonna
that
say-
knowledge, you're wasted, I say.
If you have a Cadillac, I bet it'll be convertible because you will know when it's going to rain and shine.
Oh, I do indeed. Like I say, we've got some beautiful sunshine at the moment. A little bit of water coming over the top, but we've got
Yep.
the PVC there that protect our covering.
That's right. And in this country, in the UK in particular, it's a good idea to get some of that PVC because it would cover your tablecloths very nicely if you're picnicking outside.
There we go. Look at that. Even I'm concentrating now. It's not very often you get me quiet, Janice. So I'm actually cutting this out with those crocodile scissors.
You're doing a very good job.
I'm doing all right, I think.
There
I think
won't
I'm
be
okay.
any crocodile tears.
I'm making a mess. I know I am. So
Oh,
I'm going
don't
to
worry.
literally pop that all the way round, and I'll make sure my iron is still nice and hot because we need a little bit more ironing on there, I believe. I think there's something in my ear. Somebody telling me, yes, you need some more iron.
I think you do.
Okay, so we're going to turn that over. Going to iron that down so my fuser web, Joe's lovely fuser web, is stuck there, perfect. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a mess, chuck that out the way. There we go, chuck that out the way. And I've got my heat-proof non-stick matting. It's going to go on my table, my desk at home to do my report. And as I can do this, look at that.
It's not moving.
Non-slip. That is
And
your
you're
mouse mat.
You're a
I'm
strong
loving
man,
that.
Joe.
There we go.
You're a very strong man, Weatherman Joe, and if you're not moving it, I don't think anyone can. Thank you, Weatherman Joe. It's been a joy.
It is a pleasure.
Unfortunately, we've run out of time. I was going to ask Weatherman Joe about the story that we were talking about at the start of the show about Joe, but I best not. I best not.
We'll talk over lunch.
Yes, we will. Thank you, Weatherman Joe.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, I think I've just been asked out on a date with Weatherman Joe. Did you hear that? Take me out for lunch. Right. Oh, Phil Orler. Oh. You wouldn't ask Catherine. Right, let's have a look at the... Oh, yeah, the happy hour. I've got it. Sorry, I'm just so I think I'm blushing. You just can't see it. We have got a happy hour for you. We've got calico and we've also got the fuser web as well. So it's great for doing your little projects with. And Joe is going to send some love. I bet Weatherman Joe told Joe to put that in. So a little bit of love going out to you all. That will be included with your happy hour deal, but you do need to get it before the top of the hour at 2 p.m. 999 812 514 is your item number. Now, we've got a Christmas fabric bundle for you. And this is proven to be very popular. You've got your Hessian in there. You've also got your lovely materials, are nice and vintage. I really, really do like this particular set. My favourite in that bundle is this one here with that lovely yellow golden colour. Isn't that lovely? And a nice vintage vibe to that as well. Talking of vintage vibes, we've got our Joe back in the studio. Did you see Weatherman Joe?
Yeah, he just ran past and said apparently he's going for lunch or something.
Well, apparently. He's
made a mess.
I know.
Absolute mess. But
you know, you can clear
it looks
up
like
after
he's
him.
giving it a good go, though.
He's good, isn't he?
Yeah, he's done
Very
well,
good.
bless him.
This Christmas bundle is wonderful, Joe, and it's a great price at $12.99. 878 736 is your item number. Brilliant for Christmas, isn't it?
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's that little mini makes as well
Yes.
that I love to do.
Yeah. With the Hessian as well, it gives you that real organic, authentic, traditional look to Christmas. Now, we've got about 1 minute left of the live hour. If anyone's thinking about all the different fabrics, why Material Magic, Joe?
Do you know what? It's been an absolute pleasure working with them because the quality of fabric is the key for me. Always has been, being, you know, a massive fan of fabrics for many, many years, and it is that quality, but they also can give you the value.
Yes.
You know, and at $14.99 on the pick and mixes, for me, is that #1 value. It really is.
It certainly is, and you've got that top quality and some wonderful prints as well. Joe, when are we going to see you next?
A couple of weeks, I believe.
A couple of weeks. Excellent, excellent. Well, we'll see Joe and hopefully Weatherman Joe again in a couple of weeks' time. But do go and have a look on the pick and mix. Do make your choices. And remember, if you want your pick and mix, you can have two of the same. It'll be a continuous cut for you. So lots of fun in fabrics for you there. But don't go anywhere. Make sure you do check out your baskets. Make sure you get the happy hour deal before the top of the hour. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Joe. We'll see you guys in a few moments' time after the break. Right, coming up next, yes, we're letting Leonie loose once again with our Catherine. Beck makes after that, and then we're back with Jenny and Easy Quilting. Have a lovely afternoon, everyone. Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place?
For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
A very good afternoon to you all. It's wonderful to have your company this afternoon. Of course, we're here at the craft store. We're letting Leonie loose. I'm going to say good afternoon to the lady herself and let her take you down the counter. A very good afternoon, Leonie.
A very good afternoon. Oh,
yeah. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Are you sure?
Oh, not really. But no, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fabulous.
Right, I'm going to go this way and I'm going to let you come on in.
Thanking you. Thanking you, lovely Catherine. Hello, everybody. Lovely to have your company this afternoon, especially as we have got stock left of the wonderful brand new collection from Hobbies and Arts, and it is of course Art Inspirations. Now if you've not seen Art Inspirations, they're an incredible brand. They've got 3 different artists now, actually, under the umbrella. So all the artwork you see, it is original artwork, are taken from the original artwork. And this one is, of course, Hobbies and Arts. Please look him up because he's a fabulous artist. You can see loads of his work on Instagram. He's so talented. Really inspirational as well, so please do have a look. But what I love about it is the fact that we get to work with original artwork. It's different, it's just so detailed, and I love his imagination. Like we've got the first collection, which is back in stock. We'll talk about that. We've had the second collection, and everything works together. It all just gives you different ways of creating these incredible fantasy worlds. Now, we had to have, I mean, we've had castles, we've had dragons, we had to go towards the seashore. And funnily enough, the artist, Brian, he lives by the sea. So it's one of them, it's like, okay, that's where you get your inspiration from. Now, I said seashore, but look, you've got little huts on there because look at this boat. How cool is that for a houseboat? Look at it. I mean, it is so quirky. It is so cool. You've got the boat, and then he's built the one. Yeah, that is my barge, but built upwards. He's then got the wonderful. He's built from the ground up, essentially. So with the next one that you're going to see, which is again absolutely beautiful. So you see all the different elements, and then you see where they've been taken from, the main element. Now this one, it could be whatever you wanted. So it could be a block of flats. It could be anything, but actually that's the pub. And I mean, can you imagine that? That's your pub. And actually the pub, there's an air balloon on there saying beer on it, because that's where the beer gets delivered from. And it's just further up and up. And there it is. There's your little air balloon with beer on it. So that's how your beer gets delivered from that pub, which I absolutely adore. So that's your big A4 stamp. We've also got for you the island. Now, this is one of my favourites, if I'm honest. I love this. I just think it's got, I don't know, it's just so dreamy. Even though it's an island with loads of shipwrecked boats, but there's something dreamy. But I think this island, it isn't really shipwrecked boats. All of those have been repurposed and made into little houses. Can you see? They've got windows in. Now, I reckon that one day that will be done in real life, because that looks really, really cool, doesn't it? I mean, you'd want the big one at the top there, but all the little ones are little homes. I adore that. And I love that there's, on the end of the pier, there's a little shed on end of pier, or someone's house on the end of the pier. How cool is that? It's just, isn't it fabulous? And obviously you've got loads of extra stamps. When you buy a set of stamps, you're not buying one set of stamps. I mean, with this one, if I just spin it, around that way. So you've got the sentiments on there. You've also got, let me just move that white card. So you've got the sentiments on there. You've got little extra birds. You've got the palm tree there. You've got your little pier there. You've also got your extra, so a little shed, so you can build your own collection. And this one is your own little island. So this allows you to do so many other things. And every single stamp set you get, that's what you get. You get tons of extra stamps that really allow you to create. The next collection that we've got within this big bundle is your stilt houses. And again, you've got your beautiful stilt houses, but then you've got the main image, and that is absolutely stunning. It's so relaxing. I mean, that just looks, I keep saying dreamy, but it just looks so dreamy. I love that one. I love that one. And then last but by no means least, this is another one that I absolutely adore. I mean, look at this. You've got your sentiments. You've got your beautiful little extra sheds if you want. You have got your stilts, but then you've got, look at it. Well, cool. That boat is amazing. It's amazing. Okay, this is the main collection. I will talk to you about money. So, you've got that A4 stamp set in here. Now, if you wanted to get that A4 stamp set on its own, you could do. You're saving £5 on that. That is 762351. However, because you're saving £5 on that, that £5 is carried forward. So when you look at your big collection, 53 stamps in total here. Now, that price, you're saving £8 off that, but that £5 is carried forward. And then, if you're a Freedom member, look what you're saving. You're saving, I love that one that you're looking at now. That's Rizwana. Yeah, you're saving £16.49, but that £5 is carried forward. So you're actually saving a massive £21.49. Freedom members, you're not paying postage. You need to be a Freedom member. Honestly, if you're not a Freedom member, you're actually, that £16, that's the money that you're wasting. Obviously, it does cost you £7 and something pence, 97 pence to join Freedom, but it's just such an incredible saving. Right, I am going to show you some finished samples because we have got some lovely finished samples. Let me just pick these up now. Oh my gosh, this is only the second live hour and almost 60% of the stock has gone. Super, super busy. And these are a couple of samples that I finished off. Now, what I love about that is ridiculously easy. That stamp's in black and that is it. And then put a board around it, and it just looks, it definitely looks like somewhere, you know, in a rainforest or somewhere that hasn't even been discovered yet. And I love the top that has been done just with lines. That's how he's done that. And honestly, it's such a beautiful, beautiful image. I love that one. That is just such, again, it's one of those images that's just dreamy, absolutely dreamy. Isn't it fabulous? And look at that. Now, that one, the extra little houses that are in the stamp set that you get with that one, you can build up your own scene. And this is what I love about the stamps that we get from Art Inspirations, because it's not just one stamp. You know, you are able to create so many incredible scenes. I love the pub. I mean, it is utterly up to you how you use that stamp, but it's such a cool stamp. I mean, that one, that is beautiful. Using that wonderful background, creating that wonderful background, then stamping over the top, which does look absolutely sensational. And I love that because that is so simple but effective, isn't it? And I think this set particularly, I mean, it's good for absolutely anybody, men or women, definitely, you know, because it's one of those, but it's a fantasy one as well. You know, that, I love that. They've created 2 islands, and I love how they've created the little pier so you can nip across, and then even the bunting. That is so, so cool. And then look, and then you've got a pop-up card inside. How fabulous is that? I absolutely adore that. That, like, something like that, it could be missing you, couldn't it? You know what I mean? It's one of those that it feels like we haven't seen each other for ages, so let's build a little bridge. I love that. Again, you can use as much colour or as little colour as you want. The choice is yours. You don't need to absolutely go for it. And that one with that phenomenal background is sensational. Now, it is getting busier and busier. If you do want to go for this, please check your baskets out. Remember, you have got the choice of going for them individually if you want to, but, and that one's such a cool card, but obviously going for the full collection means you've got everything. And let me just show you before we're moving on, because this is what Roswana did. So you obviously open it up and it's this massive treasure map. Isn't that good? I love that. I love it. So you've got the main stamp. She's extended the pier. She's created another pier there, and well, a little bridge over to another island, and then she's put one of the boats in the foreground. I love that. That is super, super cool. And loads of the extra little birds and things as well. Oh, it's ace. If you do want this collection, you have to check your baskets out. I mean, it is amazing. You've got such a good saving. Please be part of Freedom. Freedom members saving over £21. Plus, of course, you don't pay any postage. 092474, that's your item number. The brand new collection from Art Inspiration and the incredible Brijan's art. Now then, this is a new one, but this one is back in stock, and I do believe this is the first time that you have seen this back in stock, and honestly, this is another one. This is where it all started with Art Inspirations and Brijan, and honestly, oh, you cannot, but when you see it, it's like, oh yeah, okay, now I understand why it's been so busy. So what you've got in this collection, first of all, the trees, look at that. I love this image. You've got that incredible tree house. You've got all your extra little trees there, which are just sensational. And obviously with that, is that one at the top? It is, isn't it? I'm going to lift that up so you can see it proper, because it had the other one coming inside. Doesn't that look cool? And it's all the extra little bits that you've got in there. See, these will fit. If you're using your sheds that we've got in the recent collection, you can use that with these. If you're using your houses on the stilts, that will work so well with this collection, because you can actually make the houses on the stilts into tree houses. Do you know what I mean? You can mix and match it beautifully. This one, I love this one, the castle. So you've got your incredible castle, you've got the dragons there, you've got all the extra sort of pillars, so you can build your own. Again, you can mix and match this. You know, the dragons can be flying around the pub with the new collection if you wanted them to. Absolutely fabulous. The next one now, this is your A4 in this, and this is phenomenal. You've got that beautiful, beautiful tower of houses. Just, I mean, the imagination that Brian's got is fabulous. Fabulous, because when you look at that and you look at what you can do with that, you know, you look at all the little extras as well, but you kind of imagine yourself in that. And I love that you can build up so many other things from that one piece of art. It's incredible. The A4, if you do want the A4, again, that's another deal. So £24.99, but you are saving £5 with that one. 560070, your item number. And oh yeah, isn't it cool? It's so cool. And that one was actually built up using other stamps as well, which is amazing. We've then got for you, now this one is always the busiest every single time, and this one is your kind of spooky one, if you will. I love this one. Hold on, shall I move? Oh, all right, pick it up. Soz, it's that one in. Oh, oh. That nearly went well wrong. So, yeah, I love this. This is another one of my favourites. It's well cool, because it does look a little bit spooky. You've got extras, so you've got your toadstools, you've got your swings in there, which are cool. And you've got loads and loads of sentiments. I haven't been reading the sentiments, but in all the sets, you've got loads and loads of sentiments. And then last but by no means least, you've got the kites in this one. When those winds blow, let's go fly kites. Absolutely. Make the most out of bad weather. How beautiful is that? Let me show you some gorgeous finished samples. Oh, I love this collection. All of Brian's work is so imaginative and so clever. You get taken into these other fantastic worlds. And I think that's the lovely thing about this. You know, whether it's this every single collection that we've seen of Brian's is just magical. Look at that. That's so cool. And it's the way that you use it. You know, you might be using the full stamps. You might be building up your own little scenes. You might just be lifting part of the stamp out, which that one has. Obviously, you're building up whatever you want to. You can use the most incredible colours with these as well, or get carried away colouring in. I mean, these are beautiful for colouring in because they do allow you, let me just pick up a few more, they do really allow you to get carried away. Let me show you this one as well, because that's absolutely fabulous. Gorgeous, aren't they? Just gorgeous. Now, if you do want this collection, it's another incredible deal. You are saving £8 there. You've got that £5 carried forward if you're going for your big collection. 878193 is your item number. Please, oh yeah, hold on a minute. Your speaker one? Of course it has. Sold out individually. It sells out individually every single time. Literally, it's the most popular. When we launched, that was the first one. It absolutely flew. But you can get it in the collection. If you want the whole collection, if you've missed out on any of Art Inspirations, honestly, the artwork is amazing and the quality is beautiful. But please don't miss out on this. 878193. 3 payments, 28.32. Now, you can check the website out. That's where you can see your individuals. So you have got that option of getting things individually, which is amazing because that allows you choices and it allows you to decide what you want to do with these. And we've got tons of 5-star reviews. Oh, I'm so pleased. And that's, again, thank you, A, for leaving your reviews, but B, it really helps us decide what we want to do and what we want to buy, because we know other people have loved these. So please do have a look at the reviews. If you've already got any of the Art Inspirations stamps, or of course you've worked with any of Brian's artwork before, I would love to see what you've been doing. So please email us in studio@thecraftstore.com and share your gorgeous artwork with us, because I'm very nosy and we like to see what you've been up to. OK, so let's get crafting. So I'm going to use, and I have to use, that beautiful, beautiful, it is my favourite, is this one, the island. I just love that one. I'll show you though, I will show you that, because that's what I've been colouring in. Yeah, I'm liking that now. Look. Yeah, thank you. It's coming on, isn't it? Oh, Ryan's just giving me a thumbs up. Thanks. Oh, I'm really chuffed. Look, we put the balloons. So actually now this is floating. So it's floating in the sky. That one is actually, that is on the land. So I think they're going to have to cut the bunting off. And what they're doing, it's okay because it's not bunting, it's a tight rope. So what they've done, they've thrown that out, and the chap, I know, right, it's a dodgy job working in this pub, because they're going to have to go across the tightrope to deliver the beer. Yeah. Honestly, so you do not want to work in this pub. They've lost quite a few people through the years. I know, right? Shark-infested waters. Sorry, my imagination's way worse than Brian's, I can tell you now. And actually, I might draw a little shark in there later. Anyway, I'm well chuffed with that. Well chuffed with that. So we've had an email. So, Carolyn, did you say? Hello, Carolyn. Angel Policy. Yeah, you can go for it. You can, as long as you're making stuff, whatever it is, you can absolutely make to sell. So absolutely go for it. We'd love to see what you do. In fact, when you are putting them on Insta, if you also hashtag Let Leonie Loose, and then I can go nosy. But yeah, you're absolutely allowed to make to sell. So just go for it and enjoy. The main thing is enjoy the process. Because I tell you what, and when I was chatting to Ryan before, and I was saying it's one of them, you do get lost in it, you know, you get absolutely lost in the colouring in, and I think the imagination aspect of this is lovely, because it does take you away, you know, it is a whole world, especially as we're adding to the images every single time, and the possibilities. So with this one, I'm stamping onto super smooth. I didn't re-ink my ink pad because I was colouring in and I forgot. So hopefully this will be juicy enough. A juice ink pad is definitely the way forward for any of your stamps, let's face it. but there is a lot of detail going on here. So you definitely want your juicy ink pad, but perfect, perfect. Oh, isn't it lovely? Now, this is what I was saying about the little houses. Can you see? There's little doors and windows, and there's a little path. So these aren't, when you first look at it, it looks like a shipwreck. But actually, there's a path from all of these. These aren't a shipwreck. This is actually a little island full of repurposed boats. And I think that is a very good way of recycling, quite frankly, because they look amazing. But obviously, you know, they might have hauled them out the sea and been like, yep, that one's mine. And someone at there's gone, that's mine. Maybe it started there. Maybe it started on that one. And if this were our Catherine's, so our Catherine would probably live in like one of these, and then that'd be one craft shed, that'd be another craft shed, that'd be... Let's face it, Catherine, who am I to talk, mate? I mean, if it were me, yeah, we'd all have to have one of these islands, wouldn't we, as crafters? Yeah, we'd have to have an island each. And then we could nip around to each other's islands. Yeah, it'd be great. It'd be great. But this is why I love this, because it is magical. You don't see everything at once. And I adore that. I like things that, you know, they open a story to you and then you have to look into it to see everything that's already in there. And it's there, but you just don't see it. Now, I love that you've got a separate little island. This is cracking, because obviously it allows you to extend this. So this could be a really nice long card that I'm making, or a lovely little journal. You know, it could be anything. So it could be a fabulous little scroll. Absolutely. I will stamp a couple at a time to show you alternatives. This is on Super Smooth. This is watercolour cardstock. As ever, I'm getting black on everything because I seem to do that whatever I stamp. But just to show you little alternatives, so I'm going to stamp that there, like so. I was pressing on a little bit more because it's watercolour cardstock, but I tell you what, that detail, it's the detail of every little rock. It's the detail of can you see the little path coming down? Honestly, they are exquisitely made. You've got so much going on there. On this little one, we're going to put a little house. So this one will have this little house. I'm stamping my house first, because normally I put my trees in first and then fall out with it because I can't fit my house on it. So I'm going to put my house about there, like so. So that's my little house. I did rock a bit there, so I'm hoping that's okay. Oh yes, that's perfect. Perfect. So that's my little house there. On my other one, I've got a different little shed. So, bringing this little shed in for my other. And I was saying, this still reminds me of that bit of land that's I see when I'm walking dog. I want to live on. So that's going just... Yeah, when I'm walking dog in Oundle, there's a little bit of land, and it's got a shed on it, and then at the other side, there's a river, and then at the other side, they've moored a little narrow boat, and I really want it. You can't, it's like, oh, I could live on that little bit of land and have my narrow boat. It's a little bit of a dream. All right, I'm going to pop that there, like that. So it's a very small shed and a very big palm tree on that one. Whereas on this one, yeah, not to scale. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's a humongous palm tree. And it's right over the shed roof, so they'd absolutely dread when the coconuts are falling. Because one of them coconuts goes through your roof, that's it. Yeah. I mean, you don't want to be asleep when coconuts are falling, do you? Be like, uh-oh, it's coconut falling time. I'm going to have to go on as holidays. There you go. See, that's one. That's one. Done. Boom. Love it. Love it. Put that to one side. These, yeah, oh, and shrink plastic. How cute would that be? I love that you've got the little birdies. Because the little birdies just finish it off, quite frankly. So do this one, like this. So you've got your little birdies, which are gorgeous. And then, so on this one, you have got, have I not got? I thought I had my extra, of course, it's on my other one. So that one you've got your big scene, my favourite scene, without a shadow of a doubt. That is absolutely my favourite. Yeah, that's me. Oh, it is there. So you've also got, I knew it were here, but I doubted myself. Don't doubt yourself. So you've got your other little pier. So that little pier's going out like that, but you could have this little pier coming from this island and going out like that. So look, you've extended it. So they've both got little pier. And now, don't worry about this, because when you colour it in, seeing the mountain behind, you'll get rid of it. So don't panic too much. You know, don't worry too much. If you're thinking, oh, I should have masked that off, should have done this, don't overthink this. You know, just build it up. If it goes wrong, colouring in is an amazing thing. I'm looking for the bits now that I'm going to put on, because I know I'm going to extend this. So I'm just deciding how I want to extend it. Oh my gosh, you could do this as well. Look. Yeah, colouring in stuff, we did have Derwent, because our Adam were on it, pretending that his wonderful image, the Brian Drama is. Look at this, right? Look, ladders. Ladders going up the palm tree. Yeah, they're collecting coconuts. It don't go through the roof. Boom. Don't you think that says? The ladders are off. I love this. The ladders are off that one. So they're on there. And this is why it's so good to get the full set, because if you've got the full set, obviously, it means that you're not missing anything, and it means that you've got everything. You've got the full lot. Now, I did think there were another pier, but I might be making that up. I think I might be making that up. I think that's in my brain and not in real life. I think there is only that one pier. But I tell you what there is. You see, there's a little, on this one, there's a little fence, but it would be a bit mad having a fence in the middle of the ocean. So we won't do that. I tell you what there is, though. There's a little light on here. Where's my little light? Let me find it. There's my little light. Oh, big is that one for this, so we're not doing that. We're not having little light. We'll keep it as that. I'm just looking round now for pretty things to decorate it with. I do rather like, on this one, I do rather like the bunting. The bunting I actually cut. So my bunting, and I'm copying this off one of the cards from girls, that the girls made. I cut my bunting, so it's not one stamp. So I've got two stamps here now. So I'm going to have it so it comes over like this. And I'll just get a bit of scrap of card, like so. And I love that I've got a cheeky bit of bunting. And I want it to come up from there to the roof. Oh, that I've got a smudge on it. I'm going to make that smudge into something. I'm going to pretend it's the top of the roof, and they have it as a, I don't know, it's an eagle. There we go. Oof, I've missed that, haven't I? Not to worry. Yeah, it's a weather vane. That's what it is. I think sometimes they call it a weathercock, don't they, love? Yeah, we'll go for weather vane. Sentiments. Now, with your sentiments, I love this one. Cast your worries and fears overboard, so you may sail free upon a tranquil ocean. How rather gorgeous is that? Let's have that sentiment. And I really like that this is in nice small print, because I think with this one, especially because this is quite delicate, it means that when you actually stamp this, it fits in. You know, it actually fits in with the softness and the delicacy of that image. I'm so happy with that, I can't tell you. I'm obviously not going to colour it in, but how good does that look? And if you want to make so here, you might want to sort of stretch the land out. Just get your pen, your good old fine liner, and just draw in. I mean, if you wanted to draw the extra clouds, you could. You know, if you wanted to make that into something, just squibble, you know, and that is it. I am so happy. I mean, that is absolutely glorious. It's what you can do with this that makes it so special. And I'm just trying to find the one I actually started stamping and put to one side. Where did I put that one? Oh, I am terrible. I just lose things as soon as... Oh, that one. See, so that one, that little island, that one, you can all of a sudden, if you chop this down, and that just becomes a little sort of topper. So chop it down just there, where your island ends. I mean, it could be a lovely little bookmark, you know, for when you're going on your holidays and you just wanted to to just chill out and get lost in a book. But also things like this, you just put a beautiful little sunset over there and Bob's your uncle. And I'm just going to really quickly show you, because I said about don't worry about stamping, and you know the roof there. I can see the island behind the roof. I'm going to give this quite a nice bright roof, actually. He's going to have a really red roof because he can, because he's on an island and there's no one to judge him. So he's like, I'm going to have a really red roof. Yeah. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be you could have a little gift voucher inside saying, wish you were here. I know we're not doing it yet, but it's booked for next year, sort of. We haven't booked the tickets yet because we're waiting. But when we can book tickets, we will, when we know it's going to be okay and we know that we don't have to. So, pop in this. And then, okay, I'm gonna, so this is the sand, of course, on this little island. And your island, it might be, my other island's a grassy island. This is a little sandy island. So it's got all that nice yellow sand going on, like so. I love colouring these in. They're just so dreamy. So you've got your lovely little sandy island. You've got your gorgeous little bright orange shed, because they can, with his bright red roof. No one's judging him. No one's going, bit bright for our island, that, mate. It's like, I can do what I want. It's my island. Imagine that. And then, just round the outside, pop a little bit of blue, like so. And these little ones are fab, because you can do them so ridiculously quickly, and they look good. And you can do that with the whole set, because like with every single one of them, you don't need to use the full thing. Every single one of them gives you options. So you're just going round, and I'm pushing the colour up towards the actual sea, if you will, up to the line where it joins, and that means that you've got natural tone, and there we go. I think I'm quite happy with that. All I would do then is colour in, and I'd use pens for this one. I'd just colour in my little stones, like so. Because you need to colour in your little stones, all your little pebbles. I love all the tiny little pebbles, they're fabulous. And then you've got that little path as well, going round to the other side of the island. He doesn't talk to they've fallen out. So he's got his shed on this side. They fell out over the red roof. On other side is the wife. She's like, I hate red. It's like, she wanted it to be blue. So next, over to the side, she's got a shed with a blue roof. I mean, obviously, you know, go on, or... What? Oh, yeah. So he wanted one colour. Purple and brown would make red. Yeah, I think it does. So she wanted a purple roof, but he wanted a brown roof. Oh, yeah. So he painted over it and they end up with a red roof. And it were like, well, I told you not to do that. And he like, no, you didn't. And anyway... yeah, cheeky domestics on a small island. That's thingy, isn't it? That's your that's self what is it, or isolating COVID. Isn't it? Oh, COVID, you're not an island, my friend. We're okay, we're just here on to the side. Anyway, I'm going to carry on playing. And I'll pass over to our Catherine. I'm having a lovely time.
I can see that. Actually, even the palm tree looks like it's sulking. It's turned its back on the hut.
Yeah.
That's how bad
red
things
roof.
are. Oh, these are absolutely amazing, aren't they? Really, really good fun. And you are going to have such a lovely time with these. Let's have another look at the collection, of course. You've got so many stamps here, 53 individual stamps. The detail is incredible. You really can get lost in your own little world, can't you? You can tell those stories. You will be able to continue to build with these as well. You can use the stamps that you may already have as well. You've got that £8 saving here.
84.95, but it does get better than that. We'll come back to that because, of course, Freedom members, your saving is bigger. You've also got a saving carried over from the A4 stamp as well. That was £5. So in total for Freedom members, you are saving over £21. £76.46, that is the price delivered to your door. That's for your Freedom, of course. We've got that flexi for you if you want to take advantage of it. 3 payments of £25.49. That's all you need to pay today. Well, I can tell you 65% of the stock has already gone. I must bring in 1 or 2 samples again. I'm with Leonie. I think this is absolutely genius. The map is incredible, isn't it? But so easy to achieve. I mean, you can go with those colours. You can work with those sepia tones. You can use just your ink. It's entirely up to you. There's the ramshackle in. I love the fact that we do have the beer delivering balloons there. Maybe it's a home delivery. Maybe they're not delivering to the pub. They're actually doing a home delivery. The bunting again works beautifully, doesn't it? That looks like 2 very friendly little islands. It's still got a red roof though. Hey. Love the clouds in here. There's so many different elements that mean you can create these scenes. Really just sort of sit and play and see where the day takes you. I love that. That reminds me almost of a really nice sort of honeymoon island or something like that. So yeah, something like the Maldives. So if you've got your own private little huts there, you see those huts on legs, don't you, on stilts as well. So it conjures up so many different images. Item number 092474. That's the item number for the big collection there. Amazing. Now we do have, of course, the back in stock items for you as well. It's been a long time. I think some people may have been waiting for these. This is Magic and Wonder, the complete collection. 54 individual stamps here again. You're going to build those stories. You've got lots of individual elements again. It's very quirky, but it's magical. You've got the spooky house, I believe, in this one as well, which is absolutely fantastic. I think that's a favourite of everybody's. £8 saving again here. We've got a flexi on this one as well. 3 payments of £28.32. Don't miss out on that one as well. You've got a £5 saving carried over from the A4 in that collection as well, so you're not missing out. 878193 is your item number. Okay, I'm quite jealous now. I'm not able to play with these. Maybe I need to go shopping. Back to you, Leonie.
They're quite fabulous. They're quite fabulous. Right, I am colouring in again. I will put this away. I'm only back on the pub because every time, it's not on me, I can just crack on colouring in. And it's one of those images. Once you start colouring it in, you see other things. You keep seeing other little bits and bobs. And there's so much going on, but it's a beautiful image to colour. And you will absolutely create your own thing with this. You'll look into it and create your own scene altogether. Now, I'd love to see some pictures. Oh, Sylvia. Now, Sylvia's actually sent these pictures in before, but she loves the stamps from Wonderful Brian or Brujan. So she said the artwork is fantastic and 100% recommend. So if anyone's sitting on the fence, she's loved them. Absolutely loved them. And she said, she did send them in before, but just in case we miss them, thank you so much. Absolutely love seeing what. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. That I remember sending this in. That is amazing because she's built a whole city, and I think that's the beautiful thing with it. Now, imagine that now, because now you can build your whole city, but then obviously it goes out into the sea. So the sea is now just the natural progression, isn't it, from all your beautiful townscapes. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much. And Sylvia, that's fab. I wonder, Sylvia, have you gone for the sea ones as well? Are you taking the wonderful... And I should have gone and got my old stamps. I didn't go and pick them up. But I should have gone and got them to show you how they all combine, because they do. They work together so well. I should have. I didn't. Should have. Nothing beats getting shipwrecked with what? With a cargo paint. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. They did get shipwrecked with the cargo paint, which means some might find lucky, some might be a bit gutted that it weren't actually other things. It's like great, and it's only we can paint our shed. Fabulous. Living the dream. That is brilliant. Right, I'm going to do my head in the shed because it makes me laugh as well. yeah, one of the stamp set, one of the sentiments, head in a shed. Innit? Oh, I have so got an head in me. I've had a head in a shed all week. Yeah. But this is beautiful. You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. And that's beautiful, roommate, of course. I love this stamp. I mean, look at the detail on it. You've got that incredible boat, but then it just goes up. And I mean, in real life, you've probably seen a boat with this, but there's no way it's then got a shed built on top of it with a massive chimney. Do you know what I mean? It's just so cool. You've then, of course, got the extras. So you have got the sheds separately if you want that. You've got the boat separately. So it does mean with something like this, these two you can use completely differently. You know, these two could be on the harbour, they could be on the shore. These could be part of another collection altogether, and I love that. Oh, look, everything. But it does allow you loads and loads of choice. So let's take this one off first of all. So this is my big, gorgeous stamp, and it is a cracking stamp as well as this one. So, which I've popped on 2 blocks, something. Okay. Oh, and I'll tell you what I'll do this time. I will use my stamping platform this time. Now, I haven't been using my stamping platform mainly because I keep forgetting. Some are bigger than the stamping platform, but some will fit on absolutely perfect. I think in this collection, most of them will fit on absolutely perfect. So I've got my stamping platform. I'll just cut down my cardstock. I'm just using my super smooth cardstock. So I know there's loads of things I can do with this. From Pink Frog, of course. Did I hear about the fisherman that got swallowed by the whale and spat out and survived? No. Is it even a true story? Wow, it's a true story. Oh, he was in a humpback whale's mouth. The humpback whale couldn't eat him, so they spat him back out. There you go. And he only had a 3 bruises. That's amazing. That is amazing. Yeah, he was lucky with a humpback whale and not like anything, you know, killer shark. That is amazing, isn't it? So I wonder, did the humpback whale just go, oh, I don't know what that is. That's just rubbish. Because, I mean, yeah, I wonder if they've got like a filter system. So it was like, that's not, no, yeah. So it has to be, maybe has to be, oh, I want to know more about the humpback whale now. Maybe, do they just have the little sort of plankton or whatever it's called, and it just filters down into the stomach and filters back out again? And he got stuck in the filter and just like, oh, get rid of him. Oh, did he apologise to the whale? Is this the same man? Good on him. He apologised to the whale. Oh, he got in his whale and he'll never do it again. Oh, I'm so pleased. Look at that image. Now, the detail of that is exceptional. It's a beautiful image. I love every little grain that you can see there. It's so, so cool. Now, what I am going to do with this one, and I did it with the other one, putting the little sunshine in it. Obviously, I'm doing that with this because they absolutely, they suit the wonderful sunshines perfectly. The mask that I'm using, these are from Lavinia Stamps. So I'm going to put it just on this side, I think, like this. I'm going to use one of the ink pads, also from our Lavinia. And I like this one. I'm not doing a proper sunshiny colour. This is actually Sahara. And I'm actually doing it with my... I'm doing it with the brush that has had green on it before. So if it goes a little bit green. But I don't really care. And I'm just bringing this round like so. Which I really love. Like that. There we go. So that's my gorgeous little sunshine. I'm then going to bring it. So I'm only giggling because our poor Meg in my head is trying to cough secretly, and that's funnier. Poor Meg, secret cougher. So I'm keeping my moon on there like so, and I'm just going to bring in a bit of blue, and the blue I'm just going to bring from the top there, whoopsie-daisy, and just going over the top like so. Oh, people are shopping from all over the world. It's always exciting when people shop from all over the world. Thank you ever so much. You'll love these. And they're so different as well. And these are, again, it's something that it's not, you know, you definitely won't see these all over the place. I mean, there's literally only a few places you can get these, and one of them's here. And at the minute, I mean, it's one of them ranges that it's so special and they're so different. But yeah, you definitely won't see these in your craft shops. So just popping it down like this. Okay, love that. Now the sea, we'll put a little bit of sea in there as well. So if you use the blue, I'll go a little bit of blue, but I'm going to use a little bit of green, like this. Yes, you definitely could. You could absolutely stamp it onto plain rice paper and stick it onto stuff. Definitely. And you can do so many things. I mean, this is the lovely thing about stamps. You know, stamps let you do so much, you know. You can craft with so much like this, or do so many different things. So I've got that. So that's my gorgeous green. And again, I'm not worried about the colour going on my boat, because I'm going to colour my boat in a minute. There we are. So that's those colours. And then what I'm going to do, just take my drawing pen and just create a little line, a wobbly little line. It's going to be my horizon. I can guarantee that side and that side never match on mine, but I think it's okay this time. Just do a few little lines around the boat, like this. So it looks like there's a bit of movement going on. And I'm a bit rubbish because I never know how to create sort of movement. But I think that kind of works. So just little... Oh yeah, that does work, doesn't it? Just little wobbly lines, like so. Oh, now over 70% gone. If you do want this, please check Diva's baskets out. And don't miss out. I mean, it's such a good collection. Sorry, I'm not looking at you again. I'm playing. Really like that. Now, what I'm going to do, I am going to colour this one in, but I'm going to spritz it first with my water. I'm only doing it now because I just really like it. And I'm actually giving it quite a good spritz. And I like doing this because even though I'm going onto the beautiful sun, I kind of like it when it's diffused. I think it looks really, really interesting. So now when you pick that up, and obviously you never know exactly what it's going to do, but I just like that kind of movement. I think that looks really quite cool. So I've got that, and then I'll quickly colour this in. And just to show you, I mean, you can colour these in super, super quick. So I'm going to go for a lovely little, it's kind of a green. So I'll put that on first, like so. And I'll bring this round here like this. So you've got that lovely green. I really wish I had grabbed those other stamps. I should have, but I forgot. I thought about it, but then I were colouring in. If the proper truth be known, because I were colouring in, I were going to go and get my stamps. I were going to do this, I were going to do that, but then I were colouring in. So before you knew it, I did nothing else. I did manage to get my food, but that was it. Because you get carried away, you see. So then just taking this, dragging the watercolour down, like so, and it just gives you that really nice, and it's almost like a weathered colour anyway, you know, because it's not perfect, because I'm using watercolour, and it means you can be quite, well, it's easy to use. You don't need to be perfect, but it means it does look a little bit weathered and a little bit battered by the sea. What would I name my ship? Yeah, it is bad luck if you don't name a ship. What would I name my ship? I'd name my ship, I don't really know. Oh, gosh, that's a good question. Yeah, you have put it on the spot, because it is one of them. It's one of them. I couldn't just go in with, like, a random name. It'd have to be very thought out with that, because, as well, you're not meant to change it either, are you? So you're meant to stick with it, as we know, because of one of our friends. So yeah, I'm not too sure. I'd like an amalgamation of all the dogs I've owned, but that could be a really long and weird name. Yeah, yeah, because even just like Dave, Lola and Indy, that would be hard work. So that's what I'd do. I'd have to sit down and really think about it, write down all the dogs' names, and then come up with a name based on their names. That's what I'd do. So yeah, it'd be something like yeah. Off top of my head. What would yours be? What would yours be first, Catherine?
Mine's quite easy actually, because my maiden name was Storm, so the boat would be called Storm at Sea.
Oh, get you. That's so easy and it works. Doesn't it?
I would hope there wouldn't be too many storms at sea.
Yeah.
Just the boat.
Oh my gosh. That means you actually have to have a boat.
Yeah.
Now, because you've got
I
a
also
perfect
need
boat
a
name.
tea shop, Leonie, because it would be Storm in a teacup.
Oh, that's also good. You could literally have your look, it could be here. This could be your tea shop.
It could be, yeah.
On your boat. Boom. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
you'd have
Storm in a teacup at sea.
Be great, wouldn't it? Oh, I love that. Ryan? Oh, I know, right? On the spot. That's what Meg did to me. And you two in my head don't think you're getting away with it. Hey? Oh, he's going to call mine the crafter. The crafter. The crafter at sea. Quite like that. The crafter at sea. And I'd hopefully have more than just a bit of pot of paint on it. A life jacket for starters, because I'm well scared. Have you not that one? No, I don't know. I don't know. See, it's hard, isn't it? Go on then, girls. What's yours in my head? Oh. Fred Kraken. Yeah, the Kraken. Meg's gonna have Fred Kraken. Amazing. Hannah? Bob. Oh, I love that. Yeah, Bob was... Hannah's got Bob on the wave. Hannah. A floating Bob on the wave. Mean. Oh, at least you went for that. Oh my gosh, now you've put all different names in my head that you could have floating on the sea. I could be a floating Richard. What else? What else? No, Leonie, don't go what else in rude words. For goodness sake. Oh, what other rude words could I have floating on sea? Yeah, I like that, Bob. Oh, Anna, we have Bob on sea. That's brilliant. Email in. You've only got about 5 minutes. What would you have? Oh, I can't think of any funny ones now. You've made me think they should have been funny. Anyway, yeah, oh, there's me I'm having a lovely time colouring in, thinking about sea names for boats. Oh, I quite like that now. Bob. There's Bob. I'd probably need to be something like Trevor then, wouldn't I? Trev. All right, Trev, hi, Bob. Where's you taking you today? Oh, just stay here a minute. We haven't been anywhere. Yeah. If trains can have their own voices. Yeah. Yeah, but it needs its theme tune. So we had, yeah. Oh, look at that! I like the brown and the blue. I like them merged together. I've nearly finished. I've actually nearly finished. I'm going to put the grey now. Going back to this, so don't worry about when you're doing this. Don't worry about the having the colour down first, because you can see I put my background in. Absolutely doesn't matter. And the thing is, if you want to lift some of the dye out or the ink out anyway, so I can lift a bit of that out. So can you see now that I can actually get a little bit of white on that? So if you do want a bit of a highlight, you can even still create highlights on it, because you can lift the ink back out. All the detail in this then, so I do this is all like, you know, metal stuff. and important things. So that can all go in grey, but then any extra detail, this is when you bring in your pens. So you make beautiful fine liners. So all my little, the little windows, all those, they can be in pens. You've got all the little, the circly things that you throw in so people don't sink. All those things, your life rings or whatever they're called, those you can do in pens. So just pick out all your detail in your pen. But already, I mean, I haven't finished that, but how cool does that look? And remember, you have got your sentiments. So with this one, head in a shed, I'm not using that sentiment though. I might use on this one. So I've used that one. We've got 3 minutes. So you're my little treasure. I love that one. Fun and good times is the other one. No, I am going to go back and I am going to use I'm going to use this one because I just think this is beautiful. This is your serene one. And this, you see, I like that because it's a really gentle stamp, but I don't want it to be really strong. I want it to be subtle. So just do it as, there we go, do it as a second generation. And it's just going to be coming in like this from the ship, like so. There, that's all I want. I don't want anything else. And that says calm, dream, relax, serene, tranquil, rest and meditate. And I just think that looks absolutely beautiful. And for anything and for anybody. I think these will really, really allow you to craft for anyone in your life. And they're great for your art journals because they're just so cool. Right, I'm going to carry on colouring in, aren't I, Catherine?
Oh, you are having a nice time,
I'm
aren't you,
having
there,
a lovely
Leonie?
time.
You certainly are. And you could be as well, of course, if you're checking your baskets out on the collection. Just to give the final details again, I've got 1 or 2 more samples just to show you. Remember, you've got a £5 saving carried over from the A4 stamp set. If you're going for the big collection, you are getting 53 individual stamps. As a Freedom member, it is a why not deal. So if you've not joined, do join today. You will still make savings. Of course, everything delivered to your door. Postage and packaging will be taken care of for you. 092474 is the item number. You certainly are going to have a lot of fun. Do you know, you're going to be making up these stories in your own head. You're going to be thinking of your own ship's names. You're going to be thinking of the creatures that you're fending away in the sea there. How are you going to connect those little islands and your friends? You're going to build up those towns. Absolutely amazing work from Brian. These are incredible. I missed the very first launch, so don't forget we do have the first selection back in stock, the Magic and Wonder. Do have a look at that as well. If you've already got that, definitely be looking at this one. Sylvia, I'm sure you have purchased today, along with many, many other people, and you're going to continue with the stories, of course, and that imagination. And I for one, personally, I've got to say, we must be waiting to see lots more from Brian. I presume we are. There's more to come.
Oh, yes.
How exciting.
Yeah. I mean, birthday, right?
That's not that far away, is it?
I don't know if I'm allowed, but birthday.
Watch out for the birthday event. We shall look forward to that. Check those baskets out. Thank you for joining us. This is a second and final hour for Let Leonie Loose today. Of course, she'll be back with many, many more shows for you as well. The menu is coming up. You're back tomorrow.
Tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Don't miss out. Don't miss out there. Stay with us for the menu. Yes, in fact, we've got Beck Makes coming up next, and then we're doing a little bit of easy quilting with Jenny, and then it's Pink Frog's Crafts Happy Hour a little later on for you.
Here at the Craft Store, we pride ourselves on our ethos towards the family-run boutique companies that offer the variety that we know you love and appreciate. Following such a positive response over the past few years, we are proud to introduce you to even more of your family favourites. Tune in from Thursday the 24th of June at 6 p.m. to Monday the 28th of June at 6 p.m. to support loads of your favourite family-run businesses. Plus, this year, we also have a very exciting prize draw. If you place an order for any item featured within any live show during this event, you will automatically be entered into our amazing family favourites mega prize draw. Prizes will be added within each live show, with the final prize totaling a minimum value of £1,500. So join us from 6 p.m. on the 24th of June for your family favourites event.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Lovely to be with you on this Wednesday afternoon, 3 o'clock, and we are live from the studios. It's a bit warm in Peterborough this afternoon. Let's have a bit of a dab. It's got, you know, getting a bit of a glow on there, really. But it's cooler here in the studios, and we've got a brilliant hour lined up for you. And if you love jewellery making, if you love to look pretty and adorn things for yourself, or maybe it's gift ideas for other people, then stay tuned for this hour, because I think you're going to really enjoy it. It's something new for me, and something I'm hoping to learn a lot about as well from our guest for the hour. We've got the lovely Rebecca with us for the hour. Good afternoon.
Hello.
How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Good, 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 good. It's our first time to do a show together, isn't it?
It is.
Our first show. Don't be put off. Don't forget what you've heard. Hopefully it will all go swimmingly, which is lovely. Now, I know we've got some new today on the show also, but there may be some people that are watching this right now that don't know about your company, or actually don't even know about making their own jewellery. So where does it all start for you? How did all this come about?
Well, I make my own jewellery, but it's a little bit different. You might look at it and think it's not UV resin in the sense of what I'm going to show you.
Okay.
But I laser cut my drawings, and then I fill them with glitter and resin, and then finish them so they've got this really shiny finish on them, and they just look lovely.
They really do. They catch the light, don't they? There's
Yeah.
that sort of lovely glow about them. You know, with
Makes
the
them just a
shine.
little bit more special. But what I'm going to show you today is using the silicone moulds to make your own shapes and colourful jewellery. So
I see. And is it just, you know, I know we'll see this in demonstration with it, but is this something that pretty much anybody can have a go if they've never
Yeah.
even tried it before?
It's like tabletop craft that you can do at home, and there's so many. I could talk for hours. There are so many ways you could use it.
Right.
So I'm going to show you jewellery, but you can use it to make all sorts of things.
Ah, I like it. And I suppose also when you're thinking about everything that we do here as well at the craft store, like people are always looking for little embellishments that they can use onto
Yeah.
projects as well. So I suppose this again a great way of making your own to add on.
Yeah, definitely.
Because those prices can soon rake up, can't they, in a while? So to be able to make your own. So should we start just going down the counter? We'll
Yeah,
come to
go
some
for it.
demonstrations, and we'll start off with what's brand new on the show we brought here. It's not been on before, and this is the hollow brooch kit. So this looks great. Just tell us a little bit about what we can do with this.
So we will be making a hollow brooch today, which you can fill with whatever you like. I'm going to make a floral brooch, and then inside you can add water, so it becomes an almost snow globe style brooch.
Oh, okay, okay. So this is the actual mould itself that we're working with. So, and again, then when you see this works as a finished piece, this is what you're talking about here. I love this.
So that one I've just put a silhouette of a little bunny in the background, but you could put anything you have. You could put photographs of your family in there. We talked on a previous show, you can cure printouts. If you cure them using like PVA glue or something water-based to seal it, and then you can pop them in the resin.
Oh, okay. So again, I suppose on this it gives you a chance to be really quite personal as well if you want to put
definitely.
Certain things that are really quite special to people individually. But I love it. In fact, these would look great if you're doing a nice big project, and actually this literally at the heart of it, you could work with it like that. But this is great, and actually it's a good chunky size, isn't it? As well.
Yes, for this one, because also using that mould, you can make a little trinket dish for your rings.
Oh,
if you
I
don't
see.
put the top layer on, but I'll show you that as we work through it.
Right, brilliant. So included in here, as you can see on the side, you're actually going to be getting the heart mould itself. You're going to be getting the bottle. So this is again the applicator for this. to work with, is it?
Because there'll be a tiny hole where you can squeeze the water in. So that's a very important piece.
Oh,
for this.
right. Okay. Yeah, it really is actually. Yeah. And we're also going to be getting the brooch backs as well. All of those, so you can work with them. And this brilliant price actually. It's under £10. £9 and 99 pence only for all of this. 694748 is £9.99. Again, this is brand new on the show that Rebecca's brought along for us today. But we've also got some more on the show, which is all about the colour. This is, I mean, my little girl loves colours and all of those. It's lovely and bright. And here, we've pretty much got the whole rainbow with all of these actually in here. So these are the actual pigments, the colours to use in these, yes?
These ones are pearlescent. So on the last show, I brought in solid block colours, and these ones have like a pearly shine to them when you mix them into the resin.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. What's your favourite colour?
Oh, it's hard. I keep going back to the pinks and the blues, though,
Do
with
you?
these ones, yeah.
I can imagine them being very, very popular for those as well, you know, to work with them. But here is a pick and mix on these ones, so you can choose any two that you want. And again, really good price point on this is only £9 and 99 pence. So it's 628654. Now, all your options are on the website for you as you go through. You better pick down on the drop down, go for which ones you want, pop those ones into your basket. But there are some beautiful colours. Again, we've got to see the lovely purples, the greens are lovely and bright, some turquoise in there, but maybe you'll be following Rebecca and go for the pinks and the blues in there. But any two for just £9.99, 628654. Now, if you've never done it before, then you'll be really interested in this, and I think there's some alchemy that happens here, because this is all done with the aid of what's in this bottle, and then basically finished off with what's going to be produced from this light here.
Yep, it's a UV torch, so the resin cures in around 2 to 4 minutes, depending on what you've put into it,
Right.
so what's blocking the light. And you can literally just squeeze. If you've got a thin layer, it'll do it in like a minute. It's
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
that
so
quick?
quick.
Wow.
It's really good. But you will need this to do any of these crafts that we're showing today.
Right.
Or if you've already got a UV light at home, the resin on its own.
Ah, okay, right. So great, perfect. It literally is that for the starter. If you've not got that, and why would they have the UV already at home? Is that for
If they've got nail lamps
Oh,
or
yeah.
I think there's some fishing lights use UV.
Oh, right, okay.
I don't know what you got at home, but
You
nail
never know
lamps.
what's in that top drawer of people where they've got all sorts of bits and pieces. If you haven't got one that you know of, then of course then you will be getting the actual UV torch here. That's all there for you. But you will need the resin itself, of course, to go with it. Plus you've also got your 2 resin sticks to work, your wooden sticks to work with these. So that's your starter kit here. It's just £14.49 for that. 710659. If you want. But if you have got the UV already at home, maybe it is part of the nail kit, for example, then you might just want to go for the actual resin itself. So to give you 25ml of the UV resin, it's just £10 and 99 pence on its own, and that's 426886. Just to talk about the sort of quantity on this, but I mean, from one bottle. Well, I know we're going to be comparing some of the moulds that we've got, but I mean, sort of a dozen, half a dozen, how many projects or so could we get, sort of roughly?
See, making jewellery the way I do, I can make like 50 of these.
Wow.
Because you use such a small amount. And then obviously it depends how much you're filling your moulds, but you could get like... I don't know, like quite a lot
A huge
out
amount,
of them.
basically.
Of the smaller moulds, definitely, you could get like 20 to 30, I'd say.
Oh, that's brilliant.
If you're not overfilling them.
No, I don't suppose you need to. Either.
No,
I see those in the
I'll
demonstrations.
show you. Yeah.
Right, that's brilliant. But for £10.99, for the amount of projects that you'll be able to do with this, it's not one of those bottles and then think, oh, I'll get 1 or 2 out of that. You're going to get a lot of projects done from this one bottle. It's just £10.99. Perfect if you have already got your UV light at home. 426886. Really good value for money on whichever one of those kits you decide upon going for them. Right, so now, of course, we get down to the really fun bit. There's all the tools of your trade you'll need, but now it comes to the actual design side of this. So this is actually the Beck makes the silicone moulds, and there's actually a choice here of any 3 you want from your pick and mix. We've got pretty much all of the classic shapes to work with.
The basic ones are all there.
So we've got the clover leaf there. Is that the sort of almost like a little teardrop? We've got the love heart. We've got the circle. You can see lovely florals in there, rectangles. And again, I'm just thinking, if on these to work with, could you actually, if you had photos or any pictures or anything that was quite personal in there, you could fit them, work with these in there?
Yeah, you just cut them out so that they fit within your mould, and then you can seal. If you print it out from just a normal laser printer, if you use a bit of PVA glue on it, both sides, so it completely seals it, and then you can submerge it in the resin, and you'll get, like, it'll almost magnify your picture for you.
Oh, see, I think these are great, really lovely ideas. Or anything you want to keep, or a memory of somebody, or whatever it could be. Could be a date, a lovely personalised gifts for someone's birthday, possibly. Maybe a trip away that you're thinking there. I think a little trip to Paris and the Eiffel Tower there, it could well be. But you've got the lovely key, which are perfect for like 18th and 21st as well, aren't they? For those sort of coming of age birthdays. It's a great offer on this, really good deal. It's only $12.49, but that allows you to choose any 3 of those moulds that you want to work with on those. 088614 is your item code to go for the pendants. And again, as the hour goes on, I'll show you some more sort of ideas of how these will work and see them, because they're really beautiful. But I just want to take you down the counter and we'll see some more examples in a moment or two. Looking now, if you would like to go for the moulds actually to work with now for your earrings, and these are really beautiful actually for these. And actually the earring kit here, you're going to be getting the silicone moulds. You're going to need 2 of those. You're getting the glitter. You're also going to get the stainless steel earring posts and backs to work with. And on these ones, you can pick any 2 that you want to work with on the colours to sort of see. But again, I think these are perfect for any age. Any little girl that's possibly got their ears pierced already, that's looking for different colours to work with it. But to be able to make your own, it's really lovely.
Endless combos, and especially if you're using the pearlescent colours, you can do like layer colour at the back and glitter on the front, and just make some really unique designs.
Absolutely, really beautiful this. So if you want to go for these, add a bit of sparkle, then this is the kit you would like to go for this one. It's $394.599, and again, as you'll notice, everything in this hour is a really, really good price point for the tools you're going to be getting to be able to make a lot of those different projects, from the earrings to the pendants. Just $9.99 on those. $394.599. Now we have got some of those colours again, so that you know, if you're looking at the website, you'll be able to find these. Again, choosing any 2. If you want to go for the solid of these colours, then they are there for you. They're all listed. All the names next to them, so you won't get confused, but you've got those dark pinks, the rose, the bright reds, the purples, the blues, you've got the apple greens, for example, all those there. Choose any 2 that you want to go for, pop those ones into your basket, and just get to choosing your colours. You might want to go for a couple of these, because I think once you start on this, you won't want to stop. But all of those, just basically any 2 you want, pop them into your basket, and then check them out. You might want to add into there the starter kit if you haven't got the UV light already, or if you have, you might just want to go for the actual resin itself. What was the update on the starter kit? Was that? Oh, the brooch kit. Oh, a 1/3 of the stock has already been allocated on that. So very, very, very busy hour already. So if you are watching for the first time and thinking this, let's see how you put all these together and what you could be able to achieve. Right. Is there a golden rule where we start with this before we get everything out of the packaging?
Well, I always say wear gloves. Because you don't know if you're sensitive to the resin.
That's a fair point.
So please don't do as I do. Right. So I'm going to use some just sticker, you know, the back of sticker papers.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Just so I can not wasting it. So I've got something to throw away with when I'm mixing the resin. But you can also get masking tape and fold it back on itself, so you've got something disposable to mix the resin on, because it will just absorb if you put it on paper, and it's a waste.
That's fair. We've also had our first email come through as well. Sue is in touch. Hello, Sue. Good afternoon. But Sue's also asking, is it just this resin we can use with these moulds, or if you've got resin already, could you use it with these moulds to work with?
You can use any resin with the moulds. It's just the other way around. You can't use UV resin with all silicone moulds.
I see.
Because if they block the light, if you've got like cake moulds at home, they would work perfectly if you were curing it layer by layer. But if the light can't penetrate the the other side, then it's not going to cure fully. And you take it out and you lose half your design, and it's heartbreaking.
That's fair. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So really good question. Thank you, Sue. You can use your resin with these particular moulds. That's brilliant. Thanks for that, Rebecca.
That's okay. So shall I get started?
Yes, yeah, please. Where do we go?
Right, so I'm just going to squeeze out some resin onto here. Now, this particular one is a larger mould, so we're going to use a lot more resin than we do with the smaller silicone moulds. But so I'll move this into the middle so you can see. So this is just the normal clear resin, and I'm going to go for a pearlescent pink. With these little pigments, you need to really shake them up before you use them, because the pearlescent sinks to the bottom,
I see.
but you need it to be this consistency, so it's
I got you.
so that it doesn't dilute the resin.
Right.
So I'm just going to squeeze a little drop, and already you can see that's got a metallic shine, well, pearlescent shine to it. And I'm just going to mix that in.
You really don't need a lot at all, do you?
I'll keep adding to this as I go, but I just wanted to get started with the pink. So all I'm going to do is fill up this rim around the edge. Now, if you wanted to make like some dangly earrings using this same mould, you just would fill up to the shallow heart line, and you could have just an outline of a heart.
Oh, I see.
To then put onto the hoops.
Oh, got you, right.
But if I keep filling this up, because, sorry, this is going to take a while because it's a bigger one. I'll have to get speedier.
I think on the moulds, do you know, half the stock's already gone.
On these heart ones?
That's for the brooch kit, and half the stock's already been allocated for those. So if there's one on those that you really fancy yourself on any of those, do go for it. But the brooch kit, half the stock already allocated for that as well. So do make sure you don't miss out on that. Brilliant price. It's only $9.99, and you're also going to be getting the brooch backs as well included with that. So really, really good deal. I think you can't go wrong with the love heart. I think if you've got that chance to be really personalise something, but the love heart is so...
I considered bringing other shapes on, but then I thought the heart's one that everyone sort of
really
goes back to. I'm just going to mix up some more of this. I always work this way, like do a little bit and keep adding to it so that I don't end up with lots of resin left over at the end. Might seem a little bit... So, mixing again, and you've got... If you get bubbles in it, you can just gently tease them out. So.
But this, again, I'm thinking also for a project for this is, you know, it's quite therapeutic just doing the mixing and put it in, but it's a nice easy craft for that. But again, I suppose if you just put gloves on, again, you're okay with younger people in the household to make their own.
I've put not recommended for children, but with adult supervision, my 8-year-old daughter is brilliant. Right. Obviously, she watches me all the time, so she's used to doing it.
Of course.
So if you're happy to supervise, then it's definitely something that kids are interested in. Right, I'm going to stop here with the pink and add a different colour into the bottom. So I don't know what you're looking at the moment, but I'm going to bring that round so it's a bit more symmetrical. And get a little bit of
I suppose because you need the UV for it to actually cure and to work with, it's not one of those projects you have to rush to try and feel, I've got this, you know, certain things have certain drying times on.
Yeah, the only time you need to rush is when you're doing like a resin pour. You know, have you seen them make coasters and things like that where they mix two colours up? It's because you want to get that effect where the resins are merging into each other.
The mixing of them,
Yeah, but as we're not doing that on this particular one, you can be a lot more relaxed. Obviously, I'm trying to do this super fast because we're on live TV, but...
I'm not going to take the credit for this question because I don't give my director a lot of credit, but there's credit where credit's due. Yeah. I'm not the only one. But he was asking, is this a kind of thing you wouldn't necessarily do out on the patio, set in the garden in broad daylight or by the window?
So direct sunlight will start to cure your resin.
Yeah.
It's one of those annoying things, like it won't fully cure it so that it's got a perfect finish unless you leave it on your windowsill for hours and hours, because it depends on how good the sun clarity is.
Right.
But it will start to send it gloopy, so you're better off working at a table with your back to a window so that you're not getting the direct sun onto it.
I can't spine the neighbours then if I do that. But I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go. But
Right, so I've just done the outside of that, and I've just popped a little blue bit at the bottom just for fun.
Right, nice.
And now I'm going to cure it, so it will be under this light for a couple of minutes, and then I'll be popping another layer on to do the back of the mould. And now, as that's quite boring, before I did this...
That looks great.
Because you were looking at the same thing.
Yeah.
But beforehand, I got some of these little craft flowers that were in my daughter's craft stash, and I've just coated them in resin.
Oh,
so
really?
That,
Okay.
and then cured it so that I've got a hard little flower that I can then pop inside it when we've got to that stage.
This could be a stupid question, and probably from me it is. But if you were to pick wildflowers, and do they work with resin?
Well, I think my second show I brought a flower press on. There's a
did
flower
you?
press on the website
Is
if you'd
there?
like to buy one.
See, I'm not such a stupid question after all, possibly. But that's a lovely way of sort of capturing nature, and then if you are, you know, if you love
Definitely.
working with those, and again, I suppose also that creates that whatever jewellery you're making, no two could be identical. They're always going to have that lovely original kind of feel about each piece that you make.
Exactly. With the flowers, you have to just make sure that they're completely dry before
Right.
you put them in, because they will rot within. They'll look beautiful when you very first do it, but then as time goes on, the moisture inside will start to rot them.
Right, so make sure they are completely dried out.
Yeah, make sure you use the flower press and leave them in for a good while, and then they're perfect otherwise.
Oh, lovely idea, that.
So I'm just mixing up some more blue now because I've cured that. It can be tacky to the touch if you're working in layers, because you will be putting the torch on it again and again.
Of course.
So
it
I
will
don't need to
continue.
fully cure that at the moment, because I'm going to be putting it under the light again and again.
Right.
So I'm just making up some blue now to make the back. So this one's... Be a bit more ruthless with this. It's the other reason I like using sticker paper. It gives you that...
Yeah, but it just comes off nice and easy.
Easy peasy. So I'm just going to make this bit blue here.
I love I've got to think, I don't know what colours you're going for at home on your pick and mix, but as you can see, it's one of those that you're probably going to, once you've worked with a couple, and you go, actually, I want to add a bit of that and a bit of that in. And I think it's great that pick and mix does give you the option of whichever colours you're going to go for. But if you can go for 3 or 4, you know, four colours, go for a couple of pick and mix on those. But they all seem either just really lovely colours, I'm sure.
If they choose wisely with their colours as well, you can mix the colours together to make your own colours.
Okay.
So obviously that doesn't help if you're trying to replicate the exact same design time and time again. But if you're going for something unique, then it's really good. You can make your own palette.
Right, I see. What colours did I hear in the lead today? The bronze and the gold are proving very popular at the moment as well. Yeah.
Last show it was the rose and the violet were like super popular.
The show is young yet. We have another 40 minutes or so together on that, but who knows? But at the moment, bronze and gold are proving very, very popular as well. And but I'm sure they all, I can see in sunshine like there is today outside, and these will catch the light beautifully.
I'm just adding a clear outline on this one now, just to make it. I just want to show you lots of different techniques. So curing the clear resin, what you will get here is you can see the bubbles more clearly when you're not using a pigment or a glitter within your resin.
Yep.
So I'm just going to gently lift those out, and if I was doing this properly at home to sell, I would take a lot more care on that. And I'm going to pop a little bit more on to dome the back so that the backs jump.
Just on that possibility of selling, for example, are people okay to make to sell?
Oh, definitely. I encourage it because it just gives you. I love selling my jewellery. It gives you so much satisfaction when people like what I've made, and I think there's enough room out there for everybody.
Oh, that's brilliant and lovely.
So I'm just getting down now to check that I've got the whole thing covered, because what you'll find is when you're building up layers, sometimes the resin, it moves like honey, so you might find a little tiny dip.
Right.
And they're all gone, so I can cure that now with it's got a completely flat back, and that will be the back of our brooch ready.
Right, I see.
Sorry, this one's not as quick as some of the others I've
Don't
shown on the
worry,
show.
yes, we're in no rush at all. It's really nice to see. Was that the brooch kit? Is now 2/3 of the stock has now already been allocated on that. It was brand new on the show today, and a lot of people are loving it. It is, again, if I just hold the sort of the size again, you can see in my hand the sort of size that we're looking at here. But these are really good size when you think with all of that shape you got there for £9.99 to work with. But again, maybe you are making extra features for other projects that you're going to be having. Maybe it's to go as a feature on a card or any other projects that you've got in mind that you're working with, or whether it is for jewellery, of course, for a brooch. But I think really you can. It's about the imagination to use, where you can wear wherever you want to.
Yeah,
can't you, with
you can
something
pop
like
a
this?
necklace bail on the back and turn it into a necklace as well.
That'd be lovely. That really good. But 2/3 of the stock has gone. It's 694,748.
So. Sorry.
£9.99.
Sorry to interrupt. I was going to say, this is now to the touch. It's dry. It's a little bit tacky, but it's almost done. So I would keep on going normally until that was fully dry.
Right.
But for the sake of the show, I'm going to flick it over, and I'm going to just run the torch over the other side, just in case anything that was at the bottom didn't get enough light.
I see. So that's why these moulds will work with it, and you
Yeah.
can go through the mould on this.
And especially when you're working a bit with a larger mould, you want to just keep running over it.
Yes, yeah.
And then hopefully I've given it long enough. Let's see. So I'm just going to gently prise that off now. And there you have a solid shape. And I've done that one quite translucent this time. But
that's brilliant.
Okay. And in that pack you will have a sheet of this clear plastic.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Now, it has got a film on it, so you'll need to peel the film off both sides so that you can, well, first you want to draw your heart shape. So you want to draw a heart around there that's
Right.
just slightly bigger than your internal heart so that it overlaps. So I've already done one. So I've got this little heart, and then you want to just make sure that fits. And mine does. And then you just fill this, pop your trinkets or whatever you want to pop inside, beads, glitter. I'm going to put some chunky glitter in. I found that using the fine glitter just makes the water look dirty. So if you use the chunky glitters, it looks like you intended to do it rather than.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put some.
Yeah, it was meant to be.
Meant to be rather than. Dirty water. I'm going to pop.
I love this. And do you know what I'm loving is actually how quick and actually how clean it is as a process and as a craft as well.
So I love it. I use resin for everything. So now I'm just going to pop this heart over there, and I've now got an edge where it's overlapping. If you're not comfortable and you think that it's going to move, you can always just do like a little dot of resin here and here, and just cure those first so that it's you know it's holding your plastic in place, because we're going to do a layer of completely clear resin over the top of that. So you're almost just gluing it in place before you get started. And then
you don't want your chunky glitter going everywhere.
So now what I'm going to do is just squeeze a big thin layer, and this will magnify whatever you've popped inside.
So that's why you were saying, even if it was only like a small photograph or maybe a pet or grandchild or whatever it is you put in there, you will get a slightly larger image once you've put the resin, because it magnifies it.
Definitely. And this is how I do my wooden jewellery, is I now gently push it to the edge, and as you do that it will form a nice dome, and it will settle itself in place, so you'll get a beautiful finish on the edge. And I'm just moving all those bubbles out as well. Do you want to go?
I really like how quick, easy, but also professional it is when it's finished off. I imagine if you were to sell these and put your own packaging on there, or your own personalised message on the inside, like you say, if you were to put this into a chain with a necklace and make it into that larger pendant, you know. But it's one of those pieces people are going to be asking, where did you get that from? Because it catches the eye. These really are beautiful.
People, because UV resin's relatively unknown, people are always surprised that you can actually do this on a small scale with like a plastic. Now, one thing I should note is at the bottom of this mould there's a tiny little groove there, and I'm not going to go completely over that because that's how we're going to put our water in. I'm just going to check now that level. Oh, I've made it a little bumpy. I would obviously take more care if I wasn't reading. Right, so I'm just going to cure this completely clear layer. And then we can...
The brooch kit, while you're just curing at the moment, is 70% of the stock has now been allocated. So really, really busy. So thank you so much indeed as well. It is brand new on the show. Make sure you pick your colours that you'll need. But again, you can see on the back here that you've actually got those bits that you'll be cutting out into your heart shape again. They are part of the kit, the backs of the brooch. You've got your dispenser bottle that's in there as well as the actual mould. Don't forget, if you have already got some of the resin, it will work with these moulds, as Rebecca was saying, but it won't work the other way around. But these you can actually cure through the moulds. That's why they work perfectly for your UV to work with. But only $9.99, 70% of the stock gone. If you want to get yours now before they've gone, it's $694,748, and it is under £10. But I think I can imagine something like this, you know, like you say, my daughter is, well, just thinking then, 8. I had a little moment.
And mine.
And just thinking, it's been a while since I've seen her. But she's 8. But anything like this would be absolutely, like you say, parents' supervision to go through to make sure.
They can
but
create...
I can imagine, like how your little girl must feel, once you've made something yourself, made your own jewellery, and there's that real essence of pride in that when you're wearing it, and people comment on it as well. That must feel great for them.
It's the, they can use them for hair clips as well. That's what my daughter made yesterday.
Yes.
Some lovely little hair clips. Right, so that now is cured enough. Like I'd give it a couple more minutes if I was selling this, but you can see everything in there.
Yes.
Now's the fun bit. Now let's hope...
It's all been fun. I've loved every minute of this so far.
So, you've got your little water bottle. I filled this up with just distilled water, because if you use just normal tap water, it can yellow over time.
Oh, okay.
But you can also use baby oil, and the reason for that is you get a different glide. So if you put it with the water, it will move around quicker.
Okay.
If you put it with baby oil, it will give you a slow moving. So it depends how you want it to turn out. So I'm just going to insert this into there now. Yes, I did it. And I'm just going to gently fill it up like a little tiny aquarium.
This is brilliant. Do you not feel like a doctor when you're doing this? That looks great.
And you feel like you need to completely fill it, but you don't. You need a little air bubble in there so that
movement.
so you get the movement. Because I overfilled that last one with the flour in. I was very annoyed. So
I suppose once it's filled, you can't get it out again.
No. So now I'm going to get a tiny bit of the resin. Now I used blue at the bottom, so I've got a little bit of blue here, and I'm just going to cover that hole.
It's so neat. It's so really nice and neat and clean now, the finishing touch of this, because of the way that the resin actually does cure.
I can't say it anymore. I love it.
No, it's brilliant. Because you would, when I was looking at these to start with, and when you sort of see pieces like this that are that you've got spaces that you can put a photograph, you're looking to see how did you get that in. I think that's part of the mystique about these. There's no way that you go, no, what they've done is they've had to push it or it clips together here or anything like that. But the fact that it is all one complete unit for that, I just think is absolutely is brilliant. It's really lovely and neat.
So once this is cured, still a bit tacky to the touch, you'll just get used to it, you know, the different amounts of pigments and how long you need to cure it for. It just becomes second nature.
And the other thing I noticed as well, just how little of the resin out of that bottle that you've used, and yet you've actually, because of the way that the mould is, you've got a really lovely solid edge to the love hearts, for example, but you didn't use loads and loads, and because it by the way, the kit has now gone limited stock. It is limited stock, 694,748, so $9.99, but it is limited. It was brand new on the show today, but just wanted to see the end. But that is absolutely brilliant.
We'll shake it a little bit. You can see it's get it to move. There we go.
That's so nice. And you've done that in 20-odd minutes.
That flower inside I've obviously made waterproof, but you can put anything in there. Like I did one once that I gave away that had little tiny fish in, and it just looked adorable, like they were in a little pond swimming around with little flowers. So there's just so many options you can
that is brilliant.
do with that. But
Thank you
we
so
go.
much for sharing. That
First
is
one.
actually great. I'm going to give just a run down the counter.
Yeah.
I'm not going to run. I'm not obviously
Not
gonna,
far.
nothing like that. Not use energy. But I'll go down and then we'll come back to you.
Is there anything you'd like me to show you next?
Whatever you've got, really. It's all for me.
Okay.
I'm loving it. The whole session is lovely. So thank you for that, Rebecca. It's a really busy show. So just talking about the beautiful brooch kit that you've just been seeing Rebecca work with here. It is limited stocks. It is now down to single figures of availability on this. So it really is, if you want this, get that item code into your basket right now, 694748. You are going to be getting what you'll need, which is the actual bottle to actually add your fluid into it. You're getting the mould itself. You're going to be getting your brooch backs as well to work with it. Plus, you've also got that film that you use then to seal it onto the back. And as you can see here, the finishing touch is really, really lovely on these. We'll work about the colours, of course, you can add into those. But everything is going to be really personal when you work with. I think we are on a technical sellout on this, actually, $9.99. If it's in your basket, make sure you do check that out, that you've got that one, 694748. Absolutely fantastic, that kit. But we have got more moulds, which we'll come to as well for you as we go down the counter. Let's just come on to our beautiful pearlescent pigments here. It's a pick and mix. Choose any two that you want. But as you've seen, the way that you don't need a lot of it to get that colour. Obviously, the more that you add into the resin, then the deeper and richer that pigment will come across. But as you heard also, Rebecca talked about, if you're clever on your choosing, you could actually, if you've got 4, for example, those correct 4, you better mix it and create some other colours to go with it. So, then, of course, you really are making bespoke or very individual and unique jewellery with even your own colour mixes. But again, you've got such a lovely rainbow of colours to choose from here. Your blues, your pinks, yellows, you've got the turquoises in here. You've got some absolutely gorgeous colours. Choose any two. Just $9.99, and they really are going to bring whatever it is that's in your resin to life. 628654 is your item code. All of those are listed, of course, on the website on thecraftstore.com. Just choose which one you want to. Pop those ones into your basket. Now, if you've been watching and thought, I've never done anything. I've never done anything with resin before. In fact, all I've heard from my producer in my ear for the last half an hour is, I love resin. I just love looking at resin, just seeing it set, which is great. And if you are thinking, do you know what, I'd like to have a go at that, or someone else that would be interested, or someone, maybe it's your daughter or your granddaughter, as you've heard, that you feel like maybe with some supervision, allow them to express themselves with their own jewellery that they're going to be making, whether it be the earrings or the pendants, for example, then you want to go for the starter kit, because in there you're going to be getting the actual resin that you're seeing Rebecca working with anyway, so that is absolutely perfect. You'll need that. You're going to be getting your wooden sort of spatulas to work with as well, as you've seen how they are used. But most importantly, with this, you will need your little UV torch to work itself there. So once you've got the actual torch, that's what that actually cures it once it's all done and dusted. So if you want to go for the starter kit, it's only $14.49, 710659. Absolutely brilliant deal on that one if you want to start from scratch. Now, if you've already got a UV light, possibly whether it's for your nails, for example, or any other reason you might have a UV torch, you won't need to go for the starter kit. Then even for yourselves, you just want to go for the resin, the UV resin. That's only $10.99. And as we were talking about, you can see you'll be able to make huge amounts of those projects. Again, it depends on the size, whether it's the earrings or the pendants or the size of the pendants you're working with, but it's not just for 1 or 2 projects. You'll be able to make many, many, many individual projects from that one bottle alone, and it's only $10.99 for that. 426886. Absolutely perfect. Right. We have the technical sellout on the larger heart pendant, but if you are looking for other shapes to work with, then these are your moulds you can go for. It's a pick and mix, and you can actually choose any 3 for a brilliant price of just £12.49. And these are stunning. If I just show you, because I know I showed you the moulds earlier on, they are there, of course, all on the website, but I didn't show you the beautiful parts about these is actually when you see the finished pieces. But these are stunning. So these are the shapes you've got in here for the heart itself. But again, you just the way they act with the light and they catch the light, those different amounts. I mean, and also with the moulds, you sort of see the thickness that we're looking at for these. They are absolutely beautiful. There is the love heart. There is your beautiful oval that you can see. I love that. That's gorgeous, isn't it? With those sort of iridescence coming through there with the little colours. We've got the sort of beautiful droplet there, the teardrop shape, or we've also got in here, I mean, they are good sizes, aren't they, when you look at them? We've got the gorgeous rectangle, but the lovely thing is that it's just your imagination, of course, that will just really create loads of different styles. Let me show you the large one on here, actually, which is actually it's almost like a sort of a clover leaf there with a four-leaf clover. But again, the size of that, look at that, isn't that beautiful? And they really do catch the light, the resin. They work so nicely. We've got another one in here as well with the little bottle. Look at that. How gorgeous is that? How cute is that little potion bottle? Who knows? Who knows who this is going to be made for? So choose for those ones. It's any 3. So as you can see, it's a really good... Oh, I tell you what, I feel like I've just left these out, the little Eiffel Tower and the key. I think you've got to show these as well, haven't you? But really lovely, the Eiffel Tower. And then, of course, the key of the door. Maybe it's for an 18th or a 21st. If you want to sort of mark those occasions, really nice, or just put it on a key ring, quite possibly. 12.49, any 3 of those, 088614 if you'd like to go for those. Last but not least, we have your options if you want to go for making your own earrings. And in here, a really lovely kit, again, that you're going to get the earring backs and actual posts. These all come as part of this as well. You're going to get 2 of the silicone moulds, plus the glitter, as well as those backs. You've got lots of different shapes in here. You've got the crescent moon, for example. We've got the circles. We've got the little florals that will work with. Again, you might be able to see those even more so when you see these on the website. But again, here, just choose any 2 that you want to go with. They come with those, with the glitter packs in there, all included. $9.99, another brilliant price point, actually, that you're going to get from Beck Makes on these. $394,599. That's everything we have on the show. We've already had a technical sellout, so if you are interested in those, please make sure you get, of course, to thecraftstore.com and get them into your basket. Right. But it's a really busy show. It's brilliant, and I'm loving seeing these, and actually seeing these up close and showing those as well. They are nice. They're not fiddly or weak or flimsy.
No.
They're lovely, solid pieces, aren't they?
You can drop them and they will bounce.
Oh, you've seen me present before, haven't you?
At the top there, they've been hung up like earrings, and yes, you could wear them as earrings, but I made them as wine glass charms.
Oh, that's a nice
so
idea.
Everybody knows whose glass is whose when you're at a party.
Oh, what a lovely idea. Certainly when we can have bigger numbers, maybe for weddings or for
Well, you don't
for
want to mix drinks, do you?
No, we don't. Absolutely we don't. Oh, lovely idea. And I suppose really, actually, the use of these you can put for anything you want to personalise, or you just want to add a little extra bit of sparkle to them.
They're brilliant for doing wedding favours as well, because you can do so many and make them all individual.
These are brilliant. Where's our next lesson? What are we doing next?
I'm going to do one of the gradient pendants where you change colours. I did do a version of this on the last show, but I'm going to do a different colourway this time. So I've got a little bit of resin, and I'm going to go with this is the pearlescent rose I'm going to use this time, just shaking it up because the pigment's sunk to the bottom again.
Yeah, you remember that beginning. Yeah, must shake them all up.
Definitely. When you get these, you'll just need to pop a little pin in the top or snip the end off, so they don't leak when they're travelling to you.
Oh, right.
Okay, so just a tiny bit again. I'm going to start with a very wheat coloured layer. So I've only put a tiny bit of pigment into this resin, so it'll be almost see-through, and then I'm going to build it up.
So when you're placing it and not just pouring it in, for example, I suppose that is the key to it, isn't it? Where you have to position where you want it, because once it's in, isn't it?
Yeah, and because you've got the consistency of like honey or syrup, you've got a bit more time to work with it.
Right.
So I've just done the tiniest little bit there, and I'm just going to cure that for a second, because again we'll be building up the layers, so you don't need to fully cure it. You just want to hold it in place.
Right. Right.
So that is already in place. And then I'm going to add a bit more pigment.
A bit like mixing coloured icing. Don't eat it though. Don't eat it.
No, definitely don't eat it. So then I've got a slightly darker layer, and I'm going to go again. And with these pearl ones, I don't know if you can see it on camera, but in the light, you can just see it sparkling. So it looks almost see-through, but actually you're getting this like sparkly layer. Now, a little thin one again. Then I'm going to cure that again.
See the elements inside there. You certainly they certainly do capture the light when they're finished off, and you show them off, like the little key that was on and the little clover leaf.
Yeah.
Really beautiful.
If you're doing this and you feel like it's not curing, it's more than likely the batteries, not the torch, that's a problem.
Oh, okay.
Because it's once the batteries are towards their end of their life, even if you think you've you know, like they're new batteries, you never know, do you?
No.
And so I just always say, before you panic, just change your batteries and give it another go. So I've had 2 dark layers there, and now I'm going to go for one really, really dark layer. And you can see just the control I've got of each section. And then we'll do a little glitter layer. And obviously with these as well, you can wear them backwards or forwards, and each side will look like a completely different piece of jewellery.
That's true, yeah. Are you on social media anywhere where people can share ideas, or they can get helps or anything, tips from you? Or
I'm mainly on Instagram. That's where I post most frequently, and I'm always sharing things. And I've had quite a few people from the show message me, actually.
Right.
And one question one lady had was about using fabric in it. And what you can do is you can soak, if you wanted to put a fabric, you know, like a piece of floral fabric or something, if you soak it in the resin, like pop it on your paper, and just give it a little coating before you put it in, so it's all the way through, and then place it in the base of your pendant, then you can build up from it that way. And you can also do it directly into the bezels. That was another customer's question.
Wow.
So the same way we're working here, but into a metal bezel. So there we go, I've just done another little layer of colour.
Yeah, because you see some of those as well that are used with embellishments that people can buy as kits, etc., that you get some of those already in there as well with nothing in it. But I suppose you could work with those again and add this into it, you know, to really go to town.
And something we haven't actually done on the show at all is, if you were working like that, you can also just fill it completely with resin and then submerge things into the top of it, like if you've got little gems and stuff that you want to stick out of the resin, and it would work again. So that one's good to the touch. Right, I'm going to do a little glitter layer now, so that we've got a chunky...
A little gutter layer?
Glitter.
Oh, glitter. I think it's a gutter layer. I thought, right, it's got drainage. This is a big project.
We're just building my craft room at the moment, and I just threw away the most giant piece of guttering I've ever seen. Okay, so I'm just mixing the glitter into the resin, so it goes all the way around, and then again.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And with this, you can overlap it as well, because it's going to have translucent bits in between. You get that nice layered effect that way.
Oh, I think what I love about it is every single one could be unique and individual and different, and just play. I suppose this is really for someone that really loves colour. What a great way, because not only you've got the different colours to start with, but the gradient of different colour as well, more sparkle that you want to add in. I think if people love glittery items, this is absolutely perfect to create those in a solid form.
So just curing that again. It feels really quiet in here today.
Enjoy the piece, enjoy the piece.
There we go, and then I'm just going to add a different colour at the top for a little bit of blue again. So it's here.
I see, I'll be sport for choice on colours. I do like the sort of turquoise colours, yeah, some really, really nice colours.
But the good thing about this is that you can submerge anything you like. So if you've got like a broken necklace, like I had one from my gran that I broke the pearls, and I submerged them and made a really pretty ring with it.
Oh, right.
So broken jewellery, you repurpose it. Okay.
Resin, it's the way forward, everybody.
So you've got this little sticky up bit. We didn't know what to call it on the other show.
Let's go with that.
And that will be holding your necklace hole.
Oh, where you are going to thread through.
Put the bail through, the jump ring through. And so you just want to work around it. You want to make sure that you are getting all the way in.
Right.
Now, if you were making something like a dog collar name tag, you could also put a jump ring around this and submerge it in the resin just to reinforce it. Because obviously dogs are going to be a lot more rough with their tags than humans are. And it just give it extra. So this is a really shallow one. I've done the background, but it's because I'm going to put a clear layer over the top.
I see, over the top of all of this.
Yeah, and that will give it that perfect finish. There's two ways you can do that. You can either fill it completely in the mould, or you could pop it out the mould and dome it like we did on the final part of that heart.
Yeah.
And that would give it a curved edge, whereas the way I'm going to finish this is going to give it a lovely straight edge. Because it's following the mould. So just go...
Yeah, I'm thinking it'd be great for tags, like you mentioned, also, like, again, for key rings, just to have, but I think that's a great idea for...
They're definitely durable enough for key rings, because I've had mine on my keys for ages.
I just think that's a great idea. There's something about the feel of them as well once they're complete. I was quite happy to... They are solid, though, aren't they, when they're...
Yeah. The only thing to watch when you're doing necklaces at home is if you fill it too deep, if you've got smaller jump rings, you're not going to get them through the hole.
Right,
so sometimes you'll have to
Yeah.
Thread some chain or something through. Renal sticks, where are they? There we go. So I'm just going to, there's some big bubbles in here, so with that I'm just going to lift it off, there we go, popped it, and then I'm going to push the resin to the edges of this mould so that it sits nicely. And you can see again, we've only used a tiny bit of resin.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in fact, the more I'm watching that you work with it as well, the more I'm thinking that if you've already got your UV light at home, great. No need to go for the starter pack with that, but if you are just going to be getting the actual resin itself, you know, for the value of what you're going to be getting, it's absolutely phenomenal with the amount of projects that you can make. One, again, there's so many variables, of course. It does depend on the size of the project, the amount of thickness that you want to go with it. But as you've seen, when it's coming through, you're getting really quite solid results. You know, it doesn't take too much at all from them to get lovely, big, solid results. And the lovely fact of the way that you were making the brooch and you were sealing it all off, like with the heart brooch, for example, it's there and it gives it a lovely, clean finish. There's nowhere else that you're using any tape or you're not sticking anything down to it. It's all just, it's hidden within it, really. It's lovely. So very clean craft.
I should have popped some more of these bubbles, but I'm trying to go quickly.
Oh, is it? You've got 6 minutes.
6 minutes?
Yes.
Good. I've
you could make a few more brooches in that time, wouldn't you?
Do some earrings, we could. So I'm just curing this, and what I've just noticed is sometimes if you don't push your bubbles out and they get stuck, you'll see, I'll show you this, there's a bubble trapped.
I quite like the bubbles as well.
Yeah, if you're going for that effect, you can mix it up, like you can really stir it and generate bubbles. But this is one of those things that you'll like trial and error. If you have a look in that corner there, that's because I didn't lift the bubble out. But that can obviously be avoided if you lift your bubbles out.
Well, there was quite a time in glass making, wasn't there, where that was a real big fashion, that they had those bubbles deliberately actually into it, and it's a big thing, a big look of it. So yeah, I'm all in favour of a bubble.
I'm just going to pop that over, and you can see the perfect gradient on the back there. And I'm just going to do the curing before we pop it out again. Yeah, if you can sometimes just touch it to see if it wants to come away from the mould. So now I'm just going to gently push that down, and there you have it.
It's very satisfying to watch that.
So that was the side we were working on.
Yeah.
And then that is the back side.
I see, yeah.
So there you go, and that can straight away be a necklace.
I really like this. I love that. It's Absolutely brilliant. I'm going to just remind people of the shape so that they can go for the models.
Go
We'll
for
come
it.
straight back to you on that.
I'll get some
Rebecca,
earrings.
thank you. Again, you've seen how simple, how easy it is. Certainly passed the Scott test. It's something that I think I could do this, and I'd be more than happy to have a go as well. So if you're thinking, well, what shapes I start with, the great thing about the pick and mix is you do get that option. You've got 3. Choose any 3 for just $12.49. So maybe that's the floral, maybe it's the rectangle you've got. Is it the key? Are you going to go for the Eiffel Tower oval? You've got the square, you've got the love hearts themselves, the circle, and you've also got the pear drop, beautiful teardrop shape. $12.49 for any 3 for that price, which is great. 088 614, and these moulds, you do need to use these moulds if you're using UV resin. Your other moulds you might have at home won't work with the UV resin because you won't be able to actually cure it through that. So these are particularly for your UV to work with. 088 614. Also, the earrings, don't forget, the earrings kits, they are there. We're going to be seeing these in action in the last few minutes of this hour, but they're only $9.99, and here you can go for a pick and mix of any 2. That'll give you 2 of the silicone moulds. You're going to get the glitter and plus the stainless steel earrings, the posts and the backs. They've got floral, got the crescent moon, we've got the circles in there. Have a look on the website, 394-599, and they're just $9.99 for any 2 on your earrings. And we'll just have a quick look. We've got just a few minutes remaining. So we'll look at the on the earrings themselves. Again, really good price point on all of these as well, Rebecca.
Right, I'm just getting some glitter. We'll do a little. I'm going to do some gold triangles. So I'm literally just going to pour out the tiniest bit of glitter.
I quite like the little. Well, they're all lovely as well, but the little florals as well. They are quite solid, aren't they, when you see them?
Yeah, the sturdy little things. The thing is as well, with the smaller earring moulds, you can submerge them into the resin and include the shapes inside your other pendants.
Oh, yeah, great idea.
So I'm just mixing up the tiniest bit of glitter into the resin there. And with these earrings, you just fill the tiny mould up. It's a little bit more fiddly because obviously it's small, but it's the exact same concept.
Right.
And then I attach the earring posts using the resin, just a clear bit of resin, and that makes them super strong. Another thing you can do with these is you could put chunky glitter at the front and then put a layer of the coloured, either the solid pigment or the pearlescent pigment at the back, and it gives you like a 3D effect.
Oh, nice.
And there we go. Just filling these up. With the little moulds, though, you're best filling it all the way to the top because it's hard to gauge if they're the same amount, like the same depth, so that your earrings match. So I just always keep going. Okay, and then obviously these are so tiny you can cure them at the same time.
They are great. They are, in fact, my juice was saying, well, these are great little quick gift ideas if you wanted to put something, you've actually got jewellery that you could literally make in a matter of moments, basically, and work with. But so nicely better to make the earrings to match for your pendants from the same colours, for example, that you can see. You know, they are lovely because you do get your backs, you get the posts and the backs. That's all part of the kit. As well, so really, really lovely. Only $9.99 for any 2 of those shapes, but they're lovely and solid actually once they are done. We've got about 1.5 minutes, I think.
Okay, let's flip these over.
We're bang on time here, aren't we?
There we go. Right, hopefully we can just pop these out. We've done them super quick. Oh! I'll use this one to demonstrate.
Yeah.
Be very careful when taking them out of the mould.
I didn't even see where that one went. Oh, look, it's beautiful.
Perfect little triangle. And then with the backs, I've included the really small earring post backs.
Oh, yeah.
And then normally I'd just use a bit of clear, but I've got some resin here, so I'm just going to use that colour.
And literally just
pop it on like that.
Adheres on.
And then you want to just put a little bit of resin over.
Just to seal her off.
To overlap it, because that's what's holding it in place.
I have to say that it's the quickest jewellery making I've ever seen, and you did it beautifully. We're down to our last 30 seconds.
There you go,
Rebecca,
boom.
so Thank you so much. Look, we've just finished off the earring as we speak as well, which is brilliant. Do you know when you're back with us on the show?
I don't yet.
Not sure
but
yet.
hopefully
Well,
you'll
we'll
have me
definitely
back.
keep posted and keep an eye out for you. Thank you so much for that and
Thank
your
you.
lovely demonstrations and great explanations. I really hope that you've enjoyed that. And if it's something you're going to have a go at for the first time, make sure you send some pictures in when Rebecca's next back on. From Rebecca and myself, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don't go anywhere. We've got more on the other side of this. Absolutely fantastic hour, and more of those to come. We've got Is Quilting coming up for you next, and then I've got a happy hour with you with our Pink Frog Crafts, which is absolutely brilliant, and then back to our one-day special.
Hi, I'm Sharon from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows and have some fun.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's 4 o'clock, which means this is your final live hour to see what has been a one-day special. But it's not just about the one-day special. We've got easy quilting for you as well, which also means that we've got a very special guest. It's Jenny. She's stayed with us throughout the day. Good afternoon, Jenny.
Good afternoon, Catherine. Yes,
Hello.
I'm nearly on my last legs now. But
Oh.
things to show you.
Oh, Jenny. Got a little bit of an apology to make. It seems your microphone's not working, so we will have to come back to Jenny, but she's here. We've seen her. We'll sort that out. Let me just remind you about the one-day special. We're talking Tilda Garden Life. We've got some beautiful fabrics for you. We're very quickly going to go through these, and hopefully we will get to Jenny very quickly. Now, the first option is your mustard and pink. These are absolutely beautiful. The quality is divine. You've got here, oh, how much? We've got 5 metres, 5.5 metres here. So the mustard and pink we're looking at first of all, so I will show you each and every one of those 5.5 metres. The different options come under one item number, but there we are from the start right through to here. That is your first option. Then moving on again, we've got the lilac and the coral. Oh, this is beautiful. That one there, that's the coral. That's got the coral background. Beautiful. We've got the lilacs in here, that beautiful soft green. Look at the gorgeous birds in this one as well. Again, you've got 5.5 metre pieces. Just a couple more to show you very, very quickly. So that is our option number 2, the lilac and the coral. And then if I just do a little bit of a switch around, the most popular, I'm not surprised I've got to say, is the green and the sage. Oh, I love anything with green in, especially when it's a sage green. You've got the best of everything here, haven't you? Those beautiful corals showing through in this one again with the birds there. Gorgeous, absolutely stunning. Again, your 5 half-metre pieces. Look at the pink there with the green, isn't that pretty? And then finally, we have the blues for you, but it's much more than blues. You've still got those gorgeous soft greens in there. You've still got the peaches and the corals. You've still got those beautiful little bluebirds in there as well. Look at that, isn't it pretty? Love it. So 5 half-metre pieces, again, regardless of option, it's the same item number, and the item number you need is 800861. There's a £5 saving, just £34.50. These are Tilda fabrics. Beautiful quality, absolutely gorgeous. Now, if you want any of those prints individually, we can offer these as well for you. We do have a pick and mix. It's choosing any two. Again, it's half-metre pieces, £15.80 is the price. Yes, you can choose. So if you want to go for a green and a sage, and then you want to go for a coral, you can do that. You can choose in whichever way you wish. Dispatch date for these is the 9th of July, so not long to wait at all. I can't believe we're almost at the end of June. Item number for the pick and mix is 465008. Now, we did mention, of course, the easy quilting, and that's exactly what we're going to show you next. Hopefully Jenny's microphone's working as well, so we'll try again. Good afternoon, Jenny.
Good afternoon, Catherine.
Oh, perfect.
It actually helps if you put the microphone on.
Oh! That's what it was.
That's what it was. And the poor old backroom staff was saying, oh, gee, the microphone's not working. Well, I'm not actually wearing it. I was just going to shout. I was going to stand here in Peterborough and bellow in my loudest possible teaching voice so you can hear me in Scotland. So, Dumbo.
Oh, bless you. Oh,
anyway,
well,
thank you, Catherine.
we've
Nice to
sorted
see
it.
you.
It's lovely to see you, Jenny. We've got it sorted now, so Jenny hopefully can save her voice a little bit. Let's have a look at this next item, because I think we're going to go over to Jenny as soon as possible. We've got the Easy Quilting So Traditional Acrylic Template and DVD Bundle. Now, this has been a busy, busy item, because you've got your slide-along log cabin ruler there. Of course, you've got the DVD, and this actually will create a beautiful, beautiful quilt that, Jenny, I know, this was aimed at beginners, wasn't it?
Yes, it's because people wanting to start patchwork need to know how to, and there is very little out there that starts from your choice of fabrics, how you cut them, how you put them together, and then the quilt builds on learning. So it starts off with something called rail fence, which is a strip patchwork, which is in your bottom corner there, or in your
I'll just fold that and lift it up, Jenny, so we can
That's it.
see that.
So you've got rail fence there, then it goes into log cabin, which is why the slide-along log cabin is really good, because once you've learnt the concept, you'll be able to build log cabin quilts so quickly with that tool. Then we go from there into dealing with squares, check your seam allowance. We do a little bit about applique. There's a heart applied there, so you learn a bit about applique, and you look more at making shapes fit together. Then we come to good old half square triangles, and you do the very simplest form of them, which is the Amish friendship star, and then you come to the 8-point star. So it's building on learning all the time. You've got 2 hours and 15 minutes of me explaining very slow, and of course you can pause it, you can stop it, and you can say, right, I'll run that back again. You can run it through your computer, you can run it through your television, you can have me in glorious Technicolor if you so desire, and you won't need me to wear a microphone, because the microphone will be on your computer or on your television.
Brilliant.
So you'll get the sound.
Brilliant. Oh, what a great price, Jenny, for this one. We've got a £10 saving. Only $15.99, so that's the DVD, the ruler there, the instructions, of course. If you are looking for a new craft, or if you've just started your journey, this is for you. 281429 is the item number. Now, if we look at this in a different way, you're almost not paying for that template, because individually, that template would be £10.99. So you're basically paying 99 pence for it, aren't you, if my maths served correctly? There we are. You can go for the log cabin slide along acrylic template if you wish on its own. It is there at the bottom of the screen, but yes, for that extra, that little extra, go for that DVD and have the company of Jenny in your own home. 281429. Let's go over to the website. Of course, we'll see everything there. We've got lots of templates, actually. We've got lots of goodies for you, some great reviews there as well. Jenny's books, which are absolutely brilliant, I've got to say. We've got different options and different ways of buying some of the templates. Some come as pairs, some come individually. You can decide whichever way you wish. wish to buy. And of course, perhaps you're sitting on the fence a little bit, perhaps you're wondering, well, I'm not quite sure what to go for, and that's why we have Jenny here, because she's going to give us lots and lots of demonstrations as well. If you've got any questions, please do email in studio@thecraftstore, and of course we will try our best to answer those. Got some lovely gift ideas on there, see, as well.
Absolutely, we have. I mean, there's a whole range of stuff for absolutely everybody. And if you're a rank beginner, you have the DVD, we've got the fabric to go with it as well.
Of course we have, yes, exactly.
So would you like to see how the slide-along log cabin actually works?
We would love to see, Jenny.
I thought you might. Right, the slide-along log cabin is a very simple tool that will make your log cabin patchwork become easy. You haven't even got to fuss about cutting strips the right size. It is going to build a block that'll look like this one. Now, in log cabin, you usually have a centre square, which could be a different colour. But the main thing about log cabin to remember is you're always building L's in colour, so L for log cabin. And if we can go to the quilt hanging behind me, which I did with the one-day special fabrics, which is one literally right here, you can see that here is your log cabin block, there is your centre square, and then you've got L, L, L,
Of
L.
course,
What
yes.
the L is she talking about? And there's nothing wrong with saying that. So you need a centre square. Now, how the slide-along log cabin works, it is extremely simple, and it's a really neat gadget. I'm going to just work with 2 colours of fabric, but you could work with a whole pile of literally just scraps. It is a 2.5-inch wide ruler, so if you wish to, you can cut 2.5-inch strips. You could also use the mini ruler we got on the show, which is such a useful ruler because it just fits in your bag. This is also 2.5 inches. So
Perfect.
whether you use the slide-along log cabin to cut your 2.5-inch strips or this ruler, entirely and utterly up to you. I have already pre-cut some 2.5-inch wide strips, and what I'm going to do is to put the 2 colours together, and it doesn't matter whether they are right side up or wrong side up at this moment in time, and cut out the strips for the slide-along log cabin. So laying them one on top of t'other,
Okay,
initially
yeah.
I'm going to trim the end off. So let's just find where I put the tool, there it is. So trim the end off the selvages. You do not want to have the selvages on. I'd always leave them till the very end because it's useful to know which is the warp and which is the weft. The warp always runs parallel to the selvage. So start off with cutting 2 squares from each of the 2 colours. So the first one will be your centre square. It says so on the template, 2.5 inches, and literally cut. Now, the great thing about this thing is it's called slide along. Now, I'm right-handed, so my ruler is going to slide along coming in from the left. If you're left-handed, your ruler is going to slide along coming in from the right.
Got you.
2 at 2.5. I now want 2 at 4.5. It's clearly marked, and there's an arrow to show me the direction I'm sliding it along to. When you've done 2 at 4.5, put them to one side. Now, of course, you could be multi-cutting. If I were at home, I'd be cutting a great stack of fabrics. We now want 6.5. And cut 2. We now want 8.5. Now, is there enough on this strip of fabric? If not, I'll put that one to one side. No, there isn't quite, so I'll put that bit to one side. That will do for a 6.5 on a later occasion. So remount another fabric on top, and now I want 2 8.5s. 2 8.5s are there. And when it comes to 10.5s, really you have a choice. I would, if it's your first block, cut 2.
Okay.
Because you can always cut one down. You're only going to probably be using one of them, but it does depend on which block becomes your centre square. And this might be a bit happenstance if you happen to be a raw beginner. So I'd cut 2 of everything. Take your first 2 squares. Now, I'm going to have the green one as my centre square. Just make a mental note. Put the 2 squares right side together, and using a 1/4 inch seam allowance, you're going to sew down one side of those 2 squares.
Okay.
Now, I'm a great believer in using a little scrap of fabric to sew onto when I've finished. This I call a donkey because it carries the thread from one thing to another. Sometimes it's called a thread saver, some people call it a leader or an ender. Having sewn those 2 squares together, and that was seriously difficult, open them out. I'd have the one that was going to be the centre square on the bottom.
Okay.
I'm now going to take the 2 4.5 inch squares, and I'm going to think L for log cabin. So this is the first part of the L. This will complete the L. L. So put him on top, and your seams will go towards the outside edge. They just do. Don't fuss about opening them. They go towards the outside edge. So just flick it under with your fingers and proceed to the bottom rescue the little donkey from the back there, stick him on the end again, sew off, open it out, and you're always going to be turning the log cabin block going anti-clockwise. Finger press, or you can press with the iron. Right, the next one's going to be a green, because I've done my L in my the nasturtium fabric, so we now want a green one in the 4.5. So green 4.5 goes down this side. It lines up beautifully because they're all cut exactly right. Proceed down, making sure those seams are flicked towards the outside. When you get to the bottom, of course, if you're chain piecing, you just go on and stitch the 4.5-inch green one to the side of all the other pieces. Open it out, give it a quarter turn going anti-clockwise. Now I want the 6.5-inch green one. L for log cabin goes down this side. And literally the design just continues exactly like that. So I'm going to finish this off because then I can show you how the log cabin block, or some of the combinations you can do with it. So that was my 6.5. I'm now going to take the next colour, or my second colour, the nasturtium one, open it out, quarter turn anti-clockwise. Down that side I want a 6.5-inch one. Where's it gone to? There it is. It goes on there, and stitch them on. I'll be very quick with this, Catherine. Right,
You're whizzing through it already, Jenny, don't worry about that. You've answered a question as well, because we had some fabric on the other day with a particular flower and nobody could remember the name of the flower, and it's actually nasturtium. That's what it was.
We had giggles this morning because no one could say it. Right, so there's first L, there's the second part of the second L, so now I want an 8.5 to go down there. So you're always using two 2.5s, 2 4.5s, 2 6.5s, 2 8.5s, and then it will depend on your block as to which of the 2 10.5s you're going to use. But you're not going to waste it, because you could cut the 10.5 back into being an 8.5 for the next block. This really is no waste. And of course, you could always join bits together. It's patchwork. You don't have to have one complete strip. You could actually always join 2 bits together, open it out. It's had a quarter turn going anti-clockwise. Now I'm going to go down that side, and it's an 8.5-inch one.
Look how quickly that's come together.
And I've just got this one to do, and one last one to go across the bottom. If you preferred and you were worried about the seams, you could always sew it with the seamed side up. That's perfectly acceptable. Just flip it over and sew it with the seam side up. Sometimes this is easier because you can then flatten the seams in the direction they're already going. So there we go, down to here. Twist the seam. Rather, don't twist the seam. Rescue me donkey. One last strip to go.
So would you say for any beginner then, Jenny, this is a really good block to start with?
It's a brilliant block to start with because it checks your seam allowances. It's quick, you achieve, and you feel good about it. So there's L, my centre block, half the L, final L goes down here. And again, you can sew it from either side, it matters not. I'll just do it from this side. This could be done by hand. You don't have to do it on the machine. I'm doing it on the machine simply because I'm a machinist.
Yeah.
And hand sewing, I start hand sewing and I just fall asleep. But I fall asleep most of the time. I'm the most boring guest to have, because put the television on and I just go to sleep.
I don't believe you could ever be a boring guest, Jenny. You know that question they always ask, who would you invite for your dinner party? Jenny's on my list every time.
So it's going to chop a bit off the bottom. My seam allowances are a bit out. Right, okie dokie. Lopping, if there's any of my students who do not do lopping, you measure it properly. So there is the block. If I do 4 of them, I could arrange them with the nasturtiums, so she carefully on the inside.
Yeah.
And these come up as 10.5-inch raw edge blocks, which would be 10 inches when finished. If I didn't like that, I could have green on the inside.
This is my favourite bit of quilting, you know, when you get to play with all the blocks and see how you want them to lie.
And if I didn't like that, I could have it doing the ones where they go diagonally across, and it's either straight furrow or barn raising or something like that. And the potential for playing with these blocks is amazing. And all you have done is cut a few strips and slid the log cabin along. Now, before I move from this, just let me show you another log cabin design very quickly called Courthouse Steps. Now, this sadly is not done in the one-day the ODS, you know, the special fabric. I've done this one in another fabric. And for Courthouse Steps, you will need 3 of the 2.5-inch ones, 1 in your centre colour and 2 that go either side. You'll then want 2 6.5s. You miss out the 4.5, and 1 6.5 goes there, and 1 6.5 goes there. The principle behind courthouse steps is basically opposite sides, top and bottom, opposite sides, top and bottom, opposite sides, top and bottom. So I've done there. I'm now going to do down the sides. There's the two sidey pieces, which will be 2 more 6.5s. One there and one there. And then I'm going to go back to this colour. Again, no, I'm not. I'm going to go to this. That's total rubbish. How have I come to do that? So completely and differently wrong. Right, wind your video back, you lot. Let's go back to the beginning again. We'll have 3 squares. It's all that thrown by not having my microphone. I'm going to put my third colour here, my 6.5-inch one there, and my third. I've even got one to copy. And I go back to the pink one, and one goes there, and the other pink one goes there, and then we use this one again, and we use that one there, and that is courthouse steps. And when you put them together, you can almost see you're walking up the steps to the courthouse. And if we look at the quilts at the back, I did one in those fabulous Tilda fabrics, which is the one that is here. This is courthouse steps. I've just switched the blocks around, and I've got the nasturtiums in the middle there. There's the poppies, and there's the petunias. So with that slide along one, you can do all sorts of different kinds of log cabin by sliding it along and cutting it off.
Who'd have thought it with one little template like that? Amazing. We are busy on the phone lines as well, so please, if you can make your way to the website, that's the quickest way to check your baskets out. Let's have another look at the details there for, of course, the Easy Quilting So Traditional acrylic template and the DVD bundle. So you do get that acrylic template there, the slide along log cabin. You will get the DVD as well. Just very quickly, you can see exactly what you can make there. But this is aimed at beginners, so if you've never quilted before, this is a great bundle. Of course, you don't have to be a beginner. If you haven't got that template and you love making your log cabins or you have never made them before, of course this bundle is also great for you. Anybody of any level would love that quilt, wouldn't they? But yes, certainly aimed at beginners as well, so it's something that you can really get your teeth into. It works out, you know, at just 99p for the template, because individually they are £10.99 each. You can go for just a template. You can do that, but you'll be paying £10.99. You are saving £10 on the bundle. 281429 is the item number. Yeah, great saving of £10 there. So everything you're seeing in front of me, just £15.99. Now we're going to fiddle away next. What have we got in this bundle, I wonder? These are great names, aren't they? Jenny named everything. You can tell, can't you? They're just superb names. Now this really is a great bundle, because you've got you've got acrylic templates, you've got the book in here as well, and it's Jenny's own book, Fans and Fabrications. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm just going to turn it around. In fact, I'll open randomly 1 or 2 pages so you can see 1 or 2 things that we've got in here. Jenny, just tell us a little bit about the book.
Right, well, you've basically got the fan block, which is the tucked up fan, and then you've got a sort of flower, which basically just comes from squares. In addition to that, you have a series of decorations. It could be table decorations, wall decorations that are stiffened with one of the Bosal products or any form of stiffening that you happen to have. And that's where the hexagon comes in, because you can make a hexagonal one. You've then got an absolutely delightful, totally tucked up band, so she very carefully, which you get this one that came from a Victorian idea. It isn't wholly my own idea. Throughout the book, there are just different ways of playing with fabric. There are some easy things, there are some slightly more challenging things. You've got the templates in the book, but to make life much easier, the hexagon template goes along with it, as indeed does the mini ruler, because the mini ruler is great for cutting all those scraps up to make those soft sculptured bags, which are not like the Camden bags. It's basically made like a coiled pot. You make a long line of fabric and you just wrap it round a base, and you do it on the sewing machine with the zigzag, or you can do it by hand. So the book has been carefully designed to go, or rather the templates have been carefully designed to go with the book. Both multi-size templates, but that little mini ruler is great because it does your 1/8 of an inch and even your 1/16. And believe you me, there are some quilters who work in 1/16. John Flynn, an American quilter, works in 1/16 of an inch. Do you really want to work in 1/16? You can if you've got the mini ruler, but most of us work in 1/8 of an inch, which is great because it's marked very clearly on that particular ruler. Multi-size hexagons, again, nice and clear. We put some paper at the back of it so you can see the black lines, but it's actually ideal. You can see right through it, and it's good for fussy cutting.
That is wonderful. And again, look at the price. Only £21.97. £5 saving on this one. That ruler, of course, 2.5 inches wide as well, so great for cutting those strips. 697636 is the item number. Treat yourself to one of Jenny's books if you haven't got that one already. It's absolutely wonderful. And as we've seen, great tools that you will not want to be without once you start working with them as well. Now, we do have more because we've got another set of templates for you. This is Gently Shaped. So, all acrylic again, another great price. Look at this one. We've got less than half price on this one, Jenny.
Yes, you have. And the reason for putting the square with the petal pattern, and we had great fun this morning with petal pattern, that's incidentally a tablecloth with a petal pattern middle and 2 petal patterns sewn together to make a heart. Because we banged on about Mrs. Picky Pants and her perfect patchwork in particular and her petal pattern template. There you've got the petal pattern in the middle, and 2 petal patterns make the sort of the hearty ones. But if we go to the back, and just above Catherine's head is a fussy cut petal pattern.
That is beautiful.
So this was done with the ODS. This is the Bold Peony. And the great thing about this template is, again, it's multi-size. Now, the reason for putting the square with it, and I did do this on the 12 o'clock show, was that you can use one of my techniques, which is to take a square, fold it into a triangle and insert it into the petal pattern. And on the pink and turquoise one, if Catherine would like to model the pink and turquoise cushion behind you.
The pink and purple, let me just
grab
grab
turquoise, that one there.
This one.
That's it. She's even good with her colours, this girl.
That is very pretty.
You see, that is the petal pattern with a square. You have to have the petal pattern. I do not know. So this was done this morning. And briefly, for those who wondered how it was created, this was the creation of it. So coming back to it, so I cut the petal pattern shapes out.
And I wonder if anyone is actually counting how many times we've had petal patterns.
Peas.
Who knows?
All these peas being particular about it. When you cut the petal pattern template, there it is. Mine is so old, it's a yellow one. This was one of the original colours brought out, but they realised it was much better to do it in clear acrylic, so you'll get a nice clear acrylic one. You could cut out the whole shape, and literally if you sewed 8 of the whole shape together, you are going to get that. But because there's a seam in between here, it was perfectly possible to cut a square, and these are nothing more than a square folded into a triangle that's been inserted into the seam. If you lift this up and squish it, it squashes into a diamond shape and makes a petal.
Oh, you see, that's
and
one of those
then
things,
you can
Jenny,
play with it.
That
Yes.
looks difficult, that
Yes,
isn't.
it isn't. It literally is. And if you watch the 12 o'clock show, it's all pieced on there. Now, the problem is with the PP template is getting over that edge. And the trick to that is the good old interfacing trick, or any thin, really thin fabric, where you lay it right side down on the interfacing, and you sew all the way around the edge of the interfacing. And somewhere I have the completed sample. Where has the completed sample gone? Catherine's probably moved it and pushed it somewhere. I had it earlier. Oh, Catherine, what have you done with my completed sample?
What colour are we looking for?
We're looking for the
I
one
can
that
see
I've
it. There it
tidied
is.
up
There it is.
carefully under here. Just and push it so I would have it to hand. Right, if you sew all the way around the edge on the interfacing, as I have done on this sample, you then trim the interfacing hard back to the edge of the fabric. And the other little trick I would suggest you do is not only trim it back, so just sew around with your 1/4 inch foot, is when you've trimmed the interfacing back, is just clip it at the junctions here. So just clip it in there. And what the interfacing will do is when you have put a slit in it, as I've done with this sample, you can see it's been used several times,
yeah.
it will then turn, as you turn it right side out, it will turn the edge of that petal over, making a nice neat edge, so you can then press it and simply apply it, as we have here, to the background. And you can see this has been applied. I've left a space there for you to see where the interfacing was, and that turns the edge under for you. So the petal pattern can be used for any size you like. If you want to make it slightly smaller, you cut it like this. Ideally, the quickest way to do it is to cut a 7-inch strip and just cut literally whole petal patterns off. You cut one up one way, one up the other way. If you want a smaller one, though, cut your strip any size you like, place the petal pattern on the top. I've already cut one side, excuse me, flip it over, replace the petal pattern, cut up the edge of it there, and then to get the arched edge, all you do is pull the petal pattern down Centre it and then cut either side.
Oh, I see.
And there you are.
Oh, that is a very useful template again. Oh, how wonderful is that? Love it. Oh, Jenny, that is fabulous. What a great bundle again. So, yes, the gently shaped acrylic template bundle, only £9.98. You've got a £10 saving there. 691336 is the item number. It wasn't me that hid Jenny's sample there. Do you know, I think I'm just off the guest list for Jenny's dinner now. You could actually make your own placemats in that way as well.
When I finish choking, you can do.
Oh, bless you, Jenny. Oh, dear. Oh, let's remind you of the one-day special, just as Jenny has a little drink of water. We've got different options here, haven't we? So, we've got the mustard and pink first to show you. Now, you're getting 5 1/2 metre pieces here. So, in total, that would be 2.5 metres for that great price. This is Tilda Garden Life fabric. So, yes, the pink and the mustard, absolutely beautiful. Item number is all the same for all the different options, of course, 800861. The next one is the lilac and the coral, which again is absolutely beautiful. I'm loving that soft green in these. Got that beautiful, beautiful shade of coral in there with the lilacs as well. They vary considerably, the fabric pieces actually. Now the favourite that is still in the lead is the green and the sage. So you've got those different greens combined with the pinks, of course, and lots of other vibrant colours as well. And finally we have the blue for you. Absolutely gorgeous. Nasturtiums, you've got petunias in there as well. And we've got, what was the other flower? Poppies, wasn't it? All dispatched from the 9th of July. Not long to wait at all. If you want to go for more than one, you certainly can do. 800861 is the item number. Now, the rotary cutter, perhaps you need a new one, perhaps you haven't got one, maybe this is the start of your journey. We can give you a whole bundle here. So a lovely little mat to get you going there. This is Simplicity as well, so a name that's been around for a very, very long time. The same goes for the rotary cutter itself. You have got the safety guard on there as well. Of course, when you're using your rotary cutter, cut away from yourself. There it is. Lovely ergonomic handle on this one as well, I've got to say. It's the first time I've seen that one. Only £13.49, another £10 saving here, so a massive saving for you. 809751 is the item number. Now, a few other things to mention as well. We've got some more templates. We've got the circle block template now. I think I might have actually a sample underneath here as well. So let's just pull this one out. Now, this is a really, really nice little bundle again. Oh, this is effective. Look at that. You could be creating something like this. Another great saving. Below £10 again, only £9.99 for this bundle. You've got a £6 saving, 275,228. Perhaps you're collecting all these different shapes as you go along because you can't afford to buy everything all in one go. You might be filling those gaps with items that you've not seen before or you've missed out on before. Now, the next one, this is a really, really good one. You've got the shapes and circles here. Now, this is fantastic, actually. This is a really big template, and you've got the little cutout areas, so you actually put your rotary cutter inside those grooves, inside those cutouts, so you get the perfect circles or half circles. We've got the triangle there as well. Yes, this one we're calling shapes and circles. A £10 saving again. £24.98 is the price here. You've got your easy angle included in this one. Two really good sized templates there. 607930. All done in clear acrylic, as you can see. We've just got the white card there so you can see all the measurements clearly. But yeah, fantastic, absolutely wonderful to work with. You need these, don't you? Once you start to build up your crafty stash for your quilting and your patchwork, you will find that you will use these more and more and more. Right, let's get back to Jenny, if Jenny's okay to carry on.
The trouble is that my house is so full of dust, and I rather suspect the piece of interfacing I had has probably got some of the brick dust on it.
Oh, are you still getting work done at your house?
Oh, crikey, am I? I came home on Sunday to discover I had no floor downstairs at all, because they dug up the entire floor to put a gas pipe in. And you have no idea of the mess. The mess was just horrendous.
Oh, Jenny, I've been there, done that with the old building work, you know. It is horrendous.
Absolutely dire. What I'm doing at the moment is I'm putting a piece of iron-on interfacing stiffener on the back of some half-square triangles that I've sewn together. And the reason for doing this is I want to show you how the circle cut could be used in a very different way. Now, there's no reason why you can't take squares and cut circles out of them and move the circle round. So if we look at this particular piece,
Oh, look at that.
This is
That's
basically
striking.
made out of squares stitched together, which a circle has been cut out the middle of. So you literally take squares, sew them together and cut a circle out of the middle, and you switch the circle round, as you will see. So how do you do it? Right. You could just cut squares together, but I decided I'm going to go for half square triangles stitched together, because we have a really big half square triangle template on the show, and that's this one. Now, many of you will have seen the half square triangle before in use, and basically is you cut out 2 half squares and you sew them together to make a square. So just let me go through the cutting out for those who haven't seen this template before. I chose to use, on the design I've got here, 8.5-inch half square triangles. You could use any size you like, from 2.5 up to 10.5. Easiest way to do it is to cut a strip the desired width. So I'm going to take my 2 fabrics, line them up together, they've got a nice straight edge, and I'm going to cut an 8.5-inch strip from them. Using the cutting mat as a measure, this mini ruler is great because it will just fit nicely on my folded fat quarters. 8.5 inches is up here. Rotary cutter, guard off, up the edge of the ruler, and I have now 2 8.5-inch strips of fabric.
Lovely.
If you open them out, and top tip is to put the 2 fabrics right side together. And I know the yellow one hasn't got a right side, but if it had, I'd put them right sides together. Once you've done that, trim off the selvages at the end. There we go. Get rid of those. You don't want to have selvage where you're working. And using the template, it works like this. Lay it on there so the 8.5 inches is aligned with the 8.5 inches written on the template. Take your cutter and cut up the edge of the ruler. They're nice 6mm templates, so they really do work well, and they're sturdy to cut round. Don't remove the fabric, just simply flip the template over, and this time there's a little black bit here. It hangs off the bottom, and the reason for that little black bit there and the flat end that you'll find you'll get in a moment is it's going to save you 3/8 of an inch on every single piece you cut out, and believe you me, over time that adds up. Also means you've got rid of some of the dog ears on your fabric when you come to cut them out. All you would do then is sew down the diagonal line, and when you open it out you'll get a square. Now this particular ruler can be used for doing any size of square you like, from 2.5 inches up to, as I say, 10.5 inches. And all I did with this panel was to take 4 of those squares and put them together as a pinwheel. You rotate the squares round. Using the circle cut, I'm going to draw a circle on the back.
Okay.
Now, this circle cut will allow you to cut circles from multi-sizes, from a 2-inch one right up to a 10-inch one. So I'm simply going to draw a line across here where the seams are. Nice and easy to see because I can see where the seam goes all the way along there, and that'll give me the midline for my circle.
Got you.
Place the circle on here, and you decide exactly how big a circle you want. I'm going to go for, I think, 8.5 inches.
Okay.
I can actually use the rotary cutter with this to cut round. If you're wanting to cut the smaller circles, you might wish to buy the smaller rotary cutter. So I'm going to go for the 8-inch one. So insert your rotary cutter into the gap and just turn it round and 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 round. Having cut that side, flip the template over, replace the template so you've got it lined up with the various lines before. Back on the seam allowance line there. Am I lined up? Yes, I am. I should have put the little benchmark in the middle and I didn't. And then cut round it again.
Lovely. Now those rotary cutters, the smaller ones, are available on the website, so you should be able to find them in the brand shop. Jenny, for someone that is a little bit wary or hasn't got a small one and can't afford to buy one today, could we draw into the template?
Yes, you
and
could.
use
Absolutely no reason why you couldn't draw into the template at all and then cut round.
Lovely stuff.
When you've done that, I mean, slight push of it there, simply because I'm trying to do it in the studio. All I'm going to do now is flip it back to the right side, take my beautifully cut circle and move it round one.
Oh.
And then I satin stitch over the edges, which will now have changed the design completely.
How clever
And you
is
can
that?
absolutely play with this. It really is. It's something else. There's more samples down here. Let's show you a few more things you can do with it.
It's such a striking effect, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So we could take just plain squares and cut a circle out of a plain square. So here's your circle cut out of a plain square, and there is your original circle I put it back like that. And all you do is switch it round. When you've switched it round, you will be able to then satin stitch across the gap, and you have a completely different and very simple to create design. And if you didn't like that sort of thing and you wanted to play more with circles, why not, from some fabric with a fusible web on the back, is just literally cut all the circles out. So take your piece of fabric, this is why I get so carried away with everything, and lay the piece of the circle on a folded piece of fabric and literally just cut out circles. And of course you'll get, let's just do a couple.
So you can get multiple different
multiple
frame
different
widths,
sizes,
so to speak, can't you? This is such a handy tool again.
It is a really handy tool. And if you had some form of fusible web on the back of this, then you can arrange this in a pattern. And don't forget, you could do it in paper as well. It doesn't have to be done in fabric. And you've got a very different design.
Love it.
And you could just play. Come on, you can play with these things. And of course, circles are so necessary for things like Dresden plates, mariners' compasses, circular table mats. If your circle isn't round, boy, does it notice.
Yeah. That's brilliant. Love it. Love it. The fact that you get the triangle in with the bundle as well, that large triangle that we've seen Jenny working with as well. What an incredible price. £10 saving on this one, just $24.98. You're not going to regret going for this one. 607930 is the item number. We have got more to tell you about and remind you of as well. Now, the slide along bundle is proving very, very busy. I'm not surprised, actually. This was the first demonstration that we really saw from Jenny today. That one ruler that's 2.5 inches wide, so you can cut all those strips. You basically do just slide that ruler along to get those log cabin effects. And then, of course, you can layer those in various different ways. With the bundle, you are getting the DVD as well. This is aimed at beginners. It's not just for beginners, but if you are looking for a new craft, if you have just started the journey, this is a great one to go for. Maybe you just haven't got the tool, and it's very little extra to go with the DVD as well, and you can create that beautiful quilt or turn those blocks into something completely different, of course. £10 saving on this one, only $15.99. Item number is 281429. There we go. Now, we've got so many goodies for you, haven't we? We've got the website, of course, where you'll find absolutely everything. We've got more fabrics for you as well. When it comes to the one-day special, we've gone through those options, but you've seen Jenny using some of the Moda solids as well. Now, these are absolutely beautiful. You've got a choice of lots of different colours. It's a pick and mix again, so half-metre pieces. Pick any two. Really lovely, gorgeous colours there that will work perfectly with the one-day special. Look at those pinks, you have the popsicle, that gorgeous coral colour, you've got iris in there. Well, you can see the colours for yourself, but they will all work beautifully. What a great price they are as well, only $12.99. So do have a look at those. Now, I love my fabric, and I love when I hear certain names here as well. Oh, you know you're going to see something beautiful, don't you? Tilda is one of those wonderful names that I've known about Tilda fabrics for such a long time. But when you say William Morris, oh, then you really are talking something special, aren't you? We've also got some William Morris fabrics for you as well. So let's have a look here. It's another pick and mix. In fact, half-metre pieces again, any two. I will pick these up and move them a little bit so you can see a bit more of the detail. Isn't that gorgeous? Oh, I won't take it off the A-frame we've got, but you can see there. Let me just turn it a little bit. This is Indigo the Brook. Isn't that beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. Let me just turn that over a little bit so we can see the next one. That's very, very pretty. Now that looks like Jasmine Blush. So the blush obviously being the pink in there. Then we have, oh, I can recognise that's definitely a honeysuckle. Yes, that's honeysuckle green. Let me just flop those down and then we'll move along a little bit. The next one I'm going to show you is this one. That's nice, isn't it? That we'll try and find the name for this one. Bramble Indigo. That's gorgeous. Then we have, oh, that's pretty, Jasmine Aqua. So a little bit of a theme. You can see some of the prints are the same design but in different colours. Now, we've not seen that one yet. Apple Green. That is gorgeous. Oh, I do like these. Oh, that's striking. That one is Bluebell Indigo. Isn't that striking? Love it. Now we're staying almost with the indigo colour, but lots more colours incorporated into this one. Granada Indigo is the name of this one. Some of these may be facing the wrong way up for you to see the full design product, but you can definitely see what you're getting for your money. Honeysuckle in Aqua. Those honeysuckles really stand out well on that one, don't they? The next one we've got, Rosehip Indigo. We're loving the indigo colours, aren't we? And then the next one we have, oh that's nice, Bluebell Gold. We've seen the Bluebell earlier on, was it the indigo that we saw, but that's the gold. The next one we've got, that's nice. Oh, I do like that. That is Granada Charcoal. Isn't that stunning? That's one of my favourites. I think I've had to really pick one out. Apple Red is for you next. Then we have Rosehip in Blush. That beautiful sort of creamy background. Oh, we've got some more of the Brook. This one, small blush is this one. Brook Small Blush. Got to be careful how I say that. That's beautiful as well. Blackthorn Charcoal. Oh, do treat yourself to more than 2.5 meters if you can afford to here. That is our Charcoal Bramble. And I think we've got one more. There we are. That one is named, we think that's Blackthorn. We might have sold out of that one actually. If you can't see it, or if you can see it and you put it in your basket and it won't let you check that one out, it's because it's gone. We're hearing it might be Blackthorn Indigo. Do you know what? Just try. Have a look at the internet. Have a look at the website. Anything that is sold out, it won't let you check those out, but you've got lots to choose from there. Only $15.99 for 2.5 metre pieces. Item number 041561. The dispatch date for the William Morris is the 12th of July. So not too long to wait at all. Let's get back to Jenny though for another demonstration before the end of this hour.
Right, I was going to do the quarter circle that you had on.
Oh, nice.
You see, because we haven't seen that before. So we looked at the whole circle, and then we have this little one. But just to return briefly to the log cabin, the slide-along log cabin, you do get full instructions on the back of the packaging. So don't rip it off in your haste and think, oh, I better go and find that bit of film, where Raymond is trying to demonstrate how it goes. It's actually writ upon the back of packaging, so keep the packaging.
Okay.
It will serve as a good reminder. The same thing actually happens with the quarter circle design. Now the quarter circle design isn't just a quarter circle, it's a quarter circle actually set into a square. And here again, on the back of it, you do get full instructions. They are very simple to cut out. It's suggested, or I would suggest you cut them out in 2 different colours. So here I have the bold peony, and it is a quarter circle. If you've got a corner to start off with, all you've got to do is cut round the arc, flip the fabric round a little bit, and just finish off cutting the rest of the template. So we can cut a quarter circle very simply. The other shape, the L-shaped shape, equally is easy to cut. Open your fabric out, you can multi-cut it should you so desire, not a problem. If you've already got a nice neat right angle on the fabric, then put it on there. If you've not got a neat right angle, then you can use the template to square it off. So I'm just going to square that off because I'm not 100% happy with it. And we've had lots of peas today. You don't want to be... Mrs. Picky Pants can sometimes be very particular about her patchwork. So once you've got your corner there, it's probably why I was choking with all those peas. Dear, dear, dear. Right, and then cut up one side, and your rotary cutter will cut easily round the arc. If you're worried about it, you could always use a pencil and draw it and then cut it out with scissors. If you've got the smaller rotary cutter, then that will equally easily go round the arc, says she. Okay, so you'll have your 2 pieces, that's that number 1 and number 2. How are they going to be put together? Well, the answer to that is take the quarter circle, fold it in half, and you're going to put a little nick on the middle, or on the middle of the arc shape. So a little nick, nothing like a little nick. Don't nick any bigger than into the seam allowance, because if you go bigger than the seam allowance, it will show. So we've got a little nick right there. Taking the other section, the L-shaped section, fold that in half, and you need ditto a little nick in the middle. And while it's kept folded, it's just as easy to clip all the way along the edge there.
Again,
So,
no further than
again,
within
no
your
further
seam
than the
allowance.
seam allowance, all right? So we've got little nick in the middle and clip it. Right, we're going to put nick to nick. So that's going to go on top of there. Line your nicks up. Pins. Now, we were laughing at my pins because I'm homeless at the moment. I'd grabbed a pot of pins before I became homeless.
Oh,
and to
Jenny.
discover these are the ones that the grandchildren had been at. And young Harry said, Granny, if I bend the pins, they'll go better round corners.
I love that.
So, to my horror, I got quite a lot of pins that had just been bent. Right, while I'm telling you about that, I'm neglecting to say pin in the middle with your pin going at right angles to the stitching.
Okay.
Line the flat end up of the L shape with the flat side of your quarter arc. Turn it round and do ditto on the other end. Now, because I'm right-handed, it's difficult to put the pin in that way, so I'm going to put it in this way. It matters not terribly. When you've done that, sort of flex it out a bit so it fits, and you'll probably want 1 or 2 more pins. Little forest of pins.
Now we see
often
why
helps.
those little nicks are very important.
Nothing like a little nick. Okie dokie. And once you've done that, you can sew it easily by hand or on the machine. It's one of those things that a little bit of prep work does, makes it so much easier. And this method is how you sew all curved seams. You put the concave section underneath and the other one goes on the top. Okay, to the sewing machine, 1/4 inch seam allowance, and as you sew round, please will you take the pins out. It's easy enough to do, even if you're left-handed, because you can just slide them out with your finger, slide it out as you come to it, slide it out. You don't need a fancy sewing machine. We're doing a 1/4 inch seam allowance. You could have your 1/4 inch foot on. You could set your needle at a 1/4 inch. The choice is yours. All the way round. And when it comes to the last one, just slide the pin out in the opposite direction. And I'm going to sew onto my little donkey. Where are you, donkey? There you are. And that basically is all there is to sewing that block. So what could you do with it? Well, Catherine did show you the quilt that I'd made up, where I took these blocks in various different colours and just played with them. Because you can put them together in a wide variety of different ways. You can literally just play. So if you're into something that's, say, modern, you could create all sorts of interesting designs. If you want a circle, then you simply put 4 of them together and they will make a circle. Can I get another one like that? No, I don't think I have, but you can see how the circle will work. And then it occurred to me, hey, this is all right, but why can't you make your quarter circle out of 2 colours? So let's scrap that and look at this. Because you're cutting a quarter circle. Does it matter what you cut it from? And the answer is no. So back to the good old half square template.
Yeah.
I cut from a 4.5 inch strip triangles in 2 different colours.
Okay.
Stitch them together to make a square, and there we have a square. From this square, you then cut your quarter circles. And the only thing to be really aware of is that you want to have that diagonal line bisecting the quarter circle. That means going down the middle of. So pop your template on there and literally cut round. If you were worried about it, you could make your half square triangles slightly bigger. So just cut round. So
Again,
I've
very
now
useful
got
template.
Yes, it is very useful. I've now got a 2-tone quarter circle. You could have made this up out of any fabric you liked. You could have used up your bits. You could have had crazy patchwork. And it will just fit together in exactly the same way. So take your L-shaped section, make a little nick in the middle, and proceed exactly in the same fashion. And that's going to give you a pie with different colours.
Love it.
And you could do it in this size. You could do it these. You could have made these out of 3 strips put together. You could have made it out of, as I say, crazy patchwork. All you're doing is taking the template and saying, I'm going to cut this from some fabric. What the fabric is made of or how the fabric is constructed is entirely and utterly up to you. It will fit because the template is accurate and goes with that one.
What a lovely bundle again. Another saving as well on this one. £6 saving, in fact. Don't forget, keep your packaging off everything as well. 275228 is the item number there. So many ideas again. Do you know, we've had, I believe, some lovely images sent in as well. The first one I'm going to show you is from Wendy. In fact, I think we've got 2 from Wendy. Oh, look at that.
Oh, that's wonderful, Wendy. Well done, Wendy.
Isn't that fab?
Absolutely, I love the colours on that. That really is so my colours.
That is
Thank you very much
beautiful.
indeed for sending that in.
Well, Wendy loves you, Jenny, and I think you're on her list as well for a dinner party because she thinks you're such an inspiration. And you can
like
see, look at that
too.
dream.
Yes,
Isn't that
really
fabulous?
is. That has definitely a modern tone to it. Yes, you've used what looks like the 5440 fight or flight template there. Can't see it because it's a little further away from me, but no, and again, love those colours.
Brilliant.
Well done, doubly
Yes.
well done, Wendy.
Yes, exactly. Yes,
Excellent
Wendy,
work,
keep it up
Wendy.
as well. And do keep sending those pictures in. We do love to see them. Now, there's one set we haven't mentioned that I'm going to mention now. Now, you may have seen earlier on, we've got the lovely little ruler, but there's another set that includes that ruler with this particular template, which is your bias ruler, your perfectly angled bundle. This is absolutely fantastic. Jenny, I know we've seen the ruler before, but...
Again.
Can we? Have we got time to do
Oh, I
that?
should
Yeah,
think
with the
so.
bias ruler as well, and tell us why that's so important.
Twist my arm.
Lovely.
Right. This ruler, as you can see, the mini ruler is just a really, really useful ruler. It happens to also be the same dimensions as the bias ruler. And the bias ruler is great for cutting your binding because many times you're going to have to cut your binding on the bias whenever you go around anything curved, or if you're doing Celtic, or if you're doing stained glass, you will want bias cut strips. And for some strange reason, people find it very difficult to cut at a bias angle. You will not go wrong with this because all you need to do if you want to cut your bias strips is take your fabric, open it out. I'm just using up a scrap here. Lay the ruler so that one of the angle sides is along a straight edge of the fabric. It matters not really which end you use because you can turn the ruler over, but the angle side needs to go along the straight edge of the fabric. So whichever one you happen to use is absolutely fine. Cut up the edge of the ruler and you have now got a perfectly accurate diagonal bias on the cross cut. If your fabric is wider or longer, then just simply move the template round and complete the cut. Now, suppose you happen to want 1 1/4 inches. This is marked on the template, as is your 2 1/2 inches. Now, if I were going to cut, say, 1 1/4 inch strips for my bias, I would fold the fabric in half and then lay the bias ruler onto it. There is my 1 1/4 inch mark, and I can simply cut. And you cut there, and you cut there, and you just go on cutting until you have cut a sufficiency. Now your problem is going to be, and this is always the problem, is how are you going to join the bias strips together? And we had this little lesson earlier. It's to remember the word right. So there are my bias strips. Whenever you put two pieces of fabric together in a seam in the patchwork world, you match the raw edges.
Okay.
So I'm going to match the raw edges. There are the raw edges matched. That's what you do. What you don't do now is stitch, because if you sew down there, when you open it out, you'll get a really strange lip. You need to make a seam allowance, and you do that by sliding these two pieces, one up or indeed down the other.
Got you.
When you have slid it up enough, we have now created a seam allowance, and you actually sew from this corner here to that corner there. You go from crack to crack. If you slide it up more, and that would be a bit daft because you'd waste fabric, you'd sew from corner to corner, crack to crack. If you only slide it up a little whingy bit, you're going to have a very narrow seam allowance because it goes from there to there.
Of course.
And that will join it together in a nice straight line. So once you cut your strips on the bias, you know how to join it. The other use that this tool is,
lovely, Jenny,
is great for, and very briefly this, is sometimes when you're doing double bias but with straight, sort of double binding with straight cut strips, you want to join it on the bias, and the reason for joining it on the bias is it spreads the load of the seam.
Yeah.
The problem is it's that putting two fabrics together, doing that awful crisscross thing and getting it right. So much easier to lay your fabrics together and then just cut yourself a nice bias cut end. It's at the right angle, and all you have to do then is join the strips together in exactly the way that I've just shown you. Right sides together, align your seams, and then slide one up and sometimes down the other. crack to crack, and it does it a treat.
Perfect. Oh, how good is Jenny? She explains everything so well. Let's have another look at that little bundle there. This is a really good one to go for. We have got busy on that one as well. I'm not surprised. So, of course, the 2.5-inch ruler and the bias ruler included there. £8 saving, only $11.98. Take advantage of this. This is the last live hour, of course, for everything that we've got here right now on the show. Let's just have another look at the log cabin ruler, because this is part of a bundle that has been our bestseller, not just through this hour, but I think throughout the whole day. Lovely if you are a beginner. If you're not a beginner and you haven't got a ruler like this, then it's a good one for you. You do get the DVD as well, all for just $15.99 with that £10 saving. 281-429. Don't forget to check those baskets out. Look at everything. It just gives me time to say, Jenny, thank you very, very much. And the invite for dinner will be in the post soon.
Thank you. Excellent, Catherine.
Ah. Oh, I love our Jenny there. Coming up next, we've got Pink Frog Crafts. It's a happy hour with Scott. And then we've got the brand new One Day Special with Stadler. And then we're going to the Little Soap Kitchen.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sharon, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. Of White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media, or art journaling, join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
No, I know it's not Yanis, but look, it's a bit. Look, what do you expect with what they pay? This is the best you get. Hello, everybody. How we doing? It's a happy hour. Whoop 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 whoop. How's everybody? What time is it? 5 o'clock on Wednesday. It's nice to be back with you. Been away for a little while, but it's good to be back with you. And they said, guess what we've got lined up for you? 2 unguested hours, one now and one at 9 o'clock tonight, because nobody wants to work with you. So anyway. We'll have a lovely time together. I think everyone's socially distanced, even when everything's out of the way. I think, and masks are allowed, and you know you can get 60,000 people back in a stadium and hug. One day, when that's allowed to happen, oh, we can do that. But one day they'll still be saying the guests still want to be on Zoom. or Skype, if that's all right. So anyway, it's lovely to be with you. I hope you're all well and fine and dandy. And if you're ready to stack up on some of those essentials, when you start talking about your papers and your cardstock, your adhesives, your glues, we've got holographic card for you, we've got some watercolor cards for you, and it's a happy hour. I'll explain what that is all about for you in a second, but most importantly, if you've only got a little bit of time with us, shop ahead. You don't have to wait till the end of the hour, okay? So steal the deal. That's what you need to do. Steal the deal. It's all there for you right now. If you snooze, you lose. Look at those 5-star reviews on there for everything you are seeing from the brilliant brand name that is Pink Frog Crafts. We have got such goodies on there, and the lovely thing is you'll see that those regular prices all have a line right through them. We don't want those prices in this hour, so everything you see there where it is rather that in the pink, that is the price you are looking at for this hour. It is a happy hour, which means that those prices are only valid up until 6 o'clock this evening, and then those prices will go back up. So please, please, please do shop ahead. Everything you see, get it into your basket, because if you find that you're always going to be using a lot of your cardstock, why pay full price? Get it when you can, when it's always in a sale. That's the best thing. Also, I can tell you, starting off with, but if you are looking for specialist paper, i.e. mirror cardstock, holographic that we've got for you as well, or if you're looking for things such as for invitations or for wedding stationery or for anything like that, then you probably want to look at what we've got straight away for you here. And these are the beautiful Pink Frog Crafts, the oyster pearl card, plus you're going to get the ice white, and these are the paper offcuts that you're looking at here. But you are getting a huge weight, 2.7 kilos basically. All of that delivered for saving £30, £9.99. Now, if you think about when you start looking at specialist cardstock and the paper that you're looking at, certainly for those specialist occasions, maybe it is for invitations, maybe it is for parties, maybe it is for christenings, maybe it is for birthdays, or you just want that extra sparkly card that's even an insert, possibly to go into your cards that you're making. How much you pay just for one? So what is the GSM on this at the moment? Do we, doesn't say, but I can tell you, okay, it says various size, but you can hear that that's not your lightweight, is it? That's, you can see, if you give that, that's going into your card stock, not your paper stock. So if you think about how much you normally pay for, I don't know, 5 of those at A4, for example, you'd still be looking at a couple of pounds for those, wouldn't you? Just for a couple of those at A4. So if you think about what you're getting here, which is 2.7 kilos for £9.99, then you know this is a deal for you. Now, I want to just try and catch it, so hopefully you can catch the light, and you'll see you get in that with the oyster pearl, you get that lovely gleam. Do you want a sort of a straight horizontal, or do you want a stylish lightsaber effect across there? Look at that. I'll multitask. I could give you it straight, or I could give you an angle. There you go. This is it, everybody. Huh? You don't get that? No, Adam's been trying to master that for years. I've shown him how to do that. Yeah, old dog, new tricks and all of that. So £9.99, again, go that while you can. That's a £30 saving from your regular price of $39.99. Already 40% of that has gone, 38% of that has gone to Adam for him to practice that wiggly line thing. 888-037. I'm only mentioning Adam because I saw Adam in the car park when I arrived at the studios earlier. I don't even think he was working today. He just hangs around. He just hangs around out there. He popped out from a bush. I was surprised that he was there. He's always hanging around in case there's any snifter of overtime. Anyway, he said, "Oh, live hour with you at 5. I'll be watching." He says that as a friend, but I know he won't be. 888-037. If you are watching, Adam, email in. Don't forget, only use that with parental supervision, Adam, that computer. Oh, by the way, if you do want to get in touch with us, he said, why don't you have a good game of 3-Word Wednesday? So 3 words that will sort of sum up how your day's been, how you're feeling at the moment on your 3-Word Wednesday. Rules from above in the gallery, our producer Ross. He will not accept 2 and certainly will not accept 4. 3 words only, otherwise they won't get read. So 3 words, please, and who says? And I'll try and work out whether you're in a good zone or maybe not such a good zone. I'm hoping in a good zone. I'm hoping. Adam, if you're okay with 3 words, simple syllables, just a couple if you want, that's fine. Right, shall we work our way down So now you've got your cardstock, you might be looking for your poster pens to actually maybe do some nice coloured writing on there, or you work with. But these are your metallic colours that you've got here. So you've got your copper, the gold, silver, green and pink. Now, I could do a live demonstration, but then obviously I have to charge them more. So I'm just going to show you this. Here's what I prepared earlier. I do love saying that. I do love saying that. I know it looks like something that, that basically a 4-year-old's done, and that's where I rate my talent. In fact, that's unfair. That's unfair to 4-year-olds. I've had 2 of those as children, and I can tell you that they outdo me on the wiggly. Just pretend they're waves. Just pretend they're little waves, or power cables, if you want to go with that, or a nice hilly little little background there that you could add a tree onto if you wanted to. Now this is actually onto the cardstock for the watercolour cardstock that's coming up a little bit later on in there. But if I just give you the details on these, so you know that they are acid. Oh, I thought it was going to be dominoes then. Thought they were all going to go down. Just stay there. They are acid-free. They are water-based, archival quality pigment ink that you can see here. Great for your art and craft projects. If you do your sign writing, they're perfect for that as well. Graphic markers as well. Says on here it's ideal for most surfaces, so that it does include your paper products that you're looking at, but also available and used on your glass products if you're doing your markers on there, because they are your permanent markers. And you do need to give them a little shake, because it has got that little ball bearing in there as well to make sure that that does keep free flowing. And the actual nibs do actually push down, as you can see. It will charge them, and then you'll be able to push them down all the way through for you. But you do get the whole set here of all of those colours. So maybe it's something that you use a lot of anyway. Maybe they're one colour more than others, but good to have for the set. But we are looking at the usual price of just shy of £19, £18.45. There's an £8.46 saving on this up until 6 p.m. tonight. So right now, you're going to get all 5 of those pens for just £9.99. 947172 is your item code you need for those, but you do get all 5 absolutely perfect. Your acid-free permanent markers, great for those projects that you need that permanent marking on. Okay. Right, now we have got the cardstock for you here. This is your ice gold that we've got for you here. And let's try and think the full amount, 100 sheets. We're at 210 GSM for your ice gold. Now again, just going to tilt it so that you can see, and you can sort of see the workings of that line. If I can try and get a diagonal from the opposite side, there we go. There we go. There you can see. And you can, this is again a lot lighter in weight than we were looking at earlier on. The others is more of a card, but this is at 210 GSM. But you will be getting 100 sheets, but look at that again, a £20 saving. And these are perfect. So again, of course, maybe you're not working with your A4 size project, so you can cut these down again if you wanted to as well. But these are just £9.99 for your A4. So you get an awful lot there actually for under £10. Absolutely perfect. But there are 100 sheets of A4, but you're cutting those down half in those, 200 of that particular size. So you're going to get a lot out of that for that under a tenner as well. And really lovely look on that. Again, great with your markers on there if you wanted to go for those, but they really do show off whatever you if you're putting on their invitations, possibly might be working on. If it's for places that you put place names in there, might be working on for your place sittings. Where else would you like to? Where else do you like a nice posh invitation for? Parties? Can't have parties at the moment, can we? We're still not allowed to do that. Outside, theatre tickets? Not at the moment. Not for 100% of them. Baby showers could be quite possibly used for those. Wedding invitations. Save the dates. Yeah, save the dates, or just very posh birthday cards. Your ideas will be a lot better than mine. 270-330-999. Now, everybody, a rare moment here. We've had some messages sent through, and who's the first one? The first one. We've had 10. We've had 10 sent in so far, and they're all from Adam Humphreys. Adam Humphreys. So he's abusing the 3 words, is he? He's watching. Okay. He's watching while he's having his tea. He's having his alphabet spaghetti with an orange squash out of a plastic beaker, no glass, as well, waiting for the new one-day special as well. Oh, and he also says that Ross is very strict. I tell you what, these are long 3 words. he said that Ross is very strict when it comes to the 3 days, 3 words. And so anyway, we finally get to the point, Adam is now, his 3 words are Love Day Crafting. Love Day Crafting. Okay, okay. That's all right, isn't it? That's nice. I mean, you know, he's worked his way up to that with a whole essay beforehand. That's nice. But good to see that he's learning his spellings with his alphabeti soup and things like that. So that's good. No writing rude words. You know what he's like. When's Adam back on the show? Is he back on tomorrow? Is he back tomorrow morning? Back lurking in the car park? And waiting for those doors to open. If you want to join in with this as well, not like Adam, just 3 words, maybe want to sum up your day. Can you beat what Adam's got? I had a nice day. Hopefully yours is the same. Love day crafting. I do like a good day of crafting. Right, here we go to some specialist cardstock for you now. I think this is the stuff that is used in the presenters' lounge dressing room, because they've got a mirror there that you are supposed to look in there to make sure you look presentable before you come onto screen. Trouble is, it's like one of those mirrors you find at a fun fair. Well, I always feel like I've had a couple of extra pies. Honestly, that is what it's like looking into it. So I don't know whether my hair's a mess. It's not. No, it's all right. No, it's okay. Apparently, some of the gallery said, no, I've just spotted your hair, singular, and it's all right. It's not sticking up. But this is what it's like. I'm going to put a picture of the mirror in the dressing room, actually, so you can see this is no exaggeration. But quite flattering, actually, with my waistline to look at that. It's great. So, the specialist, this is your silver and the holographic. This is your silver cardstock you're looking at here. 270 GSM, so it has actually got a nice thickness about this one. So, perfect. As you know, if you're going to be cutting out from this, maybe those special words, congratulations, anniversary, birthdays, you know, those ones that sort of stand out when they have got that extra sparkle or sheen or shine that go with those. So this is your actual silver cardstock, but we've also got the holographic that work with. There are lots of different designs that you're going to be getting with these as well. And do not adjust your sets. Do not adjust your sets, but just look around my eyes, not into the eyes. But that is, honestly, I've been to nightclubs with worse light displays than that. Look at that. That in me flared one-piece suit that I borrowed from Adam. I must give him that. Must give him that back. We got the grit. Oh, that is great. I used to do the lighting disc jockey actually for a road show, a disco road show many years back, called Las Vegas Roadshow, and it had a light show a little bit like this in one of those infinity boxes. And you know what? Everyone was always asking for George Michael, Careless Whisper, as a first dance. Odd, that. Very odd. It's a genuine truth, though. It was very, very, very popular. We've got it in the reds. That's very dramatic, isn't it? Perfect for your Valentines. Is it okay to mention Valentines already, even though we're only in June? No? Or a bit late? A bit early or a bit late? I'm not sure where we are. Half empty, half full. We've got, always better to be early. Always better to be early. We've got it in those... Oh, I love those blues. Really striking, aren't they? But these sort of colours, these effects in your cards can really make a big effect, can't they, actually, on any of your projects that you're working with. Or maybe you're going to be making some of your bottle bags and your gift boxes from your cardstock here, because at 270 GSM, I know that they reckon on around about 300 GSM is perfect for your construction for your cardstock, but at 270, as you can see, it is pretty sturdy indeed, actually. So again, if you are making your bottle bags, if you are making your gift boxes out of your cards, you want that sort of fancy feel, then these are certainly up for grabs for those. How many different designs were there? Was it you got the, doesn't mention, it's all sorted, but you know, I think you've got at least 4 or 5 different styles in here with your greens and, of course, there. But in total, there's 115 sheets that you've got here, and that, of course, does include your silver that I've already managed to put some finger marks on. Bit like the mirror in the dressing room, really. The great thing about that is £39 saving. £39 saving or all that, so that's just £13.99. So again, if you are thinking, how much is a bottle bag nowadays? It's a good few pounds, isn't it? You know, good few pounds if you want one of those. Does anybody else, if you've given a bottle in a bottle bag at a party, take it, don't sign the tag, never sign the tag, and then just take it back. I think it's environmentally friendly. some say a bit tight, but environmentally friendly is where I am. But £13.99, you get 150 sheets. I don't know how many you need to make your bottle bag now. Is it two about of those? I'll probably, you might be able to do it in one actually. Gift boxes, 3 sizes of A4 at £13.99 for 115 sheets. You are absolutely going to be covered there. 247742 is your item code as well. 12 pence a sheet. Does that work out? 12 pence per sheet. That is brilliant. And actually, let's be honest, it's all about presentation. It doesn't matter what you put inside, or have a little look in what someone else's bottle bag, swap them over, change the tags. That's when it does invest and pays to sign on it as well. Another 3 words have come through from Kim. Hello, Kim. Good afternoon. What's Kim say? Exhausted, starving, hopeful. It sounds like that's a sort of like a plea for help. If that was it, if that was your last bit of battery that you had on your phone and you sent it as a text to somebody. But exhausted, end of a day. Starving, end of a day, that tea time kind of feel. Hopeful that someone's going to cook for you, possibly. Or you've got something in the fridge. Or you've not thrown that takeaway number away. Thank you, Kim. Thank you very much indeed. Let us know if those do become like it. What was that, sorry? Yes, and by the way, you get high praise from Ross, the producer, for sticking to the 3-word format, which isn't hard, but you'd be amazed how many people like Adam get it wrong. So keep them coming through. Thank you. I hope someone satisfies you very soon in the food department. That sounded wrong. Sounds like you're down a 9 in Asda. Right then, working our way on. We've got the mixed paper collection here of all sorted pearl and shimmer finishes. So this is really one of those that you've got something for all occasions, haven't you? Just good to have. I know when I see pictures that people have sent in of their craft stores, their craft rooms, where they're doing it, and they have all their papers laid out on their trays. This is great to have that, just to have all those options, because actually you're getting 300 sheets. Each different design, you're getting 50 of each of those. Now, you've also got a variable here from 85 to 140 GSM. So on those kind of thicknesses, these are really those kind of, possibly your inlay papers, aren't they, that you'll use, that you might want to do that inside your actual card that you might have created, or anything, because these are a lot lighter in their look. So it varies from 85, certainly sort of an inlay card paper, to 140 GSM. But you have got some really lovelies, actually. Gorgeous. In fact, if I go from the ones that are already set out here nice at the top, give a little idea of those sort of silvers and those greys that we've got in here as well. So they are all going to work slightly different with the light, but really lovely. Again, this is the one this is sort of your lighter end, about your 85 sort of GSM from there. But again, they sort of do go up in thickness all the way up to 140. And hopefully on this one, you can sort of see those different tones all layered up next to each other. But very nice. Hopefully we're going to get a little idea. So a little bit softer, as they catch a little bit more matted with their sort of finish, rather than the sort of the softer, little bit more of there, as you can see from that effect. But again, really beautiful papers, whichever one, again, for your projects. They are really nicely, and hopefully you sort of see the variable different colour tones from all of these. 300 sheets in total, though. It's a really good deal. £16 saving on all of those, down to just £13.99. Remember, though, of course, this is a happy hour, so those prices will change. It will go up to £29.99 in around about 40 minutes' time. How much is that sheet? 4 pence a sheet. 4 pence a sheet. So again, really good deals. Well, it's like anything. When you buy in bundles, when you buy in bulk, you really do get those savings, don't you? That's rather than buying those sort of, if you're looking for that 140 GSM, 10 sheets of that for a particular project, you know, by the time you've taken the amount you've got here, that deal at 4 pence a sheet, you'll never get that on the high street, would you, or anything like that. 535 350. Any more 3 words as I move my way down the counter? Oh, Rachel, been in touch. NHS Craft Group. Oh, that sounds a very positive 3 words, doesn't it? I'm liking that. I'll applaud that. That sounds lovely. It's fantastic. We do love that. Thank you so much indeed. John Lockwood's been in touch as well. Oh, no, this has got my sympathy. John Lockwood, love you, John. John next door. Bigfoot Hurts. Are you talking about the film? The Bigfoot, or is it actually your big... And what's the difference between your big foot and your... Which one? Is it your left or your right foot, John? And why is one bigger than the other? So many questions that you can get from just 3 words. Well, anyway, I wish your Bigfoot a speedy recovery, so he can... Did you mean big toe, John? Definitely was foot, yeah? Bigfoot hurts. Well, we send your Bigfoot best wishes, and John in general. Lots of love to John as well. Oh, we're talking about Ross's foot. What's about your Bigfoot, Ross? Your foot got infected. This has taken a turn for the worse, this conversation. I wasn't expecting it to be... We talked about the NHS. Now we've got my producer's Bigfoot issues. Is your Bigfoot better? It's the same size as the other one now. We're all relieved at that. Moving on. Huh? I know. Well, Adam wouldn't put up with it. I don't know why I do, really. Moving on. Are you sure you're all right, though? Because you were hobbling a little bit to the studio. You're all right. OK. Better now. John was going to pop round and kiss it better otherwise, I think, just make sure you're all right. And he would. Right, everybody, when it comes to your adhesives, this is so popular, genuinely. So many people have talked about this. I know we've had this on... I know we have had other offers on the show before. We've had this one and a decanter. You can decant it through. We've had the offers for 2 before. I can tell you it's always really, really popular. It is perfect. It is exactly what it says on the label. This is your all-purpose glue. Now, if you've already got your smaller glue decanters that you work with, because you do know that you need that precision when you're applying your adhesive for it, this is great. Have this there, but then just keep using this, refill it, refill it, refill it. But this will work on pretty much anything that you are wanting to stick together, and a litre of it. Do you know, I bet you're amazed actually how much adhesive you do get through when you think of all of those. I just wanted to talk through... I did have this on it before, of what sort of... Well, I used to have the... what this would work on, but I know that it basically, everyone that's used it, it's pretty much everything. Your cardboard or your papers that you could work with as well works on your metal, works on your felt as well, if you were putting that together. Leather, so your fabrics, woods, ceramics, this is going to work on as well, even your glassware, and also works on plastic. So when I say all-purpose, it really is all-purpose. And like I say, I can't speak highly enough about this. So many people have had this, got this in their collection, and when it's on, and certainly when it's in a happy hour, again, it's one of those that just goes and goes and goes. It's another one of those things, isn't it, that sometimes when I've looked at glue that you can buy on the high street, and for those like little tubs, or little bottles, and you look at the price, you go, wow, that's extortionate. It's a huge amount of money for little ones. And again, just as we talked about with the paper, when you buy in bulk like this, like anything, and you decant it down, it saves you so much in the long term, doesn't it? Usual price on this bottle for a litre is £29.99, so it's got £14 off right now. I suppose the question is, do you need adhesive? Do you use adhesive? Do you stick to glue with your plastics, with your glass, with your leather, with your felt, with your paper, with your cardboard, with your wood? If you stick any of those items together and you use glue, then go for this. Keep it in your cupboard and just get it out when you need it. £15.99. 227-990. What I don't want to happen is you go, oh, all right, I'm okay for a bit of adhesive. I've got some glue. I'll be all right for that. And that day comes and you've got to, like the end of a toothpaste. Get to the end of the toothpaste and you go, I could have picked up a tube while I was in that shop the other day, but I didn't. I thought I'd be all right. And there you are. You've rolled up the thing. You've squashed it all. Is it just me? You squash it to the end with your toothbrush. You're trying to get it. You're cutting the bottom off. Don't need. Just get it now. Put it in your cupboard. £15.99. You will use it. 227-990. Okay. Right. These are again, I can see this being really, really popular because these are absolutely perfect for your projects to work with. And again, if you're looking for your water cards, this is absolutely brilliant, and it will work on all your sorts that you're going to, basically your watercolour cards that you're going to be using this on. Now, I'll give you some ideas of how this will work because I tell you what, if I show you these that you'll be able to work with on these boards themselves, if you use even half of the materials that I'm talking about, Brilliant. If you use only 5 of these for this particular card, this is going to be worth you going for. It's $10.99. So if you do any die cutting, and you've worked with your die cutter, this does die cut beautifully, by the way. Again, so really nice to take your die. So if you do die cutting and you're working on your cards and you need your stock, here, straight away, we can give you 200 sheets. It's 280 GSM, so you know that that is going to cut really nicely, give you a nice, long, beautiful image that's going to come through. Now, if just for your die cutting alone, perfect. But if you wanted to go for that sort of, you've got the crumpled paper effect, do you do heat embossing? Done any heat embossing on anything, then this will take your heat embossing absolutely beautiful. Working, if you wanted to use it with your brushos, I know they've been really popular with the brushos. If you've done anything with your brushos, this again, this cardstock will take that beautifully as well. We've got the bubble wrap technique. Doesn't that look great? That's really nice technique, that, actually going from the bubble wrap. I'm loving that as well. Not just your bubble wrap, your cling film technique as well. You've got your salt technique as well, and your ink layering. That's over actually embossing that's taking place. So just those techniques that will take beautifully. Now then, what about if you use some of these different materials up here that you might have done? If you like to get that effect with your torn edges, it will cut. It's going to tear down really, really nicely. So if you're looking for that roughed up effect, that will work really nicely. Do you use watercolor pencils? If you used watercolor pencils before, then this will work with it, and your watercolor pens. That will work beautifully, of course, on this particular cardstock, because that's in the namesake itself, isn't it? What about your wet brushes working on that with your watercolor? You've also got your different textiles as well. Textile paste it will work on, wet ink that will work on, perfect for just your card blanks. Absolutely perfect if you're going to cut those down and work with them on your card blanks. Is absolutely beautiful. And also on your jelly plates, if you want to work on your jelly plates. So much more. Very quickly, so far, how many of those that I mentioned have you used it in the past for? If you use even 5 of what I've used in the past, it's worth your price on this alone. Watercolour painting, of course, you've got your faux bleaching, you can do your spritzing as well if you're going to on your stamped images, if you're working on that. Embossing folders as well. You've got your drip technique as well. In through the stencil, doing on your stencil work on there as well. You've got your micas on your sprays if you want it, or your oxide inks. So that is going to give you 3 different boards worth of techniques out of all of that this would work with. And it's only $10.99, and that's for 200 sheets. 280 GSM. So 305695. I think these are also, for that kind of price point, just great just to have that you can do any work on, really, which I think is lovely. And watercolour cardstock is can be quite pricey, can't it? Especially going for the big pads. So if you're going for that, as you can see, it is that beautiful textured as you expect from the watercolour, all from Pink Frog, which you know is a great brand name to work with. £9 saving, only $10.99, 305695. But very, very popular indeed. If you can go for those ones, they're great. Right, actually, tell you what I'm going to do. Show you these, and I love these. I think these are great. These are the striped cardstock that we have. And we've got variable different colours that are all on here as well. These are 150 GSM, and this is going to give you 15 colours. There's 120 sheets in total for these. And look at that price, under £10 for the next 30 minutes only. Let's just check our colours. We've got our greens, and you get 8 of each. So we've got the greens, we've got the blues. I'll try and hold them sort of close together so you can sort of see the different colours in there. We've got the reds coming through. I hope it's not strobing too much. Is that all right? We're not making too much of a thread. Are we all right? We've got the deeper forest greens. We've got the deeper blues. We've got the light blues. We're into peaches and purples that are also into here. But really, really nice colours, aren't they, actually, with all of these working. And actually, that stripe, very neat. I've got a couple of shirts like that, I think, in the wardrobe. Not as ironed as that. More crumpled at the moment, but I hope you can see that without the sort of the strobe effects that lines can do on a TV camera. But hopefully you'll get an idea for that. But only $9.99, and there's 120 sheets, and you get all those 15 colours, 8 of each. £14 saving, only for the next half an hour. 777-825 is your item code if you want to go for that one. Oh, 3 words, 3-word Wednesday we're doing. Jackie has been in touch. Hi, Jackie. So, sunshine, gardening, smashing. Well, you could change it around. Smashing, sunshine, gardening. Smashing gardening in the sunshine. That's putting the word in. There's something very therapeutic about when the sun's out and a bit of gardening, a bit of weeding yesterday, a bit of trimming of the bush. Needed doing. Not had any attention for a long time. So needed to get that. Took a bit of work. Get the clippers out. That looked a lot neater afterwards, I can tell you. The neighbours were happier for seeing that. Surprised, but they were happier to see that, which is nice. So keep those 3-word Wednesdays coming through as well. Have you got another one? That's it. That's it for now. Oh, Karen was asking the watercolour card. She's asked, is it bumpy or smooth, which is my kind of language, Karen. I'm going to go with, it's got a slight bump to it. Can I see that? Hang on a sec. Hang on, let's get that. Where is it? Can you kind of sort of see it sort of dappled of... There it is. It's got a little grip to it. It's got the grit. I'm going to try it. There we go. Do you sort of see that there? Certainly not a super smooth. There we go. You can see it. Hope that helps, Karen. There we go. Happy to help. Happy to help. Karen, thank you very much indeed. Good questions. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Now, we've got the oyster pearl card. These are nice, actually, like massive, like bookmarks. Oh, Annie from Pink Frogs has been in touch with us as well and let us know regarding these. Good evening, sir. Good evening. And just saying that we're also going to get, with this bundle, 8 card instructions that go with this. Well, now I think they are brilliant, those card instructions, because certainly if you're starting out as well, it's always good to have a reminder, isn't it, of exactly how to do certain things that you can make from these particular cards with those instructions. So I'm not sure what those 8 will be. Maybe it's a gatefold in there. Maybe it's, now this is testing me on some of the names of the different folds that you can have. I got to 1. And there's 7 more. See if you can guess which ones I would say. Email in. studio@thecraftstore.com. What are the other 7 card folds that I was going to mention? Let's see if we're in connection with that one. But you are going to get that with this particular bundle. 300 GSM. These are 10.5 by 30 centimetres, and you are getting 80 sheets in total. So I want to make sure I'm catching the light and doing it justice when you see this, because there it is. I do love that sheen. It is really nice, isn't it, how it catches the light? And that is actually nice and smooth, really smooth. And again, for that, it's great for your construction. 300 GSM, absolutely perfect. Going to hold that, whatever the fold it is you're putting it in. Score lines are going to go really nicely on this. And again, that's going to be nice and rigid, nice and firm if you are creating with this one. Again, you're going to get 80 sheets with that at 300 GSM. Don't forget, more expensive they can become, the heavier the GSM of those ones, and all of that is only $9.99 with that lovely finish on there. So it doesn't say it on the details, but just remind you, you will get your instructions on making your 8 different folds as well. You'll get that as well with that bundle. That's 386,590 for those. Got a couple more still to bring you down the counter that we've got. But is that Kerry? Oh, Terry. Hello, Terry. Good evening. Terry's words are great shows again. Oh, 3 more. Happy, ordered, skint. Oh, until the next time. Yeah, but don't think about what you've lost there. Think of what you've gained. Think of what you've gained. And I'm liking the way that you're feeling happy. Thank you so much, Terry, again, for being with us on the show as well. It must feel good knowing you've got bargains, you've got deals, and you're getting the great name of Pink Frog, which is lovely as well, which is brilliant. Now, this is... I remember many moons ago, because I was with Hochanda as it was then. Nearly said Hochanda, thinking past tense. And the first time I came across the Rainbow Mirror card, and I still get blown away by it now. I'm still a little bit giddy when I can start to see the light shows. It's great, isn't it? I love it. And these are brilliant for when you just have, on a winter scene, you've got those different colours that come through, or for things like celebration, again, just to bring out those words. If you're going to run these through your die cutting machines and you bring out those words, those sentiments that go with it, or is it just to be a funky bit of colour that you might bring into it? 300 GSM, so again, it is perfect for your construction of your bottle bags, your gift boxes that you are making. Frames even, if you're just doing some of your framework on these, but they really do. They're like a laser show, aren't they? Really, the way they catch the light. They are great. Here, you're getting 40 sheets of this at 300 GSM, and a big saving, a £14 saving on these. So that takes it down to under a tenner, just £9.99. 715293. It's quite therapeutic, actually, to get the nice colours on that. I don't get out much. I enjoy things like that. I enjoy that. Okay. All right, let's be honest. It's not sexy, but you need it. It's one of them, isn't it? These are your double-sided foam pads. And these are actually big sizes, actually, on these. Let's say that, so 1,500 per roll. But if you are working on your smaller projects, you might not need these full sizes. I mean, you can cut these down again and to work with it, so maybe you stretch your money even further on these. But these are your double-sided that you're looking at. Good tackiness on that, and they're really going to hold whatever it is that you are sticking in place with those as well. But you're going to be getting 1,500 of these. Oh, they are. But again, like I say, you might not. They really do go everywhere. You know, I've had a bit of an issue there now because they're very sticky. I'm stuck to my finger now. What I don't want to do is stick some on my head like that. Look like I've cut myself shaving or anything. Oh yeah, they are. I'm glad they're at the end of the counter because I'm stuck with them now. But they are great. So if you did so you could just cut these down into half sizes to work. Maybe one of those cut down to little squares and 4 of those on the corner of a project if you're working. So they really are going to go and go and go and go, aren't they? 1,500 of those at $15.99. So 1035, they really do work. They really do work. 103564, 15.99 for 1,500 of those, but really useful. Again, if you use them in any shape or form, if you use your sticky double-sided pads for it, go for those. Stock up to them where you possibly can as well. Now, don't forget, we've also got, if you want to spread the cost as well, we have ways of doing that. And to tell you a bit more, while I walk down there and get some more of the sticky pads off my hands, because they do work, have a little look at this.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us.
I'll put it back in again now. So that's it, yeah, it affects that. Okay, everybody, welcome back to the happy hour. We have got only about 20 minutes left on those prices before they go up. Quick update, by the way, I will tell you, the watercolour card stock is proving very, very busy indeed. If that was on your radar and you're thinking about that, grab that. Also, the holographic and the we've got the silver card. I will get onto that very soon, but you're going to be getting 80 of the silver, by the way, 5 each of those different holographic ones. Give you an update on those. And really busy where we started our journey about 40 minutes ago. We are limited stock. Now, when you start talking about paper offcuts, you know, because, well, one, I like the paper offcuts from that because nothing's wasted. And basically, that's why you're getting such an amazing deal with these, because actually everybody wins. There's no waste, and you get these at just basically a giveaway price on that one. So you're saving £30. They are $9.99, but one thing that you do get here is 2.7 kilos of your oyster pearl card and your ice white paper. Now, if you were to think about buying, I know you've got our sort of guide on there with the usual price, etc., but 2.7 kilos, if you went to your local craft store, not the craft store, if you went down the high street and you popped in there as well with your mask and you sanitised your hands and you've had a quick chat with the person behind the counter, you've gone in there and said, I would like to buy some, can I have some of the oyster pearl card and some of the ice white paper? They say, yeah, how many sheets you want? I'd like to have 2.7 kilos of it, please. How much do you think that would cost you on the high street for those as well? Here, £9.99. £9.99. But these, they are absolutely perfect. These are, you are getting different variables with regards to the GSM on those ones. For example, here you've got something which is more like your 270 to sort of actually even 300 on that. This, you've got some of them are much more prepared for your inserts, for example, more like your sort of 150, 160 GSM around that sort of time as well. £9.99 has gone. It has technically sold out. 888037. So congratulations if you managed to go with those. Really good deal. Well done indeed. Now, the pens. My little girl, she's really taken into her crafting actually, and really taken into her drawing. She loves her drawing, loves her stamping. And I don't know what it is about metallic pens, but she absolutely loves them. And I don't know if you're the same, if you're wherever you're watching right now, here in the UK or further afield, wherever you watch this, good evening, lovely to be with you. But there is something about having congratulations if it's hand-drawn. Who was that? Was with, it was a couple of months ago, it's just before I left for a while, and we did a calligraphy hour. And there was something about having lovely writing in silver or in gold, which just raises the bar, doesn't it, with on a congratulations or a happy birthday, or you're signing a name on there, or a date of a new home, whatever. Here you're getting all your classic metallics in here, all your classic metallic. Copper, gold, silver, green and pink. They are great, they are permanent markers. These will work on any surface pretty much from your paper stock to glass, across the board. I know, I'll sign that, whack that on eBay later on, because I put seconds into creating that for you. All of that, you don't get that. You do, I know. I can hear the 3 words of disappointment. I am gutted. £9.99 will give you all of those ready to go. I will just show you the nib on them so you can sort of see, but they will push in. You do need to give them a shake before you work them. They've got the little ball bearing in there as well. But as you can see, they're a nice thick marker on those, and you will just push down when you sort of see. So perfect little dots as well. Oh, now I'm getting creative. I should have an overhead camera for that. I'll come back to that later on. Yeah, that's surprised myself there. Right, 947172, £9.99. In fact, those individually normally cost you quite a few quid in the shop, don't they? Right. Working our way down, you've got around about 17 minutes left before those prices go up, so do try and get them into your basket, and you need to get them checked out of the basket also, so you can make sure you do get those savings. Right, another deal here, £20 off of this one, so it's £9.99. It's 100 sheets of the ice gold card. Let's have a little, if I can give you a little vertical line, or you can have the horizontal, or the angled. Well, there we go. Looks like it is like a lightsaber sort of beam of light that goes down there, isn't it? Really, really nice. But A4 210 GSM. But again, you could cut this down to make it go even further if you wanted to, of course. But again, really, it's a luxury paper, isn't it? Certainly a luxury paper that you'll be working with on that. Really nice, actually. £20 saving down to £9.99. Great for any project really, when you start getting those kind of nice softer colours. 270330 is your item code for those. Right. Let's go on to the silver. Now, I mentioned these, I'm up down this, so just to let you know exactly how many sheets of what you're going to get. So let's start with the dressing room mirror, as we like to call it, or I do. This is a silver. You'll be getting 80 sheets of the silver. So 80 of made up of those. Again, all A4 in size, but again, absolutely perfect. There's a general purpose feel about those. You can use them for pretty much anything, whether it's construction of boxes or bags, or whether you're going to be cutting those out and putting your sentiments in that kind of bold silver to stand out with. Now, the rest of the pack is made up to your 115. You've got 5 different designs. And of each one of those designs, you are going to be getting 5 of each of them as well. 5 of each of them. So that will make it up then to your 115 in total. But again, really good, great. How much does this work out pence per sheet? Did we say this already? Ross? My producer is crunching numbers. Okay, 12 pence a sheet. 12 pence only a sheet on those. I know that this would be a lot more than 12 pence a sheet in a shop, wouldn't it? So will you bring that right the way down? And again, and I suppose also if you are making to sell, the more you can bring the cost of your ingredients down, the bigger your margin you're making, isn't it? So working on a 12 pence a sheet rather than maybe a pound a sheet or 60 pence a sheet or whatever it is that you pay, 40 pence a sheet, whatever it is, it all helps. So just to recap, 80 of the silver, 5 different designs of the holographic and 5 copies of each of those different designs in each. All of that with a £39 saving, £13.99. Absolutely phenomenal deal. Don't forget though, you've only got now 14 minutes left on that, but we've only got 10 minutes left on the actual show. So as long as you got these logged into your basket and then logged out of it and paid out, checked out by 6 o'clock, you're good to go. You're good to go. Right, another brilliant deal. A lovely paper collection. Now you're going to be getting 50 of it. I'm hoping you can see the different shades of our silvers and greys really that work together on here. In fact, they're really nice if you are working, I suppose, on different folds and where you've got variable different pages. You know, some of those you can get that have got like one insert, then they've got a separate insert on the side of that, so you get 2 or 3 different colours. A lot of these will actually complement each other they're working with actually really nicely. You have got an assortment also of your GSM, so some of these are only 85 GSM, so again, perfect if you are looking for a little card insert, because you're not going to be adding too much weight to the project either. You just want something on there that you can sign, put a name on or whatever it is, but you've also goes up to 140 GSM. They've all got that way of catching the light, sort of a really nice sort of upper class feel about those sort of things that will bring to projects like stationery, like name places, etc. for events if you're working with that. £13.99, so £16 off on that deal right now. 535350. Okay. The glue. How is the glue still available at the moment? It's okay. It is, but you might want to come in for this one if you haven't done already. If you are just sat down for your evening, by the way, nice to have your company with you for the next sort of 10 minutes or so. We've got a lot more brilliant shows coming up for you tonight. But if you are looking for your adhesive to work on glass, to work on wood, to work on cardstock, to work on paper, to work on plastic, work on tile, then this will do it for you. It really is perfect. I've never heard a bad thing said about this particular adhesive. This is all-purpose glue, and it's not like, you know, sometimes people say, oh, yeah, they say it's all-purpose, but really it's just for materials, or really it's just for paper, or really it's just for that. This isn't it. It's one of those. It is genuinely, it's all-purpose. It does what it says on the bottle. Or to almost coin a phrase. But this is there. It's a whole litre that you'll be looking at here. So you will never come unstuck if you have this. Apologies for that. £15.99 only for a whole litre. And again, you don't have to use it in this, although you do have the nozzle at the top if you wanted to. But better if you probably want it into a more manageable side, decant that into your normal glue dispenser to work with and just have that there, just keep topping it up. Probably a lot easier, because actually I will say it is one of those that's quite weighty, so if you try and do some sort of fine adhesive work on it, decant it down into a smaller one, you'll be perfect for that. If you've used adhesive, honestly, I can't stress it enough. It's like, for me, I tell you what it's like ketchup. It tastes very different, but It's one of those, I've always got a bottle of ketchup in the cupboard in the kitchen. What I would do, I don't actually have that much of it at all, but the kids seem to like the ketchup. So it's, and I don't let them have on everything, you know. Little boy was like that. Can I put it in the curry? No. No. Does it go in ice cream? No, that's strawberry sauce. They look similar, but very different. But always have one. Always have one. Always have one of those. Always have one in the cupboard. You never know when you're going to need it. Great for dipping. Again, I'm talking about the ketchup, not this. $15.99 though. Imagine a litre of ketchup in your cupboard though. Can you get it? That's too much ketchup. $15.99 though. 227990. Can you I've just, honestly, it's amazing what you hear in your ear. I never thought I'd wake up and hear this morning. You can get 4 litres of ketchup. Stick with the adhesive. It's much better and more practical. $15.99. Honestly, it's working on everything and anything. 227990. Really popular product from Pink Frogs, as everything is there. But they're absolutely, you won't need to go for any other adhesive. I don't believe. Okay. Let's work our way down. Now, I did mention earlier on in our recap that this has already proven really, really busy, and it is. This is your watercolour card. I think it was Carol was asking, is it smooth or is it dappled? It has got that sort of bit of tooth to it. It does have the sort of the textured to it. And you see it in there. There it is. So you can see that it will take it beautifully, whatever mediums you're working with. I won't go through them all in detail, but just to say, really, really quickly, ideal for die cutting, for crumpled paper effect, for heat embossing, for your brush show, for your bubble wrap, your cling film technique, your salt technique, your ink layering and over embossing, watercolour painting, faux bleaching, if you're doing your spritz of your stamped image as well, embossing folders it will work with, it'll even take that really nicely. Oxide ink stamps, and if then poured, then you've got your microspace, you've got the ink through a stencil, you've got the drip techniques, torn edges, I know a lot of people love that kind of effect, perfect for that. Watercolour pencils, watercolour pens, wet brush watercolour, if you're going to work on your texture paste, wet ink pickup as well, perfect as a carte blanche, or great on your jelly plates. Out of all of those, you're going to be getting 200 sheets. If you just even talk about 50% of those different techniques we talked about, this is worth it, isn't it? Even out of 5 out of all of those that I've just talked about, you know you're going to be using it. $10.99 only, 305695. Now, we did have a big stock of this. I will tell you, a lot of it is going very, very quickly. It was a big stock. 70% of the stock has gone on that, because I think people realise normal price of watercolour card can be quite a pricey affair, especially those big pads. Now, I'm not comparing these to the big pads. These are definitely cut down sizes to A6, but they are just perfect, absolutely perfect size for your projects, for all those different mediums to work on, and only $10.99. 305695. You're okay. You've got 7 minutes left to actually get these in and out of your basket. We don't have that much time on the show, but you do have that much time for the deal, because it is a happy hour. Happy hour, happy hour. The striped card stock that we've got for you. I think it was 8 different colours. Yeah. Sorry, 15 different colours, 8 of each of those different colours. Again, only $9.99. I do like these. I like the sort of thin stripes that work on these. They're very nice. The colours are very nice as well. Almost like your candy colours, the greens, the blues, the pinks, the reds, the purples, the violets, the yellows. Really nice, soft pastel colours, but they do look great. $9.99, that's for 120 sheets. It's 150 GSM. I suppose it'd be quite nice as an inlay again, wouldn't they? If you're looking for something slightly different, or maybe you can border off and then put your image on the inside of that. Who knows? 777-825 $9.99. Really nice, those. Really nice. Right, 3 more items to bring to you. Let's go to the oyster pearl. Now, the oyster pearl, don't forget, will come with your instructions on how to make 8 different... Was it 8? Yeah, 8 different folds that you can work with. They will come, I haven't got them on display here, but they will come with this particular cardstock. You're going to get 80 sheets in total. They are 300 GSM, so they're, again, nice and sturdy. Perfect, again, for your construction if you need them for that. 10.5 by 30 centimetres. But you will get your instructions as part and parcel of this deal, and all of that for £9.99. I just think there's a really, really nice deal and that really good offer. Big bundle price of that for under a tenner. 386,590. Final two. Oh, I tell you what, the double-sided sticky pads just gave me the eye and went, you're going to stick your fingers. I'm going to end the show by clapping and just once. That'll be it. They'll be stuck together. One of my favourites. If you haven't got your rainbow mirror card in your stock, then you're missing a treat. £9.99, £14 saving on this. What I like about this is if you're using even a little bit for borders. Maybe you're as a background before you then apply anything else, or if you are using it again to do construction for boxes or anything like that, for example, that you need your construction. The great thing is, all you've got to do is stick them together because the card does all the work for you, doesn't it? That does all the illusion, all the colours, it does everything for you. £9.99, 715 293. It will catch a raise as well. Get a bit of the sun on that. Lovely. Right, last but not least. Why, you get back. It's the double-sided foam pads. As you know, they are very, very sticky. £3.50 saving on this, but you are getting 1,500 per roll. You might want to go for a couple of these ones, actually. They really, honestly, they are great. They are absolutely great. So 103,564 at £15.99 for 1,500 of those as well, which I'll still be here back at 8 o'clock, a bit like this. I hope you've got you some great deals there. Don't forget, checked out by 6. Don't go anywhere. 2 lovely ladies coming up for you on the side of this. Oh, how? Anyone going to give us a hand? Still stuck on there. Right then, get ready. It's your one-day special. Oh, I'm excited about this. Lou and Catherine are in the building ready for this one. Then we've got the little soap kitchen for you. Then I'll be back with you for the one-day special. Woohoo!
Here at the Craft Store, we pride ourselves on our ethos towards the family-run boutique companies that offer the variety that we know you love and appreciate. Following such a positive response over the past few years, we are proud to introduce you to even more of your family favourites. Tune in from Thursday the 24th of June at 6 p.m. to Monday the 28th of June at 6 p.m. to support loads of your favourite family-run businesses. Plus, this year we also have a very exciting prize draw. If you place an order for any item featured within any live show during this event, you will automatically be entered into our amazing Family Favourites Mega Prize Draw. Prizes will be added within each live show, with the final prize totaling a minimum value of £1,500. So join us from 6 p.m. on the 24th of June for your Family Favourites event.
Hi, I'm Abs from Bullion Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. Bullion Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dyes, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and format. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the Bullion Create shows.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
Good evening, everyone. You know when you have those shows that you really look forward to? Well, of course, the one day special is always those shows. You thought I was going to say something else, and didn't you? Of course I've been looking forward to this because it is a one day special. It is all Staedtler products, and we've also got Lou Sims with us as well. Before I introduce Lou, do stay with us. We've got some amazing prices this hour. Absolutely incredible. Everything dispatched from the 7th of July. We'll get that out of the way right now so you know where you're at with the products. But let's say good evening to Lou. Hello there.
Hello, good evening.
I have been looking forward to this. Staedtler is a brand that I know of very, very well. Been around a long time.
They have. And their idea for Staedtler is to have quality artists, quality things that everyone can use at a really good price point. So everybody can then, you know, get the thing they want to do and have a try and have a play with it.
Of course, and we're all looking forward already to the demonstrations, of course. Let's have a look at the one day special itself. Now this is a little bit unusual. You're probably thinking, what on earth are they? We've got the Colour and Curve collection. Now what you're actually getting here are your 24 super soft pencils in that glorious tin. You're also getting 3 mechanical pencils as well. Well, they're a little bit weightier than I thought they were going to be. Actually, they're really nice. Really nice. And then you get 3 French curves. Now, if you'd have said to me, we've got French curves on the show, Lou, I wouldn't have known what to expect. Do you want to tell us exactly what they are?
They're a drawing tool. They're mainly, people probably know them more for architects and technical drawing, but actually they're a drawing tool that we can use and bring into our own artwork.
Oh, brilliant.
You know, drawing around a curve or creating a curve can be quite daunting, but you can do all of that. You can do your wiggles, you can make grasses with them, you can use them to make petals, waves, draw inside, along the edge. So if you put, for example, one of the oil pastels and then go along the curve and then blend out from the oil pastel, you can do all of that. So then you've got a nice clean. You can do so much with them.
And I presume, depending on the way you flip these, which way around there, you're going to get more curves than you first realised as well.
I mean, if you look at the top one there, if you draw around just the outside edge and stop at the bottom, flip it, draw around the outside edge, you've got a heart.
Oh, so you have, I can see that now. Oh, brilliant.
So there's lots of different ways you can use them and lots of different shapes you can make with them.
Definitely. Now we will be seeing more of the French curves, I'm sure, but the pencils themselves, I've got the swatch for here as well. Now these are very friendly pencils, aren't they?
They are. They're a lovely soft pencil, as the name says, and they do blend beautifully together. You can do all your different techniques like you know, soft blends and then gradually building up your layering, go really heavy and go straight away for your burnished look if you want to. And they do, I mean, they work beautifully on the black as well as they work on the white. I've put them deliberately on a textured cardstock for the white so you can see them blending out.
Yeah, we can see that beautifully. They're friendly in another way as well. They're very eco-friendly.
They're very, very eco-friendly because all the wood is all from managed forests as well. And that's what they pride themselves on for that as well, that they've all sourced all the wood from friendly resources, as it were.
And of course everything, all those pencils there arrive in that lovely little tin. Now the mechanical pencils, Lou, you get 3 of these.
You do.
Now I picked one up and first thing I noticed was, without it being too weighty, it's a little bit more weight than I thought there was going to be.
Yeah, and it's nice. It sits ergonomically in your hand. It's got like that triangular shape.
It has, yeah.
So if you, at the top, you'll see there's like a ribbing right at the very top there.
Okay,
if you twist that, that will bring your rubber. So if you twist the ribbing itself,
I can see it. Yes, I can see it.
It brings your rubber up and down to however big you want it to be.
Oh, wonderful.
So that you can then totally retract the rubber when you're not using it, and then you can just clip the top, and you've got your lead will come out little by little by little.
Oh, I see. So it's right. So you can see it. It's almost like a little pump action there as well.
Yes, but so if you don't want to get your rubber dirty when you're getting your lead out, you can then make sure the rubber's inside the top of the lid, and then you keep your rubber clean for when you're using your actual project. You've obviously got the clip to hold it on.
Yeah.
It's a 0.5mm lead, and it's a B, but it's actually got quite a nice feel to it. It feels a bit like HB actually, verging on that. But it's a really nice one to work with and hold. and moving your fingers.
I love the triangular barrel.
Yeah.
You can feel how comfortable that actually is. What a lovely collection. Only £34.91 as well. You've got a £12 saving. 485901 is the item number. Of course, that price will go up at 6 o'clock tomorrow. That is our one-day special. I did promise some great prices. We really are bringing those to you as well. Do consider that. I mean, for those pencils alone, that is an incredible deal. Now, we love our metallics, and we've got some metallics for you here as well. We've got some metallic brush pens. A little bit more than that, actually, Lou, I can see in here. Well, there's a lovely swatch that you've done for us there.
That's actually the swatch that comes with the
Is
packet.
it?
Yeah, which I think
I thought
is brilliant.
you'd done that.
I mean, I absolutely love the fact that we've got like an olive green and like a teal blue, rather than the normal like metallic sort of colours we've got. We've got the white, the gold, and like bronze, and they work beautiful. I think it's such a really nice mix. And then obviously the white, you've got to have the white, and then the black in there is like for your writing or your edging, because you can get the black to go very, very fine depending on which part of the nib you take it on.
We can see that. Beautiful colours. So you've got the 5 metallics, you've got the white brush pen there, and you've got the black pigment liner also. Very, very nice indeed. And look at that price, only £11.95. You've got a £5 saving. That really did fool me. I thought Lou had just popped that. I didn't even realise it was inside the plastic covering. I thought it was just at the front of the stand there. That is amazing. You can see exactly what you can do with them. 206843 is the item number there. Now the next item, I'm intrigued by this, because pencils, we see sort of the different numbers, the HB, the B, then the numbers coming into it. Hopefully we can explain a little bit how they differentiate here. We've got 12 of the Lumograph pure graphite pencils here. Lou, these straight away, they look like little rods of metal actually when you look at them there.
They're the graphite, so you're holding the outside of the pencil, and it doesn't get your hands dirty, but you can sharpen it as a normal pencil. And they're B, which means they're more of a softer lead inside them, which means you can actually then blend out with them, you can shade with them. The higher the number, the more intense the colour is. The lower the number, the slightly lighter it is. So on that swatch there, the top bar that you can see on the lower numbers is me going over a couple of times to show that you can still get a dark layer if that's what you want to do. And then I've just literally taken my finger and smudged for each one to show that you can actually smudge out with them. And then we've got the B, which is the starting point, and then the HB, which is the starting to go towards the harder. So it's a mixture of both. You can still do a little bit of blending, and you can still do a little bit of everything. And I've just noticed 2B hasn't been done. 2B or not 2B?
Do you know, I was going to ask about that. I thought, is that an invisible pencil we've got there?
You know when you just go, I've just noticed that. Isn't that very bizarre? But so, I mean, 9 times out of 10, I will doodle with a B or a 2B because that's what I like to doodle with, because it's a nice soft. And the other thing with it, even though you can talk about blending with them, they're easy to rub out.
Yeah.
So you can do all your smudgy techniques and then go back around the outside with your rubber and rub it all in. So that's using a mixture of, I doodled a quick koi.
You know, we had the prep meeting before the hour, and Lou said, oh, I've just done a very quick doodle. If that's a doodle, well...
It's a fish, isn't it? So it's not...
That is just brilliant. But I know, Lou, not only have you used the graphites there, but you've also used the French curves as well.
Yeah, just create... I didn't build it all the way up, but I was going to create with the curves the illusion of water. So the other side of the fish, I would bring the curve back in and create that, and it's actually making the water move. And then I can smudge it all out with the pencils. Now, that doesn't mean you can't use those pencils and bring in your other pencils and, and go over the top and create a slightly different colour. And I think that's one that Leonie did with them all, showing how they work in a different way.
You can see, again, the softness you get in there. Brilliant price again, £21.99. You've got a £10 saving, 649,288 is your item number on those. Lovely to have those swatches and the explanation there on that one sheet about those different pencils there, the different hardnesses and softness. Right, the next item, I'm really, really interested in these. I think these are intriguing me, Lo, because these are oil pastels. They're not something I've done an awful lot with in the past, but they look wonderful. And what a price, £10.79. £10.75. You're getting 36.
It is. I think that the sad thing for oil pastels, I think people think that they're messy. And yes, they can come across that way, but they are great for creating wonderful blends and, you know, they blend beautifully and seamlessly together. You can get a really, really nice thick layer down.
Yeah.
Think about like your scrapito effect. So if you did it on black, layered it all up, you could then bring in a pin or a scratching implement and scratch away the colour and bring the black back out.
Yes, of
If you're working with
course.
children, oil pastels are superb. So for instance, that one there that Leonie's done, if you then covered that in black paint or gesso,
Yeah.
and then gave the children a scratching implement, that could be a spoon, a fork, anything, and get them to pull away the black, it shows all the colour underneath,
Yeah.
and they can make like a night sky. So that one is literally done with all the oil pastels.
love
And then
that.
I've gone round with the black pen from the metallics. Now, whether it was designed to do that, I don't know, but I did.
Well, it's worked, hasn't it?
Yeah, and then
it looks
I've
fantastic.
but then I've gone through stencils with the oil pastels, so I've
Yeah.
got a beautiful raised effect. Now, if you want to seal it, because oil pastels will take a couple of days to really cure, so they go hard.
Okay.
But what you can do is, which we will, I'm going to try and cover in the hours we've got, is if you take a gel medium
Yeah.
and put a little bit of gel medium and a brayer, or even if a paintbrush if you prefer, go over the top, it seals it.
Oh.
So you could do, so where Leonie's done that background
Yeah.
there, if you went over with your gel medium,
Yeah.
you could then do all your die cutting techniques. You could do all of those things by still using the oil pastels.
Brilliant. Well, what a price. As I say, only £10.75. Item number 324757. I'm sure we'll see more of those throughout the shows as well. We've got a similar box, but going from the oils to the watercolours now. So watercolour crayons, these again, Lou, I just think these are brilliant. Gorgeous colours. I know there's a lot you can do with them as well.
I know, the intensity of the colours blew me away. Now, some of mine I've broken, and the reason for that is I've actually scribbled inside a paint palette.
Okay, yeah.
And then I can keep building up the paint palette and doing it that way. You can, like Leonie does the technique where she mixes them with, you know, like gesso and
Yes,
makes a background that way. And I thought, right, I must give that a go. And that's what that wooden box is that beside you. So I did the background with Leonie's technique, and I've gone for soft colours. And so that's gone over moulds and various other things.
Yeah.
And then I coloured on top with the watercolour crayons and just spritzed it. And just let it do its thing.
That's really nice. I love the softness of the colours there. But of course, if you want something a little bit more vibrant, you've got the option of that as well. So, do you know, are they easy to work with then, Lou? Would you say just take them out of the box and go?
Literally, take them out of the box and go. The colours, the way they've chosen the colours, you can get a seamless blend because you've got a range of like yellows, you've got a range of the reds, the greens and the blues. So if you're a little bit daunting about what colours to go together, you could put, you know, go and get the 2 or 3 colours that are similar, layer them all up and just put your paintbrush through.
Love it. Love it. Another great price as well. £18.50. You've got a saving of £6.24. 188690. Now, next up, we have some fine liners for you. These really are. I've said about prices, and I keep saying it every time, but look at this. This is ridiculous. You've got 60 fine liner pens. Look at those colours as well. Your saving is £29.60. For just $34.96, you can get the whole box full of all 60 colours. 239282 is the item number. These, Lou, I think if you can afford to go for these, they're a must-have, really, aren't they?
They are fine liners. To me, you can colour with fine liners. If the ink's still wet, you can blend out with fine liners. I mean, they're not, as soon as it's dry, you can't. But if you like the look of no lines colouring, they're absolutely perfect, you know, for that, for within, and that doesn't have to be for doodling or anything like that. You can stamp an image and do like your no line colouring with just, whether that's by doing dashes or little dots, you know, filling it all up with little dots. If you're into your handwriting, all the different handwriting that you can actually do there as well. There, and you've got, oh, what a rainbow.
I know, I know. These are great for your students as well, aren't they, or for school. Just a lovely set. Do grab them while you've got that saving. It's not far off £30. You've got neons in there, you've got your darks, your brights, you've got your greys, your blacks in there. In fact, it really is a rainbow of colours and more, isn't it? 239 282 is the item number. Yeah, don't miss out on those. I think they're going to be very, very popular. Let's get over to the website. Of course, you can see everything over there. Some of these items you may have seen before, some you may not have seen before. I'm really intrigued still by those French curves. I'm loving the graphite pencils as well. Those fine liners are a must-have. We can see 5-star reviews there as well. We've also got the Staedtler rotary sharpener. So if you're wanting the tool that's going to be the perfect item for sharpening all those different types of pencils, then that is the one for you as well. Another great saving there. Absolutely incredible savings across the board. Right, it's all about the one-day special, isn't it? That's what the name of the show is. It's the one-day special. So hopefully we'll get to see more of it during the first demonstration. So we're going to go right over to Lou right now.
Well, I just thought I'd quickly explain about the curves and how I use mine. And this is a simple way. And this is taking the larger one. And I've drawn round the bottom of it so you can start to see the start of an oval.
Okay, yeah.
Flip it. And then I've got myself an oval shape. But then all I've done is using the same shape, I've just moved it. So now I've created a second layer. If I wanted to, I could move it a third time and still starting from the same point, go round, go round, go round.
I see, yes.
And then taking the smaller shapes that we've got, all I did, I mean, I've made mine a little bit small. You can draw around them, flip it, and that's all I've done for the leaves.
Oh, so you're really worried about drawing leaves and flowers.
Yeah, so you've got small. You don't have to use the whole curve. Think about that, and then joining it and flicking it and joining it yourself. Like I was saying to you, if you draw it that way, let's do it this side. Then you don't see my doodle, which puts your. So if we did it that way, because you don't have to go all the way to the edge. So if I went down and then I stopped, I can move it up and bring it down to the stopping point there.
Yeah.
And then you flipped it over and went round and pulled it back up and joined it, you would get a heart.
Yeah.
They are
really handy.
They are.
I mean,
like I said, if you wanted to, like with the pencil, we will have. I've got a doodle to do along there, and then smudge away for a nice clean smudge line with the HB. You can do that. It's the same with the oil pastels. You can put a line of oil pastel, smudge away, and you can create like your hills effects, all of that.
Brilliant.
Oh,
brilliant. I can't wait to see
when
more.
you just go, you go, ooh. I could go on for ages and ages and ages. But I thought we'd have a go on the black. I haven't finished it. I started it. And I just wanted to show, you know, how the colour just absolutely pops. Now, I've put on the bird quite light, so I would build up the colour again. So I've put my first layer down, and then I would go back on top. And then I've got the blues, so I've deliberately chosen different colours. So these are all blues and purples, and it suddenly looks totally different.
It does, doesn't it?
Again, sort of thing. I think if I turn it to the camera in a minute, it will probably show.
Okay.
And I've got my doodle lines there, so I do, you know, when you just go.
Well, we're busy on the one-day special. In fact, 10% of the stock has already gone, only £34.91. You are receiving that £12 saving, 485901. Don't forget, you're getting the tin of 24 of those pencils there. You're getting the 3 retractable pencils there as well. You're also getting the French curves, 3 of those as well. You're going to find those so useful. Item number 485901. Back to you, Lou.
Okay. So I'm going to start with the darker blue and just build up the base colour. Now, it seems weird that you would put darker colours on a black card, but you still need, you know, you still need dark points, you still need light points, and that's my reference point. So I can start in the middle there, and I know that's where the centre of the flower is going to be. So I have to hold all my pencils that I'm going to use in one go in my hand. And then I can start bringing in...
Oh, look at that.
The blue.
So you're just doing sort of light strokes
I'm doing,
there, really?
yeah. So if you press down really hard, what happens is you do get a nice deep layer.
Yeah.
But you can get the effect where what we call burnishing, and what that means is you've put down so many layers and you've blended every single one of them that you now really would struggle to put more down.
Yeah, you can almost form a seal over the top, don't you? If you keep burnishing it.
It's just thinking, you know, how if you just keep going back over. I mean, I find pencil colouring very therapeutic, only because it stops me rushing. I'm used to watercolouring because I have got the, you know, the impatience of nothing. But this is actually my tune-out zone because it actually makes me take a little bit of a...
You can see how beautifully soft they are, Lou, as you're working with them. We can actually see you're not putting pressure on
No,
there.
not hardly any pressure at all.
Oh, look at the white.
And then I can bring the white in. And I'm just going to blend the white in. And I know a lot of people who demo here say you know, the further away you hold your pencil, the less pressure you're going in. Now, what I used to do with the children at school when we were doing shading was I would get them to put tape on their pencil. So if they had their fingers down here, it meant you could put a lot more pressure. If they then put their fingers here, it meant it was less pressure.
Yes.
And if you put a little bit of tape here, it meant they were doing it on the side, doing really, really light colouring.
Do you know what a good idea?
So well, I'm going to be honest and say it saved us pencils. It lasted more than one lesson. If I'm being honest, you know, when you just go...
How do you choose your colours, Lou?
I'd like to say there was a rhyme or reason. I don't. I just go for me, what I like.
Okay.
I know that sounds
No,
really
that's
bizarre.
a good answer, because we can all achieve that, can't we? We go for what we like.
So I'm just going to go back over where I did some of the white. And you don't necessarily... Sometimes with pencils on black, you feel like you need to put a white layer, but you don't...
Before the colour, you mean?
Before you put the colour. Whereas, as you can see here, I'm just going to now bring in a little bit of pink, because I want to soften that blue a bit.
It's a little bit like, again, when we say put your base coat of gesso down, so you've got that colour underneath first, so it shows the vibrancy. But we can see very clearly the layers coming together there. That pink is actually making a difference.
Yeah. Well, when you think how blue...
It's so soft and pretty.
It's thinking about what colours you've, you know, what colours make what colours.
Yeah.
So if I add the pink on top of the blue, it's going to give me like a pink purple, isn't it?
Yeah,
sort
like
of thing.
a lavender sort of colour.
So I mean, you can add a little bit more detail to the flowers. Go around there.
Could you use the French curves for petals like that?
Yeah. Easily. I mean, I've just doodled mine because it was quicker for speed. But if I grab... I've just got to put my pencils down. I don't want to... But you've got that there is a rough... I'm going to turn it over.
Okay.
You know when you just go, I'll turn it over, it's just easier. So if I took this one, I'll just do it in white so you can see. Now this is the larger one.
Oh. Yeah, and of course if you flip that you can have it facing the other way, can't you, as well?
So now I've changed the pencil straight away. If I take the same shape I've got there and I want to add some shading to it, I can use the same curve and come down.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Or the veins to the petals.
It is a really quick... Well, there is a learning bit on the basis that you feel like you need to use every side, you know, or the whole of it. You don't. You just need to, you can pick different. So that's my flower there. So if I wanted to, let's have a think. If I take this one,
do you know I can see the body of a bird there as well?
Yeah.
It could be the wing.
So you've got the head there.
Yeah.
You could easily do that. Yeah. Bring it down and then move that around. So you're talking about like that being the head, can't you? And that being the wing. So if I did it like there as there. Come down a bit.
Well, actually, no. Now you've said it, I ought to say yes. That's exactly what I was thinking, Lou. But I was looking at the petal that you'd drawn.
Yeah.
And I can see the shape of the bird's body, and it just needs a head attaching to it. But now you've done the penguin. That's even better.
So I've just did that really, really quickly. You know, as a stylised bird. So you've got like the wing there. You could carry on if you wanted to add a few more feathers on that bird.
Just beautiful flourishes as well, you know. With
so now can do, you know, you can suddenly change it like that. I mean, obviously he's a little bit more quirky than the other bird. So I should put some feet there. But you can add the eye, bring that down, and that
Oh, it's almost like a goose now.
You've suddenly got the beak. So you can use the French curves in different ways. I mean, if you made that neck slightly longer and then did around, if I had flipped that the opposite side, it would be a bigger rounder.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's, all drawing is looking at the shapes that we've got around us, isn't it, sort of thing. So, I mean, even down to if I took the flower here and I want to do, so I'm going to do the green part there, so that's going to be the stem going away. So that's the stem now coming away from the flower.
Yep, yep, perfect.
So, you know, you can do, like I said, there is so much, you know, when you just go, there is so much you can do with them. So a quick stylised leaf, if I just do that, which is what I did with the oval picture.
Oh, yes, yeah.
And then you've got a quick stylised leaf. Do you know, there is
you can see
absolutely...
the options, can't you? Oh, do you mind if we have a little bit of a recap, Lou, and then we'll come back to you, if that's okay. Do you know, I think you're now starting to see how useful these tools can actually be. The fact that you've got 24 of the soft pencils in there as well. I mean, for that price, you'd gladly pay that for quality pencils, but it doesn't stop there. Everything in the tin when it comes to those pencils as well. Let me just show you the swatch again, because, of course, on white, on black card, blending these out, absolutely gorgeous. The protractable pencils, I always find it hard to say that. We've also got 3 of those for you as well. I'm just going to repeat what Lou said and we mentioned earlier actually with these. The fact that you've got almost that triangular barrel, it makes it very, very comfortable to hold. Now, I will just turn this horizontally so you can see that nicely. But to get the lead coming out there, all you need to do is press on the top. You can also, of course, move up and down that rubber, which so if you, as that wears, you can extend on that rubber or you can take it right out of the way. You've got the clip on there as well. You're actually getting 3 of these. Yeah, if I just press on the top there, you'll start to see that lead coming out. So 3 of those, which is absolutely fantastic. And then the French curves as well, 3 different ones. You don't have to choose. You're getting the larger one, the 2 smaller ones as well, but you've got those different shapes incorporated into those. You've got a £12 saving on this bundle, only £34.91. Item number is 485901. Back to Lou. Let's see what else she's got in store for us.
Sorry, I was just carrying on with it. You know, when you did, I was thinking, oh, Catherine was quick. In a nice way. Right, so I'm just going to, I just thought I'd do one more petal. But it's, like I said, you assume that if you put a darker colour on, it's not going to show initially. So I'm just going to put a little bit of the purple there. Look, me using purple is unheard of. And then
that's twice I've heard you say that.
I
now,
know.
that you're using purple.
I am trying, you know, to use other colours. The Oni's convinced me about orange. So I can bring that through there. So that they're just doing the blue. So if I just, well, I've got to put these back in order. Sorry, that's just me. This is something I'm used to doing.
Yeah, right. But when you come to use them again, then it does help if you've put them away in an order.
Yeah,
that suits you.
So I just thought we'd do. If I show you the green, so that's the darker green going down.
Okay.
So I'm just going to put my layer of darker green. And I know that loads of people work in different ways, you know, light to dark, dark to light. I prefer to do dark to light, I don't know why. And then I'm just going to put the lighter green on top.
Okay.
So we've got that going there. And then if I just grab a little bit of the yellow.
Would you work dark to light on your lighter cardstock as well?
Yeah,
then, Lou?
I don't. I know a lot of other people colour the whole lot light and then add dark shades in. I don't know why.
Doesn't matter if you get the effect, if you get the results, that's all that matters. That looks beautiful. I love that green. Again, that yellow on top there, how it's lifted it.
It is. It's thinking. I'm putting the white there now just to do the blend all together. You could, you know, if you wanted to, I'm going to add a bit more yellow. But the green is made with yellow and blue.
Yeah.
So it's thinking of the colours that we use to make other colours and use them to be your lightning point. So now I can go back over, because I've got the light there, I'm going to go over a little bit more with the darker.
That's so pretty.
And then I've got a quick way to do my shading.
Love it.
On the actual leaf, and you could carry on
Yeah.
You know, building and building and building. And on the flowers here, I just took the white metallic paint.
Oh, is that from the metallic set? I was going to ask what you'd used there.
Yeah, so I've used them. There, is it easier if I lift it up? Sorry, let's move them out of the way. So I've used the white.
Oh, look at that.
So I've used the white, and then I've gone down the centre very, very subtly, which you can't pick up, with a little bit of the dark blue.
Do you know, the colours you've chosen then, the way it's been blended, it's almost as though the pencils are metallic.
It is, isn't it? But as you can see, I haven't done anything too much.
That's lovely.
And then that's the white pen. But what I decided to do was go round it with the pencil.
Yeah.
And create a softer shadow. Rather than use another metallic pen, I thought if I went round with the pencil, it would create a softer shadow on the actual white.
Stunning.
As you can see, there's a whole phrase there, but it's
yeah,
at the moment all I did
by
was
the end of
sing.
the shows. Who knows? Sings is the most important word.
It is, isn't it?
Do you know? I think when you get these home, just have a play. Just try those different techniques. Try the different colour cardstocks. Go from the dark to the light, from the light to the dark. You know, you haven't got any strict rules there. Item number 485901 is the one-day special. I love the tin as well. You can see how those colours have been used, you know, on different colour backgrounds again there. You're going to love these. All the colours that you would need are in that one tin as well. The fact that you've got the French curves included and the pencils makes it overall a really, really useful kit. I think you're going to have a lot of fun trying out those French curves and maybe extending again on your drawing needs. And if you're really, really stuck, even for your doodling, they're going to come in great. Let's just have a recap on our metallic pens. These have been very busy. I still can't get over the fact that Lou didn't do that. I just thought that was just a little card that she popped in front. Do you know, I'm going to open one of these just so we can see what the tips are like. Let me just see if it's not sealed at the back. Right, okay. So we do have the metallic pens. These are brush pens. You also get the white as well. Let me just put that in front of my hand so you can see that a little bit better. That's what the tips are like. Absolutely gorgeous. You've got that lovely fine point to them as well. These are brush pens. You've got the white in there. You've got the fine liner in there as well. So overall, just a really, really lovely set. Let me show you the colours again. This is onto, well, it's kind of an off-white, but the black and the white, let's say there, you can see that lovely sort of shimmer without being overly metallic. You've got that gorgeous shimmer in there. Of course, you've got your white, which you're not seeing so much on the white card, but you've also got the fine liner there as well. Only $11.95. What a bargain. £5 saving here, 206843. All carry, of course, the Staedtler branding, because that's what the show's all about. A very well-known company that's been around for a long, long time. You know, if you want to read up about Staedtler, you can do, but they want to bring affordable prices to everyone. So everybody's got the opportunity of working with quality products without having to spend out on, you know, a fortune when it comes to your pocket, which is just great. So no compromise on the quality, but very, very affordable. Now we've got more for you as well, but we want to see more of Lou, I think, don't we? Do you want to see more demonstration? Shall we hand it back? Let's do that.
Right, I thought so with metallic. So I've got a piece of black and I've got a piece of white. Now, I love brush lettering. I cannot do it. I'm being honest. I always just seem to make everything thick. You know when you're meant to go lift? No. So, you know, you just go, no, it doesn't work. It doesn't quite work for me. So we've got the metallics. I love the fact that we've got this beautiful green. So.
Oh, look at the flow straight away you've got there.
And I'm not putting any pressure on it at all. So I've just printed this out.
So immediately from quite fine actually there to thick, because you can fill in, you can go with the fine point.
That's where my downfall is the fine point. But so I can still colour in. So
You've got great coverage with these.
They are a beautiful, beautiful opaque coverage, and you've got that subtle metallic. I'm going to be good and put the lid on. And we've got it's like a grey blue. It's beautiful. And it looks, this colour blue looks different. I'll do it on the black in a moment. It looks so different on the... the black than it does on the white.
Do you know it does? I'm just looking down at the swatch. It's almost a purpley colour.
Yeah. You can see all the other colours coming through.
Yeah.
So let's see if I can do a really fine one. There we go. Make myself happy, and if I do a few dots, there we go. It shows you that you can go actually fine. You know when you just go.
Yeah, or you could add a little bit of a flourish on the tail end there if you wanted to. Again, it's about playing, isn't it? Just having fun.
It is. It's enjoying what you've got and getting lost in that moment, isn't it? So, and I'm going to let them dry a little bit, and then I'll. So let's do the gold. Okay. Obviously, I won't do the white on here. I was just about to pick it up, though. I'm going to be honest and say,
but the white
when
you could
just
layer over the top, couldn't you? So yeah, if you wanted to do a bit of highlighting or your dots again.
So I've got that there. So we've got those there. If I grab, I did get it out. So this is like your permanent liner, and it's got, I'll do it on here, a nice thick nib like that if you want to do your writing. So if I was going to, so you can do it nice and thick. But you could also, if you put it on the side, you can get a really nice fine line. She says, let's hold it properly. You can get a really fine line as well.
Oh, that is very fine. Is that kind of a, is it shaped?
It's like a chisel.
Yeah.
It's like a little baby chisel.
Yeah.
For want of a better expression. Yeah. So you can get a really, so you can get your, you can go really, sorry, I've gone off the edge of the page here, so.
That is super fine.
So you can get the contrast between the actual two.
Yeah.
But because of that, that means then if you want to outline and you take it very slow, so you can do a nice thinner outline around your actual letters, or you can go a little bit thicker as well. And it's all about where you're holding it as well.
Of course. Any tips on where to hold the pen there as well, like you do with the pencil, so for pressure?
Yeah, if you want to do the finer one, put it on side and hold it halfway a little bit more. If you want to do the thicker one, it's just like you would normally hold a pen, as it were.
But lovely.
Now, because they're opaque, I'm just checking they're dry. You know when you go, thought I'd better check. So I can go over with the white.
I love the fact that the white is also a brush pen.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? So you can go over with the white. So I can do nothing. So even though it's a brush pen, you can still do the minutest, or you can do the bigger, of detail. So you can actually, it's easy if I lift it up.
I think we can see it actually. There we are.
So you can see, you can get the tiniest, even though with the brush, or you can get the thickest of lines.
Perfect.
So if I bring in, I'm just going to check I've not no green on. So like the white now.
Oh wow, look at that.
I'm just going to do today because it's.
And we're not seeing contamination there on the brush nib either from the previous colour.
But if you do get any contamination, if you just wiggle it off, so you can get, it's a lovely, beautiful white.
Yeah.
So if I show you what I mean by that blue and how it changes. And I'll lift it up. Can you see? No, it's got, like you were saying, it's got like a pink.
It has. You might have to lift that one
up
to the front camera in a second so we can see it a little bit better.
So I'm just looking there.
There we are.
Can you see? So you can see the blue, but then you get the second colour running through it. So it has a totally different effect on the black. But that, to me, that's a great shading one.
Yes.
So you could actually have that as your shading and then use the white as a highlight.
Yeah.
That's
a good idea.
Because it's got those two different colours. And I think that's first, you've got something totally different whether you go onto the darker or you go actually, you know, onto
It's
the
almost as though
lighter.
you're doubling up on the amount of pens you're
Yeah.
getting, all for £11.95. I can't stress that enough. What a price. £5 saving. 206843 is the item number. While I'm doing the counter, let's have a reminder of the other items we've got for you as well. The graphite pencils. Love, love, love this. I've got to show you the sample again in a second. But Lou's done us the most amazing chart. We'll just ignore 2B for the moment because it's not been filled in. But showing here, and it described, you know, it's a little bit like the inks, isn't it? How do we use pigment ink? How would you use dye-based inks? We forget, you know, it's a little bit confusing. But the B pencils, explaining why they're B pencils. The H, what does it mean? H stands for hard, the B is for soft. You can see how these blend out as well. You've got a whole tin of these graphite pencils here. These can be sharpened. They really do look like metal rods, but they can be sharpened. They're not going to, you know, add colour to your fingers when you use them. You just hold them like a normal pencil. Keep them nice and sharp, and you're going to get those wonderful, wonderful effects. In fact, just like Lou's doodle, yeah. Quick doodle that she did earlier on, isn't that amazing? Using, of course, the French curves as well to get some of those shapes, and that shows another way of working with those. Everything that you've got there in that tin, as I've just explained, £21.99. You've got a £10 savings. 649288 is your item number. Now we're moving from the pencils onto the pastels, and we've got the oil pastels next. The fact that you have got so many colours in one box here with a brand name like Staedtler on them, 36 oil pastels for just £10.75. You can do those techniques. You can colour and then go over the top with your black or your gessos and scrape it away and make those fun boards for the children to play with. But it's much more than that as well. Can we blend these out with something like the zest oils or?
Yeah, zest oils. Linseed oils, if you've got those as well, they'll work just as beautifully. What I'll do is I'll scribble a bit of the oil into a palette,
okay,
and then I can then put tiny drops of whatever I'm using to dilute the oil down, and then paint with it.
Brilliant. You can feel the oil texture there. Lovely effects again on the black and the white. Item number 324757. And then we've got the watercolour crayons as well. I'm really intrigued by these. I didn't get to see Leonie's show. I heard about these and I know she was really impressed with them. Lou is just as impressed with these as well. I think a lot of you might have been waiting for these to come back. We've got a great price tonight for you. £18.50. You're saving £6.24. You've got 24 different colours there. 188690. Just to show you again one or two samples that have been created using some of these. This lovely design here. It's a box lid actually that Lou's used. But you just mention it and we can see it, Lou, actually. If I turn it to the side, you've got clay there, you've got different textures there, but you've gone over the top and it's given such a lovely soft effect.
It was with the gesso, like Leonie demonstrated on her show, when she mixed the crayons with the gesso and made her background. I did that to cover all of mine, and then once it was dry, I just literally scribbled the crayons on top and then just spritzed them.
And spritz it with water.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Then if you want to be a little bit more vibrant, you certainly can do as well. They are watercolour pencils or crayons, so you decide on the amount of water that you want to add to that. I have just got the colour swatch here as well, so you can see exactly what you get in there. I presume we've got a white one, have we?
Yeah,
and that's
right
why
at
we've
the
got
top.
that corner. £18.50, as I say. If you want to go for these, 188690 is your item number. And then, last but not least on the counter at the moment, we've got the fine liners. This is an incredible deal. The saving is huge. You are saving £29.60. 60 individual pens. They're all different colours. You've got all your blues, you've got your neons, you've got your greens, your reds, you've got pastels in there, brights, darks. It just goes on. 239282 is the item number. You can see there that the nib is 0.3 millimetres. £34.96 is all we asked for today. Lovely. What a great buy that is. Right, okay, so that's the counter done again. So I think we can head back to our Lou. What can we see now, Lou?
The sharpener.
Oh, I'd forgotten about that.
I know, and it's actually on the table because it comes with a stand that you can actually put it on your table so you can keep it in place.
Yeah.
So let me just put those down. You've got this grey layer and you're going to pull it out. Now, I don't see, right at the top here is a metal bar, and when you pull it out, you will actually feel it click.
Right.
And that's where it needs to go, that's from there. And then it's going to be...
There, we can see it.
Yeah, so that metal bar, as you pull it out, will actually click.
Right.
And then you know that grey won't go any further. And then what happens is it will gradually spring back in when you do your sharpening.
Okay.
This part here opens up the hole here for where your pencil goes.
Ah,
and
so
you've
that's
got a
the bit
decent
that grasps the pencil.
Yeah. So you've got a decent size hole that the pencils we've got are slightly thicker, but you could do some of the thicker pencils that we've.
Yeah.
And then you're just going to put that straight through, and once it's in place, just let that go, and now the pencil is gripped.
Okay.
And sorry, I've got to go this way, so I remember clockwise and anti-clockwise. Sorry. You know when you go, I've got to go the way, and it's literally then. So for the normal pencils we've got here, we would go clockwise.
Yeah.
I just got into a habit of holding, but you don't need to. It will.
Yeah, because it's holding firm, isn't it?
And then once you've done, so this will gradually retract in if you've got a really blunt pencil. I haven't, and I don't want to make mine too. And then you're just going to take it out, and as you can see, it will go back in nice and neatly.
Clever.
And it'll sharpen, and then obviously all your waste gets collected in the bottom here.
And does that drawer just pull out at the bottom?
Yeah, it just comes away.
Got you.
At the bottom. So you can see all my little, I did do some. Oh. And then with the graphite pencils we've got on, it's exactly the same. We're going to put it forward, and you will literally feel that click.
Yeah.
And that goes in. Now for these, we're going to go anti-clockwise.
Oh.
Okay. So we're going to go anti-clockwise because it's not a wood. It's the graphite. So we
okay.
It doesn't need sharpening like a wood. It just needs taking a slight little bit off.
Okay.
And that will just go exactly the same. Sorry, I'm not trying to hold it. It's just a habit. You know when you just...
Yeah, I know.
It's a habit from me being at home. It stays in place, as you can see. Unrelease it, and then that clips back in, and it will gradually sharpen and take it down and start sharpening away that edge. Brilliant. And make it sharp. So, but I'm going to say, I won't take this off the counter because it was put on beautifully. But on the back of this packaging is a little sticker. And the sticker has, really nicely, it will actually say, and it says here, for normal pencils, you go that way. For the graphite pencils and things like that, you go. So it actually has, and then it will tell you what to do with the little silver bit here, how sharp you want it, and everything. So your hands are held. Do you know what I mean? All that you need to is right there for where the turning handle is, which I think is brilliant.
It is brilliant. And perfectly adjustable, as we've seen there, and a professional piece of equipment there. £30.99. You've got a saving of £12.92. The item number is 445500. Back to Lou.
Oh, sorry, I was just looking at the pencil. I was just trying to see how much I took off. Right, I thought...
We've got about 10 minutes left, Lou.
Right, what would you like me to do? Some more colouring with the pencils, or would you like me to start with something with the watercolour crayons? Then I can add...
Could we work with the crayons? I've never seen them before.
Right, so I'm going to just put it on my pad because I just want to do any mop-up underneath. So this is a quick drawing.
Okay. A quick drawing?
Well, no, it did take me a little bit longer, but... So I've tried to do all my drawings in advance, so you don't have to watch me draw random
We'd
stuff.
love to watch you do that. We would run out of time, but we would love to watch it.
But you just go, so you don't have to watch me do random stuff. And now I am tight. Why waste my pencils to colour all of this in? And yes, it would look lovely when I can actually start to use the watercolour crayons.
Okay.
So I'm just going to bring in a little bit of where I want it to be. And you don't have to colour all of it. The intensity is there in the watercolour crayons.
And how hard do you need to press with these?
I'm hardly putting any pressure on at all. I mean, the more pressure you put on, obviously, the thicker it will be. But I would rather put down multiple layers. It depends on how you like to colour, though, as well, doesn't it? Or so I'm just going to do...
If we wanted to craft on the go, I suppose crayons are fairly easy to carry around.
Yeah, if you've got a water brush pen, you know, one of the ones that you can already full of water,
yeah,
you could do that straight away.
Brilliant.
Right, so I'm just going to do that there, and then I'm going to quickly ask if I could have some water, because I realised I didn't fill my water pot.
Oh, we'll see if we can sort that out for you, Lou. Could we make a paint swatch, not a swatch, a little palette with these, so we can sort of activate it afterwards? I didn't know you'd got that either.
That's what I do
Is it?
Yeah, I do, and I carry on until the paper gets to the stage where it's saying, I can't take anymore. So where I've got that there is still some colour left on there, but
brilliant.
I can then add some more and still carry on and paint with a paintbrush and keep going and going and going.
Perfect.
And then, thank you. And then what happens is, what I'll do is I'll end up with a whole page full of colour. It'll look horrible, just die cut it, chop it up.
Yeah,
use,
of
you know,
course.
use lots of different things you've got, make it into a background, add a, you know, stamp on top of it. It's amazing. But then I'm a little bit biased. I do rather love a colour swatch. So I just want to bring a little bit here. So to me, if I was colouring this with pencils, other than the time it would take, I'm not worried about all the dots being covered or anything like that, because in my head, that's why opaque pens were designed.
Okay.
You know, for us.
Yeah.
So let's do it, and then I'm going to do it that way. Let's grab, I've got bits everywhere. Let's grab a paintbrush. Oh, wrong paintbrush. I went to my pot. You know, when you just go, I just went to my pot, and then I realised it's not my pot. So, I'm just going to do, now if you don't want to blend your colours, and I want to keep the yellow at the top at the moment.
Okay,
so
yeah.
I'm just doing that there. But now I want to bring in the orange.
Oh, now we can see it. Oh, don't they blend beautifully?
And I've hardly put any water on at all. And I'm working on a smooth card. And I've deliberately chosen a card that isn't actually watercolour card. So you can see that they will work and that they will blend. So I want to bring a little bit in here. I can then bring the yellow.
When do you decide when to use a watercolour card and when not to, Lou?
It would depend on, for me, what type of work I was doing.
Okay.
If I would use a watercolour card if I was then taking this and going to add even more mediums.
Right.
For me, because it's designed to take all the water, isn't it, and everything.
Yeah.
But if this is going to end up being a doodle, I will... So we've got that there. So
yeah, and I suppose if you're going to use other pens on top, like your fine liners and your white pen, you don't want anything that's too pitted as a surface.
So I'm just going to put a little bit of the... I don't want... It's not a purple, it's like a pink colour. Is it like a fuchsia colour? It's not, that's pink, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or is it... It's not like a blackcurrant or a...
No, I'm hearing fuchsia in my head, but I tend to think fuchsia is more pink than that. Saying that, though, you do get beautiful purple fuchsias.
Well, I've gone for this one because it goes with the colour I put in. And that's what I was going to say, with the colours you've got there, we have got, you know, so many, you know, complementary colours.
It's an absolutely beautiful colour, whatever it is.
I'm going to then, just because I can, I'm going to put... I just want to bring a little bit of the green down. So this is what I'm saying. If I was going to colour this with pencil, this would take me... This is the sort of one that I do. I'm not a great boat traveller. And this would be the sort of one I would do when I'm stuck on a ferry for 4.5 hours. Because it could be a labour of love. So we've got this beautiful, like an olive. I've really...
Oh, that's nice.
It's a really nice... And they're soft, these crayons. But they've also got a hardness to them as well, if that makes sense. So even though I'm pressing hard, it's not... I mean, if I want to do, like, for instance, I've broken this little bit off here, and the reason I break little bits off, I can turn this over, is if I want to do a background quickly, having a little bit...
Yeah. Got you. I was just going to ask you about, when you are colouring with it as a crayon, should you kind of rotate the crayon so you don't end up with a particular shape forming on the end, or is it... Does it matter? Because
it doesn't really
matter. You could end up with a chisel shape, or you could turn it into a point.
Yep, it doesn't really matter. I mean, if you really wanted a nice sharp point, if you took a craft knife and actually just sliced a bit off, but keep that little bit and put it in your palette, and that becomes then